Song Jiangxian on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked again, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. They have considered the possibility that things in the Western fantasy world could be real-world phenomena, especially after the appearance of abyssal monsters in Japan. Such opinions are prevalent in many countries around the world. But speculation is one thing, no one can provide any real evidence. Now that Chen Luo himself said it was the real world, Song Jiangxian found it unbelievable, but he suddenly understood many illogical things. For example, the exaggerated time-flow ratio, or becoming a superhuman there and being able to enhance oneself in reality, etc. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, this news is too shocking. Song Jiangxian, barely able to calm himself, said, I will report what you've said as soon as possible. As for the news of the mother nest's arrival, I personally believe you, but whether those above believe it, or whether people in other countries are willing to believe it, I cannot guarantee. I've already warned you. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter to me at all. Chen Luo immediately hung up the phone and mentally issued a command to the Hunyuan Brush. Analyzing the Baker gene, analyzing the Swain gene, analyzing the Grace gene. Chen Luo recited dozens of names in one breath. These individuals are newly promoted 4th and 5th tier extraordinary beings from various intelligent races in the Western fantasy world over the past few hundred years. Those below the 3rd rank have little effect on him. Even the 4th rank can only produce 0.01% of the divine genes, and the 5th rank only 0.05%, but the advantage lies in the extremely large quantity. After several decades, there have been several hundred new 4th order genes, which together make up a considerable number. With the addition of the new 5th order genes, it should be possible to barely unlock the 3rd order gene lock. Chen Luo had already sensed the imminent threat and knew he had to advance to the 3rd tier as soon as possible to deal with the current crisis. Analyzing the Beck gene, a mid-level human life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race, has unlocked the 5th tier gene lock, and can currently produce 0.05% divine genes. Rating, excellent. Analyzing Grace's genes, an intermediate-level elven life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race, has unlocked the 4th tier gene lock, and can currently produce 0.05% divine genes. Rating, excellent. Merge. With a thought, Chen Luo integrated all the divine genes into his body. After he called out all the names and they were all integrated, the divine gene reached 19.5%, leaving 0.5% to reach the 3rd stage. Chen Luo sensed that there were still 42 4th tier extraordinary beings and 11 5th tier extraordinary beings in the Western fantasy world who had not yet been integrated by him. They were all those that Chen Luo judged to be the most likely to advance. A glint flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. He couldn't care less about anything else now. He didn't want to touch the 6th order Saint domain for the time being. He could only fuse these seeds first. Analysis. Merge. After analyzing another 44th order and 2 5th order genes, the divine genes in Chen Luo's body finally reached the threshold of the 3rd order. The surging divine power seeped into Chen Luo's body, and the divine power within him suddenly boiled, churning like boiling water. At the same time, a beam of golden light shot out from his body. Suddenly, an invisible force of energy spread wildly throughout the room, blowing away all the surrounding objects. Seeing that his body was brimming with energy, Chen Luo realized something was wrong and immediately disappeared from the room, appearing on the summit of a desolate mountain in Africa. With a deafening boom, it felt as if hundreds of thunderbolts exploded in my mind. Chen Luo felt as if every cell in his body had exploded, and the next moment his muscles and bones were filled with boundless power. He could clearly sense that the strength and power of his body were at least 3 times stronger than those of a 2nd-tier cultivator, giving him the illusion that as long as he unleashed his full power, he could move mountains and seas without any problem. The golden light emanating from Chen Luo grew stronger and stronger, quickly forming a golden storm that continued to spread. Even the rocks beneath his feet couldn't withstand this violent power, and cracks began to appear, instantly shattering the teleportation array he had carved into the stone. After a long while, when all the golden beams of light finally returned to Chen Luo's body, he was quite surprised. This is already at the 3rd tier? Previously, absorbing the genes of the divine offspring was always accompanied by intense pain, but this time Chen Luo not only did not feel any pain, but instead felt completely comfortable. In addition to a surge in divine power, his mental strength also doubled, representing a qualitative leap compared to the 2nd tier. So this is what 3rd tier access is? After advancing to the 3rd tier, Chen Luo automatically gained the 3rd tier authority of the Hunyuan Brush in his mind. The power of creation. The meaning is quite simple, he can now create a new world. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. He had originally had some expectations for the 3rd level authority, but now it seemed that this authority was of no help to his current situation. Chen Luo suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He wasn't in the universe of the Western fantasy world. Could he be in a new world? But the next moment, Chen Luo rejected this idea, because even in the new world, it was impossible for him not to go to the Western fantasy world for more than 10,000 years. What happened in the future that caused him to disappear? Could it be that this 3-year calamity caused some accident, which is why his future self returned the Hunyuan Brush? But then another question arises: if it really was because of this disaster, why didn't his future self just have him kill the mother nest, or even ban Zhang Shengon from logging into the Western fantasy world from the very beginning? Chen Luo searched his memory again, but only got one piece of information. The more you know, the greater the deviation from the future. What appears may not be the future you hope to see. Act on your intuition. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, but quickly realized what was going on. This is similar to what was mentioned in Avengers Endgame. Traveling back in time and changing the past will create two parallel universes with different paths, one with the same timeline as the original main universe, and the other with a new timeline. The future self probably wanted to avoid this, which is why it has been avoiding revealing more information to him, only revealing one key piece of information in a cultivation technique called 9 Heavens of Annihilation. Chen Luo became increasingly puzzled as he thought about it. This cultivation technique was also problematic. It wasn't from Earth, nor from the Western fantasy world. It must have been obtained from somewhere else by his future self. This also suggests that he must have left Earth in the future and gone to some unknown country, where he obtained this cultivation technique. And how did he manage to bring the Hunyuan Brush from the future into his hands? Chen Luo sighed. He knew too little information to make a judgment. Let's deal with the mother nest first. Chen Luo's figure disappeared and appeared in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo appeared in the universe of the Western fantasy world, not far from the Abyss world. This was the location where the mother nest opened a spatial channel to enter Earth. With a wave of his hand, a dense mass of void fire appeared and began to scorch the space. In no time, the space in front of them emitted a crisp roar and shattered instantly, followed by a violent energy storm that swept outwards. These storms naturally had no effect on Chen Luo. He simply continued to use void fire to widen the spatial rift. As space was torn apart, the surging energy became increasingly terrifying. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown, not because of the energy itself, but because the mother nest was able to withstand the energy storm entering that world's universe. The starry sky is an alchemical life form created by more than 100 great sages of the alchemy empire. Its outer shell is definitely many times stronger than that of a 5th-tier mother nest, and its self-repairing ability is extremely powerful. No matter what kind of damage it suffers, it can be repaired in a very short time. However, Starship was completely damaged in the turbulence of space. It took tens of thousands of years to wander in the universe, absorbing energy, to gradually repair itself, regain power, and finally land on Earth. The mother nest entered with a 5th-tier body and was unharmed? Chen Luo reviewed the situation when the mother nest entered the space passage. He had only glanced at it briefly and had not carefully observed the situation inside. Now, upon closer inspection, I immediately noticed the situation I had previously overlooked. After the mother nest entered the spatial passage, a layer of white bone armor suddenly appeared on its body, helping it to withstand the terrifying spatial turbulence inside. These white bone armors were exceptionally sturdy, able to withstand the temporal turbulence for a long time, until the mother nest passed by and they were finally destroyed. Chen Luo immediately recognized what the bone armor was. It was the bone of the White Bone Lord, the primordial substance of the second layer of the Abyss world. Chen Luo extended his thoughts to the second layer of the Abyss world and indeed found that the White Bone Lord's size had shrunk by half compared to before. It was clear that half of it had been dismantled by the Abyss will to protect the mother nest. At this moment, the spatial passage finally took shape. Chen Luo moved and passed through the spatial passage, wanting to go to the other world. He also has Earth's spatial coordinates, and he can do anything that the will of the Abyss can do. Chen Luo is now trying to enter the universe where Earth is located using the divine body of the Western fantasy world. As long as he can get there, dealing with the mother nest will be a piece of cake. Chen Luo's body was not afraid of the energy storm, but just as he was about to pass through, he felt an immense repulsive force surging towards him. This force was exceptionally powerful, like an invisible barrier that blocked him inside the spatial passage, preventing him from passing through. Chen Luo glanced around and this time used his divine power and willpower to attack the barrier simultaneously. The next moment, he sensed that the barrier was weakening little by little and retreating behind the spatial passage. Chen Luo was overjoyed and immediately increased his strength, preparing to force his way through. At that moment, the retracted barrier suddenly unleashed an extremely terrifying force, surging forth with 10 times the power and blasting him away. Boom! Chen Luo was stunned and flew backwards into the universe of the Western fantasy world. He paused for a moment, and was about to continue through the spatial passage when he felt a chilling aura coming from the other side of the passage. This aura was so terrifying, as if a supreme ruler were surveying his territory, cold and ruthless. Even with Chen Luo's current strength, he felt an extreme sense of danger. The aura at the other end of the spatial passage could destroy him. For no apparent reason, this thought popped into Chen Luo's mind. The aura swept through the spatial passage, lingered there for a brief moment, almost a second, before disappearing completely. As it disappeared, Chen Luo seemed to sense that aura glance at him, carrying a strong sense of warning. before it vanished as well. What the hell? Chen Luo was truly shocked. He was surprised that there was such a powerful being in that universe, which made him feel threatened even though he possessed the power of a god in the Western fantasy world. This aura feels familiar. I feel like I've encountered it somewhere before. Chen Luo, filled with doubt and unease, began searching his memory for any recollection of that aura. A moment later, Chen Luo was suddenly startled. He suddenly remembered that the aura was very similar to the aura released when he circulated the 9 heavens of annihilation. Chen Luo had memories of his future self, so he had never used any of the techniques from the 9 heavens of annihilation. However, when he used this technique to absorb divine power, he could still sense a unique aura. Chen Luo understood why his future self hadn't allowed him to use the 9 heavens of annihilation. It was probably to prevent this aura from detecting him. That must be an unknown entity that is far more powerful than he is now. Chen Luo was certain that if he opened another spatial passage to go there, it wouldn't be as simple as a warning, he would be killed outright. But how could we get to the mother nest? Chen Luo only needed to think for a moment to understand. The mother nest was only at the 5th level, so that being probably didn't take it seriously, or might not even be able to sense such a weak being. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, completely unprepared for this situation. What my future self might want to change is probably not the arrival of the mother nest, but being targeted by this mysterious aura. Chen Luo couldn't help but smile bitterly. He thought the mother nest was the biggest crisis, but he didn't expect to discover an even more serious problem. Chen Luo sighed. Thinking about these things now was too far off. He needed to solve the problem of the mother nest first, no matter what. He pondered for a moment, then a thought suddenly struck him. Since the original body would be rejected in the past, then just like the will of the abyss, send the 5th-tier body in the past. Chen Luo thought of the lighthouse centipede that Wang Bei had created almost without much thought. As the natural enemy of the mother nest, what could be more suitable than sending it there? But before that, there is one more thing to do. With a thought, Chen Luo appeared directly in the 2nd layer of the abyss world, the Bone Mountain, which was the territory of the Bone Lord. For many years, the Bone Lord had been researching the mother nest, trying to create the void flame. However, he failed to obtain what he wanted, and instead, half of his body was torn apart and taken away by the will of the abyss. Furthermore, the void flame within the mother nest was also drained, leaving him extremely frustrated. However, the Bone Lord knew that the will of the abyss represented the abyss world, and it had no ability to resist. Just as the Bone Lord was considering whether to destroy the mother nest, he suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying aura above him. The White Bone Lord looked up in astonishment and saw a palm reaching down from the sky, growing larger and larger as it descended, eventually becoming hundreds of meters in size just before it reached its head. The Bone Lord was utterly terrified. An aura emanated from this palm, making even its soul fire tremble, and it couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. Without a second thought, it leaped up and appeared thousands of meters away in the next instant, then fled hundreds of miles away in a few flashes. However, the Bone Lord could still sense the danger closely following it. When it looked up in horror, the hand had already grabbed down. Just when it was about to perish, another terrifying aura extended from the sky and made contact with the palm. The Bone Lord felt somewhat relieved, for it sensed that the aura was none other than the will of the abyss, the ruler of this world. Boom! The enormous, pure white hand, radiating divine light, collided with the will of the abyss, immediately triggering a violent energy oscillation. All the nearby abyssal creatures were as fragile as paper, instantly torn to shreds, and countless soul flames scattered in the air. Chen Luo snorted coldly. He was just worried about not being able to find the will of the abyss, and it actually dared to come out and seek death. Chen Luo continued to grab the White Bone Lord with one hand, while using his mind to track the location where the abyss will was hiding. The will of the abyss immediately cowered and retreated, but at that moment, Chen Luo suddenly noticed that the body of the White Bone Lord began to disintegrate, turning into pieces of bone. No! The Bone Lord let out a terrified shriek, for it too felt death, and the cause of all this was the will of the abyss. Chen Luo sneered. The will of the abyss clearly knew his plan. What he had just done was a feint. His real purpose was to destroy the body of the White Bone Lord. Chen Luo swiftly grabbed all of the White Bone Lord's bones in his palm. When he sensed that the will of the abyss still wanted to destroy these bones, he casually teleported them into the divine kingdom. He then waved his hand, grabbing the soul fire of the Bone Lord as well, and simultaneously opened the passage between the 1st and 2nd levels of the abyss, sending the soul fire to the abyss dragon Gasker. Gasker, inside the dragon swamp, was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. Without waiting for Chen Luo's instructions, it opened its mouth with great joy and swallowed the ball of soul fire, merging it into itself. Gasker let out a joyful roar, which made all the surrounding abyssal creatures tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground in submission. Chen Luo continued tracking the location of the abyss well until he reached the 13th level of the abyss before being forced to give up. Chen Luo snorted angrily and immediately ordered Gasker, attack the 2nd layer of the abyss. Gasker had already learned that the soul fire it had just devoured was none other than the Bone Lord. Upon hearing Chen Luo's command, it immediately replied respectfully, "I will obey the divine decree." With the White Bone Lord dead, there was nothing in the second layer of the abyss that could threaten Gasker. It immediately flapped its wings and flew into the sky, issuing orders to all the abyss species under its control, heading towards the teleportation array that Chen Luo had set up to lead to the second layer of the abyss. The Bone Lord of the second layer of the abyss is dead. Players are requested to assist the abyss dragon Gasker in conquering the second layer of the abyss. Following Gasker's actions, players still in the abyss world also received system messages. Soon, they learned that Gasker had gone to attack the second layer of the abyss world. The players were instantly excited. Now that the White Bone Lord was dead, Gasker was practically invincible on the second level of the abyss. All they had to do was go in and collect spirit coins. What could be more satisfying than that? However, the number of players in the abyss world has decreased significantly at this time, with only about 200 million people currently online. Because of the huge time flow ratio, players used to like to enter the abyss world in their spare time. Even if it was just a lunch break, they could stay in the abyss world for half a month in just 1 hour. They can do a lot of things inside, even just enjoy the scenery and have plenty of time to travel. Now that time has returned to 1:1, apart from professional gamers and those who don't have to worry about making a living, most people have to go to work and simply don't have that much time to spend in it. This led to a sharp decline in the number of players in the abyss world, from a peak of 2 billion players online at the same time to a peak of only about 300 million. However, many people still spread the word about the good news of finding money. Although the number of players online at the same time has decreased, the total number of players in the game has not decreased much. The reason for this scene is, of course, the game's 100% realism, which surpasses any other game in the world. Once you've played it once, it's hard to play other games anymore, so the price of spirit coins has not decreased as a result. Moreover, the current 1:1 time flow makes it easier for many people to get here. After being promoted by people in forums and gaming guilds, the number of online players doubled in less than an hour, reaching over 600 million, and continues to increase. As soon as these players logged in, they all rushed towards the location of the teleportation array. Chen Luo left a thought focused on the second layer of the abyss world to prevent the abyss wolf from intervening again, and then looked at the mother nest of the abyss. It had by this time fully adapted to the rules of the abyss, and the species it created were also able to target the species of the abyss. Chen Luo's initial idea was to fight fire with fire, sending the mother nest back to deal with the mother nest controlled by the will of the abyss. However, Chen Luo still had many concerns. Firstly, if the mother nest was freed from the control of the abyss's will, where should it be placed? Devouring and evolving is its instinct. Once it entered Earth, even Chen Luo did not have the ability to completely control it. Once the mother nest controlled by the abyss will is dealt with, and an even more powerful mother nest appears, that would be truly hilarious. Furthermore, Chen Luo also thought of the mother nest in the Western fantasy world's cosmic calendar. He had already banned Zhang Shengan and the others from logging in, yet the mother nest still appeared. This meant that it was either the one from the abyss world or the one controlled by the abyss will. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo quickly made a decision. Regardless of whether the species being born from the mother nest were designed to target the abyss species, they could not be allowed to live. With a thought, Chen Luo instantly annihilated the mother nest in the abyss world, including all the insectoids it had spawned, and then he appeared on the Roman continent. After being thrown into the Roman continent, Wang Bei lived a very frustrating life. The ordinary creatures here are of little use to his advancement, and the Titan giants, with their immense power, are no match for the lighthouse centipede. Although Wang Bei was already at the 5th level and possessed numerous abilities when he was on the Norman continent, strangely enough, this Titan giant seemed to have a natural advantage over the lighthouse centipede. Titans are not only thick-skinned and tough, but also possess extremely high magic and poison resistance. Neither the flames nor the venom of the lighthouse centipede can harm them. This made Wang Bei extremely frustrated. He used to feel pretty good when he controlled the mother nest, but he never expected that he would be controlled by her one day. What Wang Bei didn't expect was that these titans were extremely vengeful. Wang Bei initially attempted to attack the titans, poisoning several tier 3 and 4 titans and consuming 3 titans in the process. But unexpectedly, a titan chieftain named Renville appeared. This guy not only possessed the strength of a 5th tier being, but also had an immortal body. Renville's immortality is different from that of the lighthouse centipede. Wang Bei can extend his life indefinitely, but the titan can heal itself instantly when injured. As a result, Wang Bei was completely subdued and almost lost his life. After he fled in a sorry state, Renville did not let him go. He relentlessly pursued him for several months, giving him no time to catch his breath. Wang Bei was about to go crazy. He had seen people who held grudges, like Zhang Shengan, but he had never seen anyone so vengeful. It was simply outrageous. Forced into a corner, Wang Bei could only try to escape the battle and plan to use the offline mode to get rid of this madman. However, although Lane Whale is nearly 100 meters tall, he is not slow at all when running. Even if Wang Bei could fly, he would not be as fast as him. Burrowing underground would be suicide, because Titans automatically awaken their talent for controlling the Earth after reaching the third tier, and can seal off the underground in no time, leaving no way to escape. Finally, Hunyuan was forced into a corner and had no choice but to run to the sea. No matter how powerful the Titan was, it could not fly or swim. However, Hunyuan never expected that even after he flew to the sea, this guy, Chen used his ability to control the Earth to directly manipulate the seabed to rise to the surface and relentlessly pursued him by stepping on the Earth. Hunyuan nearly vomited blood and had no choice but to desperately fly into the depths of the sea. It wasn't until they reached a depth of 1,000 meters that Renbel's ability to control the Earth became ineffective, and the threat of the sea monsters further spurred him to stop his pursuit of Hunyuan. Hunyuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately logged off from the battle. Hunyuan thought it was over, but he never expected that Chen Luo would be waiting at the offline spot. As soon as they saw Hunyuan appear, they immediately started throwing stones at him. Hunyuan was really going crazy. After dodging the rocks in a disheveled state, he hurriedly flew towards the deep sea again. But then another problem arises: even if it can fly, it can't stay in the sky forever. The lighthouse centipede eventually needs to rest. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to land in this sea area, so Hunyuan had no choice but to fly back. But as soon as he reached the shore, before he could rest for long, Chen caught up with him, leaving Hunyuan feeling utterly helpless. There's no other way, I have to keep running. This escape lasted for several more months, and it seemed that Chen would not give up until he got rid of Hunyuan. Finally, Hunyuan was forced into a corner and flew to the skies above the deep sea to escape the battle. This time, Hunyuan calculated the time and went offline for a day, meaning the Western fantasy world took a year to relaunch. But what devastated Hunyuan was that after he logged on, Chen was still guarding him in the same spot, and then came months of relentless pursuit. Hunyuan was unable to describe his feelings, but he also realized that something was wrong. Logically speaking, even the most vengeful creature would be illogical to remain in the same spot after failing to catch up several times and having disappeared for so long. Moreover, Ronwell is the chieftain, and having been away from the tribe for so long, he isn't worried at all about what might happen to the Titans. Did I kill your father or kill your son? Why are you chasing me like this? When Hunyuan thought of this, he was genuinely stunned for a moment, because he remembered the 3 Titans he had eaten, one of whom looked very similar to Lanvar. No wonder Chen was so furious back then and has been chasing him ever since. Hunyuan finally figured it out, but he felt like dying. This is unbelievable. Why did they have to kill Lanwale's son? What could Hunyuan do but continue to flee? He couldn't just stay here and wait to die. But Hunyuan never dreamed that this escape would last for a full 10 years. Hunyuan was internally devastated, and sometimes he even thought about just killing this bastard. However, after so many years of relentless pursuit, Hunyuan was also filled with resentment and was truly determined to keep going on with Lanwale. Both of them were originally at the 5th rank. Although the Titan Giant was somewhat effective against the lighthouse centipede, Hunyuan was determined to escape, and Lanwale was still unable to do anything about him, otherwise they wouldn't have chased him for so long. But the fatal flaw was that Lanwale advanced to the next level 10 years later. After becoming a sanctuary, Renbel not only gained the ability to fly, but also experienced a qualitative leap in his ability to control the Earth. Hunyuan was completely out of options, he had nowhere to turn. With nowhere else to turn, Hunyuan had no choice but to use his ability to reproduce asexually and secretly give birth to a clone. Because he had been on the run all these years, he had not obtained the energy needed for evolution and could only complete asexual reproduction by damaging his own strength, thus being forced to change from a 5th-order centipede into 2 4th-order lighthouse centipedes. While controlling one of his clones to continue escaping, Hunyuan controlled his real body to burrow underground and slip away. After the lighthouse centipede lured Lanwale away for hundreds of kilometers, it was finally killed. By then, Hunyuan had already escaped thousands of miles away and finally got rid of the pursuit. But by then, almost 13 years had passed. Hunyuan not only failed to advance, but also dropped a rank. Without the Zerg, without any species possessing powerful energy, he essentially had no hope of advancing. If nothing unexpected happens, he can only prolong his life by constantly shedding his skin, and he must not be discovered by the Titans, otherwise Arayanvar might come after him again. Hunyuan eked out a living on the Roman continent for several decades. Just when he was about to fly to another continent, a person appeared before him. Chen Luo was a little surprised when he saw that the lighthouse centipede was only at the 4th level. He didn't expect that Hunyuan had not only failed to advance in rank over the years, but had also dropped by 1 rank. However, after figuring out why he had dropped a rank, Chen Luo couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. These Titans are so vengeful that once you provoke them, it's a fight to the death. However, for Chen Luo, whether it's 4th tier or 5th tier doesn't matter, it's something that can be changed in an instant. This lighthouse centipede is useful to me now. You can choose a different race in the race selection interface and be born with the strength of a 4th tier race. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he didn't care about Hunyuan's reaction. He waved his hand and expelled Liang Bei's consciousness from the lighthouse centipede's body, while restoring the centipede's self-awareness. When this lighthouse centipede was devouring the insectoids, it was actually driven by instinct, and Liang Bei couldn't help but be led by it. As its level continues to advance, the instincts of this lighthouse centipede have evolved into self-awareness, but it has been suppressed because of Liang Bei. With a thought, Chen Luo changed its consciousness to be completely obedient to him, and then restored the lighthouse centipede's strength back to the 5th rank. Chen Luo could raise its strength even higher if he wanted, but based on his previous experience, he knew very well that once it exceeded the 5th rank, it would be rejected by the rules there and unable to pass through the spatial passage. So when he tried to go there in his divine form, he immediately attracted the attention of that unknown being, who then banished him. The 5th rank is the limit allowed by the rules there. Once you exceed this level of strength, not only will you be unable to pass, but you may also be targeted by the world's will. Even if you manage to get through, you will be killed directly. This is similar to how the Abyss will brought Trundle over. Back then, he was just an ordinary troll and posed no real threat. However, if it were a 6th-tier Abyss demon that came, Chen Luo would kill it without hesitation and would not give it any chance. After Chen Luo raised the lighthouse centipede's strength to the 5th rank, he moved his mind, and the skeletons in the divine kingdom appeared before him. Chen Luo pointed again, and the white bones began to twist and deform in the air, turning into a white bone armor that covered the enormous body of the lighthouse centipede. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then reached out and integrated active metal cells into the bone armor again, giving it a certain self-healing ability. Only then did he wave his hand and release the void fire to scorch the space. At the same time, he used the laws of space to lock the Earth's coordinates. When the lighthouse centipede entered the universe, Chen Luo added the ability to traverse the void and absorb energy from the universe to survive. Although Chen Luo could pinpoint Earth's coordinates, it was a different world after all. He only had a general coordinate and couldn't precisely send the lighthouse centipede directly to Earth. Therefore, the lighthouse centipede is highly likely to exist in space. If it were not given the ability to survive in space, it would probably have died out in the past. Upon seeing the spatial passage form, Chen Luo immediately ordered it to pass through the passage. The lighthouse centipede was now completely under Chen Luo's control, so it naturally wouldn't resist his orders and quickly burrowed into the spatial passage. The space-time turbulence immediately began to tear at the lighthouse centipede's body, but most of it was blocked by the outer layer of white bone armor. Chen Luo extended his thoughts over and negated the remaining damage. After half of its bone armor shattered, the lighthouse centipede finally made it through the spatial passage unharmed. Just as Chen Luo had predicted, the rules there did not exclude the lighthouse centipede, and it appeared in the universe. After seeing the lighthouse centipede pass by, Chen Luo withdrew the void flame, repaired the spatial passage, and instantly disappeared from the spot, returning to his room. At this moment, Chen Luo sensed the location of the lighthouse centipede. However, this sensation was very weak. Chen Luo understood that this was because the strength here was not as strong as that of the lighthouse centipede, and also because the distance was too far. However, Chen Luo was not worried about losing control of the lighthouse centipede. Even in this time and space, he could destroy the lighthouse centipede's consciousness at any time. Moreover, the lighthouse centipede and the mother nest are natural enemies, stemming from an evolutionary instinct, and it will also regard the mother nest as its top priority target. Chen Luo gave the lighthouse centipede a command in his mind, instructing it to fly over according to the location it sensed. Then, he immediately found the Soul Talisman and the Thunder Talisman and began cultivating. The mother nest could arrive at any moment, and Chen Luo is racing against time. Even if he manages to bring the lighthouse centipede over, the mother nest here also possesses void fire. This is extremely dangerous, only he can catch the void fire, otherwise the lighthouse centipede will also be burned to death. To avoid being disturbed, Chen Luo turned off his phone and left it in the room, then appeared directly in Antarctica. 10 days passed during this training. Chen Luo himself possessed the power of thunder, which was extremely compatible with the Thunder Divine Talisman. He mastered the Thunder Divine Talisman in just a short time. Mastering this means that you can enhance your lightning power through Divine Talisman cultivation in the future. However, the actual power of lightning still depends on the user. Only the Soul Talisman is exceptionally difficult to cultivate. He had attempted to cultivate it before reaching the 3rd tier. Not only is progress slow, but it is also extremely time-consuming. He spent many days practicing, but couldn't see much improvement. However, Chen Luo did not give up. As the core of the 36 divine talismans, it would seem strange if one could master the Soul Talisman with just one cultivation. Chen Luo thought that cultivation would be easier after reaching the 3rd level. Unexpectedly, even though his mental strength had doubled, he could only barely get the basics down and was still far from having complete mastery of it. Chen Luo had no choice but to put the Soul Talisman aside for the time being, as he was pressed for time and did not have time to waste on it. Chen Luo shifted his focus to other divine runes, starting with the 3 runes of time, space, and reincarnation from the 2nd tier. To Chen Luo's disappointment, he was not chosen by these 3 divine runes, so he had to look to the third group. However, the result was the same, it was not chosen by any rune. It wasn't until I had browsed through all the runes that I finally selected a vitality rune. Chen Luo was not disappointed. The more he could acquire, the more he could protect himself. At least he wouldn't have gained nothing. Chen Luo focused his attention on the Vitality Talisman and immediately began cultivating. The Vitality Talisman is on the 4th tier, even simpler than the Thunder Talisman. Chen Luo mastered it in just half a day, and at this point, he also learned about the Vitality Talisman's function. Just like its name suggests, the Vitality Talisman can enhance a person's physical strength and recovery ability. When cultivated to a certain stage, it can maintain bodily functions by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, eliminating the need for food and thus achieving fasting. The Vitality Charm also has the great advantage of allowing you to absorb energy directly through your body without needing to breathe. This is extremely important for Chen Luo, as it means he can survive not only in water but also in space. Chen Luo tried holding his breath and soon felt every pore of his body absorbing energy, without feeling any stuffiness at all. With a swift movement, Chen Luo transformed into a golden ray of light and shot into the sky at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Luo's speed broke the sound barrier, and it continued to increase. With a thought, Chen Luo activated the Wind God Talisman, which instantly increased his speed once again. It went from 1 time to 2 times the speed of sound, until it finally stopped at 3 times the speed of sound. The wind howled in my ears, like thunder. As Chen Luo continued to ascend, the strong air currents in the sky and the intense friction caused by high speed and air were blocked by a layer of golden, semi-transparent protective shield around his body. Everything on the ground was shrinking, followed by the Antarctic ice sheet, the entire Antarctic continent, and the northern hemisphere, and then the whole Earth appeared before Chen Luo's eyes. Just like the scenes seen in those documentaries, the mountains, rivers, and the entire land on Earth resemble an exquisite sand table. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Luo broke through the atmosphere and entered space. Looking down at the planet below, Chen Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "It's much more beautiful than what you see on TV and in pictures." In a Western fantasy world, a third-tier being wouldn't even be able to fly, let alone enter the universe. Chen Luo knew very well that all of this stemmed from the power of these divine talismans. If he could completely master these 36 divine talismans, there would probably be nothing in this universe that could threaten him. Only then did he truly enter a higher realm on Earth. After flying in space for a short while, Chen Luo lost interest. He didn't have much leisure to appreciate the beauty of space right now. "I came here simply to test whether I can move freely in space. Now that it's been confirmed, there's no need to waste any more time." With a thought, Chen Luo vanished instantly and appeared at the teleportation point in Kunlun Mountain. After 10 days, and with the generator that Song Zhengxian brought, the starry sky was fully charged with enough energy to fly. Song Zhengxian had no choice. Kunlun Mountain was a remote and desolate place, and it would take more than 10 days to run an electric power line over there. He could only use a diesel generator to generate electricity. Although it provides little energy, it's better than nothing. Chen Luo stopped cultivating only after sensing that the starry sky ship could sail. His purpose in coming here is to send the starry sky into space. Firstly, the energy in space is much greater and easier to absorb. Secondly, he also plans to take action before the mother hive lands on the ground. Otherwise, once the mother nest lands on the ground and devours a large amount of flesh and blood, it will truly be unstoppable. When Chen Luo arrived, there were still many staff members outside maintaining hundreds of generators in the vicinity. Some were refilling oil, while others were repairing generators that had broken down. When Chen Lufei arrived, he amplified his voice, "Shut down the generator, everyone leave." Chen Luo's voice was as loud as a bell, ringing in everyone's ears. When those present saw the golden light in the sky, they knew who had arrived. They had seen Chen Luo fight the robot, so they naturally recognized him. Upon hearing Chen Luo's voice, these people dared not delay, hurriedly stopped generating electricity, and began dismantling the equipment to leave. When Chen Luo appeared in front of the biocomputer, he was surprised to find that the city and the spaceship had come alive. The once dimly lit skyscraper complex was illuminated by simulated sunlight in the sky, making it as bright as day, and the robot wreckage that had been floating in the air was also cleared away. The alchemical dolls were moving in and out of the building, cleaning up the environment one by one. "Welcome back, Captain. Activate the starship and enter space." The image of a Protoss sprite appeared in the biocomputer. "Okay, checking the data of the starship, please wait." Soon, Chen Luo was greeted by the largest light screen projection, displaying all the conditions near Kunlun Mountain, as well as various data on the interior of the atmosphere. The Protoss is the starship itself. She can control the entire spaceship by herself and doesn't need any crew. All the captain needs to do is check the data inside the spacecraft, confirm the course, and issue orders. "Your Excellency, the spaceship systems are all functioning normally and we are ready for takeoff." Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. The starry sky had been on Earth for tens of thousands of years, yet the system was still functioning normally, which showed just how powerful the alchemy empire was back then. Wait a little longer. Chen Luo noticed that the people outside the spaceship had not yet finished evacuating, so he told the star spirits to wait. About an hour later, after everyone had retreated several kilometers away, Chen Luo gave the order, take off. Yes, sir. Anti-gravity system activated. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a slight tremor, the spaceship slowly rose from the ground. Outside the starship, the staff were all staring blankly at the sky, never expecting that such a large spaceship would actually take flight. A massive spaceship, nearly 10,000 meters in diameter, glowing with fluorescence, slowly rose into the sky, its speed steadily increasing. The starship is over 10,000 meters long and wide, like a small city, and it slowly rose into the sky from the ground, escaping Earth's gravity. Although they knew beforehand that the starship was nearly 10,000 meters long, it wasn't until it actually took flight that everyone realized just how big it really was, which completely exceeded their initial concept of an exploration spaceship. Gravity field operation data is normal, and the internal gravity field is stable. About to enter the atmosphere. It has passed through the atmosphere and reached outer space. The starry sky was faster than Chen Luo. It took him about 10 minutes, while the starry sky only took about 4 minutes from takeoff to entering space, reaching at least 5 times the speed of sound. A projection screen appeared in front of Chen Luo, displaying the current system data and environmental indices of the starship, as well as the scenery outside the spaceship. Chen Luo looked ahead. At this moment, the starry sky had appeared in the vast and dark universe. The stars in the sky were shining with a faint white light. The Earth below was just as beautiful as he had seen before. Sir, the building in front of the control center is the command building. You may proceed to the captain's cabin. Chen Luo nodded and immediately flew out of the control center, heading towards the captain's cabin in front. Although the captain's cabin is called a cabin, it is actually over 1,000 square meters in size and is fully equipped, but all of it is made of alchemical metals. Ordinary things can't withstand the passage of time. After tens of thousands of years, they would have long since decayed. Upon entering the captain's cabin, Chen Luo immediately inscribed a teleportation array there, and then instructed the air, fly in near-Earth orbit. The star spirit is the starry sky, which can be said to be omnipresent. She can hear Chen Luo as long as he speaks. Yes, sir. After giving instructions to Xingling, Chen Luo immediately summoned the Hunyuan Brush. Since he had nothing else to do, Chen Luo decided to create a brand new main world. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo decided what kind of world he wanted to create. He reached out and took the book of Genesis in his hand, turning to a new page. On the first page of the new page, Chen Luo wrote the 4 characters Immortal World. Chen Luo's figure disappeared and appeared in complete darkness. This world was devoid of sunlight and nothingness, it was a boundless, chaotic darkness. Light. Suddenly, a sun appeared high in the sky, radiating endless, dazzling light, becoming the first ray of light in this chaotic, undeveloped world. The creation of heaven and earth. With a boom, the sun's position continued to climb upwards until it reached its highest point. The ground beneath Chen Luo's feet appeared and began to sink downwards until it finally stabilized. Heaven and earth will eventually return to their respective places. Chen Luo glanced at the barren world. There was only light, no matter, not even sound, it was utterly silent. Chen Luo's mind raced again, ocean, plants, air. The next moment, an endless ocean appeared, the land sank into the seabed, and was divided into 9 continents by the ocean. Each continent was enormous, larger than the total land area of the earth. Time flows faster in one day than in 100,000 years. Chen Luo didn't want the players to come in and develop slowly at this point, he wanted to first build the framework of this world. This is the limit of the time flow rate that Chen Luo can adjust, and it is also the limit of the Hunyuan Brush. With such an exaggerated rate of time flow, 1 second is almost a year. Meanwhile, the world of immortals and heroes began to change drastically. Large amounts of seawater evaporated and rose into the sky, creating an atmosphere that appeared in this world, and clouds began to appear in the sky. As rain falls on the earth, a large number of plants grow and emerge. Plants burst forth from the ground and continue to grow toward the sky and the surrounding area, turning the once empty 9 continents into a sea of green vegetation. These plants are all deeply rooted and lush, and exceptionally robust, even the thinnest trees are nearly 10 meters tall. Even the ocean floor began to rapidly sprout all sorts of marine plants, and the whole world turned into a lush, green new world. Rules synchronization. Spatial rules are fixed, gravity is stable, and the source of life is determined. Let's call it Kyushu. Chen Luo determined the names of the 9 continents and landed from the sky at the boundary between the ocean and the land. Unlike the previous deathly silence, the sound of waves crashing and wind rustling through the forest could be heard, but the absence of animals made it seem lifeless. As Chen Luo walked along the beach, he pondered what kind of life system, intelligent beings, and power system this world should use. The main purpose of creating this world is to allow the intelligent beings here to evolve and progress, so this is Chen Luo's main focus. A moment later, Chen Luo made a decision. Unlike the Western fantasy world, he decided to do the opposite. Western fantasy worlds follow a bottom-up model, evolving from cells to humans, and then to gods. In the world of immortals and heroes, Chen Luo decides to create gods from the top down, and then let the gods create their own races. From the very beginning, there were gods in charge of the operation of the entire world, so it didn't require the same level of effort and energy as Western fantasy worlds. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo waved his hand, and 36 orbs of light emitting different colors appeared in front of him. Each of these spheres is only the size of a basketball and radiates an eerie light. What's even more peculiar is that within these 36 clusters of light were infants, both male and female, forming exactly 18 pairs. These babies were staring wide-eyed at their surroundings with curiosity. When they saw their fellow babies floating together, some giggled, some cried, and some continued to look around with curiosity. But soon, everyone's eyes were involuntarily drawn to Chen Luo. Although they were newly born, they were quite intelligent and immediately sensed that the person in front of them was their creator. Welcome, the world's earliest gods. Go, create your own race. Chen Luo smiled slightly, then waved his hand and sent the 36 newly born gods to the 9 continents respectively. Due to the enormous time-flow ratio, in less than a minute from the time these babies were born to the time Chen Luo sent them away, they had already grown into adults. The rate of time flow is 1 to 100 years. The length of day and night is fixed, and the cycle of the 4 seasons is fixed. The cycle of reincarnation is established, and the rules of the world are initially stabilized. These 36 newly born deities were created by Chen Luo using the power represented by 36 divine talismans. Since this cultivation system was practiced by cultivators in ancient times, it is perfectly suited as the power system of the Xiangxia world. The wind god talisman gives birth to the wind god, while the thunder god talisman gives birth to the thunder god, and so on. Chen Luo pondered for a while longer, then said, "Let's start by having children." In the Western fantasy world, the divine genes that Chen Luo received were mainly from intelligent life forms, so he decided to create intelligent life forms first, and the first one that came to mind was naturally the human race. With another thought, Chen Luo conjured up a multitude of furry apes and various wild beasts in the jungles of the 9 provinces. Leave the other races to these gods. Chen Luo did not create humans directly, but planned to let them evolve from apes little by little. By the time they evolved into humans, the gods would have probably created their own races. At this moment, the world of immortals and heroes has entered night. Countless stars twinkle in the sky, surrounding a bright moon that emits a soft glow, instantly making the night world beautiful and dreamlike. The world framework has been established, let you develop on your own first. Chen Luo took one last look at the world of immortals and heroes, then vanished from his spot and reappeared inside the starry skyship. The foundation for life has been laid. The world has just been born, and no players have entered yet, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Chen Luo can't worry about this for the time being. By the time he resolves the issue of the mother nest, the world of immortals and heroes should have reached a certain stage of development. What is your strongest attack method? Chen Luo returned to the captain's cabin and immediately asked the Protoss. A divine judgment. How powerful is it? The Protoss quickly replied, in our world, it's roughly equivalent to a god strike. Using it would consume all our energy, and we wouldn't be able to use it for a period of time. Chen Luo silently calculated that a divine strike was equivalent to the power of a god, but that was in a Western fantasy world. On Earth, it would be suppressed by the rules, so its power would definitely not be that strong. How much of its power can it unleash here? Due to the different rules and the suppression by the world's will, its power is only about 10%, roughly equivalent to the power of a 6th-order Saint realm. Chen Luo pondered for a moment. The power of the holy domain here was not even as good as a nuclear bomb, it was better than nothing. Where's the plasma cannon? When the plasma cannon is fired at full power, it can approach the power of a 7th-tier epic weapon, but it will also consume all its energy in one go, and it will take at least a month to recover. Chen Luo was quite surprised. The plasma cannon did not use the power of laws, but its power was much stronger than the divine judgment. It could be used as a powerful weapon. Can you access Earth's internet? Of course. For the Protoss, a biological optical brain transmits data using photons. Since photons do not interfere with each other, their data transmission speed and computing speed are many times faster than those of supercomputers on Earth. Invading an Earth's network is nothing to them. When she was unearthed, she had already connected to Earth's network, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to analyze and conclude that there were no supernatural powers on Earth. Find news related to Second Life. There are approximately 190.1 billion related records. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then quickly realized that he had added too few keywords. Adding Western Fantasy World and Abyss World are real filtering options. there are still 8.7 billion related pieces of information. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo guessed that Song Zhengxian must have announced that the game world was the real world, otherwise there wouldn't be billions of messages. Join the screening process for China and other countries around the world. There are 71.56 million entries remaining. Chen Luo was speechless. He didn't have the patience to read through all the information one by one. What countermeasures have those countries taken? Apart from China, which has made military preparations, most other countries have not taken any action and have remained skeptical. Chen Luo didn't take it to heart. With the military capabilities of those superpowers, they didn't need much preparation and could mobilize their troops at any time. Chen Luo has already informed them, which can be considered as doing his utmost. In fact, for Chen Luo now, even if the mother nest destroys Earth, he doesn't care. With the starry sky, the universe is so big, he can go wherever he wants. However, Chen Luo couldn't bring himself to do it, and he was also afraid that the mother nest would wipe out all life on Earth, which would cause problems when they grew up. It was possible that the mother nest in the Western fantasy world's cosmic calendar came about in this way. It possesses void fire and the ability to teleport, making it even more difficult to deal with if it comes after him. Therefore, Chen Luo had no choice but to destroy the mother nest before it could fully develop. Chen Luo's concern was that when the mother nest appeared with a large number of Zerg, he could deal with the mother nest, but if those Zerg went to Earth, the humans on Earth might not be able to withstand them. It seems we still need to give them some means of self-defense, at least enough to deal with ordinary Zerg. Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly asked Xingling, "Do you have a remote communication tool? Give me one." "Yes, sir." Before long, an alchemical doll flew in from outside, holding a palm-sized metal box in its hands. Chen Luo opened the metal box and saw a silver-white metal piece the size of a fingernail inside. This is an alchemical communication tool. It will automatically adhere to your skin. You can place it next to your ear and simply say my name when you need to make a call. Chen Luo curiously examined the metal piece. He immediately extended his mental energy into it and sensed the active metal cells inside. They are more active than the alchemical dolls, and their material seems to be the same as that of the starship's outer shell, suggesting some kind of connection. Chen Luo tried placing the metal piece near his ear and immediately found that it adhered to the area below his ear and quickly transformed into the shape of skin. This thin metal sheet is less than a millimeter in size. It looks like skin and feels perfectly normal. On the contrary, it is quite comfortable. If you don't consciously try to feel it, you would almost forget that it exists. Chen Luo nodded, then instructed Xingling, "Monitor outer space around the clock. Contact me immediately if any abnormalities are detected." "Yes, sir." Chen Luo's figure quickly disappeared from the spot and appeared in Zhang Cheng's room. "Mr. Yang, you're back." A slightly surprised voice appeared. The moment Chen Luo appeared, he sensed Xiao Wei's presence. Chen Luo frowned. Although he was a little annoyed, he guessed that Song Zhengxian probably couldn't find him again and could only use this stupid method to continue waiting for him to appear. However, Chen Luo originally came here to find Song Zhengxian. He immediately reached out and beckoned the cell phone that was in the living room, then turned it on and dialed Song Zhengxian's number. "Mr. Yang." As soon as the phone rang, Song Zhengxian answered it, his voice full of surprise. "I have agreed to what you asked me to do last time. I will help guide your people to the basics of cultivation. I will send you a list later. You can prioritize finding the people on this list, and you can arrange the rest yourself." Song Zhengxian was stunned when he heard the first half of Chen Luo's sentence, because he had no idea what Chen Luo was referring to. Upon hearing the second half of the sentence, Song Zhengxian was overjoyed, for he had finally understood what Chen Luo meant. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll arrange it right away." Song Zhengxian's voice was trembling. After a while, he asked cautiously, "Mr. Yang, is there a limit to the number of people? I'll give you 100 spots." Chen Luo was genuinely worried that Song Zhengxian would bring him hundreds of them. He would be exhausted by then. Chen Luo hung up the phone and immediately went to the computer, where he began rapidly typing the name of the person he had chosen. Lei Chengyang, ID number. Zhao Yi, ID number. Fang Xin Chen, Weiyang Bei, Lu Suifeng. After quickly entering the names, ID numbers, and addresses of these people, Chen Luo thought for a moment and then added Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan's names before sending it to Song Zhengxian. The names Chen Luo chose were all people who had gained extraordinary powers in the Western fantasy world. Currently, there are still more than 40,000 players in the Western fantasy world, and Chinese people account for nearly 70% of them. Chen Luo selected those who were slightly stronger than Zhao Yi. They were all at least at the third rank. It wasn't that Chen Luo didn't want to, but rather that he was too lazy to deal with the others. There are nearly 1,000 people at the second level. He doesn't have the time to guide them all into the field. The list Chen Luo gave Song Zhengxian only had about 100 people on it. Compared to ordinary people, these people definitely had a higher chance of being chosen by the divine talisman, and their souls were all under his control. No matter how strong they they were still under his control. Although a part of Tang Qingyu's soul was also extracted, Chen Luo did not intend to control her, but rather wanted her to have the ability to protect herself in reality. Zhang Yuxuan did the same, but not for her, but for Tang Shishi. Although this little guy is recognized by the two divine talismans, he is too young after all, and he can't protect Tang Shishi all the time. After thinking it over, Zhang Yuxuan is still the most suitable. Chen Luo had no idea that his list would cause such a sensation. When Song Zhengxian relayed Chen Luo's words back to his superiors, many people initially did not believe it. However, from Chen Luo's perspective, the other party had no reason to lie to them. Moreover, the island nation had an abyssal will that explicitly stated its intention to destroy the world, and the abyssal monster was indeed very similar to the abyssal species. After a long period of analysis, they still chose to believe it. However, instead of immediately announcing that the mother nest had come to destroy Earth, they first declared that the Western fantasy world and the abyss world were real. Once the people on Earth accepted this fact, it was easier for them to accept the matter of the mother nest. As they had anticipated, simply announcing that the world and Second Life was real caused a global uproar and triggered a worldwide shock. If it were just an individual or an organization making this announcement, perhaps no one would take it seriously. But when a country makes this announcement without solid evidence, it will become an international laughingstock. Although Song Yung-hyeon and others could not produce any concrete evidence, many people still chose to believe it after they revealed many unusual aspects of Second Life. Many people have already noticed something amiss. The simplest example is that becoming stronger in a Western fantasy world also leads to becoming stronger in reality, which cannot be explained by any scientific evidence. The exaggerated time flow ratio and the 100% realism make it seem completely unreal. To provide evidence, Song Zhengxian first said that they had contacted someone from the game company, namely Chen Luo, but he did not provide any photos or videos. It is only said that Chen Luo provided extraordinary power to China, and the evidence is of course Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. By this time, the two of them also learned about the impending arrival of the mother nest. When the abyss monsters appeared in the island nation, they were basically convinced that the Western fantasy world was real. Now, learning from Song Zhengxian only confirms it once again. Song Zhengxian wanted them to cooperate with the publicity campaign to make people on Earth aware of the seriousness of the problem. Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei did not refuse. They had seen the video of the mother nest and were well aware of the threat it posed, so they cooperated with Song Zhengxian's propaganda efforts. Next, Song Zhengxian organized an international press conference, allowing Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei to unleash their extraordinary abilities in front of major media outlets worldwide. The appearance of extraordinary power not only caused an uproar in the audience, but also shocked people all over the world who were watching the live news broadcast. After the commotion subsided, Song Zhengxian stated that the game company had provided it. Ignoring the reactions of those present, he immediately released the video of the mother nest, saying that this thing was about to descend and was even more powerful than the abyss monster in Tokyo. This shocking news triggered considerable panic. However, not many people believed this. Instead, they all wanted the game company to issue a statement. Even if Song Zhengxian could contact Chen Luo, he wouldn't let Chen Luo hold any press conferences. When Song Zhengxian received the list sent by Chen Luo, he was immediately relieved to see that it was all Chinese people. He then quickly ordered his men to find those people and bring them to Zhongcheng. As long as they are Chinese, it is equivalent to strengthening their power. Moreover, these people are all on our side, so we can always find a way to obtain the cultivation techniques bestowed by Chen Luo from them. Song Zhengxian still has 100 spots available, which is an incredibly valuable resource that cannot be bought with any position or money. Ever since the news broke that Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei had obtained extraordinary powers from Chen Luo, Song Zhengxian has received numerous requests, both openly and secretly. Some offered him money, others promised to help him advance his career, and their requests were not unreasonable. They simply wanted to see Chen Luo. Song Zhengxian knew perfectly well what these people were up to. They simply wanted to gain supernatural power or other benefits through Chen Luo. Song Zhengxian wasn't stupid. If he dared to do that, he could be replaced in a heartbeat. So he immediately and ruthlessly rejected all of them. What a joke. Song Zhengxian himself wouldn't dare make this request to Chen Luo, yet he's asking on behalf of someone else. Isn't that digging his own grave? Those who dared to ask Song Zhengxian for favors were not ordinary people. They were naturally furious when they were rejected, but no matter how much dissatisfaction they felt, they dared not touch Song Zhengxian at this moment. Song Zhengxian dared not make the decision on his own regarding these 100 spots. He could only report it to his superiors for a final decision. Meanwhile, in a residential area not far from Jinling University, waking up to his phone alarm, Zhao Yi poked his head out of bed and let out a long yawn. Winters in Jinling are extremely cold, and even though it was time for class, he still didn't want to get up. He just got into university this year, and after living in the dormitory with his classmates for a few days, he found that he couldn't adapt at all. Zhao Yi thought his roommates were too immature, while his roommates thought he was too arrogant. In just a few days, he offended all of his roommates. Zhao Yi simply moved out and rented a large 3-bedroom apartment. I'll be 18 in half a month. Zhao Yi picked up his phone and checked the time again. He now eagerly counted down the days. But time is something that you don't notice if you don't pay attention to it, but the more you pay attention to it, the longer it seems. Especially as her birthday approached, Zhao Yi felt like each day was an eternity. After lingering in bed for a while, Zhao Yi finally got up and went into the bathroom to start washing up. Suddenly, he heard the doorbell ring. Who is it? There was silence outside the door. There was no reply, only the doorbell kept ringing. Zhao Yi suddenly felt something was wrong. He stopped washing up, cleaned his mouth, and left the washroom. As he walked to the door, Zhao Yi grabbed a baseball bat that was placed behind the door. When he peered through the cat's eyes, he found several policemen in smart uniforms standing outside, along with an acquaintance's homeroom teacher, Mr. Li. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, and began to wonder what he had done to warrant the police coming to his door. He didn't do anything illegal, at most he just watched porn or something. Could it be that I downloaded too many adult films and got caught by the internet regulators? But there aren't that many adult films, maybe only 1,000 or so at most. But with that in mind, Zhao Yi still opened the door. Zhao Yi, right. It's me, what's wrong? Zhao Yi remained remarkably calm. After all, he had lived in the Western fantasy world for hundreds of years, and this little spectacle couldn't frighten him. A policeman stepped forward, pulled out his police ID from his pocket, flashed it in front of Zhao Yi, and said in a deep voice, "We are from the Xinlan branch of the Jinling Public Security Bureau. We have official business with you. Please cooperate with our work." Class teacher Ms. Li also walked over quickly. "Zhao Yi, these police officers have something to discuss with you." Although Teacher Li was speaking, her gaze towards Zhao Yi was somewhat strange. Could this guy have done something illegal? Teacher Li has heard a lot of rumors about Zhao Yi recently. Arrogant and unscrupulous are the words all the students use to describe him. Looking at Zhao Yi up close now, his demeanor and eyes made Teacher Li realize that he really didn't seem like a student. Teacher Li looked at the policeman who had spoken and asked, "Officer, may I ask what business you have with Zhao Yi?" When Teacher Li was called over by the police, he didn't know what had happened. The police only told him to lead the way. If it weren't for the school leader's instructions, he would have doubted the identities of these people. The policeman said politely, "Ms. Li, thank you for cooperating with our work. Now that we've found the person, you can go back and rest. But Zhao Yi is still our student. Don't worry, Teacher Li, leave it to us. Please go back." The police politely escorted Teacher Li out, and Zhao Yi couldn't help but frown, somewhat confused about the situation. This group of people doesn't look like bad guys. The homeroom teacher must have verified their identities before bringing them here. "Zhao Yi, did you bring your ID card? Let me see it." Although Zhao Yi was confused about the situation, he still obediently took out his ID card and handed it over. After checking Zhao Yi's ID card, the policeman didn't return it to her but instead put it in his pocket. "Zhao Yi, time is of the essence. Get dressed and come down with us. We'll talk to you on the way." Zhao Yi was completely bewildered, so he quickly changed his clothes and got into the car with the police. "Can I call my parents?" Zhao Yi saw two policemen sitting on either side of him and tentatively asked a question. "Don't worry, you haven't done anything wrong, and we won't do anything to you. It might even be a good thing." Zhao Yi frowned again. He had good eyesight, these police officers were still quite polite. Zhao Yi didn't sense any malice from them, but their erratic behavior from the beginning made him feel uneasy. "May I ask where you're taking me?" "Airport." "Airport? What are you going to the airport for?" "I don't know, we're only responsible for taking you to the airport." Zhao Yi was even more puzzled, but he knew that he wouldn't get any more answers by asking, so he had no choice but to shut his mouth. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi was astonished to find that the police car drove directly into the airport and stopped in front of a private plane. At this moment, several soldiers got off the plane, and the one in the lead, who was clearly an officer, walked over first. He took Zhao Yi's ID card from the police officer, first comparing it with the ID number in the system, then comparing it with her appearance, and after confirming that there was no problem, the officer then smiled and pointed to the plane behind him, saying, "Get on, we're just waiting for you." Zhao Yi walked up, completely bewildered, only to find that there were two other people on the plane, a man and a woman. Both of them looked to be in their 30s. The man exuded a mature and steady aura, while the woman had delicate and beautiful features and a mature and elegant demeanor, with a strong older sister vibe. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback, because he knew both of them, Master Lu and the mature and elegant Yin Zhaoqi. Lu Suifeng and Yin Zhaoqi didn't seem surprised that Zhao Yi recognized them. They simply smiled and nodded politely at him as a greeting. Because both of them have done live streams, especially Yin Zhaoqi, who is beautiful and created a mermaid race. She has exposed her photos on forums and real-life live streaming platforms, and is quite famous among many players. Lu Suifeng's Alchemy Academy had long become a legend, attracting countless players who worshipped it and begged Lu Suifeng to take them in. Everyone knows that becoming an alchemist means you can make money effortlessly, and in a Western fantasy world, money can be easily converted into cash in the real world. These two people are just as bewildered as Zhao Yi. First, the police came to their door, and then, without saying a word, they were dragged to the airport. Unlike Zhao Yi, who was already in Nanjing, the two of them were from surrounding cities. They were first taken to the train station and then from the train station to Nanjing. Finally, they arrived at the airport, accompanied by police the entire time, making them look like criminals, as if they were afraid the criminals would escape. Yin Zhaoqi also tried asking questions along the way, but the result was the same as Zhao Yi's. The police officers' answers were consistent. They didn't know. Lu Suifeng became even more uneasy. He thought that his joining the evil organization Hunyuan had been discovered. He was terrified the whole way, considering whether to confess and try to get leniency. When they arrived at the airport and discovered that the men were soldiers, they became increasingly uneasy, unable to understand what had happened. When Zhao Yi saw the two of them, he immediately understood something. The people on the plane were all players from the Western fantasy world. The country wanted to find them to learn about the game. "Everyone's here, let the plane take off." "Yes." A soldier immediately responded respectfully and turned to go to the cockpit. "Please fasten your seatbelts, the plane will be taking off soon." After giving his instructions, the officer turned around and politely addressed them. Zhao Yi's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked, "May I ask where we're going?" The officer smiled and glanced at them. Zhang Cheng. Incidents like Zhao Yi's and others happen all over the country. Anyone on Chen Luo's list is immediately escorted to the airport by the local police in a semi-escorted manner. Moreover, most of them reacted in a similar way because Song Zhengxian would not explain the reason to the police, but only said that he would politely and courteously send them to the airport. The fact that the police knew nothing about the matter naturally made these people extremely uneasy. Upon arriving at the airport, they were taken to a military base where they saw many well-known characters from Second Life, such as Lei Chengyang and Fang Xingchen. It was only then that they began to realize that those who came were all people with characters in the game, and all of them were extraordinary individuals who had become stronger in real life to varying degrees. These people became increasingly uneasy, thinking they were about to be used as lab rats. It wasn't until Song Zhengxian appeared and explained to them that the game company wanted to help them obtain extraordinary powers, just like Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei, that the uneasy atmosphere in the crowd calmed down. Although they had only been enhanced slightly in reality, they had already felt the power of the extraordinary forces. Now that such a good thing had happened, they were all excited. But when these people gathered together, something unexpected happened. Zhao Yi found a brick somewhere and, taking advantage of Lei Qingjiang's unpreparedness, went up and hit him with the brick, knocking Lei Chengyang unconscious on the spot. This scene stunned everyone present, who had no idea what was going on. They were all meeting for the first time and had no grudges against each other, so why did Zhao Yi suddenly want to ambush Lei Chengyang? After Song Zhengxian discovered that Lei Chengyang had only fainted, he was furious and ordered his men to arrest Zhao Yi and question him about why he had done this. Zhao Yi casually remarked, "We have a grudge." Song Zhengxian paused for a moment before remembering to ask Zhao Yi about his character in the game. When he found out that this guy was Kane, he was both amused and exasperated. Song Zhengxian naturally knew about Kane's grudges with Shang Wengsuan and Lei Chengyang in the game, but he didn't expect the little guy to be so vengeful, still remembering it even after 2 years. Fortunately, Shang Wengsuan has never shown his face, and no one in reality knows what he looks like, otherwise this guy might have smashed Shang Wengsuan's clothes. Song Zhengxian was also helpless, so he locked Zhao Yi up in a separate room to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Lei Chengyang woke up after lying in bed for a while. When he learned that it was Zhao Yi who had knocked him unconscious, he was stunned for a long time, then gave a bitter smile and went to see the little brat. Lei Chengyang was a few years older than Zhao Yi's parents, so naturally he wouldn't argue with a child. What he did back then was indeed somewhat unethical. Lei Chengyang knew that if he didn't go to see Zhao Yi, given his personality, he would probably still remember it, and that brick wouldn't be the end of it. It had been 3 days since he entered the base, and Zhao Yi must have recognized him long ago, but he held back until Song Zhengxian had gathered everyone together before making his move. Zhao Yi was most likely looking for an opportunity to strike decisively, and also probably looking for tools to use in the crime. Lei Chengyang and Zhao Yi talked about something in the room, but when they came out, Zhao Yi had already been released. When they heard Zhao Yi call Lei Chengyang big brother, everyone at the base was stunned and found it extremely strange. By this time, they all knew Zhao Yi's identity in the game and were also aware of the grudge between the two. But no one expected that Zhao Yi, who had been ambushing Lei Chengyang with bricks just half a day ago, would suddenly call him Brother Lei as if nothing had happened. They were all very curious about what Lei Chengyang and Zhao Yi had talked about in the room, that they had become friends so quickly. What they found even more amusing was that Lei Chengyang was old enough to be Zhao Yi's father, yet he was now calling him big brother. Seeing that both of them were alright, Song Zhengxian was extremely distressed. After the news that Chen Luo had given him 100 spots spread, the word spread like wildfire. In just a few days, more than 300 people were recommended through various internal channels. To secure such a spot, the top figures at the very top of the pyramid personally pulled out all the stops and used all their skills, making the competition incredibly fierce. There were even many people secretly telling Song Zhengxian that if a spot could be set aside, he would be promised a certain position in the future. Logically, Song Zhengxian should be happy, but he felt like he was in a hot oil pan, with a terrible headache. Some people offered a staggering 100 million yuan just to see Chen Luo, and that was without guaranteeing that Chen Luo would help them. Now that Chen Luo has clearly stated his intention to help 100 people gain extraordinary powers, how could those people possibly give up such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Everyone knows that extraordinary power has emerged, and in the not-too-distant future, extraordinary individuals will surely become the new elites of this world. If you don't seize the opportunity now, you will fall behind others step by step in the future. They naturally dared not make a move on the people Chen Luo had designated, so they could only turn their attention to the 100 free slots. Now, the price for the 100 spots that Chen Luo gave out has reached 1 billion each. This sum of money might be an astronomical figure that ordinary people could hardly imagine in several lifetimes, but it's nothing to those big shots. Song Zhengxian couldn't afford to offend any of them, so he had no choice but to push the blame upwards. However, soon after, the higher UPS allocated one spot and asked him to try to get more spots from Chen Luo. Song Zhengxian was already terrified by those important figures, and now that this order came, he really felt like he wanted to die. Chen Luo was not an easy person to talk to, he could even foresee the outcome of making this request. However, Song Zhengxian could not disobey the orders from above, so he cautiously and tentatively asked a question. As expected, Chen Luo refused very decisively. Song Zhengxian didn't dare utter a word and immediately agreed. Then he reported that everyone had arrived and asked Chen Luo when it would be convenient for him to come over. Chen Luo had no time to waste and immediately had Song Zhengxian send a car to pick him up and take him to the military base in the suburbs. When Chen Luo arrived, Song Zhengxian was already waiting for him outside with officers from the base. When Song Zhengxian saw Chen Luo appear, he was slightly taken aback, because Chen Luo was not his original self, but the one from the island nation. Although Song Zhengxian didn't know the reason, he didn't dare to ask any further questions. "Mr. Yang, everyone has arrived and is waiting for you in the auditorium." Chen Luo nodded and said calmly, "Lead the way." "Okay, this way please." With a big smile on his face, Song Zhengxian led the way, and soon they arrived at a large auditorium inside the base that could hold hundreds of people. When Chen Luo walked in, all 200 or so people sitting in the auditorium focused their attention on him. The next moment, someone exclaimed in surprise, because they recognized Chen Luo as the one who had dealt with the abyss monster in Tokyo. Some people looked on with fervor, some were filled with shock, and some were just curiously observing. Everyone's reaction was different. But in that instant, the once quiet auditorium became noisy. "Quiet." Chen Luo uttered 2 words calmly, and the entire auditorium suddenly became eerily quiet, as if a mute button had been pressed. Chen Luo glanced around and said slowly, "You already know the purpose of your visit, but not everyone is qualified to obtain extraordinary power. Now, in order of seating, come to me one by one for the first round of selection." Chen Luo pointed to the first man sitting in the first row on the far right. "You go first." "Yes." The man shouted excitedly and immediately stood up from his seat in a flurry, running to Chen Luo. When he saw Chen Luo's hand on him, his whole body trembled slightly. "Your qualifications are too poor, you can leave now, next one." The man felt a surge of air rushing in from the top of his head, and then he heard Chen Luo's voice saying that his aptitude was too poor. The man was struck dumb, the excited expression on his face froze instantly. His face turned pale, and he asked hopefully, "Could you take another look?" With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo sent the man flying through the air, before he landed in a disheveled state outside the auditorium. "Don't waste my time, next one." Seeing that the man was still unwilling to speak, Song Zhengxian immediately gave a wink to the soldiers outside. 2 soldiers immediately rushed forward and dragged him away. Seeing this, everyone felt a surge of tension. They initially thought that coming here would grant them extraordinary powers, but they didn't expect that such things depended on aptitude. If you don't have the qualifications, you'll end up like that person, you'll go back the way you came. Chen Luo's screening speed was extremely fast, he could know the result immediately as soon as he placed his hand on it. This time, no one dared to raise any objections, and even if they did, it would be useless, because Chen Luo simply wouldn't listen. Half an hour later, only 83 people remained in the room, the rest had been driven away. Of these 83 people, 70 were chosen by Chen Luo. In fact, regardless of their aptitude, Chen Luo could help them guide spiritual energy into their bodies. Even if they couldn't be chosen by the divine talisman, they could still cultivate ordinary techniques. Just now, Chen Luo was not only testing these people's qualifications, but also observing their eyes and using mind reading to read their thoughts. Anyone with a wicked look in their eyes, an unfriendly appearance, or impure thoughts was kicked out. Chen Luo wanted to give them extraordinary powers, that's true, but at the very least, he couldn't let bad people obtain them. Although one cannot judge a person's character based on their eyes or their thoughts at the time, Chen Luo doesn't care about such things. How could he allow someone he dislikes to gain extraordinary power? What Chen Luo found interesting was that while most of the others looked at him with awe, Tang Qingyu was the only one who kept scrutinizing him with a very strange expression. This person's temperament and eyes are so much like Yang Guo, that scoundrel. Chen Luo immediately understood Tang Qingyu's thoughts. He found it amusing and even winked at Tang Qingyu. Song Zhengxian didn't think much of it when he saw it, because he already knew about Chen Luo's interest in Tang Qingyu. But when others saw it, they immediately made connections. Because Chen Luo always had a blank expression, but he showed other emotions only towards Tang Qingyu. Not only those who stayed behind, but also the entourage and officers behind Song Zhengxian silently took note. Even Tang Qingyu was completely confused, thinking that Chen Luo was flirting with her, and even felt contemptuous towards him. Chen Luo sensed Tang Qingyu's thoughts but didn't pay them any mind. By this time, everyone had finished their selection. Chen Luo waved his hand, and 36 orbs of light of different colors appeared in the air. Everyone was stunned, looking at the orbs of light with astonishment, as if they were curious about what they were. Those chosen by the light stand on the right, and those not chosen stand on the left. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the 36 orbs of light flew towards the group of people in front of him. These orbs of light began to swirl around them. Except for 4 orbs that remained suspended in the air without moving, the others entered the bodies of the people below. Those who were chosen all looked excited. Judging from Chen Luo's words and reactions, it was clear that those chosen by the light orb seemed to have better aptitude. Chen Luo glanced at the 4 motionless orbs of light and was not surprised at all, because they were the 4 core divine runes of the first and second sequences in the divine rune system. After the person chosen by the light orb stood on the right, Chen Luo waved his hand, retrieved the 4 core divine runes, and released 32 light orbs again, which flew towards the remaining people. Soon, one person after another was chosen by the light orb, until only 14 people remained who were not chosen by any divine talisman, including Zhang Yuxuan. Everyone else looked disappointed, but Zhang Yuxuan remained calm, showing neither disappointment nor expectation. After Chen Luo made his third selection of divine talismans, none of the 14 people were chosen, so he knew it was pointless. You all wait here. Chen Luo glanced at the 14 people, then turned his gaze to those chosen by the divine talisman. Come before me in pairs. Next, Chen Luo began to guide the spiritual energy into their bodies, while imprinting the method of refining the divine talisman into their minds one by one. Then he waved for them to leave. When it was Tang Qingyu's turn, Chen Luo glanced at her and said with a smile, "You stay." Tang Qingyu gave Chen Luo a strange look and said expressionlessly, "Why should I stay?" Chen Luo found it amusing. This woman probably thought he had some ulterior motive, which was why she looked so wary. Chen Luo said with a teasing expression, "Because I've taken a liking to you, you have to stay and keep me company." Tang Qingyu was stunned. This was the first time she had ever seen such a shameless person, who spoke so confidently and even seemed proud of it. The others in the auditorium were also taken aback. No one expected Chen Luo to suddenly utter such a sentence. Their expressions were strange, but no one dared to utter a sound. Song Zhengxian was stunned. He knew that the two people knew each other, but Tang Qingyu seemed unaware that behind that face was Chen Luo. Seeing Chen Luo's amused expression, Song Zhengxian seemed to realize something. He immediately acted as if he hadn't seen anything and told those who had been given the cultivation techniques to leave. What if I refuse? Tang Qingyu glanced coldly at Chen Luo, her eyes filled with contempt and disdain. Chen Luo laughed heartily, "You can't refuse." With a thought from Chen Luo, Tang Qingyu's body flew backward uncontrollably and landed on the seat in front of her. Tang Qingyu's expression changed slightly, and she immediately struggled to get up, but found that no matter how hard she tried, her body was bound by an invisible force and she could not move at all. "You!" Tang Qingyu's pretty face turned frosty as she glared at Chen Luo. "Bastard, let me go." Chen Luo ignored her completely, smiled, turned to the remaining people who had not been chosen by the divine talisman, and said calmly, "Come over in pairs." At this moment, those people looked a little strange, but no one spoke. Instead, they followed Chen Luo's instructions and walked in pairs in front of Chen Luo. After Chen Luo casually guided their spiritual energy into their bodies and imprinted a common qi cultivation technique into their minds, he let them leave. When it was Zhang Yuxuan's turn, Chen Luo glanced at her and said calmly, "You stay too." Zhang Yuxuan's expression suddenly changed. Before she could react, she found herself flying up and landing next to Tang Qingyu. Sister-in-law. Tang Qingyu clearly recognized Zhang Yuxuan, and when she saw her flying over, her expression instantly turned even more unpleasant. Seeing this, everyone in the auditorium except Song Zhengxian had strange expressions. They could easily tell that both women were very beautiful, the kind of exceptional women. Chen Luo's words were very direct. He asked them to stay, and judging from their titles, the two women were actually sisters-in-law. This made things even more exciting and caused many people to start having all sorts of fantasies. Director Song, you never said this would happen when we came here. Zhang Yuxuan's face was also ashen, but she was not as agitated as Tang Qingyu. Instead, she looked at Song Zhengxian. Song Zhengxian seemed not to hear him, but coughed lightly and said to those who had just obtained the cultivation technique, "Let's go quickly." He pretended not to see it, and the others dared not utter a sound. Especially those who just left, many of whom were among Song Zhengxian's 100 spots, all came from wealthy and noble backgrounds. Seeing this, they became more interested. I had never met Chen Luo before and didn't know his preferences. Now that I see he clearly likes women, I have plenty of ideas. Although Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan are beautiful, there are plenty of women in the world who are more beautiful than them, and with their abilities, they won't have trouble finding someone more beautiful. After those who had obtained the cultivation techniques left, Chen Luo glanced at Song Zhengxian and said, "You all go out too." Song Zhengxian immediately smiled and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Yang." Without saying a word, Song Zhengxian quickly led his men away from the auditorium. Before leaving, someone thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Upon seeing this, Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan's expressions turned pale. They never expected to encounter such a situation here. Judging from Song Zhengxian and the others' attitude, even if they shouted themselves hoarse, it wouldn't make any difference. Chen Luo walked up to Tang Qingyu with a smile, reached out and pinched her chin, and said casually, "Little girl, you're quite pretty." Pooh! Chen Luo tilted his head slightly, dodging Tang Qingyu's barrage of spittle. Looking at her angry glare, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Seeing that she was trembling with anger, Chen Luo knew he couldn't tease her anymore. He smiled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing the two women's skeptical expressions, Chen Luo didn't explain. Instead, he waved his hand, making them stand up, and said casually, "Don't worry, I have no interest in rebellious women. I've kept you here because I believe you are exceptionally talented, with extraordinary potential, truly one in a million geniuses." Seeing the increasingly strange expressions on the two women's faces, as if they were looking at idiots, Chen Luo laughed and said, "All right, I can't keep up this lie. In short, I'll leave you here to give you some benefits. The process will be a little painful, just bear with it." Chen Luo placed his hand on the tops of their heads, and the divine power of the Vitality Talisman immediately flowed into their bodies. Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan were still confused about the situation, but they were certain that Chen Luo's expression did not indicate any real intention towards them, which made them breathe a slight sigh of relief. But at that moment, they both felt a slight heat starting from the top of their heads, and a surge of heat quickly entered their bodies. Immediately afterwards, they felt a stinging pain, as if needles were piercing their flesh, wherever the heat flowed. The two women felt pain and instinctively tried to struggle, but their bodies remained bound and they could not move. "It's only just begun. Hang in there, it will do you a great deal of good." Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan felt as if they were being slowly sliced to death, sweating profusely from the pain, their pretty faces turning pale instantly. Tang Qingyu forced herself not to scream. She glared at Chen Luo and said in a trembling voice, "Bastard, what exactly do you want to do?" Chen Luo felt a pang of pity for Tang Qingyu as he looked at her pained expression, but he remained calm and said, "Washing your marrow and strengthening your bones is a necessary process. Your bodies are still mortal after all. As long as you can endure it, it will not only enhance your physique but also make your future cultivation twice as effective." Chen Luo was also someone who had gone through this kind of suffering. Just like when he fused with the divine genes before the second stage, he also went through this painful process until the third stage when he was finally completed. Chen Luo had no choice. For the sake of these two women's future cultivation prospects, he had to harden his heart. Chen Luo continuously exerted his power, forcibly clearing the blocked meridians in their bodies section by section, removing waste and debris. In a sense, it's like having surgery without anesthesia. The pain is indeed terrifying. Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan were completely unable to hear what Chen Luo was saying at this point, because they were in too much pain. The two women were both strong-willed, but they couldn't bear the excruciating pain and cried out one after the other. The two of them shouted so loudly that their voices could be heard outside the auditorium. Chen Luo didn't leave, and Song Zhengxian naturally didn't dare to leave either, obediently leading his men to guard outside. When they heard the screams of two women coming from inside, everyone, including Song Zhengxian, was startled and couldn't help but look into the auditorium. However, no one dared to go closer to see what was happening inside. Song Zhengxian and the others all had strange expressions. What did they do to make these two women scream like that? This flavor is way too strong. Director, I hope nothing bad will happen. These two women have very powerful backgrounds. One of his men turned pale and swallowed hard, clearly startled by the scream. Song Zhengxian's expression changed, but he forcibly suppressed the urge to go and take a look. "We can't control it, and we shouldn't control it." The subordinate paused for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately shut his mouth obediently, understanding Song Jianxian's thoughts. Chen Luo has already helped so many people awaken into superhumans. This is an immense favor. Even if Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan really get into trouble, the country won't do anything to Chen Luo, but will continue to support him. Moreover, even if they wanted to deal with Chen Luo, they couldn't. Back in Japan and Kunlun Mountain, they had personally witnessed Chen Luo's terrifying strength. Their entire military base combined wouldn't be enough for Chen Luo to defeat with one hand. As for how to deal with the Tang and Zhang families, it's not difficult to handle. Awakening is risky, and it's understandable that Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan unfortunately died during the awakening process. Despite the eerie screams coming from inside, Song Jianxian and the others remained completely still, as if they were deaf, like statues, not moving an inch or even looking to see what was happening inside. Chen Luo cleaned the meridians one by one in order. When he reached the last section of the meridian near the Danshan, he suddenly felt Tang Qingyu's body tremble, then go limp and fall to the side. Chen Luo was startled and hurriedly went to check on Tang Qingyu's condition. Although the Vitality Talisman can improve physical condition, this is his first time using it, and he really doesn't know what the consequences will be. Soon, Chen Luo discovered that Tang Qingyu had fainted from the pain. Chen Luo was taken aback. He seemed to have underestimated the pain of the marrow cleansing procedure. Just because he could endure it didn't mean that everyone could. Tang Qingyu clearly couldn't withstand it, and her brain's protective mechanism was automatically triggered, causing her to faint. Chen Luo sighed. Tang Qingyu fainted at the last moment and was unable to complete the entire process of bone cleansing and marrow clearing. Zhang Yuxuan, on the other hand, gritted her teeth and persevered, managing to finish the task. However, there's nothing that can be done about it. Everyone's physical condition, willpower, and level of endurance are different, so we can't force it. Although Zhang Yuxuan was still conscious, she was almost completely exhausted. Her body was limp and powerless, and a sticky black substance was covering her body, emitting a foul odor. Chen Luo casually waved his hand, opening the door to the auditorium, and said indifferently, "Find a few female soldiers and carry them both to take a shower." When Song Jianxian heard Chen Luo's voice, he immediately sprang to attention, quickly gave instructions to one of his subordinates, and then went into the auditorium. When Song Jianxian went inside and saw that one of the women was unconscious and the other was pale and bloodless, and her body was emitting a foul stench, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, when Song Jianxian saw that all three of them were dressed intact, his expression immediately turned strange. What on earth is going on? What happened? Seeing the expressions on Song Jianxian's and the others' faces, Chen Luo could easily guess what they were thinking. Chen Luo didn't bother to explain. After the female soldiers came and carried Tang Qingyu and Zhang Yuxuan away, he turned to Song Jianxian and asked, "Does Tang Shishi know?" Song Jianxian was slightly taken aback, and tentatively asked, "Are you talking about Miss Zhang Yuxuan's daughter?" Chen Luo lived right across from Zhang Yuxuan and her daughter. Song Jianxian wasn't stupid, so he immediately guessed who Chen Luo was talking about. Chen Luo nodded. Her aptitude is exceptional, surpassing everyone else today, including Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. Her future achievements are immeasurable. I have already helped her get started and taught her cultivation methods, so she is essentially my disciple. But she's too young right now, and I can't protect her all the time. When I'm not around, please make sure they, mother and daughter, are safe. Upon hearing this, Song Jianxian was overjoyed. While it was good that Tang Shishi was very talented, what excited him even more was that Chen Luo regarded Tang Shishi as his disciple, which meant something completely different. This is the second person Song Jianxian has seen Chen Luo care about so far. No wonder Chen Luo included Zhang Yuxuan on the list. He wanted Zhang Yuxuan to better protect Tang Shishi after she awakened. The more people Chen Luo cares about, the deeper his ties with this place become, which naturally brings them great benefits. Mr. Yang, please rest assured, I will arrange for people to protect them secretly, and I will absolutely ensure that nothing happens to them. Song Jianxian immediately made a serious promise. Chen Luo nodded, originally intending to wait until Tang Qingyu woke up before helping her complete the final step, but suddenly a voice came from beside him. "Your Excellency, we have discovered traces of the demon race." Chen Luo's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his figure instantly disappeared from the auditorium, returning to the starry sky. Where? A holographic screen was projected in front of Chen Luo, displaying the image. Tens of thousands of Zerg are flying through the universe. The smallest of them are tens of meters long, and the largest are hundreds of meters long, about the same size as the current mother nest. At this moment, these Zerg were flying down in swarms toward a gray planet below, but the mother hive was nowhere to be seen. Where is the mother nest? No trace of it has been found yet. It should be a reconnaissance Zerg and combat Zerg advance team. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately understood. The will of the abyss was in line with his expectations, intending to let the mother nest develop for a period of time and breed enough insectoids before coming over. The mother nest can eat anything, even rocks, but it provides very little energy compared to flesh and blood. However, the universe is infinitely vast. Not to mention the countless planets. If it were to find a planet with life, it could quickly become powerful. Moreover, Chen Luo unfortunately granted it the ability to absorb void energy in the universe. While this could be limited in the Western fantasy world, it became completely beyond Chen Luo's control in this universe. With the hive now possessing the ability to teleport, it's a formidable force for both escaping and attacking. Where are these Zerg now? 1,000 light-years away. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. 1,000 light-years meant that even traveling at the speed of light would take 1,000 years to reach that distance. You can monitor that far? I launched dozens of small reconnaissance ships. They have the ability to jump through space, and the images I just captured were transmitted back by them. Chen Luo suddenly realized that he had been trying his luck by casting a wide net, and he hadn't expected to actually get lucky. Chen Luo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Bring over another reconnaissance spaceship, a larger one." The Protoss asked doubtfully, "Your Excellency, are you going to deal with these Zerg? If so, I don't recommend you take the risk." "No, I'm going to pick something up." Chen Luo was naturally going to take on the Lighthouse Centipede. So many Zerg could not be wasted. The Lighthouse Centipede was still very far away. Although it had the ability to traverse the void, its speed was too slow, far slower than the space jump of a spaceship. When the Protoss prepared a spaceship several hundred meters in size, Chen Luo went up and left a teleportation array first. Then he instructed the Protoss to continue monitoring the movements of the Zerg, and then carried out a space jump towards the location of the Lighthouse Centipede that he had sensed. Space jumps were a little different from what Chen Luo had imagined. They were much simpler. In theory, to achieve space jump in the universe, one must first reach the speed of light, and secondly, the endurance of the spacecraft and the human body must be considered. Only when these two areas of research are relatively mature can space jump be achieved. This is difficult to achieve with Earth's current technology, but it seems very simple for the Alchemy Empire. They use engines made of alchemical metals and alchemical life forms, which can easily break the speed of light. Their ship hulls are also capable of withstanding the terrifying friction when breaking the speed of light. In addition, the widespread availability of supernatural powers makes their physical abilities far superior to those of ordinary people on Earth. This makes space jumping very simple for them, not something difficult to achieve. With clear directional guidance, Chen Luo sensed that he was getting closer and closer to the location of the Lighthouse Centipede after making 3 or more consecutive spatial jumps. The Lighthouse Centipede seemed to sense Chen Luo's location as well, and suddenly increased its speed. It took Chen Luo almost another day to finally find the Lighthouse Centipede that was wandering in the universe. Although Chen Luo felt that his control over the Lighthouse Centipede had weakened considerably, he didn't take it too seriously, because he could still command the Lighthouse Centipede. After it landed on the spaceship, Chen Luo immediately instructed the Protoss to control it to perform a space jump towards the Zerg territory. After 4 consecutive jumps, they arrived at the star system ravaged by the Zerg. When Chen Luo arrived, he was shocked because the planet he had seen earlier had disappeared, leaving only a dense array of black dots. Chen Luo zoomed in through the holographic projection and found that the area was now filled with insectoids of all sizes. After that planet was completely devoured, not only did their size increase, but their numbers also increased dramatically. It only took them 3 days to devour a planet. At this rate, by the time they reach Earth, their numbers will probably be astronomical. Back then, let alone the Lighthouse Centipede, even Chen Luo could only run for his life. Faced with absolute numbers, even ants can kill an elephant. Natural enemies are meaningless. Luckily, it was discovered in advance. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, watching the Zerg move through the universe again, heading towards the next planet, and then turned his gaze to the Lighthouse Centipede. When the Lighthouse Centipede sensed the presence of the Zerg, it excitedly swam around inside the spaceship, sending out strong signals that it wanted to go out and hunt. Chen Luo certainly wouldn't stop him. He needed to make the Lighthouse Centipede produce more offspring, otherwise it would be impossible to contend with the massive Zerg army of the Mother Nest. Chen Luo immediately opened the spaceship's hatch, letting the Lighthouse Centipede fly out, and he followed behind. If this Lighthouse Centipede is delivered now, it will be troublesome if it accidentally dies. The Lighthouse Centipede was not afraid of the number of insectoids. On the contrary, it seemed extremely excited. It was so eager to go at its fastest speed, as if afraid that if it was too slow, the Zerg would escape. The Lighthouse Centipede was also granted the ability to teleport by Chen Luo. In a few flashes in the universe, it arrived at the forefront of the Zerg army. Immediately afterwards, it opened its huge mouth and bit at the nearest Zerg. The venom from the Lighthouse Centipede instantly overwhelmed the insectoid creature, leaving it no chance to resist before it was devoured by the Lighthouse Centipede. The Zerg's massive and tough bodies were like clay in front of the Lighthouse Centipede, easily torn apart and then quickly dissolved and absorbed after entering its belly. The insectoid creature was about the same size as the Lighthouse Centipede, roughly 300 or 400 meters long, but after being bitten to death by the Lighthouse Centipede, it was swallowed whole and eaten clean in less than 30 seconds. The remaining Zerg, upon seeing the lighthouse centipede, almost instinctively sensed the threat and, without the slightest hesitation, pounced on it in unison. Chen Luo was stunned when he saw it. He never expected the lighthouse centipede to be so ferocious, actually rushing directly towards the Zerg army. Chen Luo only glanced at them briefly, but he could tell that there were at least hundreds of thousands of insectoids. He originally thought this guy might do what he did before, first, nibble away at the Zerg army little by little from behind, and then develop stealthily. But no one expected the lighthouse centipede to be so reckless, preparing to fight hundreds of thousands of enemies single-handedly. Chen Luo felt a headache coming on. Seeing the Zerg army swarming towards the lighthouse centipede, he didn't dare to go in directly. He reached out and summoned the Hunyuan Brush, then unleashed a golden sword light. The golden sword light flew at an extremely fast speed, reaching the most densely populated area of the Zerg in an instant, and then exploded. Countless black void flames burned within. A large number of Zerg opened their mouths and let out silent roars, perishing in the void fire, instantly creating a vacuum zone in the middle of the group. This setback caused the Zerg army's offensive to pause slightly. But what surprised Chen Luo even more was the lighthouse centipede. It seemed to not care at all how many insectoids were in front of it, and charged straight into the area with the largest number of insectoids, starting to devour them one by one. In that short span of time, it devoured at least dozens of Zerg. The lighthouse centipede was not afraid of the enemy's numbers at all. When the insectoids bit into it, they either couldn't break through the outer white bony armor or could only bite a little bit of skin before being poisoned to death by its highly venomous body. The lighthouse centipede is covered in venom, and no insectoid creature can withstand the venom it spews. Chen Luo was speechless. Without him even lifting a finger, the lighthouse centipede swept into the Zerg camp with overwhelming force and began to devour the Zerg on a massive scale. Starting with a few hundred, then thousands, and finally tens of thousands of Zerg, they all ended up in its belly. The lighthouse centipede's size began to expand little by little, advancing from the peak of the 5th rank to the 6th rank, separated by only a thin line. Just when Chen Luo thought it was about to advance to the next level, he saw its massive body suddenly tremble violently, and then its size began to shrink rapidly. The next moment, a slightly smaller lighthouse centipede appeared. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized what was going on. Instead of advancing to the next level, the lighthouse centipede split itself, transforming itself back into an early stage of the 5th rank, while the other half remained at the 4th rank. That's interesting. This lighthouse centipede clearly knew that if it gave birth now, it would be too late to wait for the offspring to grow, and there was no suitable environment for it to reproduce here. Therefore, it chose to split directly, which allows it to grow faster and does not require time to develop, allowing it to immediately begin devouring the Zerg in front of it to grow. With the addition of the second lighthouse centipede, their devouring speed increased even further. Less than half an hour later, the lighthouse centipede returned to its peak 5th tier and split off another lighthouse centipede. However, by this time, it had already devoured all the 4th tier Zerg, leaving only those below the 3rd tier, which could only be eaten by the 2 4th tier lighthouse centipedes. The lighthouse centipede flew towards a large meteorite in space, lay down on it to lay its eggs, while the 2 4th tier centipedes continued to wreak havoc among the Zerg army. After all the Zerg above tier 4 were wiped out, the Zerg army was now completely helpless against these 2 tier 4 lighthouse centipedes, but they knew no fear and only knew how to attack relentlessly in the face of the enemy. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo knew that he was out of the picture. At this rate, these hundreds of thousands of insectoids would eventually become the lighthouse centipede's meal. With a thought, he teleported back into the spaceship. Have you found any trace of the mother nest? So far, of the 39 reconnaissance ships launched, only this system has seen the presence of the demon race. Chen Luo couldn't help but frown. There was no mother hive here, only Zerg. That means the Zerg here mostly came through the portal opened by the mother nest. Finding the location of the mother nest in the universe is not just finding a needle in a haystack, it's finding a needle in the universe. But Chen Luo had no choice but to search, for heaven knows how many Zerg had been sent out from the mother nest. This is nothing like the barren universe of Western fantasy worlds. It's full of planets, and even without life, the insectoid race can multiply simply by devouring these planets. Once it has accumulated enough Zerg, it can launch a mass troop attack. Who can withstand that? Chen Luo frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since the mother nest could sense the void fire, perhaps he could sense the location of the mother nest through the void fire. Chen Luo thought about it more and more and felt it was possible. He reached out and waved out a ball of void fire, immediately infusing it with his spiritual power, trying to sense other void fires through the void fire. At that moment, Chen Luo felt the world suddenly stop. There was no sound, as if even time had disappeared, leaving only a void of darkness. Chen Luo was suddenly startled and quickly regained his senses, only then realizing that the world had returned to normal. Just a moment ago, he actually felt that his spiritual power was on the verge of being annihilated by the void fire. If he hadn't been in control of this void fire, it probably would have burned his consciousness away. After gaining control of the void flame, Chen Luo hadn't really studied it seriously. After thinking for a moment, he disappeared into the middle of the spaceship and appeared in the Western fantasy world. The real world is far too weak compared to this place. It's much simpler to conduct experiments here. Chen Luo unleashed the void flame once more, immersing his divine soul within it. This time, the feeling was completely different from my reaction in real life. Chen Luo didn't feel the world turn dark, nor did he experience any hindrance or harm. He easily immersed his consciousness into it. Chen Luo casually tossed a ball of void fire into the universe of the Western fantasy world, and then began to sense it through the ball of void fire. The next moment, he clearly sensed the location of the void fire in the universe, and even calculated how far away it was. Chen Luo understood somewhat. The main problem was that his mental strength in the real world was too weak. Let alone sensing other void flames, he even had trouble sinking his consciousness into them. After a moment's thought, Chen Luo decided that since his mental strength was insufficient, he should improve it. The fastest way to improve mental strength right now is naturally through the soul talisman. With a thought, Chen Luo immediately began cultivating according to the method of the soul talisman. Cultivating the soul talisman in the Western fantasy world is countless times easier than in reality. Chen Luo only needed to make a thought to instantly master it and reach its peak state. Chen Luo began to slow down the cultivation process of the soul talisman little by little, while constantly recording his insights. After repeating this process more than 10 times, Chen Luo had completely memorized the soul talisman. The next moment, Chen Luo appeared in the spaceship and immediately began cultivating according to the method of the soul talisman. As Chen Luo had anticipated, this cultivation session went much more smoothly than the previous ones. Although progress was still slow, it was at least 10 times faster. Chen Luo was overjoyed. If he had thought of using this method back then, he probably would have mastered the soul talisman long ago. Star Spirit, I need to enter a cultivation state. If I don't wake up within 10 days, find a way to wake me up. If you discover the mother nest or the Zerg, wake me up immediately as well. Yes, sir. After giving instructions to Xingling, Chen Luo immediately sat down cross-legged and began to wholeheartedly cultivate the soul divine talisman. With this cheat code, Chen Luo's cultivation went extremely smoothly, without any obstacles, and he immediately entered a state of complete absorption. Although he lost his sense of the outside world, Chen Luo could clearly feel his mental strength increasing rapidly. Chen Luo was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected the soul talisman to be so miraculous, and that it could improve his spiritual powers so quickly even before he had mastered the basics. 10 days passed in this cultivation. On the 11th day, Xingling used a loudspeaker at a volume several times louder to forcefully wake Chen Luo from his meditation. When Chen Luo opened his eyes sparkled with joy. Because of just 10 days of cultivation, his mental strength increased by more than 10%. Chen Luo sensed that in addition to the soul talisman, his own mental strength was too weak. Although his spiritual power is unmatched on Earth, it is nothing compared to cultivation techniques at the level of soul talismans. Chen Luo stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the lighthouse centipede in the universe. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Where did they go?" At this point, there were already as many as 30 lighthouse centipedes. Apart from one peak 5th tier centipede and 2 4th tier centipedes, the rest were all 3rd tier centipedes. The extra tier 3 lighthouse centipede was obviously hatched from the tier 5 one and then quickly fed by the Zerg. After they devoured all the demon species 5 days ago, they flew in this direction. Based on my estimation, there is a 90% chance that there are demon species ahead. Chen Luo was quite surprised to hear this. These lighthouse centipedes could sense the insectoid race? When Chen Luo thought of this, his gaze suddenly sharpened, because he suddenly realized that his connection with the lighthouse centipede had been weakened. It was a very strange feeling. Chen Luo didn't sense anything unusual when it started to split. However, after his mental strength improved again, he could feel his control over the lighthouse centipede weakening again. Chen Luo's mind raced, and he was suddenly startled. Could this lighthouse centipede have done it on purpose? This thing is at least a 5th-order entity, so it already possesses a certain level of intelligence. In the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo possessed divine power and had no ability to resist, but things were different in Earth's timeline. When the lighthouse centipede arrived in this world, it felt its control weaken significantly, and at that time it probably wanted to completely break free from Chen Luo's control. It's possible that this thing was already planning to deal with him back on the spaceship, but it just happened to see the Zerg appear and immediately became so excited that it forgot everything else and decided to eat the Zerg first. After devouring a large number of Zerg, the lighthouse centipede split into 2 clones. These 2 clones were not under Chen Luo's control. Even if Chen Luo destroyed their consciousness, the other 2 could still survive. As it devoured more Zerg and created more lighthouse centipedes, Chen Luo eventually lost control of it. None of them are easy to deal with. Chen Luo sighed, but didn't find it too troublesome. Even if the lighthouse centipede escapes its control, it doesn't matter. Firstly, it and the mother nest are natural enemies, and its target will not change until the Zerg are wiped out. Secondly, the lighthouse centipede is different from the mother nest centipede. It can only advance in rank by devouring powerful creatures, and flesh and blood on Earth have no effect on it. However, it is still necessary to strengthen control over this 5th-tier lighthouse centipede, since all centipedes are under its command. The way to strengthen control is also simple, just like seeking the void flame: enhance your mental power. Chen Luo thought about it and realized that the cultivation process would take a long time, and he would probably not be able to focus on both main worlds for a while. More than a decade has passed since he last left the Western fantasy world. Although nothing major has happened, he estimates that he won't be able to keep an eye on it for a while, so he'd better slow things down for now. After thinking for a moment, Chen Luo adjusted the time-flow ratio between the Western fantasy world and Earth to 1 day to 1 month, which was neither too short nor too long, and at least prevented the other side from stagnating. Next, he observed the situation in the world of immortals and heroes. More than 1,000 years have passed in the world of immortals and heroes, but those apes have not yet evolved into humans. Instead, the 36 gods have occupied the mountains and divided up their respective territories on the continent of Kyushu. Some fight every day, some devote themselves to cultivating and mastering divine talismans, some begin to explore the entire 9 provinces continent, and some try to complete the mission given to them by Chen Luo and create their own race. Each deity was busy with different things, and none of them had a moment to spare. Chen Luo glanced at it briefly and knew that there wouldn't be any major changes for the time being. He immediately adjusted the time here to 1 day equals 10 years before returning to reality. Chen Luo did not try to use his mental power to sense the location of the void fire again. He knew that his current mental power was definitely not enough, and according to his estimate, it would need to be at least doubled. Star Spirit, stay with them, but keep your distance. I need to continue my cultivation. Don't wake me unless I encounter danger. Yes, sir. Chen Luo immediately sat down cross-legged and began to immerse himself completely in cultivating the soul talisman. Cultivation knows no time, and when Chen Luo woke up, a full month had passed. Chen Luo slowly floated up and sensed his mental strength, which had increased by nearly 30% compared to a month ago. At this rate, he could double his current mental strength in at most 2 months. Chen Luo walked to the window and saw that the lighthouse centipede in the universe had turned into more than 100 teams. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. The lighthouse centipede was still at level 5, but it had gained 2 more clones, and its other offspring were mostly at level 3. Did they encounter the Zerg again? Yes, during the month you've been cultivating, they found 2 more reconnaissance and combat legions of the demon race. After devouring them, their population has tripled. The Protoss, his voice tinged with excitement, asked, "Your Excellency, is this the natural enemy of the brood recorded in the Dwarven Annals?" Chen Luo nodded, but he wasn't as excited as Xing Ling, because even though his mental strength had increased, he only felt that his control over the lighthouse centipede had improved slightly, but it had no effect on its clone at all. Even if Chen Luo destroyed the lighthouse centipede, it wouldn't make a difference if the centipede tried to defy his orders. It seems it really can track the scent of the Zerg. Could this be the legendary predator instinct, the ability to find the scent of its prey? However, this is also good. Once the lighthouse centipedes have devoured enough Zerg, they can then deal with the mother nest, which will increase their chances of success. Recall those reconnaissance ships and bring them all here. Also, have Starship manufacture some more large transport ships to carry these lighthouse centipedes. Chen Luo snapped out of his thoughts and immediately gave instructions to Xing Ling. "Sir, are you no longer searching for the mother nest?" the Protoss asked, sounding somewhat puzzled. "No need, I've already found a way to do it. Your search method is inefficient and won't be of much use." "Then why not bring the Starship over? It can carry more than a transport ship." "No, you must stay on Earth to prevent a sudden attack on the mother nest." Chen Luo resolutely rejected Xing Ling's suggestion. The hive has the ability to open spatial portals. If it were to suddenly end up on Earth, without any Protoss monitoring it, it would have no way of knowing what was happening on Earth. The Starship not only possesses a powerful firepower system, but it is also one of his teleportation points, allowing him to return immediately if any anomalies are detected. "Very well, Your Excellency. The Starship already has 104 large transport ships, so there's no need to build any more. I'll launch them now." Over the next 2 months, the lighthouse centipede continued to search for Zerg in nearby star systems, and its population gradually grew, soon reaching more than 300. What puzzled Chen Luo was that the lighthouse centipede he controlled remained at the peak of the 5th rank, and even after devouring a sufficient number of 4th-rank insectoids, it still did not advance to the next rank. Even though several of its clones have grown to the peak of the 5th rank, it still hasn't advanced to the next rank. It splits itself every time it's about to break through. After observing for a long time, Chen Luo finally understood that it wasn't that it didn't want to advance, but that it couldn't. The rules of this universe will suppress creatures in the Western fantasy world. Those above the 5th rank cannot pass through, and even if they do, it will be very difficult for them to advance. The lighthouse centipede must have tried many times and knew it was extremely difficult, so it finally chose to split its body. This is good news. At least Chen Luo can be certain that the mother nest cannot advance either, because it is also a product of the rules of the Western fantasy world. Over the past 2 months, Chen Luo's mental strength has finally doubled, and at the same time, the Protoss's more than 100 transport ships have arrived. Chen Luo felt that the number of lighthouse centipedes should be about right, so he immediately released a ball of void fire, immersing his mental energy into it, and began to sense the location of the mother nest. Just like Chen Luo's reaction when he first sank into it, the whole world fell silent and entered a state of darkness. But unlike last time, Chen Luo sensed a wisp of void fire in the distance, seemingly there but not there, and it seemed very far away. After pinpointing the location, Chen Luo immediately opened his eyes and sent a thought to the lighthouse centipede: "Have all the races board the spaceship, I'll take you to find the Zerg Queen." The lighthouse centipede's mind immediately revealed excitement and joy. The insectoids it was now searching for were of no use to it at all. Its instincts told it that as long as it devoured the mother nest, it could advance even with the suppression of the rules here. Without any resistance, the lighthouse centipede quickly ordered all the centipedes in its swarm to board the large transport ships. Each of these transport ships is nearly a kilometer long, and carrying more than 300 lighthouse centipedes is no problem at all. A short while later, once all the spaceships were ready, Chen Luo ordered the star spirits to perform a space jump towards the sense location. After the first jump, Chen Luo sensed that the location of the mother nest was much closer. Chen Luo roughly calculated the distance and then ordered the star spirits to perform 3 space jumps, reaching an extragalactic galaxy a million light-years away. It should be noted that the diameter of the Milky Way is only 100,000 light-years, yet Chen Luo felt no tension whatsoever in being in a completely unfamiliar galaxy. He had tested it before. Even here, he could enter the Western fantasy world at any time and choose a new teleportation point. Just as Chen Luo was about to sense the location of the mother nest, he sensed a surge of excitement bordering on mania from the lighthouse centipede. "Sir, these centipedes are ramming the transport ship." Chen Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ordered, "Let them out." All the transport ships' hatches opened simultaneously, and the lighthouse centipedes rushed out, then followed the 5th-tier lighthouse centipede towards a planet ahead. Chen Luo knew without a doubt that the planet below must be the mother nest, otherwise these lighthouse centipedes wouldn't be so frantic. Chen Luo looked at the large screen in front of him, watching the planet get closer and closer. He could roughly make out the shape of the planet. The entire planet was blue-purple, and the side Chen Luo saw was almost entirely ocean, with very little land. "Protoss, launch reconnaissance ships to scan this planet." "Yes, sir." All the reconnaissance ships flew towards this planet, and soon the planet's data was continuously transmitted back. "Your Excellency, the stars here are relatively weak, the planets have a lifespan of less than 1 billion years, there are no natural satellites, the orbital period is roughly the same as Earth's, and the gravity is about 5 times that of Earth. The air content is fine, it's just that the humidity is very high, which is enough for humans to survive. Land only accounts for about 1/1000th of the planet's surface area, most of it is sea, hence the blue color. As for the purple color, it is a type of seaweed, which is extremely abundant and contains extremely high energy. Furthermore, large numbers of Zerg were discovered feeding on these purple algae. The mother hive may be using the energy contained within these algae to nurture its Zerg." Upon hearing this, Chen Luo frowned. No wonder he felt that a piece of purple algae was missing in such a short time. It turned out that the insectoids were eating the purple algae. Are there other life forms on this planet? Some. The Protoss displayed a set of photos on the holographic projection, showing a group of strangely shaped aliens. They were roughly humanoid, but their bodies were half a meter taller than ordinary humans, and their skin was entirely purple. Chen Luo couldn't describe what it looked like either. In short, it didn't conform to normal people's aesthetics. If he had to find a comparison, it might be more like a troll from a Western fantasy world. They were carrying various weapons that looked like metal, and their bodies were wrapped in animal skins or similar things, making them look like people from a primitive era. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this planet was still in the primitive era. However, considering the age of the planet, it's not that strange. Earth is now 4.6 billion years old, and humans appeared 5 million years ago. This planet is so young, yet intelligent life has already emerged. If it had developed to the stage Earth is at now, it would probably have become a super civilization. These aliens are attacking the Zerg with metal weapons. They are all strong, agile, and appear to be quite powerful. Chen Luo saw an alien lift a rock weighing at least several hundred kilograms and throw it at a Zergling. Keep in mind that the gravity here is 5 times that of Earth. If these aliens were on Earth, they could lift 2 to 3 tons, which is almost the weight of a small car and is comparable to the physical capabilities of a first-tier superhuman. However, no matter how strong their physical abilities are, they are of little use against the Zerg. The Zerg on this planet have devoured a large amount of algae, and even the weakest have reached Tier 3, while the strongest have reached Tier 5, just like the mother hive. A group of primitive humans with only one level of cultivation trying to deal with a species like the Zerg is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Moreover, the Zerg's numbers completely overwhelmed them, so in the blink of an eye, the Zerg swallowed the entire group of several thousand people whole. These aliens must have eaten those purple algae to become so strong, right? According to my calculations, there is a 90% chance that this is the case, and their skin turning purple may also be due to the influence of those algae. Chen Luo naturally felt no pity. He was rather curious about those purple algae. It was interesting that eating just that stuff could turn someone into a first-tier superhuman. Following the centipede, they went to find the mother nest. As the spaceship followed the lighthouse centipede into the atmosphere and reached an altitude of over 1,000 meters above an island, Chen Luo suddenly gave another order: go to the sea and collect some algae to analyze. Then, stand by in space. Yes, sir. After giving instructions to Xingling, Chen Luo had her open the hatch and fly out. As soon as he arrived above the planet, Chen Luo felt his body suddenly sink, and he almost fell. A golden light suddenly emanated from Chen Luo's body, instantly neutralizing the gravity effect. With a thought, Chen Luo transformed into a golden streak of light and chased after the lighthouse centipede. In the very center of the island, an enormous black cocoon appeared, which appeared to be at least several hundred meters tall. Around the cocoon, there were countless black insects both above and below, clearly protecting it. When they sensed the lighthouse centipede descending from the sky, countless insectoids on the ground immediately sprang into action, transforming into a black storm that surged toward the lighthouse centipede. Chen Luo stopped in mid-air at this moment and extended his mental energy to the cocoon. The next moment, Chen Luo's expression changed drastically. The mother nest was actually advancing in rank. How is that possible? Chen Luo never expected that the mother nest would have the ability to advance in this world. And the method this guy chose was very simple: to be assimilated by the rules of this world. That black cocoon is a wisp of the world's rules. Once the mother nest hatches from it, it will not only be synchronized with the world's rules, but may also directly advance. Chen Luo sensed with his mental power that it had accumulated an extremely large amount of power within its body, far exceeding the requirements for the 6th rank. Chen Luo knew he absolutely couldn't let it complete its advancement. A 5th-tier mother nest was already terrifying enough. Once it advanced to the 6th tier, who knew what abilities it would gain? It would probably be even more difficult to deal with then. However, Chen Luo did not act rashly. He was only at the 3rd level, and although he was many times stronger than the 3rd-level superhumans in the Western fantasy world, he was still no match for the sheer number of insectoids. The entire island has been occupied by the Zerg, and there are probably no less than 1 million of them here alone. Moreover, the Zerg are constantly rushing over to the places he senses with his mental power. The mother hive has clearly sensed the danger and is summoning all the Zerg to come and protect her. Chen Luo has no chance of going up now. He has to wait for the lighthouse centipede population to grow stronger. It was even more eager than Chen Luo to destroy the mother nest. It was an instinct from its very soul that it simply couldn't resist. Meanwhile, the lighthouse centipede swarm was already locked in a fierce battle with the densely packed insectoids. Black blood and green venom splattered everywhere, and the roars of the insectoids and the excited shrieks of the lighthouse centipedes intertwined, creating a scene that could give anyone goosebumps. Chen Luo flew upwards expressionlessly, keeping a distance from the battlefield. Despite the huge difference in numbers, the lighthouse centipede actually grew stronger with each battle due to the element of restraint. In half a day, although some lighthouse centipedes were bitten to death by the Zerg, their numbers increased to 3,000. Most of these were split off from the 5th-tier lighthouse centipede. With the endless supply of Zerg energy, most of its clones also advanced to the next tier. As the number of lighthouse centipedes surged, the situation gradually began to tilt in their favor. At this moment, Chen Luo grew impatient. He directly transmitted a thought to the controlled lighthouse centipede in his mind: attack the mother queen directly. It is advancing in rank. Once it completes its advancement, it will be in great danger. The lighthouse centipede paused noticeably during the Zerg's charge, as if it had sensed something was wrong. The next moment, the lighthouse centipede opened its mouth and let out a shrill roar, abandoning the insectoids in front of it and rushing towards the black cocoon on the ground. Upon hearing the shriek, the other lighthouse centipedes immediately abandoned their prey and followed closely behind the lighthouse centipede, attacking it. At that moment, the Zerg seemed to go mad, recklessly swarming towards the lighthouse centipede to prevent them from getting close to the black cocoon. The lighthouse centipede seemed determined, charging forward recklessly and quickly tearing a gap in the dense insectoid swarm, reaching the top of the black cocoon. The Zerg seemed to realize they couldn't stop them, and suddenly one of them exploded, with bursts of black flames appearing one after another. Chen Luo was shocked to see this. Just like in the Western fantasy world, this mother hive also hid the void fire within the insectoids' bodies. This is most likely the result of the abyss's control. This guy is not only good at hiding, but also extremely cowardly. Although there was nothing here that could threaten the mother nest, he still kept the void fire as a backup. As soon as the void fire exploded, it immediately ignited the nearby lighthouse centipedes, and hundreds of them were instantly reduced to ashes by the irresistible flames. The other lighthouse centipedes were also frightened and hurriedly dodged the black flames, flying away into the distance. However, there were simply too many of these insectoids, and no matter where they hid, they could not completely escape them. Chen Luo moved swiftly, transforming into a golden streak of light as he swooped down. As he flew out, Chen Luo casually released the largest void fire he could currently use. A huge ball of void fire suddenly appeared outside Chen Luo's body, about 2 meters in size, and then quickly spread to the golden shield around him. The gold and black colors blended together seamlessly without any clash. Chen Luo's speed increased dramatically again as he charged towards the black flames below. When Chen Luo's figure collided with the first wisp of void fire, the black flames within his body suddenly burst forth, swallowing the smaller wisp of black void fire. Chen Luo continued moving, crashing into more and more smaller void flames. Each time Chen Luo absorbed a wisp of black flame, the void fire within his body would increase by a certain amount. As Chen Luo's flight speed increased, he devoured more and more void fire. Soon, the black flames surrounding Chen Luo's body had more than doubled in size. Wherever he went, any Zerg he encountered was burned to ashes in the terrifying void fire. The crisis of the lighthouse centipede was also resolved at this time, but its numbers were reduced to less than 500. Just as Chen Luo was about to fly to the mother nest, he suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from the cocoon. Then he saw it scatter on the ground like a smashed egg. Chen Luo was slightly startled and immediately extended his mental energy over there. When he sensed that the mother nest inside was still at the 5th level, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The will of the abyss clearly sensed the danger, so it stopped the advancement in advance, otherwise, it would have been left to die. A moment later, a mother nest that was 500 or 600 meters long appeared before Chen Luo's eyes. Compared to its mother nest in the Western fantasy world, it has expanded considerably in size. Its appearance has also changed significantly. Its deep black shell is more lustrous, like black glass, and the shell is more complex with more beautiful lines. Looking at the mother nest, Chen Luo felt a sense of danger, a feeling he had never experienced even with the 5th-tier lighthouse centipede. Although it has not completely completed its advancement, it is stuck between the 5th and 6th tiers. It is not at the peak of the 5th tier, but rather resembles a half-step into the Saint realm. The mother nest's massive body slowly turned around, not looking at the lighthouse centipede, but its dozens of compound eyes staring at Chen Luo in the air. "You dare to come here in your true form." Chen Luo immediately recognized that it was the mental fluctuation of the abyss's will. Chen Luo remained calm and didn't even bother to answer. With a wave of his hand, the Hunyuan Brush transformed into a longsword in his hand. The power of 10,000 swords. With a deep shout from Chen Luo, golden sword lights began to appear one after another around him. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10,000 tiny golden swords, each about a meter long, appeared in the sky. As soon as the sword light appeared, blue lightning crackled and exploded, covering it and turning into a dazzling light of gold and blue. But the sword light did not stop there. Soon, black void fire covered it again, turning it into a strange blend of 3 colors, and the sky was quickly enveloped in a strange light. Once Chen Luo had gathered his strength, he immediately swung his longsword, and all the sword light burst down from the sky. The golden sword light, as powerful as thunder, shot down from the sky. All the insectoids below the 3rd tier that were hit were blasted into nothingness by the lightning power of the sword light. Even if a 4th tier being could barely withstand the power of thunder, it would be unable to withstand the golden divine power that followed, and would be quickly destroyed by the dual forces. Even those at the 5th rank, capable of withstanding the invasion of golden and blue power, could not withstand the black void fire and were instantly reduced to ashes. Moreover, these sword lights were extremely penetrating. After piercing through the bodies of the Zerg, they did not disappear but continued forward, searching for new targets. Boom! When nearly 10,000 sword beams struck the ground, the entire island shook violently, as if an earthquake had occurred. The ground began to crack inch by inch, being cut into countless pieces, and in some places it simply collapsed. When the dust settled, the Zerg on the island had vanished completely, leaving only a few hundred Zerg near the mother hive. Chen Luo's initial plan was to clear the battlefield, not to attack the mother nest. "Send your clones to block the incoming Zerg." Chen Luo gave a command to the lighthouse centipede in his mind. At this moment, Zerg were flying in from all directions, and it was clear that the hive had summoned all the Zerg back. The number of Zerg on this planet is unknown. The summoning of the mother hive almost instantly blocked out the entire sky, plunging half the planet into darkness. This scene terrified the aliens on the planet. Most of them were fighting back against the Zerg, but in an instant the Zerg stopped attacking them and flew into the sky. This unexpected turn of events surprised them and left them somewhat bewildered. When they saw the countless insectoids in the sky, they were terrified, never expecting that there were so many insectoids on the planet. Some of the aliens knelt on the ground, seemingly begging for divine protection, while others collapsed to the ground, as they had a sudden realization that their doomsday seemed to be approaching. Other aliens nearby sensed the unusual activity on the island where the mother hive was located, and the Zerg were heading in that direction, which alerted them to something. Many daring people rowed their boats toward the island, wanting to find out what was going on. The lighthouse centipede was very obedient and immediately ordered its surviving clones to rush towards the Zerg horde approaching from the sky. These clones are able to survive in the void, and they are basically all at the 5th rank, so they have no problem dealing with ordinary Zerg. The lighthouse centipede controlled by Chen Luo eagerly swooped down towards the mother nest in the air, seemingly not wanting to wait a moment longer. Chen Luo frowned. This thing got so excited when it saw the mother nest that it couldn't possibly survive if it were touched by the void fire. Chen Luo moved swiftly and immediately followed. The mother hive's enormous body was too bulky to move easily. Even though it saw the lighthouse centipede flying down, it couldn't dodge it. It could only order the Zerg around it to intercept the lighthouse centipede, while it began to gnaw on the black cocoon fragments left on the ground. The cocoon was actually made from a wisp of the world's rules and the enormous energy it absorbed. Although it had not completed its advancement, these things still had a tremendous effect on it. While it was devouring the cocoon, the lighthouse centipede had already killed the insectoids that attacked it. In an instant, it pounced on the mother nest's mountain-like body and bit down on the mother nest's back shell. The mother nest seemed oblivious, continuing to devour the cocoons on the ground. Although the mother nest's carapace was incredibly sturdy, it offered little protection against the lighthouse centipede's sharp teeth. It bit right into the mother nest's carapace, and deadly venom gushed out along its teeth, injecting into the mother nest's massive body. The lighthouse centipede tore and bit for a long time, and its venom poured in, but at this moment it discovered that the mother nest shell was surprisingly thick. Even though it bit in a full meter deep, all that came out was its carapace. The lighthouse centipede dug hard on the back of the mother nest until it dug more than 10 meters deep, but still couldn't break through the carapace. Even Chen Luo was speechless. He knew before that Zhang Shengan had always been cautious and prioritized defense, but he never expected that this guy had created such a thick tortoise shell. This is only because the lighthouse centipede was able to control the creature. If it were any other creature, it would be impossible for it to dig this deep. At this moment, the mother nest seemed to still ignore the lighthouse centipede, quickly swallowing all the cocoons into its mouth. Then, its abdomen suddenly twitched, and 3 pure black cocoons were spat out. Chen Luo's eyes narrowed suddenly. After the mother nest released the 3 cocoons, its aura weakened drastically, and it actually dropped directly from the half-step saint realm to the early stage of the 5th rank. At this moment, large clusters of void fire suddenly erupted from the mother hive's carapace. Knowing how terrifying this thing was, the lighthouse centipede was immediately frightened and flew into the air. The mother nest did not pursue, but simply lay prostrate on the ground, appearing extremely weak. Seeing this, Chen Luo felt a strong sense of alarm. The mother nest had gone to such lengths to produce these 3 black cocoons, which clearly meant they were something extraordinary. The 3 black cocoons began to vibrate rhythmically as soon as they hit the ground. After a while, the cocoons quickly split open, revealing 3 tall and strong humanoid creatures inside. They were about 2.5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over their bodies, as solid as bricks. At first glance, it looks terrifying, but it doesn't seem out of place at all. Instead, it has a unique, streamlined beauty. This is a very strange creature. In addition to its strong body, it is covered with a black carapace-like armor, which protects the vital parts of its body. Their appearance was somewhat like that of dwarves, or perhaps aliens from this planet, with red eyes that resembled rubies, giving them an eerie quality. Chen Luo immediately recognized that this creature was likely created by combining the strong physique of dwarves with the characteristics of aliens from this planet. But that alone wouldn't be enough to surprise Chen Luo. These 3 creatures were surrounded by a faint aura of black abyss, and the smell emanating from them was extremely terrifying. From the moment they appeared, their cold, ruthless eyes were fixed on Chen Luo, like a pair of wild wolves eyeing a piece of tender flesh. This feeling was familiar to Chen Luo, like the lighthouse centipede eyeing the Zerg. Chen Luo suddenly realized that this was very likely a Zerg creature specifically hatched by the mother hive to target him. The will of the abyss was after him, so it wouldn't care about the lighthouse centipede or the life or death of the mother nest. Killing Chen Luo was all that mattered. No wonder the mother nest ignored the attack and focused on hatching these 3 cocoons. The man standing on the far left stared at Chen Luo expressionlessly, slowly raising his hands to form a strange hand seal at his danchan. Immediately afterwards, a red light flashed in his eyes, and his hands suddenly came together in a mudra. Chen Luo's expression changed slightly. The moment the man formed the hand seal, he could feel countless sharp energies reaching his face, but he could not see anything. This was the first time Chen Luo had encountered such a bizarre attack. He was startled and suddenly rose nearly 100 meters into the air, slashing his longsword downwards with all his might, sending a golden sword aura sweeping across the spot where he had just been standing. Boom! The golden sword energy struck an invisible layer of energy and immediately exploded, sending out a shockwave. At the same time, the second man also made his move. He suddenly stomped on the ground, causing it to tremble slightly, and then shot into the air like a cannonball. Almost instantly after leaping up, he was in front of Chen Luo and then threw a punch. Chen Luo was stunned. He was able to fly because he had mastered the Wind God Talisman and the effect of his mental power. Ordinary 5th level cultivators would never be able to fly. But this thing actually leaped nearly 200 meters into the air. Its strength and jumping ability are terrifying. Even with his strength and physical abilities, Chen Luo couldn't possibly jump that high. While he was still in a daze, the man had already punched the void fire outside his body. There was no joy in Chen Luo's eyes, because he knew that the void fire probably couldn't harm this guy. The Abyssal knew that it also controlled the void fire, so how could it allow this humanoid insectoid to attack it at close range if it wasn't confident? As expected, the moment the fist touched the void fire, a ball of black flame also lit up on the opponent's fist, then it went straight in, breaking through the golden shield around Chen Luo's body, and then struck his body. Chen Luo let out a muffled groan, feeling as if his body had been hit by a high-speed heavy truck, plummeting from the sky and crashing heavily into the ground. Bang! Chen Luo's internal organs were churning violently from the terrifying force. He lost control and spat out a jet of blood several meters away. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used the void fire within his body to neutralize the void fire on the humanoid insectoid's fist, he would probably have been burned to death by now. Before Chen Luo could even feel relieved, he slapped the ground beneath him and flew from underground into the sky. As soon as he left, a huge bare foot stepped on the spot where he had just been. Another earth-shattering tremor came, and the ground that Chen Luo had already smashed open instantly cracked open a huge chasm 3 or 4 meters wide. Before Chen Luo could catch his breath in mid-air, another humanoid Zerg jumped up and punched him in the heart again. Chen Luo dodged again in a disheveled state, then unleashed his mental power and slammed into the humanoid insectoid. Taking advantage of the gap, Chen Luo flew to a higher altitude and looked over with surprise and uncertainty. In the brief exchange of blows, Chen Luo was completely at a disadvantage. In reality, no one had ever been able to threaten him before, but this time he truly felt the danger. Each of these 3 humanoid insectoids possessed peak 5th tier strength, suppressing him in power and undoubtedly surpassing him in speed as well. Jumping to a height of over 200 meters in less than 0.1 seconds is almost like teleportation. Although Chen Luo's full-speed flight exceeded the speed of sound, it was impossible for him to reach such an exaggerated speed. Moreover, these 3 humanoid Zerg possessed void fire, which was specifically designed to target Chen Luo. What made Chen Luo even more wary was that they had only deployed 2 humanoid Zerg members. The other humanoid Zerg member was moving rapidly on the ground, not attacking Chen Luo, but instead setting up something on the ground. At each point he reached, black crystals would spray out from his body, and he would then make hand seals and insert them into the ground. In just a short moment, no fewer than dozens of black crystals were driven into the ground around the terrain. Chen Luo vaguely guessed that it was some kind of formation, but he was already seriously injured and was powerless to destroy it even if he wanted to. Holy crap! Chen Luo waited in the air for his body's self-healing ability to repair the wounds inside his body. He originally thought that at this altitude, those humanoid insectoids should be out of reach. But in just a short while, the humanoid Zerg below had disappeared. Immediately afterward, Chen Luo felt a gust of wind brush against his face, and a huge black figure appeared before him, followed by another punch coming down. Chen Luo felt a chill in his heart. He had no time to dodge and had no choice but to throw a punch in return. Boom! The air seemed to shatter at that moment, emitting a thunderous explosion. Chen Luo's body, which had just healed, was instantly shaken, causing his blood and chi to surge, and he fell uncontrollably from the air. He felt everything go black before his eyes, and he was sent flying backward in a very disheveled state, crashing headfirst into the ground, unable to move for a long time. After knocking Chen Luo away, the humanoid insectoid figure in the sky moved again, tearing through the air and plummeting down like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chen Luo. 2 other Zerg on the ground also arrived later but arrived earlier, charging in simultaneously. Chen Luo was shocked. The humanoid insectoid's strength was astonishing, at least several thousand tons. Even with his protective aura and physical abilities that were many times greater than those of ordinary people, he was still seriously injured at this moment. He was desperately using the Vitality Talisman to repair his injuries and regain his mobility. Seeing the 3 humanoid Zerg rushing towards him, Chen Luo knew that if he didn't teleport away soon, he would have no chance. He had a thought and was about to disappear when he was surprised to find that his body was still in the same place. Chen Luo was even more shocked than before. He refused to believe it and tried to enter the Western fantasy world again, but found that his body did not move at all. After trying several times without success, Chen Luo realized that he really couldn't enter the Western fantasy world. Don't make a futile struggle. Before you arrived, I set up a forbidden array on this island that can block all spatial power. Hand over the primordial brush obediently. Chen Luo was startled. It turned out that the humanoid insectoid was not setting up an array, but activating one. The Abyss Will's goal from the very beginning was the primordial chaos brush. He once possessed the primordial chaos brush, and although it's unknown what level of access he had, he was certainly very clear about its abilities. That's why they set up that forbidden formation here so early on to prevent Chen Luo from entering the Western fantasy world. His ability to enter the Western fantasy world at any time is actually a kind of spatial ability. Now that he's been outmaneuvered by the will of the Abyss, he suddenly has no chance to escape. Chen Luo figured it out in a short moment, but for the time being, he was at a loss for what to do. Seeing the three humanoid insectoids rushing towards him, Chen Luo didn't have time to think. He unleashed his mental power, forming a massive mental force field that blocked the three men's punches and kicks. Boom! The three of them struck the force field, and although they didn't hit Chen Luo, the force was still applied solidly to the force field. The combined power of the three was terrifying, instantly causing the mental energy field, along with Chen Luo, to sink more than 10 meters into the ground. Chen Luo coughed up another mouthful of blood. The recoil from the mental field was too strong, and the attack speed of this group was getting faster and faster, leaving him no time to react. Then a series of loud thuds were heard, and Chen Luo was forcefully driven deep into the ground. Chen Luo was furious. He tried to enter the Western fantasy world again, but it still didn't work. This forbidden formation clearly restricts not only the island's area, but also the underground and the sky. Chen Luo suddenly realized that he had no power to resist. Although his current strength far exceeds that of a third-tier being in the Western fantasy world by countless times, he is still only a third-tier being. If these humanoid insectoids were only fourth-tier, he would still have a fighting chance. However, having crossed two major levels, and facing three insectoid creatures hatched from forces specifically targeting him, he was completely overwhelmed. If you hand over the Hunyuan Brush, I can spare your life. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the abysses will drifted down from above again. Chen Luo sensed this mental fluctuation and instantly regained his senses. He quickly regained his composure and began to think of a solution. If Chen Luo believed what the will of the abyss said, he would be out of his mind. With his mind racing, Chen Luo had already calculated that he had absolutely no chance of winning. At this moment, Chen Luo also realized that this was the last resort he had mentioned in the future. If he doesn't use the techniques from 9 Heavens of Annihilation, even if he can keep using his mental field to hold on, he will be shaken to death by this force. Not using it will surely lead to death, while using it might give you a chance to live. Chen Luo made the decision almost without thinking. Chen Luo immediately began to circulate the divine power within his body, recalling the first move of the 9 Heavens of Annihilation, and at the same time summoned the primordial chaos brush, Jun Tian Sword. As the power of annihilation surged into the primordial chaos brush, Chen Luo suddenly let out a sharp shout. A golden sword light suddenly shot out from the longsword formed by the Hunyuan Brush and instantly soared into the sky. The clouds were dispersed at that moment, forming a pillar of light that stretched from the sky to the earth. A golden sword light, as bright as the sun, enveloped the entire sky. People in this space had only one feeling: it was as if the entire world had collapsed, and all matter and energy in the world had turned into that destructive golden light. A terrifying golden light enveloped everything, like a roaring demonic dragon about to devour and crush everything in its mouth. At that moment, the Zerg, the lighthouse centipede, the mother nest, and the 3 humanoid Zerg suddenly froze, as if they had been frozen in place, and dared not move. The aliens, rowing from afar, saw this scene and stared in disbelief at the golden beam of light. Immediately afterwards, all the aliens, whether they were on the ship or on other islands, knelt down and worshipped the pillar of light. This seems to be the power of annihilation. No, impossible. How could the power of annihilation possibly exist in this world? The will of the abyss emitted a terrifying mental fluctuation. This terrifying swordlight not only contained enormous energy, but also exuded a vast and boundless majesty, a supreme sense that made people feel no sense of offense. At that moment, countless wounds suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's body, and blood gushed out, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Chen Luo knew that his body could no longer withstand the power of the Junshin sword. If he didn't unleash this attack soon, he would be killed by it before he could even kill the enemy. Jun Tian Sword. Chen Luo let out a sharp cry and forcefully raised his longsword, swinging it down fiercely. A golden pillar of light suddenly burst forth, and countless golden rays of light plummeted down from the sky. Each ray of light that fell left a rift in space, and in an instant, tens of thousands of spatial rifts appeared. Wherever the light passed, both the Zerg and the lighthouse centipedes began to melt away like snowflakes falling into hot coals. As the golden light finally fell to the ground, an invisible ripple spread outwards. The entire island, the mother hive, and all the Zerg and lighthouse centipedes suddenly and silently vanished, turning to dust. The earth continued to sink, making a terrible noise, and then crashed into the seabed. As Chen Luo plunged into the sea, a golden light swept over him. He hurriedly tried to enter the Western fantasy world, but it was no use. Chen Luo was so anxious he almost spat blood. This move didn't discriminate between friend and foe. If he were hit, he would be dead. Chen Luo knew that the formation was not completely destroyed yet. Judging from the situation, the forbidden formation might not disappear until the entire island was destroyed. Chen Luo had no choice but to keep trying to enter the Western fantasy world. Just as the golden feathers were about to fall on Chen Luo suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo let out a long breath and instantly healed his injuries with a thought. Chen Luo had dealt with the mother nest, but he couldn't feel happy because he thought of the warning he would receive in the future. The attack of the 9 heavens of annihilation was as terrifying as expected. Even though he only had the strength of the 3rd rank, he was able to kill the mother hive and the Zerg in one strike. However, for some reason, Chen Luo felt a persistent sense of crisis lingering in his mind. Even in a Western fantasy world, where he possesses the power of a god, this remains true. Discard the power of annihilation. A voice suddenly echoed in Chen Luo's mind, causing him to pause slightly. Discard the power of annihilation. While he was still in a daze, the voice in his mind rang out again, this time crystal clear, and he could not be mistaken. Chen Luo instantly understood, this must be a memory left behind by his future self. Chen Luo hesitated slightly, unsure whether he should believe it or not. The main problem was that he couldn't determine whether he could cultivate again after losing his annihilation divine power. But a sense of crisis lingered in his heart. Chen Luo always felt that something bad was about to happen, and it seemed imminent. If I'm not mistaken, this reminder should resolve the crisis. A resolute glint appeared in Chen Luo's eyes as he swiftly dissipated the cultivation technique within his body, replacing the original annihilation divine power with a soul talisman. Just then, Chen Luo felt an extremely terrifying aura tear through space and quickly lock onto him. Chen Luo was startled. This aura was the same mysterious being that had sent him flying back when the spatial passage was opened that day. Could it be that I sensed something wrong? The terrifying aura swept over Chen Luo, who let out a puzzled sigh. Fine, we'll see when we try. As soon as the sound faded, a golden light burst forth from the sky, heading straight for Chen Luo. Chen Luo was filled with doubt and surprise. No wonder his future self didn't want him to use it. He had guessed right. Using this move would indeed attract the attention of unknown beings. Moreover, it seems that once discovered, it's a point of no return. When Chen Luo saw the golden light burst forth, he was greatly alarmed. The golden light was exactly the same as the aura of the 9 heavens of annihilation that he had just released. Will the other side also be annihilated in the 9 heavens? Chen Luo didn't have time to think about it further. The annihilating divine power released by this being was completely incomparable to his own. Even with his current divine power, he felt threatened. Chen Luo vanished from the Western fantasy world in an instant and appeared in the Marvel universe. But as soon as he appeared, the golden light reappeared, still closely following him. Chen Luo looked on in astonishment. This thing could actually cross space? Chen Luo dared not linger and immediately disappeared again, this time appearing on a spaceship in the Earth's universe. Sir, a powerful energy attack has occurred. As soon as the Protoss's voice rang out, the golden light obliterated the spaceship. Chen Luo never expected that the opponent's attack would be so bizarre, capable of not only crossing space but even planes. At this critical moment, Chen Luo remained calm despite his panic. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he suddenly disappeared from his original spot, appearing in the Abyss world. Just as Chen Luo had predicted, the golden light relentlessly pursued him. Chen Luo first arrived at the 3rd level of the Abyss world and teleported towards the Abyss Lord of this level. The Abyss Lord on this level is an 8th tier Abyss Blood Spider. It felt immense fear when Chen Luo appeared, but before it could react, it saw a dazzling golden light illuminate the entire 3rd level of the Abyss world. The Abyss Blood Spider's enormous body, measuring 700 or 800 meters in length, was completely wiped out before it could even react. Chen Luo, in a terrifying moment, teleported again to the location of the Abyss Lord on the 4th level of the Abyss. At the same time, he informed Gasker to go to the 3rd level of the Abyss to seize the soul flame of the Abyss Blood Spider. In this way, Chen Luo teleported layer by layer, from the 3rd level of the Abyss all the way to the 13th level of the Abyss. As they ventured deeper into the world, the Abyss Lord's strength gradually increased, rising from the 8th rank to the 10th rank. However, no matter how powerful the Abyss Lord was, it was instantly reduced to ashes under the golden light, without any ability to resist. Since the will of the Abyss dared to plot against him like this, Chen Luo naturally didn't intend to let him off so easily. These Abyss Lords were separated from the Abyss will and represent a portion of its power. Eliminating them all would weaken the Abyss will. The will of the Abyss clearly knew that Chen Luo had arrived with this golden light, so it obediently acted like a coward, not daring to reveal even the slightest trace of its aura, for fear of being discovered by Chen Luo. Chen Luo searched back and forth several times but couldn't find any trace of the guy, so he had to teleport to the 4th level of the Abyss again. At this moment, all the abyssal worlds were in chaos. With the destruction of the Abyssal Lords, the Abyssal Demons and Abyssal Lords all rushed to seize the soul fire of those lords. The place where Chen Luo appeared was the location of the soul fire of the 4th level Abyss Lord. Hundreds of millions of abyssal monsters have appeared there, all of them turning into madmen and rushing towards the enormous ball of soul fire in the sky. This is the instinct of the abyssal monsters. As long as they devour the soul fire, they can become the masters of this level. No abyssal monster can resist this temptation. Even though Chen Luo's appearance made them feel threatened with destruction, not a single abyssal demon retreated. The golden light followed closely like a leech, instantly obliterating the abyssal demons that were vying for the soul fire. A terrifying vacuum appeared amidst hundreds of millions of abyssal demons. Not only the abyssal demons, but even the soul flames were extinguished at that moment. Chen Luo didn't even dare to look, and teleported to the 5th layer of the abyss world again, the same place where those abyss monsters were fighting for the soul fire. Just like on the 4th level, no abyssal monster could withstand the golden light, which instantly destroyed the demon lord second only to the abyssal lord. Chen Luo truly felt the terrifying power. It not only ignored space and planes, but even the rules here were ineffective. Even if Chen Luo wanted to eliminate these abyss lords, it would take a lot of effort, and the deeper the world, the more difficult it would be. However, the power of this golden light was the same whether it was in the abyss or on Earth. Everything is completely and utterly reduced to ashes, without exception. Chen Luo is also in a real bind. He is locked in place by this power and can only teleport continuously. Moreover, one cannot be careless in the slightest, even the slightest hesitation could lead to disaster. But this couldn't go on forever, he had to find a way to escape. While constantly teleporting within the abyss world, Chen Luo began rapidly searching for a solution. The abyssal creatures suffered terribly. Every time Chen Luo appeared, he was in the area with the most abyssal monsters, and they were the strongest demon lords below the Great Lord. Only they were qualified to compete for the Great Lord's soul flame. As Chen Luo repeatedly teleported through the 11 worlds of the abyss, even these demon lords were obliterated by the golden light. After Chen Luo repeated this a dozen times, all the abyssal demons of the 7th rank and above in the abyssal world disappeared. The remaining demon lords also realized that something was wrong and were so frightened that they scattered and fled, hiding in the abyssal will just like the will of the abyss. However, although Chen Luo couldn't find the location of the abyss will, finding these demon lords was still easy. He could lock onto them with just a thought. Chen Luo specifically sought out the most powerful demon lords and teleported there. Soon, even 7th-tier demon lords began to be eliminated one after another. The will of the abyss seemed determined, refusing to emerge no matter how much Chen Luo stirred up the abyss world. This guy clearly knew that the golden light was something extraordinary, and even if it was weakened now, it was still better than going out to die. Chen Luo had no other choice but to try to escape. Chen Luo glanced at the golden light and tried to attack it with the magic power of the Western fantasy world, but found that it had no effect. Immediately afterwards, neither battle chi nor divine power from the Western fantasy world had any effect. Chen Luo had no choice but to cling to his last glimmer of hope and unleash the void flame. Unexpectedly, although the golden light was not afraid of the void fire, it shrank slightly when it passed through it. Chen Luo was overjoyed. Fortunately, the void fire was effective, otherwise, he would have been truly helpless. Chen Luo continuously used void fire to gradually weaken the power of the golden light. However, as time went by, Chen Luo discovered another problem. The golden light had stopped shrinking and seemed to have become immune to the void fire. This was the first time Chen Luo had encountered a substance that was immune to the fire of the void. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. No wonder his future self had said not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Now he knows the reason. That unknown entity is indeed countless times more terrifying than the mother nest. Seeing that the void fire was no longer effective, Chen Luo had to think of another way. After much thought, the only thing he could use now was the 36 divine talismans he had obtained from Earth. Chen Luo began by using the power of the Thunder God talisman, one by one. In the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo had no difficulty mastering it. He could use the 36 divine talismans however he pleased. However, just like before, the power of the 36 divine talismans had no effect on the golden light. Chen Luo was gradually losing his composure. Although he could teleport continuously, the golden light was getting closer and closer to him, almost hitting him several times. He knew very well that even if there were divine powers in the Western fantasy world, they would most likely be destroyed by this golden light. While feeling anxious, Chen Luo couldn't help but casually release the power of several different divine runes. However, something unexpected happened to Chen Luo. When the golden light touched the different divine runes, it suddenly paused slightly. Chen Luo was stunned at first, then overjoyed. The power of the talisman is working. Without a second thought, Chen Luo immediately produced 10 more different divine talismans and launched them together. To Chen Luo's astonishment, the power of the 10 divine talismans did not stop the golden light. Instead, they were instantly torn apart and continued to fly towards him. Chen Luo paused for a moment, then quickly considered the matter and made a judgment. He recalled the power of the 5 divine runes he had just unleashed, and immediately swung out another strike. The result was the same as the first time. The golden light was blocked for a moment, giving Chen Luo a brief respite. Chen Luo instantly understood that these divine talismans probably needed to be combined in different ways to achieve their miraculous effects. With this thought in mind, Chen Luo decided to conduct an experiment first. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed the power of all 36 divine talismans at once. Boom! The power of the 36 divine talismans surged forth, instantly converging into a strange azure light that collided with the golden light. Chen Luo is currently in the 5th level of the abyss. As the two forces collided, a beam of light flashed and disappeared. The next moment, Chen Luo saw the space of the 5th layer of the abyss world begin to collapse, and the ground began to shake violently. This wasn't just a fragment of space shattering, the entire 5th layer of the abyss world collapsed. Countless abyssal creatures began to wail, vanishing into thin air before the terrifying power. Chen Luo vanished in that instant, heading towards the 6th level of the abyss world. As soon as he appeared, the golden light followed closely behind, but this time it was much weaker than before, even more so than the void fire. This is the divine power of Xian Tianjun. Could it be that I was mistaken? Xian Tianjun's divine power does resemble the divine power of annihilation. Never mind, whether you are or not, an ant from a low-dimensional world can't cause any trouble. Let's see if you have the ability to survive under this wisp of my divine power. At that moment, Chen Luo felt the terrifying aura that had been locking onto him disappear, but the golden light did not disappear and was still following closely behind him. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that mysterious being. This golden light was clearly released by the other party, with the purpose of forcing him to use all his power. Fortunately, he immediately destroyed his annihilation divine power, so he didn't sense the other party's appearance the moment it appeared. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of being chased by a golden light, they might have been annihilated by the opponent with overwhelming force. Chen Luo casually unleashed the power of 36 divine talismans at once, striking the golden light. With a loud bang. As expected, the 6th layer of the abyss world collapsed. Chen Luo suddenly sneered. Originally, it would have been difficult for him to completely destroy the abyss world with his own power, but now, with the help of this golden light, he could do it with ease. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo went to the 4th and 7th layers of the abyss and destroyed both worlds. The abyss has now been reduced from 13 levels to 9, with the first 3 levels now occupied by Gasker. Just as Chen Luo reached the 8th level of the abyss and was about to use the same trick again, he was shocked to find that the power of the 36 divine talismans had no effect. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized that the golden light seemed to be able to adapt to the opponent's attacks, until it became completely ineffective. Chen Luo was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such terrifying power, which was almost like a living thing. To put it another way, this means that the power of annihilation is invincible. Imagine a power that could originally rival the power of annihilation, but after a few clashes, it becomes ineffective against it, while the power of annihilation still retains its terrifying destructive force. Who could withstand that? This is equivalent to the power of annihilation suppressing all other forces, until in the end no one can defeat him. The power of annihilation cultivated to this level is terrifying, truly terrifying? So where will my future self attain nirvana in the 9 heavens? Countless questions arose in Chen Luo's mind, but he had no time to think about them, because the golden light caught up with him again. Chen Luo's mind raced with thoughts. Ordinary power was no match for the power of the annihilation god. He was immune to the void fire and the power of the divine talisman. The only thing Chen Luo could think of right now was to use the same power of annihilation to counter the power of annihilation, but the thought of that unknown entity immediately made him abandon the idea. That's no different from suicide. Chen Luo can't even handle this wisp of annihilating divine power released by the opponent. If he attracts attention again, he will surely die. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo suddenly realized that he had just used a combination of 36 divine talismans, but he hadn't yet used 35, 34, or 33. If you combine them in this way, you will get countless combinations, each with a different power. As long as the output continues, this trace of annihilating divine power will eventually be consumed. With a thought, Chen Luo immediately combined the power of the 35 divine talismans and casually slapped them out. But as soon as this force was unleashed, Chen Luo froze again. Just like the result of unleashing more than a dozen divine talismans earlier, it had no effect whatsoever. Chen Luo's mind reacted extremely quickly. He understood almost instantly. These divine symbols cannot be combined arbitrarily, they must be combined according to a specific method. For example, when he first unleashed it, he used wind, thunder, ice, soul, and Vajra talisman. These combined were incredibly powerful and could affect the power of annihilation. However, even if you swap out one of these 5 talismans or add another, it will have no effect. After Chen Luo figured it out, he was stumped because there were too many possible combinations. This is similar to buying a lottery ticket like Super Lotto. It also uses 36 numbers, but by simply choosing 7 numbers from those 36, there are more than 800,000 possible combinations. Chen Luo had to try from 2 to 35, which was exhausting. But Chen Luo had no choice at the moment. Dying from exhaustion was better than dying outright. However, Chen Luo wasn't making a mindless attempt. Based on the 2 effective talismans he had just encountered, he was basically certain that the soul talisman had played a decisive role. From this, it can be inferred that the second-tier divine runes of time, space, and reincarnation also play a dominant role, so Chen Luo decided to start the experiment with these 4 divine runes as the main focus. With a thought, Chen Luo immediately combined the power of the 4 divine talismans and casually unleashed them. Boom! As he had anticipated, the 4 combined divine runes once again took effect, blocking the power of annihilation and weakening it somewhat. Chen Luo was overjoyed and took advantage of the gap to unleash the power of 5 divine talismans again. This time, he added the 5 elements divine talismans of the 3rd tier. As expected, it worked just as well. Chen Luo knew he had found a way to survive, and he began to launch combined attacks using the 4 divine talismans as the core. If you encounter an incorrect combination, immediately use the previously used useful combination runes to counter it, and take the opportunity to create a new rune combination. As Chen Luo continued to weaken the power of annihilation, the golden light grew smaller and smaller, eventually becoming only the size of a palm. At this time, Chen Luo had not yet used up the combination of the 4 core divine runes. The more combinations Chen Luo made, the more he discovered the wonder of these 36 divine talismans. Because the power of the talismans will vary as the number of combinations increases and the combination methods differ, resulting in different effects. In the simplest case, adding a 6th divine talisman to the same 5 talismans might increase attack power or transform them into a shield with powerful defensive capabilities. The situation was incredibly complex and varied, leaving Chen Luo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, Chen Luo felt relieved. If things continued this way, it wouldn't be long before he was able to completely resolve the power of annihilation. Just as Chen Lasong breathed a sigh of relief, the golden light suddenly transformed into a palm-sized sword beam, shooting towards Chen Lasong at an even faster speed than before. Chen Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. What had just been a simple pursuit by the power of annihilation had suddenly changed. This annihilating divine power became filled with a destructive aura, possessing a completely different power than before. Chen Luo's heart sank. He sensed a familiar aura. It was the first move of the 9 heavens of annihilation, Jun Tian's sword. Chen Luo suddenly realized that this was probably the final blow. If he could survive, he would live; if he couldn't, he would be doomed. His mind raced, and the power of the 36 divine talismans surged forth. This time, it wasn't an attack, but rather a cyan protective shield that appeared within his body. Immediately afterwards, he began to unleash the power of 35 and 34 divine talismans, all of which transformed into protective shields, layer upon layer, covering the outside of his body. In a short moment, Chen Luo had stacked 35 layers of protective shield around his body. At the same time, he summoned the Hunyuan Brush with a wave of his hand and infused it with the power of the combined divine talismans. Wherever the golden sword passed, space shattered. Bring it on! Chen Luo knew that with the speed of this sword light, he couldn't dodge it even if he tried, and he didn't want to dodge it anymore. Chen Luo raised his long sword and charged towards the small golden sword. After the golden light transformed into a sword, its speed was on a completely different level from before. It was as if it could teleport, and before Chen Luo could react, it pierced through the first layer of protection around his body. After only a slight resistance, the golden sword continued to break through Chen Luo's protective shield layer by layer. It gets smaller and smaller as you go further in, until it finally becomes only the size of a fingernail. Even with just this small amount, Chen Luo dared not be careless and still used all his strength to slash at the small golden sword. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded instantly. With Chen Luo exerting all his strength, combined with the power contained in the small golden sword, the energy that erupted was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the 8th level of the abyss was swallowed up and instantly vanished under the shroud of black light, with everything inside being obliterated by the black light. All of Chen Luo's protective shields were torn apart, and the barely visible golden sword struck the longsword formed by the Hunyuan Brush. The next moment, Chen Luo coughed up a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward uncontrollably. At the same time, the world behind him crumbled inch by inch, and countless spatial rifts appeared. Chen Luo lost consciousness instantly, his body passing through those spatial rifts and appearing in Earth's universe. Chen Luo appeared at the location of that alchemy spaceship, which was the place where he had just disappeared from Earth. Chen Luo's body continued to shoot backward at an extremely high speed, quickly passing through the atmosphere of that alien planet and continuing to fall at several times the speed of sound. The immense friction generated by the rapid descent against the air burned all of Chen Luo's clothes. Even his skin began to burn from the heat generated by the friction, but soon a layer of blue protective shield appeared on his body to isolate the huge friction force from the outside world, and at the same time, it peeled off the burning clothes on his body. After the clothes disappeared, the true form of the Hunyuan brush could be seen outside Chen Luo's body, and the cyan protective shield originated from it. Chen Luo's body's self-healing ability and vitality talisman quickly took effect at this moment, repairing all the injured areas. However, after the external injuries were healed, a highly destructive golden light appeared inside Chen Luo's body, which began to continuously destroy the life force within him. Even though the combined restorative power of the vitality charm and the self-healing ability is terrifying, it still cannot compare to the destructive power of this golden light. Seeing that Chen Luo's internal organs were being destroyed and even his body was beginning to disintegrate, he suddenly plunged headfirst into the sea. Bang! Chen Luo's body collided with the purple algae in the sea, and his momentum was momentarily slowed. After smashing through countless purple algae, Chen Luo's body was completely enveloped by them. These purple algae, as if alive, rapidly spread onto Chen Luo's body, binding him tightly and beginning to exert force, seemingly trying to strangle the creature that had invaded their territory. The cyan protective shield around Chen Luo remained completely still, no matter how much the purple algae exerted their strength. At the same time, the Hunyuan brush seemed to sense the energy contained in these purple algae, and suddenly burst out with light, beginning to frantically absorb the energy of the purple algae and then injecting it into Chen Luo's body. Chen Luo's body had been severely damaged, and his self-healing ability and vitality talisman were simply unable to repair it. However, with the influx of purple energy, it was quickly restored to a balanced state. Chen Luo's internal organs were constantly being destroyed, yet simultaneously being constantly healed. If Chen Luo hadn't lost consciousness at this moment, the excruciating pain, akin to being slowly sliced to death, would likely have caused him to faint again. With each destruction and repair, his body's strength increases by 1 point. This process continued repeatedly, and large amounts of purple algae began to wither rapidly, turning gray. The remaining algae were also very intelligent. They seemed to realize that the situation was not good, and immediately began to abandon Chen Luo and flee into the distance. The Hunyuan brush suddenly emitted an even stronger light, drawing all the fleeing purple algae into it, and the enormous energy within them rapidly surged into Chen Luo's body. Soon, the purple algae within a nautical mile radius were drained. Immediately afterwards, the purple algae within a radius of 5 nautical miles, 10 nautical miles, and nearly 100 nautical miles withered rapidly and turned into dead matter. Looking from above the planet, the purple portion of the ocean can be seen disappearing at a visible rate, turning into a gray, dead zone. After the purple algae in this area were drained, the Hunyuan brush dragged Chen Luo's body and quickly headed towards the next area of purple algae on the seabed. Chen Luo felt as if he were in a void in darkness. He entered this world the instant he was struck by the power of annihilation. There was nothing here, not a single ray of light, except for a single silver glow. Chen Luo understood in an instant that the silver light was his soul. He wanted to move, to wake up, but found that he couldn't move no matter what he did. Chen Luo could only move around in a very small space. A strange barrier prevented him from moving and from regaining consciousness. Chen Luo kept searching for a way to leave this area, but no matter how he tried, he could not find a way to break through this barrier. He refused to give up, knowing that once he did, all would be lost and lifeless. Chen Luo made continuous efforts and attempts. He didn't know how much time had passed. There was no concept of time in the soul space. Chen Luo felt as if hundreds of years had passed, or as if only a few days had passed. Although Chen Luo's soul could move to a wider and wider area, the barrier remained completely unshaken. Finally, he gave up the idea of leaving and stopped completely. Chen Luo couldn't see anything, he could only vaguely sense slight changes in the energy around him. Trapped in boundless darkness and utter loneliness, Chen Luo was nearly driven mad. There was no matter here, only endless void and darkness. Even though Chen Luo had gotten used to being alone, he couldn't bear it for long. Chen Luo had no other choice but to try to think of other things in order to avoid going crazy. But Chen Luo recalled everything from his childhood memories to the present, savoring every little detail. Even after recalling every detail more than a dozen times, he still couldn't leave this space. Having exhausted all other options, Chen Luo began to try cultivating various techniques, including the 9 heavens of annihilation. However, he is currently in a soul state, and although he wants to cultivate, it is of no use at all. To his surprise, he couldn't cultivate any of the techniques, except for the soul talisman, which worked. Chen Luo was overjoyed. He knew this was because the soul talisman was very special, it enhanced the soul, so it did not require a physical body. When you are cultivating, you will not feel the passage of time. Chen Luo immediately immersed himself in the cultivation of the soul talisman, abandoning all other thoughts. Whenever he woke up, he would enter a state of cultivation again, not allowing himself any time to stop and think. As Chen Luo continued to cultivate the soul talisman, his silver soul gradually expanded. It started as the size of a fist, gradually growing to the size of a basketball, and the range of movement its soul could take also increased. His soul transformed into the unique shape of that divine talisman, radiating a faint silver glow. Chen Luo was so engrossed in cultivation that he was completely unaware of the passage of time, only seeing his soul constantly growing stronger. Growing stronger and stronger. Time passed by day. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Luo's soul had filled the entire space he could move in, reaching a size of nearly 100 cubic meters. Just then, Chen Luo suddenly sensed movement around him. Chen Luo sensed the changing environment once again. He heard the wind and footsteps, felt himself in the water, and smelled a strong fishy smell. On a coastline, Chen Luo lay on the beach, his body shrouded in a blue protective shield. A large group of purple-skinned aliens were surrounding him. One of the tall aliens raised a metal weapon that looked like a hammer and slammed it down on the blue shield. Bang! The alien used so much force that it was thrown back with just as much force, sending its body flying and knocking over a bunch of aliens behind it. Upon seeing this, the other aliens immediately started shouting and yelling, seemingly quite excited. Then, another alien with an even stronger physique appeared. He picked up the original iron hammer and slammed it down on the cyan protective shield around Chen Luo. Just like before, this alien was also ejected. Next, no matter which alien comes, or several people exert force together, they will be pushed back. The aliens, however, became increasingly excited as they smashed things, as if they were having some kind of celebration. In that instant, Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of light, almost tangible, shot out from his eyes and then slowly floated up. Just then, three aliens wielding metal weapons came crashing down. Chen Luo had just opened his eyes and was not yet sure where he was. When he saw the three aliens rushing towards him, he frowned slightly, and with a thought, his mental energy surged forth. The next moment, the bodies of the three aliens, including their weapons, were strangely compressed into a single mass. It looked like a tomato that had been run over by a speeding car, instantly bursting into a mangled mess, with purple blood spurting everywhere. The aliens around them were stunned. They glanced at Chen Luo as if he were a devil, and then fled in panic. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. It was impossible to flatten a person's body before he regained consciousness. Moreover, the physical strength of the people on this planet is roughly equivalent to that of a first-tier superhuman, making it even more difficult to crush them into a pulp. Peak of the 5th tier? Chen Luo was then stunned to find that he had become a 5th-level cultivator without even realizing it, and that his mental strength had also increased dozens of times. He tried to extend his mental power to its fullest extent and found that the area covered by his mental power had increased from less than 10 kilometers to at least 200 kilometers in radius. It should be noted that even the capital city of Beijing is only about 100 kilometers in radius, and Chen Luo's current mental power is equivalent to covering 2 Beijing cities. Even a 5th-tier mage in a Western fantasy world doesn't possess such terrifying mental power. This level is at least achievable only by those in the Saint Realm. Chen Luo was pleasantly surprised. It felt like he had taken a nap and woken up stronger. How much time has passed? Chen Luo was somewhat dazed. Although he couldn't feel the passage of time, he had a vague intuition that he had been asleep for a very long time. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, but quickly noticed his current situation. The radiant Hunyuan Brush floated on his chest, and his entire body was completely naked. Although there was no one here, Chen Luo still felt a little uncomfortable. With a thought, he quickly appeared in the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo was just about to get a new set of clothes when he was shocked to discover that he was still at the 5th rank in the Western fantasy world. Based on past experience, Chen Luo would automatically adjust to the abilities of a creator god after entering the Western fantasy world. However, at this moment, he is still at the 5th level of the real world. Although he still has the ability to control various rules, it is far less powerful than when he was a god. Chen Luo tried to teleport to the divine realm, but found that he only moved forward 10 meters. What's going on? Chen Luo was a little confused. How could this be? My body has been damaged and cannot synchronize with the rules. Please wait for me to repair myself. Just as Chen Luo was completely baffled, the voice of the Hunyuan Brush came over. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo was startled. He quickly summoned the Hunyuan Brush, held it in his hand, and began to examine it intently. Upon closer inspection, a crack was indeed found on the Hunyuan Brush. The crack is so small that it is difficult to notice unless you look closely. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered that before he lost consciousness, the power of annihilation had struck the Hunyuan Brush. Looking back now, he was probably able to survive because the Hunyuan Brush blocked that blow. Was it shattered by that golden light? Yes, that is divine power from a higher dimension, capable of harming me. Higher dimensional world? What does that mean? Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he immediately pressed for an answer. That's easy to understand. The higher dimensional world is to you what the Western fantasy world is to you. Chen Luo's mind went blank for a moment, and he instantly understood what the Hunyuan Brush meant. The gods of higher dimensions are like gods to him, whether in the Western fantasy world or in the Earth universe. Just like the Western fantasy world to him, whether mortals or gods, they are nothing but ants, and can be destroyed with a thought. You mean, I'm also a domesticated creature? Chen Luo gasped in surprise. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He had had this suspicion ever since that mysterious being appeared. No, my abilities are unique, you are simply living in a lower dimensional world. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo did not feel any better. He had become accustomed to being invincible and to the power of the gods, never expecting that he was just a frog in a well. So you are also a product of a higher dimensional world? Yes. Then who created you? Insufficient permissions to answer the question. Chen Luo was speechless. He knew he didn't have the authority to ask, and no matter how he asked, the Hunyuan Brush wouldn't tell him. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then asked, "Who was the person who attacked me?" Only the Hunyuan royal family in the 9 heavens can cultivate the power of annihilation. The one who attacked you must be a member of the Hunyuan royal family. What are the 9 heavens and the Hunyuan royal family? Insufficient permissions to answer the question. Helpless, Chen Luo asked several more key questions, but the answer he received was always that he lacked the necessary permissions. Chen Luo understood that this was probably a privilege he only gained after advancing to the 5th rank. Before he regained consciousness, he probably wouldn't even know what a higher dimensional world was. How long will it take you to complete the repairs? Based on Earth time, it will take another year. Wait, it still takes another year. How long have I been unconscious? When Chen Luo heard the Hunyuan Brush mention a year, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. According to Earth time, it is 10 years and 1 month. Chen Luo was stunned. Although he could sense that a long time had passed, he never expected that 10 years had actually gone by. Chen Luo couldn't believe it. He sensed the location of the teleportation point in the apartment in Zhongcheng and teleported there instantly. When Chen Luo appeared, everything inside was exactly the same as when he left, not even the furnishings had been moved, but it was spotless and showed no signs of anyone having lived there. Chen Luo realized he was still naked, so he immediately went into the room and opened the wardrobe. The clothes inside were exactly the same as before, without any changes. Chen Luo quickly found his clothes and put them on, then couldn't help but frown. If 10 years had really passed, these clothes couldn't possibly be completely unchanged, not even faded. Chen Luo looked puzzled. He went into the living room and turned on the TV. The news was playing on TV, and the date was April 8, 2032. When Chen Luo saw that number, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He certainly didn't think there was something wrong with his eyes. He went out onto the balcony and looked outside, and sure enough, he found that the scenery outside had changed a lot compared to 10 years ago. There are more high-rise buildings now, but there's also more greenery under the buildings, with many green spaces appearing. Chen Luo looked at the street again. With his current eyesight, even from the top floor of a building over 30 stories high, he could clearly see the license plate numbers of vehicles on the street a kilometer away. The license plates are all for new energy vehicles, with very few gasoline-powered vehicles. Seeing this, Chen Luo finally became certain that he had indeed slept for 10 years. Chen Luo frowned, a multitude of questions now swirling in his mind. Why was I unconscious for so long? The power of the annihilation divine force is extremely strong, one of the most powerful divine forces in higher dimensional worlds. Even though my body withstood most of the damage, your body still couldn't withstand it. Your self-healing ability and the power of the divine rune couldn't cure you either. Fortunately, the algae on that planet contained a vast amount of spiritual energy, which I absorbed and used to repair your body. However, because the power of annihilation possesses the characteristic of annihilating life, even with a large amount of spiritual power, I can only barely keep your physical body from collapsing. I am unable to awaken you. Chen Luo suddenly realized that before he went to deal with the mother nest, he had asked the star spirits to collect some algae for analysis. He never expected that it would be these algae that saved him. After I absorbed 80% of the algae on that planet, the last bit of annihilation divine power finally disappeared, but 10 years had passed. Chen Luo was speechless. He finally realized just how terrifying this power of annihilation was. When the golden light finally entered his body, it was only a tiny bit. Even such a tiny amount was too much for Chen Luo's divine body in the Western fantasy world to withstand, leaving him severely injured and unconscious for 10 years. This is no longer a power level at all. Then why did I become a 5th order cultivator? I only cultivated my mental power, I didn't cultivate my physical body, nor did I fuse with divine genes. You came to the real world from the Western fantasy world with a divine body. You originally possessed power exceeding the 10th rank, but it was weakened to the peak of the 5th rank by the power of annihilation before you stopped. Chen Luo was speechless. He never expected that he hadn't become stronger at all, but had actually been weakened to the 5th tier. No wonder the divine genes in his body were still 20%, but inexplicably became 5th order. Because he was weakened to the 5th rank in the Western fantasy world with the body of a god, and the Hunyuan Brush was damaged, he was unable to recover to the strength of the creator god. Fortunately, the Hunyuan Brush was repaired in just 1 year. When he first obtained the Hunyuan Brush, he was only at the 1st or 2nd rank. Now that he's at the 5th rank, there's nothing that can threaten him anymore. Could this be considered a blessing in disguise? However, after thinking about it, Chen Luo felt that it didn't seem like a blessing in disguise. In 10 years, he can accomplish so much. Wait, 10 years? How many years has that been in the Western fantasy world and the Xiangxia world? Chen Luo quickly calculated that he had reduced the time flow rate while cultivating, but now 10 years have passed, and nearly 50 years have passed in the Western fantasy world, while in the Xiangxia world, if we calculate one day as 10 years, that's nearly 40,000 years. Chen Luo was startled. Fortunately, he had adjusted the time flow ratio before dealing with the mother nest. Otherwise, when he woke up, 4,000 years would have passed in the Western fantasy world and 400,000 years would have passed in the Xiangxia world. God knows what happened back then. 50 years in a Western fantasy world is a long time, but not much will change. 40,000 years in a Xiangxia world should be just enough for apes to evolve into humans. Chen Luo simply stopped thinking about it and directly immersed his mind in the Western fantasy world, where he quickly discovered that the layout had undergone a major change. Chen Luo's expression was somewhat strange. If he didn't enter the Western fantasy world, he could still sense the entirety of the Western fantasy world. However, after entering the Western fantasy world, he only possessed 5th-tier abilities. At this point, the Western fantasy world was no longer in the Holy Realm era, but it entered the mythological era. The three, led by Gosen, Chris, and Ilia, were the first to become 8th-tier myths. After they advanced, other intelligent races followed suit, and all of them produced 8th-tier mythical powerhouses. Even Trundle, as well as the Titans and Merfolk that Chen Luo hadn't paid attention to for a long time, produced 8th-tier mythical powerhouses. Each race has 2 to 3 7th-tier epics, while the race with the most 6th-tier holy domains has more than 10, such as the human race. Chen Luo was stunned when he saw it. According to his calculations, at most 7th-tier epics should appear in 50 years. How could so many 8th-tier mythical powerhouses suddenly appear? Something's wrong. What on earth happened? Chen Luo's question was actually directed at the Hunyuan Brush. Because of the power of annihilation. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback. What does this have to do with the power of annihilation? The power of annihilation is the divine power of a higher dimensional world, representing a higher power of laws. When you enter the Western fantasy world, it completely activates the laws of the Western fantasy world, making the world laws that were originally difficult to sense clearer. This state will continue until the power of annihilation in your body disappears. Chen Luo understood. The power of the laws of the Western fantasy world was originally as difficult to grasp as a flash of light in the darkness for the natives of the Western fantasy world. However, when the power of annihilation entered the Western fantasy world, it was like boiling water being poured into cold water, heating up the cold water and making the laws of the Western fantasy world easily perceptible. If before it was a fleeting glimmer of light in the darkness, now it shines as brightly as the moon in the darkness, visible to anyone who isn't blind. Starting from the 5th rank, the most important thing for advancing is to comprehend the power of the laws. The higher the rank, the deeper the mastery of the laws is required. These people were originally exceptionally talented, and 50 years was an immensely easier time for them to master the power of laws than ever before. It's no wonder they advanced to the 8th order mythology level in such a short time. Chen Luo felt as if he had missed a lot. He roughly reviewed the situation of the various continents in the Western fantasy world, and then he couldn't help but frown. During his absence, the political landscape on the mainland has undergone tremendous changes. Within the human realm, after taking control of the Weimar Kingdom, Trundle transformed the Dark Church into the state religion and, at the same time, led the Weimar Kingdom to abandon its previous conservative approach and begin large-scale expansion. Trundle's goal was naturally to spread the Dark Church and gain more followers. Originally, the many kingdoms in the east had formed a stable alliance to counter the increasingly powerful Ansino Empire in the south. Now that the core of the alliance suddenly wanted to annex them, these countries naturally would not sit idly by. In the early stages, the Weimar Kingdom, with its powerful alchemists and Trundle's dark sorcerers, held a significant advantage and quickly destroyed the 4 weaker neighboring countries. However, when they reached the trading kingdom of Aden, they encountered obstacles. A new religion also arose there, the Church of Fate, which worships the god of fate, and its pope is none other than Dalton, who was granted the divine status of fate many years ago. Although the kingdom of Aden's alchemical prowess was not as great as that of the kingdom of Weimar, there was no fundamental difference between them. Moreover, before the rise of alchemy, the kingdom of Aden had always been the strongest among the eastern kingdoms. Even though the Weimar kingdom eventually surpassed them, their trade was not significantly affected thanks to their inherent geographical advantages. Moreover, merchants are profit-driven, and almost everyone in the kingdom of Aden is a merchant. After realizing the terrifying wealth-creating ability of alchemy, they immediately spared no expense to poach a large number of high-level alchemists from the goblins and the kingdom of Weimar. With the emergence of Dalton's destiny magic, the Weimar kingdom now possessed a fighting strength in terms of the number of superhumans, and its offensive was immediately contained within the Aden kingdom. At the same time, a large number of new alchemical weapons, such as war airships, alchemical submarines, alchemical bombs, and alchemical machine guns, were developed and put into use on the battlefield. The use of these weapons of mass destruction made the battlefield extremely brutal, and after several years of war, countless people died in both countries. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi led the vampires to fish in troubled waters on the battlefield, sacrificing their blood to the eternal blood river to grant the vampires even greater power. Necromancers also appear, collecting the souls of the dead on the battlefield strewn with corpses, preventing the dead from even entering the underworld. The eastern kingdoms of the continent of Yani were plunged into an era of rampant demonic chaos. This situation would normally be an excellent opportunity for both the Ansino Empire and the Central Chris Empire to destroy the Eastern Kingdom. However, the Ansino Empire was preoccupied with its own problems at this time. After the death of Jerome I, the first emperor of the Ansino Empire, his successor, Gary II, was unwilling to let the Ansino royal family become a puppet. He joined forces with Oliver, the high priest of the Church of the Underworld, and after more than 10 years of planning, secretly plotted to kill Pope Anmish, taking advantage of the moment when the Black Dragon Augusta came of age and returned to the Endless Sea. At a banquet, Oliver took advantage of Anmish's trust and poisoned his drink, attempting to kill him. Unfortunately, Anmixia was too powerful and could not poison him to death. He could only trap him in the palace and try to starve him to death. At the same time, Oliver announced that Anmicius had died suddenly and that he would succeed him as pope, beginning a large-scale purge of priests loyal to Anmicius together with Gary II. The Church of the Underworld wasn't stupid either. Anmixiu already possessed the strength of a 6th-tier Saint Realm cultivator at that time, so dying suddenly from an illness was simply a joke. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately see that this was a coup, a long-planned conspiracy. Many priests loyal to Anmicius refused to acknowledge Pope Oliver's identity and demanded to see Anmicius's remains. Without the slightest hesitation, Oliver immediately declared the priests heretics and executed them in a bloody manner. But what he didn't expect was that the deaths of these priests not only failed to deter the opponents, but instead caused even more people to begin to question them. Although the priests and believers in the capital dared not speak out, the priests stationed in various places publicly declared their refusal to recognize Oliver's papacy. Enraged, Oliver ordered his trusted men to lead a large army to attack the opposing priests. The Ansino Empire launched a civil war that lasted for more than a decade, resulting in bloodshed, and the vampires seized the opportunity to profit from the chaos. The reason why the Chris Empire had no time to look eastward was because, after hundreds of years of peace with the Church of Light, it had finally started a new round of war. The cause of the matter is very simple. After Shang Wengsuan advanced to the Saint Realm, he originally wanted to destroy the Mao Alliance and completely unify the western part of the Yani continent. After Shang Wengsuan advanced to the Saint Realm, the alchemical cannons became useless. With his powerful personal strength, he could single-handedly storm the city walls and destroy all the alchemical cannons. After the Holy Sword dynasty conquered 2 countries in quick succession, the entire Mao Alliance sought help from the Church of Light, expressing their willingness to establish the Church of Light as the state religion. The Mao royal family also knew that Shang Wengsuan had thoroughly offended the Church of Light during the struggle for the blood of the gods, and that they would definitely receive a response if they asked the Church for help. As expected, Innocent V immediately announced the mobilization of a large army to support the Mao-Oxley military alliance. In fact, even before they requested aid, King Innocent V, upon learning that Shang Wengsuan had once again launched an attack on the Mao military alliance, had already stationed his troops on the border, preparing to attack the Holy Sword Kingdom. The Church of Light organized an army of 500,000 men, which was personally led by Innocent V as he marched south. The Church of Light has a deep foundation, and its number of soldiers and superhumans far exceeds that of the Holy Sword dynasty, which has only been established for a little over a decade. Even in alchemical weapons, the Church of Light was not far behind. Because Fang Xingchen was there, he knew all too well how terrifying firearms were. Originally, King Innocent V did not take alchemy seriously, but Fang Xingchen repeatedly asked him to pay attention to alchemy and to develop it at all costs. Although Fang Xingchen held no official position in the Church of Light, no one in the Church of Light, including King Innocent V, dared to disregard his words. Especially after the battle for divine blood ended, the drop of divine blood, under the divine decree of Her Majesty the Goddess of Light Elizabeth, was not given to the Pope or the Saintess Jasmine, but to Fang Xingchen. After that, although Fang Xingchen did not hold any official position in the Church of Light, his status was subtly second only to the Pope and the Holy Maiden. In the following period, the Church of Light also developed alchemy, hiring alchemists from the Goblin and Joseph's Alchemy Academy to serve in the Church of Light Kingdom and vigorously promoting alchemy throughout the country. With an army of countless superhumans and alchemical weapons, Innocent V, like Shang Wengsuan, swept through the land and soon arrived at Riva, the capital of the Holy Sword dynasty. Upon learning this news, Shang Wengsuan was forced to abandon the plan to destroy the Mao military alliance, leaving ordinary soldiers to cover the rear while leading the Knights of Glory back to the capital. Beneath the walls of Riva, the Holy Sword Dynasty and the Church of Light engaged in an exceptionally fierce battle. Although Shang Wangsuan was personally powerful, his foundation was far inferior to that of the Church of Light. In addition, half of his troops were in the Mao military alliance, putting him at a disadvantage from the start. Even though he was able to suppress Innocent V, the opponent still had a large priestly corps, plus a military force several times larger than the Holy Sword Dynasty, which quickly plunged him into a bitter battle. In the nearly 3-month siege, not only were the royal capital's troops almost completely wiped out, but the Knights of Glory also lost half of their forces, yet the Church of Light still failed to breach the city of Riva. Just when Shang Wangsuan was about to collapse, the Kris Empire sent troops. They split into 2 groups, one directly attacked the homeland of the Church of Light, and the other went to support the Holy Sword Dynasty. Shang Wangsuan did not ask the Kris Empire for help, nor did the other party intend to help him. Everyone in the Kris Empire understands that once Riva city falls, the Holy Sword Dynasty will inevitably collapse completely. At that time, unless the Church of Light is an idiot, it will take advantage of the situation to annex the entire western part of the continent. With more land, a larger population, and more believers, and with a deity standing behind the enemy, the power of the Church of Light will rise to another level, which is definitely not good news for the Kris Empire. At this point, governing a larger territory is no longer a problem. The most fundamental reason is that the goblins' train and railway technology has spread to the continent of Ani. The most important role of technology is to change the way people interact. For example, the invention of printing promoted the publication of a large number of books, reduced the cost of learning for people in the Western fantasy world, and changed the way various races interact. The advent of alchemy changed the way combat was conducted in Western fantasy worlds, and also changed the way people interacted. The advent of railways and trains also profoundly changed the way different races interacted. With railways and trains, firstly, any country can easily mobilize a large-scale army, making its military strength stronger. Secondly, it can connect remote areas with the central government, making politics more unified and commerce more prosperous. Once the land is conquered and the railway is built, it will be easy to bring this area under our rule. The entry of the Kris Empire into the war gave Shang Wangsuan a breather, but it also turned the war into a quagmire. Countless casualties were suffered on all 3 sides, which also benefited the vampires and necromancers who took advantage of the chaos. When Chen Luo retraced his steps back to this point, his brows furrowed even deeper. As Zhao Yi re-entered the Western fantasy world, the vampires became incredibly active. We just got rid of those 2 rascals, Zhang Junhao and Zhang Shengan, and now another one who needs to be taught a lesson has arrived. Let you jump around for a while longer. Just as Chen Luo was about to check on the situation of the goblins on the Alvan continent and the merfolk on the Dan continent, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "They're actually going to summon a godhood." With a thought, Chen Luo appeared in the city of Killuo within the Orc territory. During the Beast God ceremony, the High Priest will invoke the descent of divinity. Several months ago, the orders were issued by all the post offices throughout the Suva dynasty, and all the Beast God temples and priests in the Orc territory, as well as a large number of believers, were mobilized. The Beast God ceremony, held once every 100 years, was originally the most important festival of the Beast God temple. High Priest Gorn would invoke the descent of divinity and become a demigod during the ceremony, making it an even more important event for the Beast God temple. At the same time, the grand ceremony also extended invitations to all kingdoms within the Orcish territory, and these kingdoms, regardless of whether they belonged to the Orcish temple faith, all sent envoys. They even dispatched teams of envoys to the major human empires, as well as to the elves, goblins, and dwarves, all of whom received invitations to attend the ceremony from the temple of the Beast God. Gosen demonstrated his domineering and arrogant attitude in this way, and was not afraid of anyone trying to cause trouble. Unite faith, ignite the divine fire, unite divine positions, invoke divine status, and ascend to the divine kingdom. This is already a well-known method of becoming a god in the Western fantasy world, but to this day, no one has actually taken this step by step. As for Elizabeth, the goddess of light, she was led to the kingdom of the gods by the creator god and is not included in this list. The entire Western fantasy world was in an uproar when it was learned that Gosen was about to take the most important step. The moment the message was received, 8th-tier mythical powerhouses from all races and extraordinary individuals from all professions gathered in Killuo City. At this moment, the city of Quirrell was like a grand gathering of races. Any intelligent creature from the Western fantasy world could be seen here, including vampires, necromancers, and even dragons that had traveled from afar. Meanwhile, various religions and cults that had previously been hidden in the shadows and disappeared from public view began to show signs of activity, emerging from the darkness in order to witness this grand event. Such a thing may be something many people will only see in their lifetime. After all, it is said that only 1 in a billion people can cultivate to the 8th level of mythology. The 13 divine thrones have been established, and each one that ascends reduces the number of thrones available. Later generations could only choose to become followers of the gods or subordinate gods, and unless the chief god fell, they would never have another chance to become the chief god. The 8th-tier mythical powerhouses all wanted to witness Gosen's invocation of godhood, or at least know what the process entailed, since only a handful of people witnessed Elizabeth's ascension to the divine realm. Even for those who have no hope of reaching that point, witnessing mortals transform into gods is something worth cherishing for a lifetime. There are tens of thousands of other races of extraordinary beings, not to mention the followers of the beast god temple itself. Countless believers marched toward the city of Kylo with piety. When Chen Luo appeared in Kiluo City, it was already as lively as a pot of boiling porridge. The entire vast city of Kiluo seemed to have been set on fire, engulfed in a carnival feast. The city of Kilok has doubled in size since a century ago. Quarrel was already the best city in the world, and it would have been very difficult to expand it further. However, with the spread of alchemy, more modern building techniques were introduced, making it possible. During the celebration a century ago, the city of Quarrel was so crowded that it was difficult to move around, even with nearly 20 million people in it. At this time, the city already had no fewer than 30 million people, yet it still operated very smoothly. This was only 3 days before the start of the celebration, and there were still a large number of believers and extraordinary individuals on the way. If this trend continues, the number of believers could easily exceed 40 million. Chen Luo strolled through the streets of Kiluo City, observing the changes that had taken place. Compared to a century ago, Quarrel has undergone dramatic changes. The root of all this, of course, lies in the rise of alchemists. Alchemy workshops are now ubiquitous in Quarrel City. Although their alchemy skills are not as advanced as those of Joseph's Alchemy Academy, an orc here has received an alchemical inheritance from Chen Luo. Overall, they are only slightly inferior to those within the human realm. The workshop model greatly increased the orcs' productivity, not only in the Suva dynasty but throughout the entire orc territory. The Alchemy Academy model and the establishment of numerous academies led to an increasing number of literate and knowledgeable individuals among the orcs. On the streets, you can see that most people are dressed in a bright and stylish manner, which is also one of the products of the alchemy workshop. With the advent of the new steam engine, textile workshops not only saw a significant increase in production efficiency, but also produced fabrics with increasingly vibrant colors. Increased production naturally leads to lower clothing prices. This made the luxurious clothes that were originally only affordable for nobles and the wealthy accessible to ordinary people. The orcs were all in excellent spirits, something rarely seen in the city of Kiro 100 years ago. As Chen Luo had predicted, alchemy profoundly changed all the intelligent races in this world. Chen Luo strolled around leisurely, getting a general understanding of the current development of Kiluo City, before preparing to leave. He planned to return in 3 days to see if Gosen could succeed. However, based on Chen Luo's understanding of Gosen, he must have absolute confidence that he would dare to announce to the world and invite all 8th-tier mythical powerhouses to attend the ceremony. Just as Chen Luo was about to disappear, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. A look of surprise appeared on Chen Luo's face, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his lips. "I almost forgot about you." Chen Luo immediately changed direction and walked into a dark alley. From the depths of the alley, flashes of divine light occasionally appeared, and screams of agony could be heard. When Chen Luo reached the end of the alley, he came to a muddy area. This place looks like a garbage dump, with discarded items everywhere and sewage all over the ground. At this moment, 2 sides are engaged in battle. One side consists of only one person, a slender female elf. She is dressed in black leather armor and wields a blunt heavy sword that is almost as tall as her. She is fighting against more than a dozen people dressed in black who surround her. Although this female elf was alone, she was not at a disadvantage against more than 10 people. Behind this group of men in black was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s and was wearing a black robe. He calmly observed the center of the battlefield, seemingly unconcerned about his comrades. Chen Luo found this amusing. The female elf was Shangyu, whom he had bestowed the great sword and the demon slayer's legacy upon, while the young man in black robes was Lucius, who had received the dark divine arts legacy. Judging from the situation, it seems that the dark church is hunting down Shangyu. As for why he was being hunted down, Chen Luo didn't bother to go back in time, even a fool could guess. Most likely, it was because Shangyu wanted to avenge her parents and the village, and she kept attacking the people of the Dark Church. Trundle sent Lucius to kill her. To Chen Luo's surprise, both Shangyu and Lucius had actually reached the 6th Order Saint Realm level. While the activation of the rules of the Western fantasy world played a role, the exceptional talent of these 2 individuals also contributed significantly. The scene was quite lively, with various dark divine spells shining brightly, but these spells had little effect on Shangyu. As a demon slayer's strength increases, their resistance to dark magic will gradually increase. Moreover, demon slayers are warriors, so their physical strength is inherently high. The combination of these 2 factors makes it difficult for dark magic to work on demon slayers, essentially making them the natural nemesis of the Dark Church. However, the result of Shang Yu's attack on them was completely different. The Great Jew's sword itself possessed unparalleled weight. As long as one was hit by it, one would either cough up blood and fall to the ground, or be shattered to pieces. Gradually, more than a dozen dark sorcerers from the Dark Church were wiped out, leaving only 2. Vice Pope, please help. We can't hold on any longer. A dark sorcerer cried out in alarm. He had expected Lucius to make a move, but even though most of them were dead, Lucius still showed no intention of intervening. Lucius yawned and waved his hand lazily, saying, "A bunch of useless trash, get back here." The 2 dark sorcerers, upon hearing this, were overjoyed and hurriedly returned to Lucius's side. "I am incompetent, please forgive me, Vice Sect Master." Lucius laughed and patted the 2 men on the shoulder. It's all right. You've done your best. Rest assured and go on your way." The 2 men were stunned by what he said. Before they could understand what he meant, they heard a crisp cracking sound, saw their own backs, and then completely lost consciousness. As the 2 men fell straight down, Lucius sighed softly and stared intently at Shang Yu, saying, "Why won't you believe me? I told you I have a way to help you get revenge." Shang Yu's expression was indifferent. He put away the great Jew's sword, turned around and left, seemingly not wanting to talk to Lucius at all. Lucius quickly caught up and grabbed Shang Yu's hand. "Listen to me, don't be impulsive." Shang Yu remained silent, but suddenly grabbed the large rectangular sword on his back and slashed back. Facing the whistling great sword, Lucius remained unfazed, neither dodging nor releasing Shang Yu's hand. The great sword stopped less than a centimeter from Lucius's face. A huge gust of wind made Lucius's hair float and his robes flutter. "You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? It's not that you're afraid, it's that you can't bear to," Lucius said with a grin. A hint of embarrassment and anger flashed in Shang Yu's eyes. With a sudden burst of strength, she shook off Lucius's hand and continued walking forward. "Wait a little longer. I'll be ready once he returns to the kingdom of Weimar." I've heard this sentence for 3 years now, and I'm losing patience. Shang Yu coldly uttered a sentence and turned to walk into the alley. Seeing Shang Yu stride away, Lucius gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute, I'll tell you the plan." Shang Yu suddenly stopped, turned to look at Lucius, and remained silent, seemingly waiting for him to speak first. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's find a quiet place." Lucius quickly caught up, grabbed Shang Yu's hand, and sped off towards the outside. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The 2 people were obviously very familiar with each other, and they even looked a bit like a couple. Chen Luo wasn't surprised. His mission for Lucius was to kill Trundle. The 2 had the same goal, so it was normal for them to hook up together. Chen Luo didn't intend to see the 2 of them. Before they even came over, he had already disappeared from the spot and returned to reality. He's more interested now in how Lucius will take down Trundle. Keep in mind that Trundle was already at the 8th rank, while the 2 of them were only at the 6th rank. No matter how smart Lucius is, it's all just empty talk in the face of such a huge difference in strength. Chen Luo was only slightly curious and didn't listen to what the 2 people were talking about. Instead, he first adjusted the time-flow ratio of the Western fantasy world to 1 day to 1 day. He still has a lot to do in these 3 days. Chen Luo first needs to figure out what has happened in the real world over the past 10 years. Chen Luo locked onto the teleportation point on the Starry Sky ship, his figure disappeared from the room again, and the next moment he appeared inside the Starry Sky ship. As soon as he teleported in, all the lights in the previously dark captain's cabin came on. "Your Excellency, you're back." Upon hearing Xingling's voice, Chen Luo simply nodded and walked to the window to check the location of the starship. Below was a dark expanse, not the familiar outer space of Earth. Is this some alien planet? Chen Luo glanced around and realized that this was the outer space of the planet he had woken up on. "Yes." Chen Luo asked in surprise, "How did you end up here?" "After all the reconnaissance ships were destroyed by that golden light, I lost your signal, so I sent my main body to search for your whereabouts. I had just arrived when I saw you fall from the sky onto that planet. So I sent an alchemical puppet to try to save you, but it detected that your body was constantly collapsing. However, there was a pen outside your body drawing spiritual energy from the purple algae to heal your injuries. Given the medical capabilities of the starship, even if I brought you back, I wouldn't be able to save you, so I've left you on the planet." Chen Luo understood what was happening. He had disappeared shortly after appearing, and the communication device near his ear had burned out during his fall, so the Celestials couldn't contact him. "I think you should have returned to Earth, so I plan to finish collecting the purple algae on this planet first, and then return to Earth to find you." Chen Luo's eyes lit up. No wonder he had seen spaceships constantly flying back from the planet earlier. These purple algae contain immense energy, and they have miraculous effects whether used to heal injuries or accelerate cultivation. How much purple algae is left on this planet? There are probably around 100,000 tons left. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo frowned slightly. Can the Starry Sky ship fit it all? During your slumber, I successfully extracted the purple algae into spiritual liquid. Only about 1,000 tons of it were processed into spiritual liquid. The conversion rate is 100 to 1. Initially, the conversion rate was only 700 to 1, which is the result of my continuous optimization over the past 10 years. If we want to improve it further, the effect will be greatly reduced. Chen Luo nodded slightly, then pondered for a moment before asking, how long is the cycle for purple algae to reproduce and mature? About 15 years. Can it be cultivated on the starship? We've been trying for 10 years, but we haven't succeeded yet. These purple algae will wither within a few days if they leave this planet, which is probably due to the planet's environment. Do not collect the samples before the cultivation is successfully completed. Yes, sir. After giving the instructions, Chen Luo suddenly remembered something. Send over a bottle of the finished spiritual liquid. Please wait a moment. A moment later, an alchemical doll flew in from outside the captain's room, holding a palm-sized test tube filled with purple liquid. Chen Luo picked up the bottle of spiritual liquid and looked at it. He extended his spiritual power into it and sensed that it contained 10 times the energy of those purple algae. Will drinking this cause any side effects, like turning my skin purple? The purified elixir will not have this side effect. Relieved, Chen Luo immediately opened the test tube and drank it. However, the reaction was different from what Chen Luo had expected. His cultivation level did not improve, he only recovered a little of the divine power within his body. This divine power is not the power of annihilation, but the divine power brought by the 36 divine talismans. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. His way of advancing was different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary people can cultivate to this level, but it seems he can only do so by fusing with the genes of a divine descendant. So even though he's now at the 5th rank, he hasn't gained new access to the primordial chaos brush. That thing obviously requires the divine descendant's genes to reach a certain level. However, Chen Luo made an unexpected discovery. He has now mastered all 36 divine talismans, and new divine power has been generated within his body. These 36 divine talismans are incredibly magical, but mastering just one or two will only generate ordinary spiritual power. However, mastering all 36 divine talismans simultaneously will cause a qualitative change, transforming them into divine power. The only slight regret is that this divine power is faintly inferior to the power of annihilation. Although Chen Luo felt somewhat unwilling, he no longer dared to cultivate the power of annihilation. Another thing that surprised Chen Luo was that he could clearly feel that his physical strength had been qualitatively improved, not just because of the 5th level, but because his internal organs had been greatly enhanced. Under Chen Luo's internal vision, he could feel that his internal organs were radiating a faint, strange golden light. What's happening to my body? Chen Luo was asking about the Hunyuan Brush in his mind. In the process of the constant destruction by the power of annihilation and the constant repair by the spiritual power, your body will be strengthened every time you complete this cycle. Now your body strength has reached at least the level of an 8th tier warrior. Furthermore, because you previously cultivated the power of annihilation, your body has developed resistance to it, so the same level of annihilation power will no longer threaten your body. Chen Luo felt a pleasant surprise. It seemed that these 10 years had not been completely wasted. Even if he hadn't fallen asleep and had spent 10 years cultivating, he might not have been able to master all 36 divine talismans while simultaneously raising his physical strength to the 8th rank. It's time to upgrade the divine offspring's genes. Chen Luo now wants to know what the privileges of the primordial chaos pen are for those whose divine offspring genes reach the 4th and 5th levels. It's not difficult to achieve this. There are nearly 10 8th tier mythical powerhouses in the Western fantasy world now, and even more 6th tier and 7th tier ones. Chen Luo's mind sank into the Western fantasy world, and began to lock onto those extraordinary individuals whose talents were not too high and who might only be able to reach the 6th or 7th rank in their lifetime. Analyzing Eric, Felton, Poppy. The long list of names that Chen Luo recited were not from the 6th order saint realm, but from the 5th order transcendent realm. There are now thousands of 5th order extraordinary beings. Even if one of them can only provide him with 0.01% of divine genes, it would still be enough for him to unlock the 4th order gene lock. Analyzing Eric's genes. A mid-level human life form, not yet evolved to the peak of this race. He has unlocked the 5th order gene lock, but is currently unable to produce divine genes. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, not reacting immediately. What's going on? When I was at the 3rd tier, couldn't I still generate 0.01% of divine genes? You are now at the 5th level. Superhumans at the 5th level and below cannot provide divine genes. Chen Luo was speechless. Although his divine lineage genes did not meet the standard for the 5th rank, his strength was already at the 5th rank. Thinking of this, Chen Luo hurriedly asked, is the 6th rank still useful? Currently, the 6th tier can still produce 0.05% of divine offspring genes. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but couldn't help asking with some curiosity, based on past experience, if I'm at the 5th level, should only the genes of a 7th level transcendent being be useful? Starting from the 6th rank, they are fundamentally different from ordinary superhumans, so they can still produce divine genes. Chen Luo was relieved. If it only worked for 7th level transcendence, he would have been devastated. Currently, there are only a dozen or 20 people at the 7th rank, and it will be a long time before they can advance to the 4th rank. Thinking of this, Chen Luo quickly recited a series of names from the 6th tier saint realm. These people now number over 100 in the Western fantasy world, enough to gather half of the divine genes needed for advancement. Analyzing the Doria gene. Intermediate dwarven lifeform, not yet evolved to the peak of this race, has unlocked the 6th tier gene lock, currently can produce 0.05% divine genes. Rating, excellent. Chen Luo didn't wait for the Hunyuan Brush to finish its prompting, he directly said fusion in his mind. Chen Luo left behind more than 20 exceptionally talented Saint Realm cultivators, bringing the total to 100, which just increased the divine offspring's genes by 5%. Chen Luo originally planned to find the 7th tier epic and directly unlock the 4th tier gene lock, but then a thought suddenly occurred to him. We've been raising this guy, Trundle, for so long, he's gotten quite fat. Even if Lucius and Shangyu don't target him, Chen Luo doesn't intend to let him become a 9th tier cultivator. Analyzing the Leopold gene. A high-level dark elf lifeform, not yet evolved to the peak of its race, but has unlocked the 8th tier gene lock, currently capable of producing 3% divine genes. Rating, excellent. Chen Luo was quite surprised that an 8th order mythical gene could directly grant him 3% of the divine descendant gene. However, upon closer examination, they seem to be about the same. Before the 5th rank, each rank increase is 5 times the normal rate. For example, when it was 2nd order, 5th order could produce 0.05%, and 4th order could produce 0.01%. However, the ratio starts to increase above the saintly realm. Currently, the saintly realm only provides 0.05%, but the 7th tier epic provides 0.4%, an increase of 8 times. And at the 8th tier, it increases to 10 times. It seems that the stronger the power, the more divine genes it provides are provided. Integration. After fusing with the first one, Chen Luo fused with 2 more sacred realm beings and 2 7th tier epic beings, finally gathering 30% of the divine genes and unlocking the 4th tier gene lock. Compared to the past, there are no major changes in the 4th stage of the gene lock. Apart from the increase in a large amount of divine power, there are no changes in the body, and even the mental power has only increased slightly. Chen Luo wasn't too surprised. His physical strength had already reached the 8th level, and his mental strength was close to the 7th level. The changes brought about by unlocking the 4th level gene lock were negligible. What he was most concerned about now was the ability of the 4th level of the Hunyuan Brush. Spatial teleportation. Chen Luo's eyes suddenly lit up. This ability was exactly what it sounded like. It allowed him to teleport, similar to the instantaneous movement he experienced in the Western fantasy world. However, this ability has a limitation. It can only be used to teleport between the teleportation points he sets up, without having to go through the Western fantasy world. Another difference from before is that he can carry things when moving between teleportation points on Earth. Currently, he can move any object he can lift, but the larger the object, the greater the spatial pressure it will bear, and it's uncertain whether it will be intact when it arrives at the teleportation point. Chen Luo laughed. With a thought, he vanished from his spot and appeared atop the Egyptian pyramids. He had previously left a teleportation point here when he was setting up teleportation points all over the world. This is the Great Pyramid of Giza. From here, one can see the Sphinx in the distance, blue sky and white clouds, and a vast expanse of white. At this moment, when the tourists below were taking photos with the pyramids, they spotted Chen Luo and exclaimed in surprise. Chen Luo smiled and disappeared again. As soon as Chen Luo appeared, a strange look appeared on his face, because he found himself underwater. He clearly remembered that this place was a small island, so how did it end up at the bottom of the sea? Chen Luo didn't bother to think about it. With a thought, his figure transformed into a shadow and emerged from the sea. This is a world of blue, where the sky and the sea merge into one. When the wind blows, the deep blue sea ripples and drifts into the distance. The whole world was so silent that not a single sound could be heard, leaving only this expanse of blue that permeated the depths of one's heart, bringing a sense of unparalleled peace. After evaporating the water off his body, Chen Luo looked around and began to understand why the island had sunk to the bottom of the sea. This place is located near the Antarctic Circle, and it appears that the area has been submerged due to rising sea levels. Standing on the sea, Chen Luo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Something seems off about the level of spiritual energy here." Unlike 10 years ago, spiritual energy on Earth is now much easier to perceive. Ordinary people might not be able to perceive the changes, but Chen Luo was surprised to find that the spiritual energy on Earth has increased by at least twice as much as it did 10 years ago when he focused his mind to sense it. What happened? 10 years ago, the power of annihilation also entered this world. In the Western fantasy world, it activated the rules, while in this universe, it activated the spiritual energy. While you were asleep, a spiritual tide broke out starting from that alien planet and eventually spread to Earth, causing the spiritual energy here to surge and ushering in the era of spiritual energy revival. Chen Luo was stunned. He had never expected that the 3-year tribulation would have such a profound impact. It not only affected the Western fantasy world, but also directly led to the revival of spiritual energy in the universe on Earth. Chen Luo quickly came to his senses. The revival of spiritual energy might be a good thing for humans on Earth, at least they would have the ability to deal with invasions from otherworldly creatures like the Abyss Demons. Chen Luo teleported back to the Starry Sky ship, retrieved a new communicator, and waited on the Starry Sky ship for the Star Spirit to refine all the purple algae into spiritual liquid. While this item isn't very useful to Chen Luo right now, it's quite effective at quickly restoring divine power, and it would be extremely useful for superhumans on Earth today. Chen Luo could use it to train those extraordinary individuals of the Hunyuan realm, or as a reward for missions. However, it's inconvenient to carry around. You can't always go out with a bunch of test tubes. It seems like I should get a storage ring or something. Chen Luo pondered for a while and felt that the Hunyuan Brush could be used as a storage ring. Chen Luo could easily put these spiritual liquids into the Western fantasy world, and when needed, he could simply put them in his hands with a thought. Upon realizing this, Chen Luo immediately ordered Sengling to transport another 300 test tubes and place them in the Divine Kingdom. Although he can no longer teleport regardless of distance in the Western fantasy world, he can lock onto a location in the Western fantasy world while in the real world and then teleport there, which can also achieve instantaneous teleportation. However, the problem is that he needs to return to the real world first, which is similar to the teleportation he used on Earth before. Now that things have turned around, Chen Luo can easily teleport in the real world. After Chen Luo put in 300 vials of spiritual liquid, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he realized that he might have been overcomplicating things. Extracting things from a Western fantasy world is ultimately a kind of spatial ability. Chen Luo thought of the spacetime ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique from Naruto. By leaving the Flying Thunder God technique seal on an object, the user or the object in contact with the user can be instantly teleported. Chen Luo can leave a spiritual imprint on these spiritual liquids and then place them on the teleportation array. When needed, he can simply use a thought to trigger the spiritual imprint and teleport them over. Chen Luo thought it was feasible more and more, and he immediately flew excitedly to the warehouse on the Starry Sky ship where the spiritual liquid was stored. First, Chen Luo carved a teleportation array on the ground. Then, he took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, left a spiritual imprint on it, and then teleported to Earth. Chen Luo closed his eyes and began to sense the spiritual imprint he had left behind. After a while, Chen Luo showed an embarrassed expression and teleported back into the warehouse. Millions of light years away, the distance is too great to detect the spiritual imprint. Chen Luo took 2 vials of spiritual liquid, returned to the North Pole of Earth, and then teleported to the South Pole. This time, Chen Luo quickly sensed the location of the spiritual liquid. He reached out his hand, and then, with a thought, triggered the spiritual imprint on it. Clang! The next moment, a crisp sound rang out. Chen Luo looked at his palm in astonishment. The test tube had arrived, but the entire bottle was shattered into pieces, and the spiritual liquid had spilled all over his hand. Chen Luo frowned. He understood at a glance that the test tube was too fragile and could not withstand the pressure of spatial teleportation, causing it to break. Chen Luo thought for a moment, then took out another vial of spiritual liquid, first adding a spiritual imprint to it, and then using the divine power of the Earth God Talisman to add a layer of yellow protective shield to it. After placing the spiritual liquid at the teleportation point, Chen Luo instantly teleported to the North Pole and then triggered the spiritual imprint on the test tube. Soon, a complete bottle of spiritual liquid appeared in Chen Luo's hand, and the protective shield attached to it disappeared. Chen Luo was overjoyed. After testing it several times, he finally figured out how much spiritual power to add to the test tube to prevent it from breaking. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo continued to set up a large number of teleportation points on Earth, and at the same time, he had the Protoss use a transport ship to carry 100,000 vials of spirit liquid to Earth. 3 days later, Chen Luo had added a total of 10,000 teleportation points in various parts of the world. In the past, it would probably have taken him several months, but now Chen Luo flies faster than an airplane, and he has also set up hundreds of teleportation points around the world, saving a lot of time. Chen Luo had the transport ship stop in outer space, at a location he could sense with his spiritual power, before teleporting inside and beginning to add protective spiritual light to the spiritual liquid. It was a very tedious process, but after he added nearly 1,000, the Beast God ceremony in the Western fantasy world officially began. Chen Luo immediately stopped and returned to Luo City. We offer our most sincere faith to the great God of gods, the supreme ruler of the Star Kingdom, the Beast God. May the glory of His Majesty the Beast God illuminate the world. May you grant us eternal life and an afterlife. At this moment, all 36 gates of the city of Luo were wide open, and countless believers, their eyes filled with fervor, crowded together, yet entered the city in an orderly manner. In the squares, temples, and in front of statues, everywhere you could see believers praying and kneeling on the ground. Priests in robes sang songs praising Gosen and danced to pray to the gods. Flowers were scattered all over the place, and music was melodious. Festivals were held everywhere in the city. The temple of the beast god has been established for nearly several centuries, and the faith has become deeply rooted in the Suva dynasty. For ordinary people, Gosen has become a symbol of faith and divinity. To prevent any disturbances, a large number of soldiers and shamans maintained order. Nearly 40 million people were crammed into a city, yet everything was well organized, and no stampedes occurred, demonstrating the thoroughness of the Suva dynasty and the Temple of the Beast. The Temple of the Beast God is truly powerful. With so many believers, it must be easy to ignite the divine fire. Only the Church of Light on this continent can possess such a magnificent aura. Those who uttered these sentiments were mostly extraordinary individuals from various races who came to witness the ceremony. They had barely finished expressing their feelings when they noticed that the square in front of the Beast God temple had suddenly fallen silent. All eyes were focused on a figure walking out of the temple gate. His footsteps were like a mute button. With each step, the city of Koro became quieter. When he reached the steps, the bustling city of Koro suddenly fell silent, and no one made a sound. All the spectators and believers were watching Gorn, the legendary high priest of the Beast God Temple. The extraordinary beings of all races stared intently at him, while the orcish followers and extraordinary beings looked on with fanaticism, as if they were seeing a god. Gosen glanced around indifferently without saying a word, but apart from the fanatical followers, many people couldn't help but lower their heads. Most of these people are people with ulterior motives, and their purpose in attending this grand event is not friendly. Under the aura emanating from Gosen, these people were all trembling with fear, lest they be noticed by this 8th-level powerhouse. Gosen indifferently withdrew his gaze, not even glancing at them, clearly not taking them seriously at all. On the viewing platform directly behind the Beast God Temple, almost all the 8th-tier mythical powerhouses from the Western fantasy world were present. In the very center is Emperor Kir Fergus of the Suva dynasty, who is also Lei Qinjiang's secretary, Su Yaifei, and to his left sits Lei Chengyang. 20 years ago, the old emperor passed away, and Carlyle, as the only prince, inherited the throne. Su Yaifei originally did not have the talent to become a superhuman, but Gosen used the law of life to forcibly modify his body, giving him the ability to become a warrior. However, this approach has a side effect: one can only cultivate to the 5th rank at most, and will never hope to reach the Saint realm in their lifetime. With the vast resources of the Suva dynasty and Gosen's personal guidance, Su Yaifei spent nearly 100 years finally cultivating to the 5th rank. Although Lei Chengyang was not particularly talented, he benefited from the power of the Annihilation God and became a 6th-order saint. On the surface, Lei Chengyang was assisting Su Yaifei, but in reality, he was the one who formulated the overall policies of the Suva dynasty. Under Lei Qinjiang's behind-the-scenes control, the focus of development was shifted entirely to alchemy, allowing the Suva dynasty to develop rapidly over the past century, becoming the undisputed #1 Orc kingdom, leaving the other two major dynasties far behind. Even without Gosen, the other two great dynasties combined might not be a match for the Suva dynasty. The first person to Su Yaifei's left was Irelia, the queen of the Moon Elves, while the first person to his right was Chris, followed by Vit, an 8th-tier transcendent being from the dwarf race. All of them were Gorn's classmates from the Transcendent Academy. Beside Irelia stood Pope Innocent V of the Church of Light and Saint Jasmine, along with Fang Xinchen standing behind her. Fang Xinchen was live streaming at the moment, and the number of viewers in the live stream had reached a staggering 800 million, setting a new record. Gosen's summoning of godhood means he's not far from reaching the 10th rank. This spectacular event not only caused a sensation in the Western fantasy world, but also piqued the curiosity of people in the real world. 10 years have passed. With the revival of spiritual energy on Earth, many extraordinary individuals have begun to appear in reality, and there are even people who have awakened supernatural abilities. All of this led most people on Earth to believe that the Western fantasy world was a real world. In reality, becoming a god is still a very distant thing, but in the Western fantasy world, seeing someone about to become a god naturally caused a sensation around the world, and even television stations in many countries broadcast this grand event. After obtaining the divine blood, Fang Xingchen's strength began to advance by leaps and bounds. With the influence of the Annihilation divine power, he became a 6th-order saint in a very short time. Currently, the strongest players in the Western fantasy world are Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei, who are both at the 7th level of cultivation, but neither of them streams anymore. Although Zhao Yi would occasionally go live, he turned it off for some reason at this moment, and other players couldn't even get close to the Beast God Temple. This led to all the players flocking to Fang Xingchen's live stream, and as time went on, the number of viewers continued to climb, heading towards 900 million. Wow, Elf Queen Irelia, Magic Emperor Chris. Good heavens, all the 8th-tier beings in the Western fantasy world are here? Why am I so excited? My whole body is trembling. There are so many big shots here. Boss Shang and Emperor Han are here too. I bet all the big shots from the Western fantasy world are here. Tisk tisk, there's a murderous glint in Emperor Han's eyes when he looks at Fang Xingchen. The Church of Light and the Chris Empire have always been mortal enemies, and it's not something that can be done overnight. Wouldn't it be interesting if they started fighting? The comments in the live stream were scrolling by like a waterfall, and no one could make out what the players were saying. At this time, many 7th and 6th tier extraordinary beings from various races were not qualified to enter the viewing platform and had to crowd together with the believers in the city. Some of them occupied nearby taller buildings to watch the ceremony from a high vantage point. On a high-rise building not far away, Zhao Yi looked at Gorn under the beast god and Chris and others on the viewing platform. He clicked his tongue in amazement and said, "The first generation of students of the Extraordinary Academy are all quite powerful. For 8th level beings have appeared in just a few hundred years. Father, there have long been rumors that the first dean of the Extraordinary Academy was the creator god. They have been personally guided by that god. It would be strange if they were still like ordinary people." Lilith stood behind Zhao Yi and whispered. Zhao Yi chuckled and suddenly asked, "What are those people from the Dark Church up to?" Lilith also revealed a meaningful smile. They have been secretly setting up summoning arrays in various parts of Koro City during this period of time, probably in order to communicate with the Abyss and prepare to disrupt the Beast God ceremony. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, somewhat surprised, and said, "Where did Leopold get the guts?" "This is the headquarters of the Beast God Temple. Gorn alone is enough to give him a hard time. I think he's not after Gosen, but rather the Beast God's divine status." Zhao Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He wants to steal the divine title. Most likely so. As a follower of the Dark Church, it wouldn't be difficult for Leopold to summon a dark deity. One more deity wouldn't make a difference, so what does he want to do? Whatever he wants to do, whether he succeeds or not, it will be of great benefit to our clan. A playful smile appeared on Zhao Yi's lips. Whether the Dark Church succeeds or fails, it will become the mortal enemy of the Beast God Temple, and may even cause a war between the orcs and humans. War means bloodshed, and bloodshed can be sacrificed to the eternal river of blood. Therefore, for vampires, nothing is more exciting than war on the continent. Hopefully this guy will try harder. Zhao Yi laughed and turned his gaze back to Gosen, who was not far away. At that moment, a bell rang, and hundreds of Beast God Temple shamans appeared behind Gorn, the weakest of whom were all at the 5th rank. As the layered temples of Beast Gods continued to gather, many onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Although they knew that as bystanders, the Beast God Temple couldn't possibly do anything during such a grand event, the sight of such immense power still inspired awe from the bottom of their hearts. As the bells rang, a tremendous sound emanated from the temple of the Beast God, echoing throughout the entire city of Chen. At the same time, magnificent music and drumbeats played in unison. The believers, as numerous as mountains and seas, inside and outside the city of Chen, all looked towards the direction of the Beast God Temple. Whether they could see Gosen or not, their gazes converged on him simultaneously, and then they all knelt on the ground. The sound of prayer instantly filled the entire sky, and a powerful force of faith seemed to gather and envelop the entire city of Kiro, infecting everyone. At this moment, everyone, regardless of whether they were followers of the Beast God Temple or not, was deeply moved by this pure faith. Gosen! All the shamans present chanted Gorn's name in unison, and stirring music began as everyone shouted at the top of their lungs. After the first shout, the entire city chanted Gosen's name in unison, creating a deafening roar. Gosen! Gosen! All the believers were caught up in extreme fanaticism, with tens of millions of people simultaneously chanting a name, as if giving that name a different kind of power. The enormous sound waves converged, resounding like thunder from the heavens, echoing throughout the world. Those watching the ceremony couldn't help but hold their breath, and many stood up, their eyes fixed on Gosen. In that instant, they all felt powerful forces converging and surging toward Gosen as the believers called out. When the power of faith was in the air, it condensed into a blue beast god pattern, exactly the same as the pattern on the 13 world pillars above the floating temple. These azure divine runes, radiating a strong life force and oppressive aura, continuously converged above Chen City, causing even those extraordinary individuals who were not followers of the Beast God Temple to tremble slightly. They all felt a sense of oppression emanating from their souls, which made them feel an urge to kneel down. At this moment, a massive soul aura emerged from Gosen's body. As if ignited, the azure divine runes, carrying an incomparably terrifying power of faith, surged into Gosen's soul, setting it ablaze and transforming it into a peculiar form. Unite our faith, ignite the divine fire. Everyone on the viewing platform, including the 8th tier mythical powerhouse, stood up in shock as they watched Gosen's soul begin to burn intensely. Countless cyan divine runes converged above the Beast God Temple, quickly forming a huge pattern of the Beast God's divine office. A large amount of faith power penetrated the divine runes, transforming into a long string of special symbols within them. That was Gosen's divine name, completely integrated with the divine authority of the Beast God. Azure light flowed continuously from Gorn's body, permeating the entire Beast God Temple and spreading towards Coral City. As the power spread, all the priests of the Beast God Temple continued to chant Gorn's name, and all the believers of the Beast God Temple in the city knelt down devoutly and began to call out Gorn's divine name in unison. Gosun's body gradually floated up and flew upwards, the immense power of the law of life within him covering the entire city of Quirrell. Countless believers chanted his name below, and from top to bottom, tens of millions prostrate themselves at his feet as if he were a god. All the guests attending this ceremony were looking up at Gosun in the sky, where they could see his power spreading continuously, as if a raging flame was burning within his soul. The faith of tens of millions of people was united in Gosun, and his soul quickly completed the formation of the divine name, and then successfully ignited the divine fire. The azure divine fire burned fiercely, constantly scorching and transforming Gosun's body, turning him from a mortal being into a divine being. A divine body. Unite the divine name, unite the divine office. As expected, it was just like that. He is transforming his divine body, preparing to receive a divine title. They're about to invoke divinity, aren't they? Ilia and the other 8th-tier powerhouses watched in shock as the changes occurred in Gorn. This was the first time that any intelligent race had witnessed someone touching the threshold of godhood. The many ambitious individuals who had been hiding in the city of Quirrell, spying on this grand event, were also watching the royal palace with awe. With a burning light in his eyes, Trundle watched Gosun's constantly transforming body and immediately ordered Lucius and Madeline behind him. The divine power could descend at any moment. Have them prepare to await my command. Behind him, besides these two people, were a large number of sorcerers and priests from the Dark Church, most of whom were dark elves and absolute confidants from Undercity. Yes, your holiness. Lucius and Madeline bowed and accepted the order, then quickly disappeared into the crowd. Trun turned his gaze back towards the temple of the beast god, which was now completely enveloped in a blue light. Everyone could feel a powerful energy fluctuation brewing within it, as if it were about to erupt at any moment. A beam of azure divine light shot out from Gorn's body, coalescing into the image of the beast god enshrined in the temple of the beast god. However, as prayers and faith continued to gather, the image of the beast god gradually adjusted to resemble Gorn. At the same time, the beast god's light and shadow rapidly expanded to a height of several hundred meters, then became solid and stable, standing like a physical entity in the center of Kino City. The beast god looked down over the entire city, floating in the sky like a cloud, as if a true god had descended. Wherever his gaze swept, the believers screamed and cried, tears streaming down their faces. Gosun Fergus! Gorn Fergus! Gorn Fergus! The entire city of Quirrell was united in one voice. All the believers were filled with fervor, knowing that they would soon have their own god. Ilia couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Gosun had clearly succeeded, which also told her that this step was indeed feasible. Most of the other spectators also showed joy in their eyes, as if they had seen hope as well. Only those who did not intend to rely on the power of faith showed signs of contemplation, such as Chris, Shang Wengsuan, and Han Fei. They naturally want to become the best in the world, but the path they choose is not through faith and deification, so they need to forge their own path to godhood. This path is countless times more difficult than the path of deification through faith, because no one has ever walked it before. Seeing Gosun transform his body at this moment gave them many insights. As the divine power of the beast god continued to circulate throughout the entire city of Kaluo, a huge star slowly emerged in the sky. It burst forth with a strong and dazzling light, even outshining the sun in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Starry Sky Divine Kingdom. This is the divine kingdom of His Majesty the Beast God. Life God, please accept our prayers and calls, and descend to earth. A colossal star kingdom, the main body of the Beast God's kingdom, was fully revealed to the world. Whether it was Gorn, or the priests and believers of the Beast God Temple, they all shouted in unison. The divine fire on Gosun's body, gathering immense power of faith, condensed together and headed towards the star kingdom in the sky. Chen Luo naturally noticed this divine kingdom as well, but it was not his divine kingdom. Instead, it was the beast god's divine kingdom, which was formed by the faith of a large number of believers. Unlike Elizabeth, she was forced into this situation by Chen Luo halfway through. Before that, no one accepted her faith, so the star kingdom could not be formed, and she could only stay in his kingdom. However, nearly 100 years have passed, and Elizabeth has continuously absorbed the power of faith, guiding believers to ascend to the divine kingdom, and has already formed her own star kingdom. Gosun, on the other hand, cultivated his way up from the first level, receiving the power of faith from the very beginning, and thus gradually constructed his own divine kingdom on the plain wall. Buzz! It was as if the whole world was roaring, and the sky was filled with a dreamlike color. Everyone felt dizzy, and at this moment, everyone felt that they were so close to the gods. All eyes were now fixed on the enormous starry divine kingdom, and on the scene where the connecting divine kingdom was influencing the world's rules. Some believers wore expressions of fascination, reaching out their hands towards the divine kingdom as if they had already touched the enormous stars. Godhead of life, hear my call and descend. I will become a god. Gosun gazed at the divine kingdom and let out a loud shout. Meanwhile, in Chen Luo's divine kingdom, Elizabeth and Osiris were also watching the commotion below from the temple square. Over the years, Chen Luo has not appeared, and Elizabeth has been maintaining the operation of the kingdom of God alone, gradually feeling that she is becoming somewhat powerless. As the population on each continent increased, so did the number of extraordinary individuals. She couldn't interfere too much. The war between the Church of Light and the Chris Empire alone was enough to give Elizabeth a lot of worry. Deep down, she naturally leaned towards the Church of Light, but she couldn't destroy the Chris Empire for that reason. She vividly remembered Chen Luo's warning: no matter how mortals develop, the gods cannot directly intervene. However, the Church of Light gradually fell into a disadvantageous position when fighting two opponents at once, and she had no choice but to promote Innocent V to the 8th tier mythical powerhouse again. Just then, Chris also advanced to the 8th tier. As his strength increased, the drawbacks of Innocent V's advancement through divine grace became apparent. Among those of the same rank, he was always the weakest. Among all the 8th tier mythical powerhouses, Innocent is still the weakest. Elizabeth had to carefully maintain the balance of the world and prevent it from becoming too chaotic. It was at this time that she finally understood how difficult it had been for Chen Luo. Elizabeth desperately wanted another deity to help her share the burden, but she couldn't count on Osiris at all. It was only at the 5th rank and its mind was only focused on eating. Gosen is now the closest person to God. Once he integrates the divine essence into his body, he will become a demigod. Once you become a demigod, you're not far from reaching the 10th rank. As long as you completely transform your body into a divine body, you can ascend to the divine realm. At that moment, Elizabeth suddenly saw the beast god statue in the temple square begin to tremble violently, and then it turned into a streak of blue light and disappeared. Elizabeth naturally knew that it was the divine spark of the beast god, which clearly meant that the divine spark had recognized Gorn and was about to merge with him. At the same time, a dazzling blue meteor fell from the vast star kingdom. With dazzling light, it pierced the sky, heading from the star kingdom towards Gosen. Beast godhead, godhead of life. Godhood has truly descended. The azure life essence came from the distant heavens, breaking through layers of dimensional barriers, then through the atmosphere, and arrived in the human world. The believers were deeply moved and knelt down with even greater devotion, praying aloud. Meanwhile, Trundle, hidden among the crowd, could not hide his excitement and greed, his eyes burning as he watched the divine spark falling from the sky. He suddenly raised his hand, and a black light shot into the sky, followed by a strange black ripple. Upon seeing the signal, Lucius and Madeline, who were some distance away, did not hesitate and immediately looked at the followers of the Dark Church behind them, then gestured to them with their eyes. The Dark Church followers, hidden among the crowd, immediately began chanting incantations rapidly. Even the weakest among them was a 5th-tier dark sorcerer. As they rapidly chanted incantations, the surrounding beast god followers instantly sensed an extremely eerie aura. Although they didn't know what had happened, they could tell that these people were clearly there to cause trouble. The followers of the beast god were immediately enraged and wanted to cause trouble for these dark sorcerers. But before they could make a move, all the dark sorcerers who were chanting spells suddenly exploded into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared into the ground. Buzz. A strange rhythmic sound suddenly rang out throughout the city of Kaluo, followed by dozens of black beams of light shooting into the sky and converging together. A huge black vortex appeared in the sky, and then cracks began to appear in the space around it, gradually expanding. The people of Coral had been watching the divine figure descend intently, their eyes glued to the scene. Because the divine object descended very slowly, like a stone falling into the sea, it made people wait with great anxiety. However, at this moment everyone was looking up at it, as if blinking would be a desecration. But the strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth still alarmed everyone in an instant. What is that? No, someone opened a spatial portal. That's the smell of the abyss. Someone has opened the gates of the abyss again. During the decades that Chen Luo was missing, Trundle opened the gate of the abyss more than once, using the power of the abysses will to advance his cultivation, and also released a large number of abyss demons into it. Therefore, people in the Western fantasy world are no strangers to the abyss. However, Trundle hid it very well, only his confidants knew that he had some kind of mysterious connection with the abyss. Gosen's gaze turned slightly cold. He had long known that someone was plotting something, but he hadn't taken it to heart. Within his own country, Gosen had absolute confidence. He glanced at the black vortex once before turning his gaze back to the divine spark in the sky. Once he merged with the divine spark, he would become a living demigod. Unless a true god descends, he is invincible in the world. Gosen sneered, and his figure suddenly transformed into a streak of azure light, flying towards the divine spark in the sky, clearly unable to wait any longer. Whoever you are, prepare to face my wrath. As Gosen flew toward the divine, he uttered his magnificent yet chilling voice downwards. Gosen's speed increased rapidly, and in an instant he transformed into a huge blue streak of light, like a colorful ribbon hanging in the sky, rushing towards the divine kingdom. Just then, the black vortex rippled, and a corner of a dark crystal slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. It only revealed its tip, yet it looked unimaginably huge. One could easily guess that it was a behemoth. The black crystal first probed into the Western fantasy world through the spatial passage, and then saw the spatial portal rapidly expanding, soon revealing its entire form in front of them. It was a huge, multifaceted black crystal, each facet gleaming with a chilling light, appearing like a black hole in the abyss, seemingly intent on devouring one's very soul. As the jet-black crystal rotated, it stirred up folds in the surrounding space, opening a massive abyss gate around it. A massive black halo emanated from the black crystal, and the gate to the abyss was fixed in place. When Chen Luo saw this, his expression changed slightly. He clearly remembered that he had destroyed all the Abyss Lords in the Abyss world 10 years ago. How could a 9th-tier Abyss Lord have appeared again in just 10 years? Moreover, Chen Luo could tell at a glance that this was an Abyss Lord with spatial abilities, far more troublesome than Angrast and the Bone Lord. Astaroth, the Lord of Space. Chen Luo instantly acquired the name of this demon lord and then projected his will into the Abyss world. In less than a second, Chen Luo understood the reason. After Chen Luo destroyed 5 abyssal worlds with the power of the Annihilation God, only 8 layers of the abyss remained. 3 of these layers were controlled by Gasker, who is now at the 9th rank, while the remaining 5 core layers were still in the hands of the will of the abyss. Each layer of the abyss world is the source of the abyss will's power. After 5 layers of the abyss world collapsed, the abyss will was also unable to withstand the damage and had to fall into a deep sleep to recover its power. However, before this guy went into slumber, he accelerated the flow of time in the abyss world he controlled. 50 years had passed in the Western fantasy world, but more than 1,000 years had actually passed in the abyss world. If Chen Luo were here, he would not have given the abyssal species such a long time to develop. However, since he was in a deep sleep, Gasker was no match for the will of the abyss and could only let the abyssal species develop at will. Over 1,000 years, 5 more abyss lords were born here. Moreover, the abyss will deliberately control the evolution of abyss species, first creating an abyss lord with spatial abilities. Astaroth merged with the will of the abyss, altering the rules of the entire abyss and adding a new set of rules to the abyss. The space barrier that could have been freely traversed by passing through the teleportation array has been completely sealed off, and entry and exit are only permitted with Astaroth's permission. It has effectively become the guardian of the abyss world from both inside and outside, which means that it will be easier to open the abyss gate to the outside world in the future. Trundle had previously obtained the power of the abyss by connecting with Astaroth, which allowed him to easily open the abyss gate. Chen Luo frowned. The will of the abyss was currently dormant, which was the best time to deal with the abyss world, but he had not yet recovered his strength, which was a real headache. Chen Luo sighed, deciding to deal with Astaroth first. The abyss gate opened by Astaroth was the largest ever, and through it, one could see countless abyss demons surging madly toward it. Millions, tens of millions, endlessly, seemingly without end. Astaroth stepped out from the gate of the abyss, like a black crystalline mountain, blocking everyone's view and plunging the entire city of Coral into darkness. Its enormous body flashed with a black, eerie light and vanished before everyone's eyes. The next moment, it actually stretched across between the godhood and Gorn, and dense abyssal demonic energy emerged from the black crystal, surging towards the godhood of life. Chen Luo realized that Astaroth wanted to devour the godhead of life. The divine core not only contains immense power of laws, but also immense divine power. If it were to be swallowed, it would directly advance to the 10th rank of Abyss Lord. Chen Luo sneered. He was preparing to return to the real world and use his will to deal with this ignorant fool. Just then, a powerful, holy light suddenly appeared in the sky. Before everyone's astonished eyes, an enormous divine kingdom appeared in the endless void, covering the entire sky. The golden light of the kingdom of God covered the entire world. The sky and the earth were all enveloped in the radiance of the kingdom of God. The enormous gate to the divine kingdom, stretching to the sky, slowly opened, and a divine figure, radiating immense light, appeared on the steps. Your Majesty Elizabeth. King Innocent V was stunned for a moment, then immediately knelt down excitedly and began to worship the divine figure in the sky. Everyone from the Church of Light, except for Fang Xingchen, knelt on the ground. Fang Xingchen was also stunned. He hadn't expected Elizabeth to appear at this moment. Wow, the God of Isaac, have finally appeared. Tears are streaming down my face. It feels like I haven't seen my God for hundreds of years. Irene is getting more and more beautiful. Can someone tell me how I can marry her? Go back and marry your sister, I'm mine. The live stream chat exploded with excitement at Elizabeth's appearance, with everyone reacting as if they were seeing their idol. Elizabeth stood on the steps of the divine kingdom, pointed her hand downwards, and instantly saw a strong and holy light projected from the divine kingdom. The light was as dazzling as the sun, traversing endless distances, and first struck the life godhood. Astaroth's abyssal demonic energy had just touched the life godhead and was about to pull it into the black crystal when it suddenly broke free from the abyssal demonic energy's restraints and accelerated towards Gorn. An angry mental roar emanated from the black crystal, and then its massive body vanished again, reappearing in front of Gosen the next moment. To Astaroth's surprise, the moment it teleported there, the white holy light struck the black crystal before it could reach it. Click! Astaroth let out a painful roar as a huge hole was pierced through its massive body. Even after suffering severe damage, it still did not give up its idea of becoming a god of life. Then, Astaroth's body erupted with billowing demonic energy, enveloping Gorn before he could grasp the divine spark. Gosen was actually quite surprised when Elizabeth appeared. Elizabeth died at the hands of Gosen. If Chen Luo hadn't guided her into the kingdom of God, she might have really died. That's why the Church of Light and the Temple of the Beast God have never had a good relationship. Elizabeth's intervention at this time may have been due to the abyss, but her magnanimity also impressed Gosen. However, Gosen quickly regained his composure. Right now, his divine status was the most important thing. If it were taken away by the Abyss Lord, he would be devastated. The realm of life. At this moment, Gosen roared and shot forward, his body radiating a blue light that quickly covered the divine spark. The next moment, he was already in front of Astaroth and punched one of its crystals. Thump! A sound like thunder came from the heavens, and Astaroth's massive body, hundreds of meters tall, plummeted from the sky like a cannonball. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd below, Astaroth's body was instantly blasted into the abyss gate. The countless abyssal monsters that were rushing outwards were instantly crushed to death, and the abyssal demons behind them were also blocked at the entrance, unable to pass through the abyssal gate. Astaroth's body did not stop there. The azure divine light attached to the black crystal exploded again, propelling it backward. The abyssal species were either crushed to death or annihilated by the cyan light of the domain of life, quickly plowing a huge trench hundreds of meters long and wide into the ground. Everything the cyan light passed through was melted, and after penetrating deep into it, it quickly exploded, raising plumes of dust tens of meters high. In an instant, Astaroth was transformed into a fiery red world, with stones and gravel melting into lava that flowed across the ground. A large number of abyssal species perished in this sea of fire, causing their offensive to cease immediately. Those outside stared in shock into the abyss, then looked at Gosen with awe. Most of the people present were seeing a peak 8th-tier mythical expert make a move for the first time. The power was like a natural disaster, causing many to feel instinctive fear and dread. Even Ilia, an 8th-tier mythical powerhouse, was somewhat surprised, because they knew very well that even if they made a move, they might not have such power. Regardless of the power of this punch, Astaroth is a 9th-tier abyss lord. How much power would it take to knock it down? Gosen swatted Astaroth away without even looking at it, and went straight for the god. However, although Astaroth was knocked away, the black abyssal demonic energy did not disappear. Instead, it suddenly pulled the godhead of life towards the gate of the abyss. Elizabeth and Gosen's expressions changed simultaneously. If a godhood enters the abyss, once the gate to the abyss is closed, there's no way to get it back. Elizabeth reached out and grabbed again, and the abyssal demonic energy that had been pulling at the godhood instantly dissipated, stopping its descent and flying back towards Gosen. At that moment, a black light shot out from the abyss, reaching the sky and seizing the divine spark. 10th tier Abyss Lord. From within the abyss gate, a gigantic arm, as large as a pillar supporting the sky, reached out and grabbed at the godhead of life. It was so enormous that a single hand was larger than Astaroth's hundreds of meters tall body, nearly 1,000 meters in size, that it plunged the sky into darkness once more. Even the gate of the abyss was stretched to its limit at this moment. What was even more terrifying was that its arms were covered with strange black flames, which burned everything in the air wherever it was swung. Such a terrifying sight gave everyone present the illusion that the world was collapsing. The tens of millions of ordinary believers and ordinary superhumans in the city of Chen Luo below were trembling all over, completely terrified by this 10th order Abyss Lord. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo knew he couldn't stand it any longer. It was clear that this was something Trump had planned all along. That guy must have guessed that a god would intervene, so he didn't just send a 9th tier Astaroth, but also secretly planted a 10th tier Abyss Lord. Although Chen Luo didn't know what this 10th tier Abyss Lord was, the black flames on its body had a hint of void fire, so it should be void fire simulated by the Abyss Will. Although this black demonic fire was not as powerful as the void fire, Chen Luo sensed its strong corrupting influence. If it were to touch the life essence, it would likely corrupt it instantly, turning it into something only abyssal species could absorb. Chen Luo's figure quickly disappeared from the spot and returned to the real world. He only possesses 5th tier strength in the Western fantasy world, but in reality, he can control the Western fantasy world with the will of the world, just like the will of the abyss. This is actually like a broken TV remote control that can't control or turn off the TV, but Chen Luo can still turn it off by unplugging the power cord. Similarly, the world's will is Chen Luo's control over the power supply of the Western fantasy world. As Chen Luo disappeared, the giant hand reached out, and before it even got close, a powerful force seized the flying life god. Elizabeth and Gosen also realized at this moment how terrifying this 10th tier Abyss Lord was. Before he had even fully revealed his true form, the power of this one arm was already exuding a terrifying pressure. The two of them worked together to try and reclaim their divine status. In that instant, the divine spark of azure light trembled violently in the air, as if it didn't know where to go. Just as they were locked in a stalemate, a colossal divine figure suddenly appeared in the sky, its form reaching from heaven to earth, radiating rings of light that continuously expanded outwards, enveloping the entire world. The entire world was enveloped by the halo emanating from it, with the divine light and shadow floating in the center of the halo, looking down at the earth, as if a god were surveying his own world. His face was covered by light, revealing only a pair of eyes as dazzling as the sun, which exuded a cold, ruthless, and aloof air. Oh my god, what is that? Is it another deity? I remember now, it seems to be the creator god who appeared last time. Countless people below gasped in astonishment, utterly shocked as they stared at the divine figure above. At this moment, whether they were believers of the beast god temple or extraordinary beings of other races, they all trembled under the divine might, their eyes glazed over as they stared at the sky. With a wave of his hand, the enormous divine figure summoned the judgment sword from the divine realm, which instantly transformed into a giant sword that matched his size. Chen Luo currently only possesses the world will, which is essentially a pure spiritual force. He cannot directly activate the power of the laws of the Western fantasy world, but he can do so with the help of the Judgment Divine Sword. This sword was originally created by Chen Luo using the power of laws, so it can naturally bear the power of the world's will. The divine figure wielded the Judgment Sword, and immediately a golden light shone from it, followed by a terrifying surge of power. The awe-inspiring light instantly descended from the sky. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that the arm of the 10th tier Abyss Lord had been severed. The enormous demonic arm hadn't even fallen from the sky before it was erased by the golden divine light. Roar! A wave of madness and pain emanated from the abyss, causing the faces of the numerous believers and extraordinary individuals outside to turn pale, each displaying an expression of agony. The golden divine light did not stop, it pierced directly through the abyss gate and slashed down towards Astaroth's massive body. The horde of abyssal demons who had originally intended to enter the Western fantasy world through the abyss gate were still running and flying when they vanished into thin air under the golden light, disappearing one after another. Just as it was about to strike Astaroth, its massive body suddenly teleported away and vanished without a trace. Astaroth escaped quickly, but the 10th tier Abyss Lord inside, thousands of meters tall and resembling a mountain, was in dire straits. No! The sword light that erupted from the judgment severed one of its hands, and then slashed towards its main body, causing it to scream in fright. The golden light traced a beautiful arc, like a shooting star, annihilating all the abyssal creatures in its path, and finally striking the 10th tier Abyssal Lord with incredible speed. Boom! A layer of black demonic fire appeared on its body, barely blocking the golden light. However, it only held out for a short while before being breached. Just as the golden light was about to strike its massive body, a black spatial ripple undulated in front of it. The 10th tier Abyss Lord knew that this was a spatial portal opened by Astaroth for it, and it immediately rushed in as if it had grasped a lifeline. But its body was too huge, and it could only manage to squeeze in halfway before being slashed in the thick thigh by the golden sword light. Just like before, in an instant, its thigh was annihilated, and then, with its remaining momentum, it severed the other thigh. The 10th tier Abyss Lord kept letting out shrill screams, causing those who were marveling at the invincibility of the Abyss demons to look at each other in bewilderment. But the screams quickly stopped, or rather, disappeared, because after losing both legs, it finally managed to escape and slip into the spatial portal opened by Astaroth. Everyone present stared wide-eyed, as if they hadn't yet recovered from this sudden turn of events. After the portal disappeared, golden light exploded on the other side of the abyss. At that moment, everyone witnessed an incredibly terrifying scene unfolding on the other side of the abyss. The earth seemed to tremble as if it were being turned upside down, and terrifying energy spread wildly, instantly destroying everything they could see. The intense light illuminated the dark abyss world, making it impossible to open one's eyes. When the light faded, not a single abyssal creature could be seen in the abyss world. The ground cracked into countless pieces, and magma surged up from the ground, turning it into a purgatory. Everyone was stunned by this apocalyptic scene and remained speechless for a long time. The divine figure in the sky swung the judgment sword in its hand once more, and the enormous spatial gate vanished instantly, like a burst bubble. The divine light and shadow turned to Gosen at this moment, causing everyone's attention to involuntarily shift to him as well. The Scion Life Godhead, with its long, dazzling tail, burrowed directly into Gosen's body from the sky. It's a success! The High Priest has truly succeeded. At this moment, the believers throughout the city of Kylo cheered excitedly and without restraint, even forgetting that there were two real gods in the sky. Upon seeing this, Chen Luo knew there was nothing more to see and began searching for Trundle's whereabouts below. This guy always runs faster than anyone else. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. By this time, Trundle had already led the few remaining dark sorcerers, including Lucius and Madeline, out of Coral City. With his 8th tier mythical strength, even without spatial abilities, his flight speed is extremely fast. In such a short time, they had already led the remaining people to escape to a place thousands of miles away. Chen Luo glanced at Lucius, pondered for a moment, and said, "Let's see what you want to do first." Chen Luo remembered Lucius saying he had prepared a way to deal with Trundle, so he decided to wait and see if he failed. Uncle. Elizabeth was also pleasantly surprised when she saw the huge divine light and shadow, because she had not seen Chen Luo for nearly 100 years. Chen Luo smiled, then immediately activated the Judgment Divine Sword, unleashing the power of its laws, and disappeared into the sky along with Elizabeth and the Divine Kingdom. Now is Gosen's time, and Chen Luo will naturally not stay here and get in the way. After the divine essence entered Gosen's body, his body trembled violently, and he saw a dazzling seven-colored light constantly overflowing, illuminating the sky like fireworks and adding a dreamlike atmosphere to the air. The enormous aura of the beast god emerged from Gorn's body once more, and its form continued to solidify. At this moment, the starry kingdom and the sky seemed to be focused on this place as well, creating a strong resonance with him. I, Gosen Fergus, will surely ascend to the kingdom of God. Gosen opened his arms, and the beast god's radiant image also opened its arms, instantly covering the entire city of Quirrell with a vast domain of life. The beast god scattered countless green light spots from his palm, which fell like raindrops among the believers. At this moment, all the believers of the beast god temple felt their bodies strengthened, becoming stronger and more energetic than ever before. Some of the most devout believers who had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years even advanced directly. This is His Majesty Gosen's blessing, Gosen Fergus. Gorn Fergus. Tens of millions of believers in the entire city of Quirrell went mad, chanting Gosen's name with fanaticism. As Gosen merged with the divine, he eventually became a ninth-order demigod, and the divine light and shadow generated during his ascension blessed all the believers present. This only applies to the followers of the beast god temple, and the more devout the faith, the greater the benefits. The grand ceremony lasted for a full month before it ended. The news that Gosen had successfully ignited the divine fire, condensed his divine body, and advanced to demigod had already spread throughout the world before the ceremony even ended. The story of the Abyss Demon appearing at the grand ceremony and being ultimately defeated by the mighty power of the Creator God has become a legend and has been incorporated into the sacred texts of various religions. In Chen Luo's divine kingdom, the usual liveliness was gone. The angels and believers of the Church of Light had all entered Elizabeth's divine kingdom, leaving only some divine beasts such as Pegasus and unicorns, along with Osiris. Chen Luo didn't care, since he wasn't here most of the time anyway. The kingdom of God also needs the support of faith. Only when the power of faith is continuously drawn to the kingdom of God by devout believers can the kingdom of God be continuously strengthened. The more powerful the divine kingdom, the more powerful the gods. Over the past 100 years, Elizabeth has brought many believers to God's kingdom, which is even more powerful than Gosen's. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Chen Luo had already entered in his true form. Although Elizabeth sensed that he was only at the 5th level, she didn't pay any attention to it. In her view, Chen Luo was the creator, and his apparent strength was merely what he wanted people to see. Chen Luo smiled and said, I encountered a little accident in another world, which delayed me a bit. You've done a good job these past few years, at least you haven't caused too much trouble below. Elizabeth looked helpless. The world's population is growing so much that I'm finding it hard to keep up. You'll have an easier time once Gosen comes up. As Chen Luo was speaking, he saw a stray dog rush over and grab his leg. Osiris looked at Chen Luo with teary eyes and started gesturing wildly with his paws. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. This guy wasn't excited, instead, he was shedding tears of grievance. Boss, please turn me back. I, the Dragon Lord, never want to be a dog again. Chen Luo glanced at Osiris. This guy has been a dog for over 100 years, he might have almost forgotten what it's like to be a dragon. Chen Luo hadn't originally planned for it to remain a mongrel, since it was going to be the future god of time, and should at least have some dignity. He lightly touched Osiris with the Judgment Sword, and saw its body expand at a visible speed, instantly transforming into a 300-meter-long golden dragon. When Osiris saw the change in his body size, he shouted excitedly. At first, it was the barking of a dog, and then it turned into a deafening roar of a dragon. It flapped its enormous dragon wings and soared into the sky. After flying back and forth above the divine realm several times, it actually flew towards a unicorn. Osiris, having just regained his normal size, became somewhat carried away and completely forgot that these unicorns were 7th-tier creatures. Although it was nearly 300 meters long, dozens of times larger than a unicorn, before it could even fly over, the unicorn kicked it on the head with one hoof. Then Osiris, like a kite with a broken string, plummeted from the sky and crashed into the temple square with a loud bang. The items in the divine realm are all created using the power of laws, and their strength is different from that of nature in the mortal world. Even if they were hit by something of Osiris's size, they wouldn't even leave a scratch. On the contrary, Osiris was so dizzy from being hit that he couldn't get up for a long time. Osiris angrily got up, and reluctantly flapped his wings to fly away, only to find that his body was shrinking again, becoming about 1.5 meters tall. Osiris stared blankly at Chen Luo, only to see that the other party had just retrieved the judgment sword and then casually sent it away. "Boss, I want to get bigger." With tears welling up in his eyes, Osiris looked at his body, which had shrunk by nearly 100 times, and then gestured at Chen Luo. Although it still resembled a giant dragon, it had shrunk to such a small size, making it feel even more aggrieved. Chen Luo ignored it. This guy was hundreds of years old, which could be considered a young dragon, but his mind was still like a child's. Given its nature, once it gets bigger, it will only cause trouble. As Chen Luo walked into the temple, he said, "Gorn has no way out now. He must become a god within a few years or even a dozen years." Elizabeth nodded. She had just witnessed Gosen's state after merging with the godhood, and it was exactly the same as what had happened to her. To ignite divine fire with a mortal body and transform into a divine body involves constant consumption of the soul. If one cannot ascend to a divine position or become a follower of a god in a short period of time, one will ultimately perish both in body and soul. Elizabeth was rebuilt into a divine body by Chen Luo, so she no longer needed to cultivate slowly and was able to bear the power of divinity and faith. Then she was directly allowed to ascend to the divine kingdom. Gosen, on the other hand, needs to completely transform his body into a divine body in a short period of time, otherwise his current body simply cannot withstand it. Once the body collapses, the soul will also dissipate, and one will not even be able to enter the underworld. Keep an eye on Gosen's situation for me during this time, and make sure nothing unexpected happens. "I understand," Elizabeth agreed, then asked with a puzzled look, "Uncle, where did that abyss world come from? They've been becoming more and more active lately." Chen Luo suddenly sneered, "Just an enemy who doesn't know his own mortality. Let them run wild for a while longer, and I'll deal with them. The frequent activity in the abyss is simply due to the appearance of Astaroth, the Lord of Space. As long as someone makes a sacrifice or uses a summoning circle, they can easily communicate with Astaroth and open the gate to the abyss." If his strength hadn't been incomplete, Chen Luo would have already stormed into the abyss world. "Uncle, and Mixiu, whom you instructed, has also run into problems. I don't know whether I should get involved." Chen Luo knew about Mixiu's current situation. Since being poisoned by dragon saliva 15 years ago, he had been trapped in the palace of the Angzino Empire until today. For the past 15 years, Oliver and Gary too have tried everything to kill Amish, but have never succeeded. Logically speaking, if he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for 15 years, even the Holy Land would have starved to death long ago. Oliver and Gary too initially sent several saints in, but none of them were a match for the poison Amish. They went in and never came out again. At that time, only Gosen and Ilia were at the 7th rank. Oliver couldn't get these people to help them, so he had to use a stupid method, trapping Amish in the palace and starving him to death. The dragon venom Oliver gave to Amish was refined through alchemy from the essence of the corrosive venom of the Green Dragon clan on the Alvan continent. Its most prominent characteristic is its ability to gradually erode the power of extraordinary individuals, whether it be battle aura or magical power. Those below the Saint Realm would be instantly corroded to the bone after drinking it. And Mixiu, with the strength of the Saint Realm, took it. Although he did not die on the spot, all his power was used to resist the corrosive effects of the poisonous dragon saliva, which resulted in his strength being reduced to less than 1/10. Oliver originally thought that over time, Amish would eventually reach a point where he couldn't hold on any longer. But he never expected that this wait would last for 10 years. During this time, some members of the Church of the Underworld also broke through to the 7th rank. Oliver couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately sent a 7th rank epic level person into the palace to kill Mixiu. But no one expected that Mixiu would also break through to the 7th rank and, unexpectedly, kill that 7th rank superhuman as well. Now not only Oliver was terrified, but even Gary too was so frightened that he couldn't sleep at night. They never dreamed that Mixiu was so terrifying, able to break through even while poisoned. Once they reach the 7th rank, the threat of the poison dragon saliva will be greatly reduced. It probably won't be long before Mixiu is able to get rid of the poison. By the time he comes out, none of them will likely be alive. Chen Luo sensed Mixiu's condition and couldn't help but laugh. This little guy is pretty ruthless to himself. Elizabeth paused for a moment, not understanding what Chen Luo meant. "Don't worry about it, he should be out soon." In a dungeon within the palace of the Ansino Empire, Mixiu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, which shone like stars in the pitch-black underground. Above this dungeon was the palace's banquet hall. 15 years ago, after he was poisoned, the mechanism above was activated, and he fell down. For a while, Mixiu wanted to get out of here, but he discovered that the entire dungeon was made of high-strength alchemical alloy, which could withstand even a full-force attack from a saint-level being without any problems. Since most of his power was used to fight the poisonous dragon's saliva, he was even less able to deal with these metals. Mixiu endured unimaginable torment in the dark and sunless dungeon. First, Oliver wanted to kill him, and the anger and pain that came with it nearly drove Amish to the brink of collapse. He still remembers their childhood, when the two of them were willing to give their lives for each other. Until he was betrayed, and Mishu believed he could still do that for Oliver. Betrayed by the person he trusted most, Anmixia was naturally filled with hatred and anger at first. But as time went by, Anmixia realized that these emotions were not helping him in his situation, so he quickly calmed down and looked for a way out. Although the dragon's saliva is difficult to deal with, Anmixio has a trump card up his sleeve. Augusta and Anmish have been together for over 100 years and have developed a deep affection for each other. Although he often complains about Anmish, it is just their way of getting along. Before Augusta came of age and returned to the Endless Sea, he gave his own dragon blood to Anmixio to strengthen his physical body. The blood of an adult dragon contains immense energy. Even an ant that obtains dragon blood can have its body strengthened. Anmixio's netherworld divine arts are considered mage level, and his physical body isn't particularly strong. If he were to obtain Augusta's dragon blood, although he wouldn't be as physically strong as a dragon, he would at least be no weaker than an average 5th-tier warrior. Anmixio did not use the dragon blood after obtaining it because he was confident in his own strength and had enough ability to protect himself without the dragon blood. So Anmixio kept the dragon blood, originally intending to give it to Oliver. Oliver's talent was limited, and his indulgence in pleasure caused his strength to improve extremely slowly. Even after Anmai reached the Saint Realm, he was only at the 4th level. Anmixio planned to give the dragon blood to Oliver after the banquet, but unexpectedly, something happened during the banquet. After being trapped in the dungeon, Anmixio took out the dragon blood stored in his spatial ring and used it. The spatial ring was created by Irelia by combining the power of alchemy and the laws of space. It is a unique item of the Moon Elf Kingdom, and no other race can create it because no extraordinary being can comprehend the laws of space like Irelia. At that time, even with Irelia's 7th-tier strength, she could only manufacture 5, making each one incredibly valuable. Only an empire's master like Anmish could possess them. While the black dragon blood enhanced Anmixia's physique and resisted the invasion of the poisonous dragon saliva, it did not completely resolve the toxins in his body. During the long battle against the poisonous dragon's saliva, Anmixio unexpectedly discovered that the underworld divine magic had been enhanced. He only needed to think for a moment to understand why this was happening. Many underworld magic spells are similar to curses and have corrosive properties. With the aid of the black dragon blood, the poison dragon saliva did not further amplify the damage. Instead, it amplified the corrosiveness of the underworld divine art. This unexpected discovery prompted Anmixio to immediately change her approach. He decided to take a risk, changing his original confrontation to refining and fusing the poisonous dragon's saliva. To achieve this, one must first completely open one's body, allowing the toxins to fully invade it, and then use the corrosive properties of underworld magic on oneself to transform them into magical power. This process is naturally extremely dangerous. One wrong move and it's all over. However, Anmixia knew very well that if he couldn't solve the problem of the poisonous dragon saliva, he would also be doomed, so he might as well take a gamble. After making that gamble, Anmixia discovered that he had won. Although the toxins entered the body, they were not out of control and were gradually refined under the control of Anmixia's netherworld divine art. However, due to the high potency of the toxins, the refining process is exceptionally slow every day. However, there was nothing else Anmixio could do in the dungeon. He had plenty of time. After several years, we were almost successful. At this time, Oliver and Gary too kept sending 6th-tier saints to kill him, forcing Anmixio to stop the transformation process to protect himself. This action caused him to be attacked by the toxins, rendering all his previous efforts futile. After repeating this process several times, it took Anmixia 10 years to refine half of the toxins in his body, and at this time he also discovered that he had advanced in rank. After reaching the 7th level, Anmai's cultivation speed increased significantly. According to his estimate, it would take him at most a year to completely refine the poisonous dragon's saliva. But over the next 5 years, Oliver brought in a 7th-tier superhuman, interrupting his refining process time and time again. Anmixio was no longer in a hurry. He simply used these 7th-tier extraordinary individuals to hone his skills and find an opportunity to break through to the 8th tier. Over the next 5 years, Anmixio's strength steadily improved, and he soon reached the peak of the 7th rank. But at that moment, Chen Luo woke up, causing the power of the law of death, which he could have easily sensed before, to suddenly become obscure, forcing him to abandon his plan to break through to the next realm. So, Anmixio decided to go out. After advancing to the 7th rank, the dungeon in front of him could no longer hold him. Anmixio casually released a corrosive divine spell at the alloy wall above his head. Then, a black aura appeared on the metal, and in an instant, a huge gap was corroded out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Anmixio was not surprised at all. He simply waved his hand and released another divine spell, accelerating the corrosion process. Oh no! He's coming out! Quickly, report to His Majesty and the Pope. There are superhumans stationed outside the dungeon 24 hours a day. When they saw the gap in the alloy wall, the guards outside immediately screamed. At that moment, a figure slowly floated up from the gap. The guards all wore expressions of terror. They were not followers of the Church of the Underworld, but rather extraordinary individuals recruited from other countries. Oliver and Gary too were well aware of Amishu's position in the Church of the Underworld, even though they had now completely suppressed the opposition in the city through bloody means. However, the Ansino Empire was not completely subjugated. At least half of the priests of the Church of the Underworld in various regions did not recognize Oliver's identity and had been fighting against them for many years. Therefore, Oliver dared not use people from the Church of the Underworld to guard this place, firstly for fear of being influenced by Anmixiu, and secondly for fear that the news that Anmixiu was still alive would be leaked. Although these people were not followers of the Church of the Underworld, they knew Anmixiu's identity. The names Dragon Knight and Grim Reaper had resounded throughout the continent of Ani for decades. Even those who had never met Anmishu knew his name. The guards knew that Anmixio had never died, but seeing him appear in person was still hard to believe. After all, being locked up in a dark place for 15 years, without food or water, and not even having anyone to talk to in the dark, is enough to drive anyone crazy just thinking about it. But Anmixia not only survived, he even advanced in rank. Such a terrifying person made it difficult for them to even think of resisting. Anmixia flew out of the dungeon with a calm expression, first raising his hand to shield his eyes from the direct light. Having not seen sunlight for so many years, most people would probably be blind by now. Even if they weren't, being exposed to this bright light would likely blind them. Anmixia's body had been modified by dragon blood, and since he could already see in the dark, it only took him a little time to adapt. Anmixia stood there, but the guards dared not make a move, not even a slight one. They were all pale-faced and wanted to run away, but found that their legs were trembling and they couldn't take a single step. Anmixia glanced at them indifferently, and with a casual wave of his hand, the guards, like the metal, began to corrode and turned into pools of blood, not even having time to scream. Anmixia took to the air, his immense spiritual power enveloping the entire palace. He quickly sensed that King Gari too, escorted by a group of extraordinary individuals, was hurriedly flying out of the palace. Superhumans and soldiers kept rushing towards his position, clearly there to deal with him. Anmixia flew out rapidly. He didn't bother with the ordinary soldiers. As for the superhumans who were oblivious to their own mortality, they found their bodies beginning to corrode strangely as soon as they made a move, and then screamed as they began to turn into blood. As Anmixia flew along his path, shrill screams could be heard from time to time. Blood flowed in every corner of the palace, pooling into streams of blood that stained the entire palace red. Anmixiu, you arrogant and conceited demon, you will be punished by the gods. Amidst the fierce fighting, the superhumans and soldiers loyal to Oliver and Gary too roared their fury at Anmish. Anmixia's expression was cold, and he didn't bother to reply. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on him, even with just a single move, would be mercilessly executed by him. Along the way, underworld priests used underworld magic on Anmixiu, but under his underworld domain, all the underworld magic was eliminated and could not cause any harm to Anmixiu. Your Holiness the Pope. His Holiness the Pope is still alive. It really is His Majesty Anmishu. There were also many believers and priests of the Church of the Underworld in the palace who were completely unaware of the situation. When they saw Anmixiu appear, they were all moved to tears and knelt down on the ground to worship Anmixiu in the sky. Soon, the news that Anmixiu was still alive spread from the palace throughout the imperial capital, Carlo City. Go and greet His Holiness the Pope. Countless loyal underworld priests and believers of Anmixiu immediately swarmed out of the streets and rushed towards the palace. The Church of the Underworld has developed to its current state entirely thanks to Anmixiu. His prestige is no different from that of a god. Oliver and Gary too were naturally aware of this, and they used bloody means to suppress all opposing forces, removing Anmishu's name from the Underworld Codex, rewriting history books, destroying Anmishu's statues, and strictly forbidding anyone in the capital from mentioning his name. They wanted to use this method to make the believers completely forget about Anmixiu, but they didn't expect that this would not only fail to make Anmixiu forgotten, but would instead make more people miss him. Anmixiu's appearance immediately caused a stir throughout the entire city of Carlo. Large numbers of believers and priests gathered together, chanting slogans such as "Welcome the Pope," "Kill the conspirators," and quickly blocked the palace gates. At this moment, Gary too also ran to the square in front of the palace, where an alchemical airship was docked. He hurriedly rushed towards the alchemical airship, surrounded by a group of superhumans. Anmixiu also flew over rapidly from the sky and arrived in front of the alchemy airship in an instant. Quickly, go and stop him. In a panic, Gary too shouted at the superhumans behind him. The extraordinary individuals hesitated, having already heard the crowds outside the palace chanting slogans. Seeing Gary II's panicked expression, they knew that the people's chances were slim. They're just after money, they don't need to risk their lives. These people were already planning to abandon Gary too and escape, or simply surrender. They had no intention of actively seeking death. But before they could make a choice, Anmixiu expressionlessly raised his hand and emitted a beam of light, and they saw their bodies begin to corrode, turning into blood in an instant. When Anmixia slowly landed in front of Gari too, all the guards and superhumans were dead, not a single one was alive. Gary too was only a fifth-order transcendent being, and he didn't even have the ability to escape in front of Anmixiu. Knowing he couldn't escape, King Gary too promptly knelt down with a thud, crawled to Anmich's feet, and cried out in tears, "Your Holiness, it was Oliver who ordered me to do all this. It has nothing to do with me." Anmixiu waved his hand, and a grey light pierced into Gary Ii's body. The next moment, Gary Ii's fifth-tier warrior strength suddenly collapsed, turning him into an ordinary person, his originally black hair turning white in an instant. "Throw him into the dungeon. He can't die before I kill him." Anmixiu glanced at the throng of believers and guards who had gathered around him, gave a brief order, and then flew back into the sky, heading towards the underworld temple. Tens of thousands of believers, upon seeing the deposed King Gari II, immediately seized him and, led by palace guards, took him to the dungeon where Anmishu had been imprisoned. When the believers saw the dark and gloomy dungeon, they were all enraged. They had long heard rumors that Anmishu had been secretly imprisoned by Oliver and Gary II, but they never expected it to be true. The thought of Anmixia spending 15 years in such a terrible environment enraged all the believers, who wished they could tear Gary II apart with their bare hands. "Everyone, don't be impulsive. His Holiness the Pope ordered him to be imprisoned in the dungeon, not killed. We must make this blasphemer suffer the same pain as His Holiness the Pope." Seeing that things were not going well, a priest from the underworld hurriedly and loudly advised the believers. "Yes. Throw him in too. Make him wish he were dead. We can't let him die so easily." Gary too was bound hand and foot and locked in a dungeon by his fanatical followers. To prevent him from committing suicide, his mouth was also gagged. With his cultivation destroyed, Gary too had no ability to resist and could only watch in fear as the dungeon was sealed off again, plunging him into boundless darkness and terror. At this moment, Anmixio had already flown to the front of the underworld temple. This was the original Ocean Temple, but after Chen Luo left, it had been expanded several times over and turned into a huge temple complex. When Anmixio landed in the temple, the priests, servants, and guards were all stunned and terrified. They were completely dumbfounded and had no idea what to do. Anmixio ignored them and walked directly toward the main temple. Along the way, some people had already knelt down on the ground with fear on their faces, their whole bodies trembling. Anmishu is still alive, and Oliver is still in the main temple. Everyone knows what is about to happen. Wherever Anmixio went, people knelt on the ground one after another, not daring to even breathe. The underworld temple, which had been filled with prayers and voices, fell into a deathly silence until Anmixia stepped into the main temple. Oliver sat atop the towering throne of the main temple, watching Anmish slowly walk in. His expression was remarkably calm, as if he had long anticipated this day. Anmish looked at Oliver, who had become so fat that he was unrecognizable from his former self, and slowly closed his eyes. "Get out, all of you." The priests and servants in the temple were already pale and sweating profusely, their legs trembling. Upon hearing Anmixio's order, they were all relieved and hurriedly ran out, not daring to stay there for even a second longer. As the dozens of people left, they also pulled the heavy doors of the temple shut. With a harsh slam, the temple closed, as if isolating itself from the outside world, leaving only Anmixio and Oliver inside. Anmixia walked forward on the marble floor of the temple, her footsteps sounding particularly crisp and loud in the silence. Anmixia walked down the steps of the throne and stepped onto it, looking up at the same time. Oliver remained calm as always, seemingly unaffected by the pressure from Anmai's departure. He knew that Anmixia wasn't looking at him, but at the tall statue of the god of death behind the throne, which looked exactly like Chen Luo when he was in Carlo City. "Your Majesty, you must find us ridiculous." Anmixia walked to the throne, looked up at the statue, and suddenly burst into laughter, but his laughter was full of irony and sorrow. Anmixia laughed so hard he bent over backwards, and tears even streamed down his face. "It's ridiculous to go from a beggar to the ruler of an empire. We're all just puppets of the gods." Oliver watched Anmish laugh silently, his eyes growing increasingly cold. "Your Majesty once told me that one day in the future you might regret it." Oliver naturally understood what Anmish meant, and he said indifferently, "You must regret asking your Majesty to take me with you." "My answer to your Majesty was, I will never regret it, even if Oliver wants to kill me in the future." And Mixio's smile finally disappeared. "It seems your Majesty had foreseen this day all along." And Mixio looked up at the statue, as if he could feel Chen Luo watching them below. "Oliver, have you ever regretted it?" Oliver's expression remained unchanged. "Why should I regret it? I am His Majesty's appointed High Priest, and all the glory and respect belong to you alone. I used everything I had in all my efforts to spread the faith, hoping to gain your Majesty's recognition and attention, but your Majesty only ever has eyes for you. Even the believers didn't take me seriously. In their eyes, I was like a useless parasite who got all this only because of you. Why? Why do I have to endure those discriminatory looks when we come from the same background and work the same hard? Since they all see me as a parasite, then I might as well really become a parasite." Amixia watched as Oliver roared, his face gradually contorting into a ferocious expression, his fat jiggling uncontrollably, his eyes becoming sunken and bloodshot, and he felt utterly lost. I know about your efforts, but when we were beggars, were we any worse off than you were back then? I thought you and I were like that, and you no longer cared about the looks of those insignificant people. Amixio had indeed noticed the starkly different attitudes of the believers around him towards Oliver long ago, but he did not deliberately try to stop it, because he felt that if he did so, Oliver would probably be even more hurt if he found out. But Amixio never expected that these strange looks, accumulated over the years, would cause Oliver's psychology to become so distorted. Do you think everyone in this world is like you? Without desires, only thinking about spreading your faith? Everyone has their own desires, and faith is just an excuse for them to satisfy those desires. All I ask for is a little respect, but I can't even get that. Oliver roared. Amixio regained his composure and looked at Oliver. Why are you so short-sighted? When His Majesty placed us in this position, we were no longer those lowly beggars. We controlled everything, the entire empire, and it is even possible that we will ascend to the divine realm in the future. And you're still pursuing those ridiculous things. What does the respect of ordinary people matter? When you become a god, will you still care about their opinions? Your Majesty has already shown us all the directions, yet you are still fixated on what's right in front of you. Before Anmish could finish speaking, Oliver roared angrily, That's right, I'm so short-sighted. I only need so little, yet I can't even get it. What's the point of becoming a god then? Anmixio remained silent. He understood perfectly well that Oliver and he were no longer from the same world. He was stubborn and inflexible, immersed in his own world, and wouldn't listen to any advice. High Priest Oliver has betrayed his faith, slaughtered his own brothers and sisters, and wreaked havoc among the people. In your Majesty's name, I sentence you to life imprisonment. Anmisha never intended to kill Oliver, even though he had been imprisoned in that dark and gloomy dungeon for 15 years. Now, hearing what Oliver said, he felt even more sorry for him. Moreover, Oliver was the high priest appointed by Chen Luo, and Anmixia had no right to kill him, he could only imprison him. Oliver, however, wore a sneer. He stood up, pointed at Anmish, and laughed loudly, I will not accept your judgment or pity. I am the high priest appointed by His Majesty. Only the gods can judge me. You are not qualified. Ha 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 ha, cough. Oliver. Anmixia trembled and rushed to Oliver's side. Oliver laughed heartily, but blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth as he slumped onto the throne. Dragon's saliva. When Anmish saw Oliver's body begin to rapidly corrode and shrink, and was emitting a foul stench, he knew what Oliver had swallowed. Anmixia wanted to save Oliver, but found that blood kept gushing from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he completely turned into a pool of blood. He couldn't save him in time. Anmixia froze on the spot. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Anmixia looked at the blood on the throne, and 2 lines of tears suddenly flowed from her eyes. He recalled everything that had happened since meeting Oliver, and it all felt like a dream. Anmai suddenly realized that his ideals and path were far more difficult than he had imagined, and Oliver might be the first test and obstacle on this path for him. When news of Amixio's advancement and regaining control of the capital spread, all the rebellious priests of the Angzino Empire rushed to Carlo City to confirm it. The moment they saw Anmixio in person, they immediately knelt down and confessed their sins. Anmixio naturally did not punish these priests who were loyal to him. He not only pardoned them for their rebellion, but also personally bestowed titles upon them. After 15 years of division, the entire empire was unified overnight, as if nothing had ever happened. According to the Hades Codex, in the year 117 of the Hades calendar, Emperor Gary II plotted a rebellion. High Priest Oliver was coerced into harming Pope Amish and imprisoning him in the palace dungeon. In the year 132 of the Hades calendar, Pope Amish ascended to the epic rank and emerged from his confinement. All members of the Ansino royal family were executed, and seeing that all was lost, Gary II poisoned High Priest Oliver. In the same year, Pope Amishio declared himself emperor, embodying both divine and imperial power, becoming Amishio I. In the inner plaza of the underworld temple, Oliver's high priest attire was placed in a magnificent coffin, and he would still be buried as the first high priest of the Church of the Underworld. In this case, Oliver will be portrayed as a victim, and his crimes will not be mentioned in history or records. Anmixio, along with the priests of the underworld, began chanting scriptures from the underworld holy scriptures. In a place unseen by the naked eye, Oliver's soul appeared on the throne inside the temple, looking around blankly. Am I dead? Oliver sensed a powerful force calling to him, and in that instant he understood that it was the place of death, the underworld. Oliver did not resist, but followed the force and entered the underworld. Here, he immediately saw a colossal gate to the underworld rising from the ground at the end of the river Styx in the far distance of the vast underworld. High Priest Oliver of the Church of the Underworld has betrayed his faith, slaughtered his brothers and sisters of the same faith, and wreaked havoc among the people. In the name of death, I sentence you to eternal damnation, for all eternity. The three angels of judgment from the underworld appeared before Oliver at the same time. The six-winged dark angel Aekos in the center announced Oliver's verdict, and his words were exactly the same as Anmish's, except for the result. As soon as he finished pronouncing his sentence, thousands of black hands rose from the ground, tightly binding Oliver, erasing all his memories, and throwing him onto the river Styx. Oliver transformed into a figure dressed in a black robe, concealing his true identity, and appeared on a small boat on the river Styx, becoming the second ferryman on the river. Under the influence of the Styx River's power, Oliver will never be able to leave the ship, and the Styx River's power will constantly erode his memory, making him never remember who he really is. After holding a state funeral for Oliver, Anmai returned to the temple. At the highest point of the temple complex, he looked down. The massive base allowed him to see the entire city of Carlo, the prosperous kingdom he had created. At that moment, Anmixio suddenly felt a little tired. 15 years gave him ample time to reflect on everything he had done. Anmixio was naturally proud of everything he had created, but Oliver's death gradually made him feel weary of the world. I cannot stop here yet, I have not completed the task His Majesty has entrusted to me. With this thought in mind, Anmixio's gaze gradually hardened. At that moment, his vision suddenly blurred, and he found himself in a gray, hazy world. Anmixio's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly calmed down. He looked up at the dim sun in the sky, and then at the huge entrance to the underworld not far away, where a large number of souls were queuing up to enter the kingdom of the dead. Anmixio instantly realized where he was. This is the place where death ends, the final resting place for all the departed souls, the underworld. Centuries after the establishment of the underworld, with the rapid growth of the population in the Western fantasy world, more and more souls entered the underworld. Especially in recent years, with frequent wars and turmoil on the mainland, the number of deaths has been increasing. Those extraordinary individuals with powerful souls are naturally stronger than ordinary people when they enter the underworld. Some of them have been waiting on this side of the river Styx for hundreds of years, never to be taken away by the ferryman, while others struggle in the river Styx, trying to swim to the other side. The longer you stay in the river Styx, the more you will gradually synchronize with the rules of the underworld and become a part of it. In order to avoid being annihilated by the laws of the underworld, the powerful souls began to devour the souls of the weaker souls in the river Styx in order to maintain their own immortality. This situation has led to the emergence of many powerful undead in the river Styx, some of whom have even reached the 7th rank. Whenever a powerful soul tries to swim back from the river Styx, unable to reach the other side, a group of underworld messengers dressed in black robes wield giant black scythes and annihilate them, turning them into part of the underworld. When powerful spirits resist entering the underworld by using special powers, they will also appear to harvest souls. The messengers of the underworld, trailing illusory shadows, wandered through the sky, maintaining order throughout the underworld. These messengers of the underworld were all priests of the Church of the Underworld in their lifetimes. After their deaths, they were appointed as messengers of the underworld to assist in the management of the underworld. As more priests and souls of the Church of the Underworld entered, the underworld continued to expand. Besides the area where the river Styx is located, countless vast regions appeared, used to fill hundreds of millions of dead souls. Under the influence of the power of death, many creatures and plants unique to the underworld have also appeared, such as various underworld beasts and the red spider lily, etc. Whether passing through the gates of the underworld or boarding Karen's ship to reach the judgment seat, Anmixio remained remarkably calm. Anmixia knew that he had been summoned by Chen Luo, and had not entered the underworld as a ghost. When he saw the other ferryman, a look of surprise and uncertainty appeared on Anmixia's face. He could sense Oliver's presence in the person, but it vanished in an instant, leaving him unsure whether the ferryman was actually Oliver. At this moment, some of the dead struggled to climb onto the ferry, but were driven off by an invisible force. But they seemed completely unaware that it was futile, and continued to roar in the river Styx, angrily trying to climb up, refusing to give up even after being driven down time and time again. "Get out of here!" Karen roared and slammed his oar into the river Styx. Black waves swept across the river, blasting away all the souls of the dead, layer upon layer, like trash being tossed about. The river Styx fell silent in an instant, but only for a short while before countless hands reached out from the riverbed, desperately trying to pull themselves onto the ship's side. "You fool who doesn't know what's good for him!" A green light flashed in Karen's eyes, and all the dead souls on the ship's side let out shrill wails before instantly turning to ashes. Now, the river Styx fell completely silent, and no more ghosts dared to approach the ferry boat. And Mixio ignored all of this. He made no move or spoke, but simply watched the other ferryman from afar. "Who is he?" Karen noticed Anmixia's gaze, bowed slightly, and said in a very respectful tone, "My lord, I do not know." Anmixia frowned, but didn't ask any more questions, because he knew it would be pointless to ask. As Karen's ferry docked on the opposite bank, Anmish had no choice but to turn his gaze away, step onto the other side, and walk toward the judgment platform. Along the way, countless messengers from the underworld bowed to Anmixiu. They clearly knew Anmixia's identity and that he might be the future master of the underworld. Even the 3 six-winged dark angels on the judgment platform rose to their feet and watched Anmish walk across the judgment platform toward the Temple of Death behind it. Along the road to the Temple of Death, there are countless black flowers in bloom, as well as numerous special plants from the underworld. As Enmixia surveyed the scenery of the underworld, he pondered the entire process of the souls he had just witnessed entering the underworld. Enmixia understood that this was what Chen Luo wanted him to see, and it was probably also the purpose of summoning him here. Are these 3 steps selection, baptism, and termination truly fair? It seems that the order of the underworld is maintained by these underworld messengers. With such a small number, can they keep the underworld running? As Enmixia pondered, he unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the Temple of Death. The buildings here are taller and more magnificent than temples on Earth, and their style exudes a dark and eerie atmosphere. Each temple is divided into many layers, supported by huge pillars, with one layer after another stacked on top of the other. The ground was paved with wide stone slabs. After passing through one temple after another, Anmixia finally arrived at the deepest temple, which floated in the sky and was located at the highest point. Before Anmixia appeared a series of floating staircases leading to the palace at the top. Passing through them, he could see a large number of death messengers coming and going around him. As Enmixia reached the highest point of the temple and saw Chen Luo, his previously calm and wise gaze instantly became excited. Over the course of more than 100 years, Enmixio had endured countless battles and life-or-death trials, and his mind had long since become as immovable as a mountain. However, upon seeing Chen Luo again, his emotions were immediately stirred to an uncontrollable degree. More than 100 years ago, he was an insignificant street beggar. He was only 16 years old at the time, and Chen Luo completely changed his fate. Your Majesty, I have finally seen you again. With tears welling up in her eyes, Enmixia knelt down at Chen Luo's feet, touched her head to the ground, and bowed deeply. Looking at Enmixia's weathered yet mature face, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh, and with a wave of his hand, he helped Enmixia stand up from the ground. Enmixia, has the ideal world you envisioned been established? Chen Luo still remembered what Enmixia said when he asked him what kind of world he wanted to build. Good and evil will be rewarded, everyone's heart will be turned towards the light, people will no longer crave enjoyment, the weak will have dignity, and the strong will be restrained. Enmixia felt overwhelmed with shame and knelt on the ground, bursting into tears. Your Majesty, I am utterly incompetent, I have failed to do so. Chen Luo reached out and patted Enmixia on the shoulder, smiling as he said, No, you did a great job. You didn't let me down. You're still young, and you have plenty of time to fulfill your ambitions. Do you know why you were summoned to the underworld? Enmixia bowed and replied, You must be concerned about matters of the underworld. Chen Luo smiled slightly, That's right. If you were to take charge of the underworld, what would you do? Enmixia's face showed shock, and he said incredulously, Isn't the underworld your divine realm? Enmixia didn't react for a moment. When he was only 16 years old, he always thought that Chen Luo was just a divine messenger. But as time went by and he grew older, he realized that with the power Chen Luo had displayed, he was far more than just a divine messenger. Enmixia had already decided that Chen Luo was the god of death, so the statues of the Church of the Underworld were gradually replaced with the image of Chen Luo from back then. But now Chen Luo has entrusted him with the control of the underworld, which is the domain of the god of death, holding supreme authority over the laws of reincarnation. Enmixia naturally didn't think Chen Luo was joking. He quickly knelt down again and said, Your Majesty, this is your divine kingdom. How dare I have any presumptuous thoughts? Chen Luo reached out and pulled Enmixia up again, smiling as he said, You just need to answer me, how will you maintain order in the underworld, and what kind of underworld will you choose to build? Or rather, if you were to become the Grim Reaper, could you handle it? Enmixia was terrified. He looked up at Chen Luo in disbelief. He never expected to hear such a question from Chen Luo. Looking at Chen Luo's face, there was a faint smile on his face, just like the way he didn't care about anything back in Carlo City. Enmixia instantly realized that Chen Luo was not as simple as the Grim Reaper. No god would so easily give up their divine position and divine kingdom to someone else. Your Majesty, are you the creator? Enmixia looked at Chen Luo with a shocked expression and stammered. Enmixia couldn't think of any other possibility besides this answer. Chen Luo laughed, Creator God, God of creation, Great Sage, Judgment Angel Laphais. I can't even remember how many titles I have. You just saw the situation in the underworld. The position of the god of death is vacant, but the underworld is getting bigger and bigger, and the number of dead souls is also increasing exponentially. If this continues, the underworld will inevitably run into trouble sooner or later. I have too many things to deal with here, so I need you to ascend to godhood as quickly as possible. Can you do that? Enmixia's eyes instantly flashed with a burning light. As if he had rediscovered the meaning of his existence, he knelt on the ground once more in excitement. Your Majesty, your divine decree is everything. Go ahead, we should be able to meet again soon. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved. The scene before in Mixia suddenly changed again, and he was back in the underworld temple. Your Majesty, are you all right? Seeing in Mixia kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, the surrounding priests looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering what had happened. And Mixia recalled his journey to the underworld, and he felt somewhat dazed, as if he were in a dream. He can actually become the Grim Reaper? Upon realizing this, and Mixia immediately stood up and walked towards the depths of the temple. All state affairs and religious matters shall be discussed and decided by the Cardinal Council. I am going into seclusion to cultivate and shall not be disturbed unless it is absolutely necessary. The surrounding underworld priests and attendants were all stunned upon hearing this, but after Mixia finished speaking, he had already disappeared. They could only bow in the direction where he disappeared and accept his orders. Yes, Your Majesty. After leaving the underworld, Chen Luo returned to reality. The matters in the Western fantasy world are more pressing, and he hasn't had time to attend to the real world. So after resolving those issues, he needs to first figure out what happened during those 10 years. Chen Luo returned to his room and found the old phone. To Chen Luo's surprise, the phone could still be turned on and had a signal. He tried dialing Song Zhenxian's number. The call was answered in less than a second. Mr. Yang? Song Zhenxian's voice trembled with excitement. It's me. Chen Luo asked, somewhat puzzled, how come this phone and number are still working? Although your phone model is discontinued, I'm just in case you come back and can't find me, so I've prepared dozens of spares. I've also contacted the carrier to make sure your number won't be disconnected. Chen Luo finally realized that nothing in the apartment had changed, not even the furniture had been moved. Song Zhenxian probably replaced everything here exactly as it was, not only ensuring the furniture was the same, but also preparing new clothes for the wardrobe just like before. No wonder that even after 10 years, there is no dust here, and the furniture and clothes have been updated. Mr. Yang, are you currently in that apartment in Zhongcheng? Yes. After saying that, Chen Luo continued, is the laboratory in Zhongcheng still usable? Without even thinking, Song Zhenxian replied, of course, that laboratory is now closed to the public. Over the years, we have gradually upgraded the experimental equipment inside, and most of the equipment is much more advanced than what you used before. I'll send you a materials list to your email. You can prepare another copy and bring it to the lab. Okay. After agreeing repeatedly, Song Zhenxian asked with unusual politeness, is there anything else you need? That's all for now. I'll contact you again if I need anything. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo immediately sent the materials for the facial simulator again. Chen Luo now wants to go out and see the outside world, but his original appearance is too eye-catching, and he doesn't want to keep using hypnosis, so he naturally needs to prepare a new facial simulator. Song Zhenxian was as efficient as ever, and by the morning of the next day, he called Chen Luo to inform him that the materials were ready. When Chen Luo appeared in the laboratory, he saw Song Zhenxian himself, followed by several young people. When Song Zhenxian saw Chen Luo, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He immediately walked up to him and said with admiration, Mr. Yang, 10 years have passed, and you haven't changed at all. Song Zhenxian's words were not flattery, but genuine surprise. 10 years had passed, and Song Zhenxian was now 50 years old, looking much older. However, Chen Luo looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago, and even younger, exuding an aura that was even stronger than it had 10 years ago. Chen Luo smiled, but his gaze fell on the group of young people behind Song Zhenxian, because they were staring at him, scrutinizing him with eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. These people, both men and women, looked to be in their early 20s, each with an upright posture and bright, piercing eyes. They share a common trait and arrogance that emanates from their very bones. Interesting. He already has the strength of a first-tier transcendent. Seeing the way these people looked, Chen Luo understood why they were so arrogant. They were all in their early 20s. To become a first-order transcendent being at such a young age, their talent must be exceptional. There are very few like them in this world. To Chen Luo's surprise, so many first-tier superhumans had emerged on Earth in just 10 years. Seeing that the group of people were still staring at him, Chen Luo frowned and gave a faint snort. Song Zhenxian and the others didn't think much of it, but the group of young people were shocked. In an instant, they were horrified to find that the spiritual energy in their bodies had been completely shattered. They then lost the strength to stand and collapsed limply to the ground. Mr. Yang, Chen Luo said calmly, I know what you're up to, don't let me see them again. Song Zhenxian looked embarrassed and felt wrong because he didn't want to bring these people with him at all. After Song Zhenxian reported Chen Luo's appearance, he immediately received countless requests to meet Chen Luo. Song Zhenxian dared not agree and naturally refused outright. But soon orders came from above, he could not see anyone else, but Song Zhenxian was to take a few young men to see Chen Luo. Song Zhenxian knew the backgrounds of these people, they all had enormous power behind them, and none of their families were people he could afford to offend. Song Zhenxian had no choice but to obediently bring his men. He was actually quite clear about the purpose of the above, the purpose was the divine talisman in Chen Luo's possession. Since the spiritual tide broke out 10 years ago, there has been a spiritual resurgence on Earth, and the number of awakened individuals has been increasing year by year. In just the first year, Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei broke through to the first level and became extraordinary beings in reality. Then, in the following year, many more first-tier extraordinary individuals emerged. At this point, Song Zhengxian and the others discovered a pattern. All those who became first-order superhumans were chosen by the magical symbol on that day. By the third year, all those chosen by the divine rune had become first-tier transcendents. Of those who were not chosen by the divine talisman, only Zhang Yuxuan became a first-tier transcendent being. Now, anyone who isn't a fool understands that the divine talisman is the most crucial thing, and Zhang Yuxuan was able to become a first-order cultivator because she said that Chen Luo had cleansed her marrow and tendons. Song Zhengxian and the others naturally wanted to obtain the cultivation methods for these divine talismans, as this would not only accelerate their cultivation but also rapidly increase the number of extraordinary individuals, making it of paramount importance. However, what they did not expect was that although Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei were willing to cooperate, they were completely unable to impart the power of the divine talisman. Every time they thought about writing down or reciting the cultivation method of the divine talisman, they would immediately collapse to the ground in agony, their whole body convulsing, if there was any possibility of revealing the method. Song Zhengxian thought the two were playing tricks, but when they searched for the remaining divine talisman cultivators, the result was exactly the same. Anyone who possesses the power of the divine talisman will immediately suffer excruciating pain and be unable to utter a single word if they reveal the method of cultivating the divine talisman. If one or two cases could be considered a coincidence, then it's no longer a coincidence if dozens of people experience the same thing. Song Zhengxian and the others immediately understood that Chen Luo had likely imposed some kind of restriction when imparting the divine talisman, preventing these people from revealing the cultivation method. Song Zhengxian was right. Those chosen by the divine talisman were people from the Western fantasy world whose souls had been extracted. When Chen Luo was teaching them, he placed restrictions on their souls. Anyone who revealed the cultivation method of the divine talisman would be subjected to mental lashes. As long as Chen Luo is alive, they will never be able to say it. Even if they could force themselves to speak out, it would be useless, because it is the divine talisman that chooses people, not the other way around. The only one without any additional restrictions was that little girl Tang Shishi, but Song Zhengxian and the others didn't dare to make a move on her. It doesn't matter to others, but Tang Shishi is Chen Luo's designated disciple, which already shows her status in Chen Luo's heart, which is completely different from Shang Wengsuan and the others. So when those people heard that Chen Luo had appeared, their first reaction was to immediately send their family's talented young members over, hoping to become familiar with Chen Luo. Their purpose was self-evident. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I'll have them leave immediately." Song Zhengxian apologized profusely and then ordered his men to carry those people out. Chen Luo didn't even glance at it before entering the lab to begin making a facial simulator. After the young men were carried out, they regained their mobility. When Song Zhengxian learned that they had only had their spiritual power scattered and were still first-level transcendents, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These people are all from extraordinary backgrounds. If Chen Luo were to cripple them, he would be in big trouble. Those people certainly wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Chen Luo, but they would be more than capable of dealing with him. The young men immediately became obedient. They weren't stupid. Chen Luo had only glanced at them, yet he had rendered them incapable of resistance. How terrifying was that? Even a child could tell. No wonder the elders in the family repeatedly told them to be humble and keep a low profile before they arrived. But the more they did this, the more curious they became, which led them to stare at Chen Luo whenever they saw him. "You all heard what that person said, now go back. Director Song, could you please put in a good word for us? We didn't mean it just now, we were just curious," a young man said with a fawning smile. Seeing this, the others immediately gathered around, all urging Song Zhengxian to put in a good word for them. Song Zhengxian sneered inwardly. When they arrived, they were all so arrogant. Now they know to humble themselves and try to please me. Song Zhengxian coughed lightly. "All right. That guy always keeps his word, nothing I say will make a difference. He said he doesn't want to see you, so you absolutely cannot show up in front of him, otherwise you definitely won't be able to get away so easily next time." The young people looked reluctant, but seeing Song Zhengxian's resolute expression, they knew that saying anything would be useless. However, many people were already planning to go back and talk to their elders, asking them to put more pressure on Song Zhengxian. Song Zhengxian's current status and position are different from 10 years ago. Even though they are now first-level superhumans, they may be a deterrent to ordinary people, but they really cannot threaten Song Zhengxian. Chen Luo entered the laboratory and, instead of paying attention to the situation here, focused on creating the facial simulator. The upgrade of the laboratory equipment greatly accelerated Chen Luo's production speed. What used to take several days, he remade in just one day. Chen Luo put the facial simulator back on, adjusted his appearance to be ordinary, randomly selected a teleportation point, and disappeared into the laboratory. The next moment, Chen Luo appeared on the rooftop of a building in Shenzhen. This time, Chen Luo didn't do the shocking act of jumping directly from the sky. Instead, he took the elevator to the first floor. As a first-tier city, Shenzhen is no less prosperous than Beijing and Shanghai. From its location, one can see skyscrapers of endless height in all directions. The streets are bustling with people, each with a hurried pace, clearly indicating that the pace of life here is much faster than in Zhangcheng. Book a flight to Guangzhou after 6 p.m. Navigation to Lijinshange. Play music. As Chen Luo walked down the street, he noticed that many pedestrians were talking to themselves, and everyone seemed unfazed, as if it were commonplace. After glancing around for a few moments, Chen Luo found a coffee shop on the street and sat down to slowly observe this world 10 years in the future. What surprised Chen Luo first was that everyone else's phones were completely different from the ones he had. Some phones have foldable screens that can be opened like a book, with one screen playing a video and the other displaying a chat interface, clearly allowing for multitasking. Some phones have curved screens, which can be bent and folded at will. In coffee shops, people are just like people on the street. When they type on their screens, they use voice commands instead of manual input. Chen Luo stared at it for a moment, then looked at the phone in his hand, and suddenly felt a sense of temporal and spatial dislocation. His phone might have been considered the best 10 years ago, but now it's probably not even as good as a basic old-fashioned phone. Chen Luo looked at his phone, smiled, and immediately got up to find a phone store. On the way, Chen Luo also noticed the changes on the streets. The vast majority of vehicles on the street had been replaced by electric vehicles. Whether they were ordinary vehicles or sports cars, they all had new energy vehicle license plates. Interestingly, Chen Luo found many advertisements for gaming helmets and pods on the roadside, and regardless of the type of product, they all used Second Life as their advertising slogan. What made Chen Luo even more amused and exasperated was that he actually saw advertisements featuring Fang Xingchen and Zhao Yi, and it seemed that they were endorsing very big brands. Should I charge some royalties? Chen Luo felt speechless. Although Second Life claimed to have an official game team, he was actually the only one involved. These equipment companies and advertisers used it for advertising, and no one came to their defense, so they used it with impunity. Chen Luo smiled and forgot about it in an instant. He could guess why this situation had occurred. As the terrifying influence of Second Life spreads globally, a number of massive industries have been formed around it. Take, for example, the VR glasses and other devices that were developed at the beginning. After these device manufacturers made money through the game, driven by profit, they naturally had a greater incentive to research and develop more comfortable devices with a better experience. In reality, the reason Second Life is so realistic is because players enter the Western fantasy world through their souls, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the equipment. As long as their devices can connect to the network and they obtain permission from the Hunyuan Brush or Chen Luo, they can enter the Western fantasy world. The game pod is naturally designed to solve the problem of food and water for players who are playing games in a Western fantasy world for extended periods of time. These game pods can be pre-filled with nutrient solution, which can be injected into the player's body at regular intervals according to the player's settings, so that even if the player stays in the fantasy world for a long time, their real body will not break down. According to Chen Luo's estimate, such a gaming pod will not appear for at least 50 years, or even longer. However, once everyone realized that the Western fantasy world was a real game, and that becoming a superhuman in the Western fantasy world would give them a greater chance of awakening and becoming a superhuman in reality, almost everyone went crazy for the game. Second Life has now become a game known worldwide, and among all minors, the most desired adult gift is a gaming helmet or gaming pod. Such an enormous demand has naturally spurred the emergence of numerous gaming equipment companies. Not only are private companies researching equipment, but major national laboratories are also conducting research in this area. The national strategic decision-making, coupled with the influx of massive capital, suddenly made this industry more popular than ever before. As a result, the game pod, which would normally take decades to develop, was created in just 10 years. However, the cost is currently extremely high, and only middle-class and above families can afford it. Chen Luo searched the street for a while and quickly found a mobile phone store. The shop assistants glanced at Chen Luo's attire, but no one came to serve him. Chen Luo has an average appearance, and the clothes he wears are from 10 years ago, which look a bit outdated now. Chen Luo naturally didn't care about the attitudes of these ordinary people. He didn't waste any time and directly picked out a curved screen phone and a foldable screen phone before paying for them. However, a problem arose when it came time to pay, because the cashier no longer accepted mobile payments. Instead, they accepted facial recognition and fingerprint payments. It's just like 10 years ago, when mobile payments were everywhere and very few people carried cash anymore. Now it's all about facial recognition. There are no QR codes to scan anymore. Can I transfer the money? Chen Luo glanced at the cashier and asked. The cashier looked at Chen Luo holding the old-fashioned phone with a strange expression. These days, there are almost no phones that don't have facial recognition payment enabled. Even elementary school students have facial recognition payment functionality. Yes, sir, you can transfer the money to this bank card. When Chen Luo picked up his phone to pay with a payment app, a new problem arose. This version is no longer in use. Please update to the latest version. Chen Luo chose to update, but a new prompt popped up. The latest version does not support your phone model. Please try a different phone. Chen Luo was speechless. He knew there was no need to try mobile banking again. The result would definitely be the same. My phone is having some problems. Can I put my SIM card in a new phone and then make a payment? The cashier paused for a moment, looking at Chen Luo's old-fashioned phone, and said with a forced smile, "Sir, both of these phones need to be activated before they can be used. Once activated, they can't be returned. And even if I let you do that, your SIM card is probably an old-fashioned SIM card, which won't fit in these phones. Then forget it." Chen Luo didn't mind, pushed the two phones back, and planned to let Song Zhengxian make the preparations. "I'll pay for you, you change your phone, then transfer the money to me." Just as Chen Luo was about to leave, a clear and pleasant female voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Luo turned around and saw a girl in a red dress smiling at him. She had an extremely delicate oval face and wore light red lipstick. Although her looks were slightly inferior to Tang Qingyu's level, she could still be considered a beauty. Chen Luo's gaze suddenly shifted slightly, and he couldn't help but take another look at the woman. Her appearance was secondary. What truly captivated her was her large, watery eyes, which exuded a charming and alluring aura. Chen Luo wasn't interested in this woman, rather, he was somewhat surprised. This woman has very strong mental power. It seems that her mental power has mutated, which has even changed her aura. Now, when Chen Luo sees her, the first word that comes to mind is, vixen. Is she an extraordinary being in a Western fantasy world? As Chen Luo observed the woman with great interest, the men in the shop also focused their gazes on her, their eyes practically mesmerized, as if they wanted to devour her whole. Okay. Chen Luo suddenly laughed, without any politeness. The woman glanced at Chen Luo, then gracefully walked to the cashier, pushing her phone along with Chen Luo's two companions towards them, saying, "Check out, please." The cashier was stunned when she saw the woman, seemingly also affected by her aura. When the woman urged her again, the cashier finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly began processing the payment. Finally, the woman scanned her face in front of the machine and heard a notification sound indicating that the payment was successful. The woman picked up two phones and handed them to Chen Luo, smiling as she said, "Let's go." Chen Luo took the phone, said thank you, and then calmly followed her out. "Turn left ahead and go straight. You'll see an intersection. There's a service center there where you can change your SIM card." The woman smiled and pointed out the way to Chen Luo. "I have something to do, so I'll be going now." After saying that, the woman walked directly to a Tesla sports car parked on the side of the road, opened the door, and was about to get in. A smile curved Chen Luo's lips. He could read this woman's mind and knew what she was thinking. The woman didn't mean any harm. She just recognized Chen Luo's status as a superhuman and was helping him out to get to know him. It's quite simple that she can recognize it. It's precisely because of the mutation in her mental power that she is far more perceptive than ordinary people. Chen Luo now possesses the strength of a fifth-tier cultivator in reality. Even without deliberately radiating his aura, he can still make ordinary people instinctively feel a sense of oppression. This is similar to the dragon's might in Western fantasy worlds. The stronger the power, the stronger the sense of oppression. Therefore, Chen Luo would consciously conceal his aura when he went out, otherwise, even if he had an ordinary face, he would still frighten many people when he walked on the street. Although Chen Luo tried to restrain himself, this woman's mental strength was also very strong, and he could still sense it, which is why he took the initiative to speak up and help. If it were an ordinary person, it would be a miracle if she helped. Her current behavior is obviously an act, her purpose being to wait for Chen Luo to persuade her to stay. However, to her surprise, after she got into the car, Chen Luo didn't say anything, but just looked at her with a half-smile. The woman's heart skipped a beat, and she quickly guessed that Chen Luo might have figured something out. However, she hadn't done anything wrong, and she quickly regained her composure. Since the other party saw through her intentions and didn't want to get to know her, she wouldn't rush to curry favor with them. The woman smiled at Chen Luo with a normal expression, then prepared to drive away. "Wait a minute, how am I supposed to give you the money?" Chen Luo, with an expression as if he had finally remembered something, walked to the car with a smile and asked. The woman felt a tightness in her chest. This guy must be doing this on purpose. But she still had a smile on her face, took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Chen Luo, saying, "This is my business card. Contact me when you've changed your phone." After she finished speaking, she waved to Chen Luo and said with a smile, "Goodbye." After watching the electric sports car drive away, Chen Luo picked up the business card and saw that it read, Li Lu, General Manager of Pengcheng Yuyu Home Nursing Service Co., Limited. Singling, investigate this company and this woman named Li Lu. Chen Luo casually read out the company's name and Li Lu's name. 10 years ago, if Chen Luo had spoken to thin air, it might have attracted attention. There are people like that on the streets now, and nobody even notices him. Yes, sir. The Protoss are biocomputers, and their ability to infiltrate Earth's networks is many times faster than Chen Luo's. He needs computers and a hack into some databases, but the Protoss can take over the entire network directly. Wherever there is a network, there are no secrets to the Protoss. Less than a second after Chen Luo finished speaking, Xing Ling's voice came through. Your Excellency, we have found it. Read it to me. As Chen Luo spoke, he walked in the direction Li Lu had indicated. Although Superior Home is nominally a nursing company, based on the information I've gathered, its main business and services are only targeted at men, and the services are provided by young and beautiful women. Therefore, it can be concluded that they are a shell company that is actually engaged in prostitution. Chen Luo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and he wore a strange expression. So, he's a pimp. Chen Luo had a ridiculous feeling that this woman wanted to start her own business. Give me her ID information. Okay. Chen Luo looked up Li Lu's name and identity information in the Western fantasy world, but to his surprise, although this woman had a role in the Western fantasy world, she was not even a first-level transcendent. That's strange. How did her mental strength increase? Chen Luo frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him. Star Spirit, are there many people undergoing mutations now? Yes, Your Excellency. Since the Great Spiritual Tide outbreak 10 years ago, in addition to the spiritual energy revival on Earth, many mutants have also appeared. Some of them have developed various supernatural abilities, such as the ability to release water, fire, lightning, and other powers, while others have awakened powerful mental strength. On Earth, they are called Awakeners. Just as I expected. Chen Luo's speculation was exactly this. In a Western fantasy world, someone who hasn't become an extraordinary being but can enhance their mental strength can only mean that, like Tang Shishi, their body in reality has undergone some kind of mutation. The fact that Chen Luo happened to encounter an awakened one means that their numbers are definitely not small. Chen Luo couldn't guess any other possibility besides the massive spiritual surge 10 years ago that could produce so many awakened individuals. How many awakened ones are there now? According to statistics from various countries around the world, the number is around 200,000. This is only the registered number, the actual number may be several times higher. Chen Luo understood immediately. These awakened individuals had probably been taken into custody by governments of various countries not long after they appeared. They were the ones registered in the system. However, there are certainly many people who do not want their personal freedom to be restricted and will choose to hide their identity as awakened individuals and go into hiding. How could so many awakened individuals appear in 10 years? Because of the game's Second Life, more than 90% of these awakened individuals, apart from those who awaken naturally, are people who have entered the game. Chen Luo frowned. 10 years ago, the Western fantasy world had around 50,000 players, which meant that these people had either become superhumans or awakened. The remaining people must have entered the Western fantasy world during the last 10 years. Although Chen Luo is gone, the PUBG map is still running, and many players have been added to it over the past 10 years. Chen Luo had forgotten about this before, so he immediately checked the number of players in the Western fantasy world. 630,000. When Chen Luo saw this number, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. In 10 years, the number of players in the Western fantasy world has increased 12-fold. This is the result of Hunyuan Brush's deliberate control. Even if the selection process for PUBG is conducted once a month, nearly 10,000 players will still be created. Later, the Hunyuan Brush changed its operation to occur once every 3 months, meaning only 40,000 lucky individuals would be selected each year. With a global population of nearly 7.5 billion, the odds are similar to winning the lottery. Entering the Western fantasy world is truly like winning the lottery. Although it cannot guarantee a 100% chance of awakening, the probability of awakening is countless times higher than that of ordinary people. Even if you can't cultivate techniques like Shang Wengsuan and others, you still have a very high chance of awakening superpowers, which is why Second Life is becoming more and more popular. This woman named Li Lu had clearly awakened a mental ability as well. Judging from the aura Chen Luo had just seen, it was most likely a charm-type mental ability. What does she want to do by recruiting superhumans? A smile appeared on Chen Luo's lips, and he asked Xing Ling, "Have you found out anything about this woman named Li Lu?" Irrelevant information has been filtered out and sorted out. Red. Chen Luo had already arrived at the operator's service hall. He didn't queue up, he used hypnosis to make the people in front of him move aside and then had the staff replace his SIM card with the latest model. The customer service staff didn't even ask for Chen Luo's ID card and immediately started processing his paperwork. This situation naturally attracted the attention of many people in the business hall. When Chen Luo saw that someone who seemed to be a leader was coming to ask questions, he simply hypnotized everyone in the entire business hall and listened to Xing Ling's report through his ear. Li Lu, 28 years old, from Nanzhou, high school graduate. Her parents died in an accident when she was in high school, leaving only her older brother, Li Yong. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised to hear this. Li Lu's demeanor didn't betray her high school education at all. It seemed she had quite a story to tell. But thinking about it, it's normal. Her parents died when she was in high school, leaving her and her brother to depend on each other. It's normal for her to have some stories to tell. After graduating from high school, Li Lu worked as a workshop worker at Pengcheng Heli Packaging Factory. A year later, her brother Li Yong took her to Ning City, where she joined a pyramid scheme. Within 3 years, she became the second in command of the pyramid scheme. During this time, something happened that Li Lu absconded with all the funds of the pyramid scheme, and then she turned herself in. Because she voluntarily surrendered herself, turned over all the funds of the pyramid scheme, and was recognized for her meritorious service in reporting the scheme, Li Lu was only sentenced to 1 year of probation. 2 years later, Li Yong, working as a pimp in Xincheng, recruited Li Lu into his business. After joining, Li Lu met Gu Xinian, the owner of Xincheng Entertainment. Utilizing the celebrity and model resources provided by Xincheng Entertainment, she gradually expanded her business nationwide. 3 years ago, she established Yuyu's Hejia, extending her business to the entire Asian region. To achieve this, Li Lu taught herself English, Japanese, and Korean. Chen Luo was immediately amused upon hearing this. What a talent! Xingling was clearly focusing on the key points, but Chen Luo knew immediately that the process wouldn't be simple. Working in a factory was fine, but after joining a pyramid scheme, instead of being brainwashed, she became the second in command in 3 years. At that time, Li Lu should have been only 22 years old. What Chen Luo found interesting was that she didn't run away after taking the money. Instead, she turned herself in. There must have been some story behind this. This woman had just escaped one trap when her brother, Li Yong, dragged her into a new one. She's amazing. Even after falling into a trap, she managed to shine, turning pimping into a nationwide business and even expanding internationally across Asia. Moreover, this woman is so ambitious that while she is busy building her great career, she even has time to learn the languages of the 3 kingdoms. It sounds simple, but Li Lu was only about 24 or 25 years old back then. The difficulty of getting in touch with the boss of an entertainment company and having him provide her with resources is unimaginable. You should know that the other party has resources and connections, and could have done this themselves. It was not Li Lu's place at all. However, Chen Luo knew without even thinking what Li Lu had sacrificed. At that time, all she could offer was herself. Thinking of this, Chen Luo suddenly asked curiously, "Where did you collect this information? How come it's so detailed?" "Someone has already collected detailed information about her and stored it on a computer. After my analysis and organization, I can confirm that the information they collected is true." Chen Luo laughed. The person who collected her information is probably also the reason why she wants to win over superhumans. Yes, Xingling said quickly. Li Yong died at the hands of a superhuman. She is secretly gathering strength to take revenge, but her opponent is very powerful. He has already sensed her intentions, collected information about her in advance, and is preparing to make his move. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh. Everyone else is a troublemaker, but this Li Yong is a troublemaker for his sister time and time again. Even in death, he still manages to create an enemy for his sister. Li Lu's actions were understandable. Regardless of what Li Yong had done, he was, after all, her only remaining relative in the world. Who is her enemy? Gu Taejun. Upon hearing the name, Chen Luo's expression immediately turned somewhat strange. Korean? Yes. Chen Luo smiled and asked again, "What's your background?" His public identity is that of a third-generation chaebol in South Korea, but he secretly controls an organization of superhumans, with many awakened superhumans under his command. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. He had overlooked a problem when he heard Xingling's words. With the increasing number of superhumans and those with special abilities, not only are nations trying to control this force, but large conglomerates and wealthy families are also likely to be eager to cultivate their own superhumans. Gu Taejun's actions are unlikely to be an isolated case. It's likely that all the chaebols and people with even a little bit of power in South Korea would do the same thing. Chen Luo suddenly asked, "How many organizations of these superhumans or those with special abilities are there globally?" There are 173 official agencies alone, and hundreds more, large and small, that exist in secret. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. This is interesting. Is China the most powerful of these organizations? Yes, the official agency in China is called the Superhuman Management Bureau. They currently manage a total of 107 first-tier superhumans, as well as more than 10,000 superhumans and awakened individuals. The director is Song Zhengxian, whom you know. Chen Luo was initially surprised, then smiled, got up, and left the business hall. Song Zhengxian had clearly been promoted, and he naturally knew why. As for the 107 people who have become first-tier extraordinary beings, Chen Luo could guess without even thinking that most of them should have obtained the inheritance of divine runes. In other words, they are actually all under their control. How strong are the other countries? All of them combined are probably only roughly equivalent to the strength of China. Chen Luo wasn't surprised at all. People from other countries didn't have cultivation techniques, and without his help, they could only awaken on their own. In just 10 years, how could they compare to the current Superhuman Management Bureau? Aside from official agencies, are there any large organizations of superhumans? There are 5. What is your background? The strongest one is Zero, which was jointly established by Shang Wengsuan and Han Fei. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo chuckled and said, "Shouldn't these two guys be under the control of the Administration Bureau?" On the surface, they obey the Bureau of Extraordinary Personnel, but in reality, they have secretly established Zero, with the most likely goal of breaking free from the Bureau's control. Chen Luo laughed. These guys aren't exactly well behaved in real life either. Let me guess, are Lei Chengyang, Zhao Yi, and Fang Xingchen among the rest? Yes, Lei Chengyang and Zhao Yi, whom you mentioned, also secretly established an awakened organization to cultivate their own strength. It is second only to Zero and is now the third strongest private organization in the world. However, Fang Xingchen did not establish his own awakened organization. Third? Then who's second? It is an organization of superhumans founded by an American woman named Joanna. These people are really quite interesting. Upon hearing Joanna's name, Chen Luo finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. People around Chen Luo glanced at him and quickly kept their distance. After Chen Luo laughed, he immediately immersed his will into the Western fantasy world and extracted a wisp of the soul from all the newly entered players who had reached the first level transcendent. In reality, some of these people have already become superhumans, while others, even if they haven't become superhumans, have a higher chance of awakening than others. Now Chen Luo has the souls of these people in his hands. No matter how much they struggle, they will eventually be unable to escape his grasp. After finishing all that, Chen Luo picked up the foldable phone and started studying it. Upon inspection, Chen Luo discovered that the phone was far more advanced than those from 10 years ago. Not only was it foldable, but most importantly, its voice control function was extremely powerful. The voice recognition accuracy can reach over 99%, and after becoming familiar with the user's pronunciation, the mobile voice assistant can gradually correct it, eventually making up for the remaining 1%. Internet speeds have naturally improved dramatically compared to 10 years ago. A movie that's several gigabytes in size can be downloaded in just 1 second. Chen Luo glanced at the 6G signal displayed at the top of his phone. The network speed was simply incredible. Chen Luo lost interest after playing with it for a while. He had only bought it out of curiosity. For him, satisfying his curiosity was of little use. Chen Luo took out Li Lu's business card and dialed the phone number on it. The phone rang for a moment, then abruptly hung up. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. Li Lu's business card was very well made and shouldn't have been given out randomly. Moreover, people in her line of business rarely hang up the phone without knowing who's on the other end. Chen Luo dialed the number again, but this time it just showed an unreachable message. Chen Luo had a headache. He had figured out the general situation in reality and no longer wanted to waste any more time here. All he wants to do now is transfer the money to Li Lu, and then he'll go check on the situation in the fantasy world. But if this woman isn't answering the phone, she's probably in trouble. Chen Luo didn't want to care whether Li Lu lived or died, but he felt uneasy about owing money to others. Star Spirit, find that woman's location. Chen Luo didn't say who the woman was, but Xingling knew who he was talking about. In less than a second, Xingling spoke up. The last place her phone signal disappeared, and nearby surveillance footage shows that she was in a villa area called Shanshui Mansion, about 3 kilometers away. Following the direction indicated by Xingling, Chen Luo extended his mental energy there, and in the blink of an eye, he locked onto Li Lu's aura. With a light tap of his feet, Chen Luo transformed into a golden ray of light and soared into the sky. 20 seconds later, Chen Luren landed outside a villa and then calmly walked towards the gate. The villa's iron gate was locked, and the people inside seemed to have noticed the commotion outside. Someone had already started to walk out. Chen Luo walked to the door and sensed 2 people standing behind it. He even heard them draw their guns. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle. With a casual wave of his hand, the tall iron gate detached from the wall and slammed into the 2 men, sending them flying dozens of meters. All the sofas and chairs along the way were broken and then crashed into the wall. Sizzle! Fresh blood splattered out from behind the door, quickly spreading across the floor. Chen Luo strolled in slowly and entered the living room. There were still 3 men in the living room, all looking at the 2 walls that had been knocked away, completely dumbfounded. Li Lu's hands and feet were bound to a stool, and her mouth was sealed with duct tape. Her face was filled with grief and indignation, with several clear handprints on her cheeks. Her clothes were torn to shreds, revealing her smooth skin underneath. When Li Lu saw Chen Luo, her pupils dilated suddenly, clearly not expecting him to appear. After the initial shock, one of the remaining 3 men drew his gun, while the other 2 either casually unleashed a burst of flames or suddenly expanded their arms and charged towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo watched the fireball with great interest. With a thought, the person who had drawn the gun was instantly compressed and exploded by the powerful mental force. Blood splattered like a fountain, soaking Li Lu, who was standing nearby, turning her completely red. An ordinary woman would have fainted from fright at the sight, but Li Lu remained calm. Even with blood splattered all over her face and some fragments of internal organs, she didn't utter a single cry. Chen Luo calmly waved his hand again, and grabbed the palm-sized flame in his palm. At the same time, with another thought, the person who released the fireball flew through the air towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo reached into the fireball and couldn't help but chuckle. This temperature is more like boiling water. The man in the black suit who flew through the air looked horrified. He knew very well that Chen Luo had done it, but he had no power to resist and could only watch in terror as he flew right up to Chen Luo. The other two men, whose hands had mutated, saw this and immediately changed direction, crashing through the wall behind them and making a quick getaway. Quite clever. Chen Luo smiled, and with another thought, the fleeing man realized that although he was running frantically, his body was actually moving backward, and in an instant he was in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo reached out and pinched the superhuman who had launched the fireball, channeling both divine and spiritual power into him. The brain has mutated, resulting in the emergence of mental power. It can directly manipulate fire elements and can probably compose about 10 fireballs. It is still a long way from being a first-level transcendent. After figuring out the reason, Chen Luo casually tossed the person away like trash. Bang! While the person was still flying through the air, before they could even scream, they were suddenly crushed into a meat patty. The last person left was terrified, shouting in broken Chinese, "Shake, my life." The pronunciation is inaccurate, and there is no shaking. Chen Luo said something in fluent Korean, then placed his hand on the man's forehead, channeling his spiritual and divine power into it, and began to sense the changes in the man's hands. The man was completely bewildered. Upon hearing that Chen Luo could speak Korean, he hurriedly shouted in Korean, "Spare me. I was just following orders." It means that the body has mutated, making it 2 to 3 times stronger than the average person, but it is still far from being a first-level superhuman, so it is not very useful. Chen Luo finally understood that these so-called awakened individuals had simply acquired some of the abilities of a first-tier transcendent being. This ability to control fireballs is similar to that of mages in Western fantasy worlds. They can only release fireballs because they lack magical power and can no longer release them once their mental energy is depleted. The one whose body mutated, like a first-tier warrior, strengthened his hands, but was many times weaker than a first-tier warrior. These people are at most slightly stronger than ordinary people, no wonder they are called awakened ones. They are still far from being true superhumans. Chen Luoshan's power surged into the man's heart, instantly shattering it into powder, and then casually tossed the corpse aside. Chen Luo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared in front of Li Lu. Li Lu's eyes showed shock. She was at least 10 meters away from Chen Luo, and he had simply stepped over her. Instant teleportation? Chen Luo was indeed using instant teleportation. After mastering the spatial talisman, he could teleport short distances on Earth, but he couldn't move at will. His range was only about 10 meters. Chen Luo casually ripped off the restraints on Li Lu's body, then said indifferently, "Tell me your bank card." After Li Lu was freed, she was about to thank Chen Luo when he said something that made her pause in surprise, not quite understanding what he meant. "Sir, I don't know your identity, but you must be a very powerful superhuman. Please help me to the end and save me." Li Lu's eyes were full of pleading, and her face was covered in blood, making her look extremely pitiful. Chen Luo remained unmoved and immediately used hypnosis, saying, "Bank card number." Li Lu's eyes immediately filled with confusion, and she quickly read out a bank card number. While she was reading, Chen Luo took out his phone and transferred the money. As Chen Luo put away his phone and was about to leave, he noticed Li Lu suddenly kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Sir, please help me. I'll do anything you ask." Chen Luo frowned and waved his hand to get Li Lu up. "Anything is acceptable?" A determined look appeared in Li Lu's eyes. "Anything is fine. What if I told you to die?" Chen Luo glanced at Li Lu indifferently. "As long as you can help me kill my enemy, I won't even flinch if you want me to die." What just happened made Li Lu realize that Chen Luo was an even more powerful superhuman than she had imagined, even beyond her comprehension, and comparable to the superhumans in Western fantasy worlds. She had to seize this one and only opportunity, otherwise she might never be able to do anything to Gu Taejun in her entire life. Chen Lu could read Li Lu's thoughts and knew that she was not lying at this moment. Moreover, Chen Luo was somewhat moved by the resolute and unwavering will in the woman's eyes. It was a will so pure it was almost unbearable. It seemed that the only meaning of life was revenge. Chen Luo sighed inwardly. He had only ever heard of brother supporting demons before, but this was the first time he had ever seen someone supporting their older brother. Li Lu is no simple woman. She was repeatedly led into traps by Li Yong, yet she remained devoted and uncomplaining. Even after his death, she was single-mindedly determined to avenge him, even at the cost of her own life. Is the power of family love really that strong? Chen Luo glanced at Li Lu and said slowly, I don't have time to waste on you. Seeing the hopeful light in Li Lu's eyes dim instantly, Chen Luo immediately continued, have you heard of light in the midnight sun? Upon hearing this, Li Lu's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly replied, that's the world's second largest private organization of superhumans, and its leader is Queen of the Night, Joanna. Li Lu had been trying to win over people with superpowers, so how could she not have heard of the largest organizations for people with superpowers? Go find her and ask her to help you get revenge. Tell her it's a mission given to her by Hunyuan. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he didn't even glance at Li Lu before disappearing without a trace. Chen Luo told Li Lu to go find Joanna herself, knowing that the process wouldn't go smoothly. First, Li Lu needs to find Joanna. Given Joanna's current abilities, it won't be easy for Li Lu to find her. Moreover, if Li Lu were to rashly go to Joanna's door without Chen Luo's prior notice and mention Hunyuan's name, Joanna might just kill her outright. Chen Luo didn't intend to inform Joanna. He had already provided Li Lu with the power to take revenge, and whether she could seize it was no longer Chen Luo's concern. Chen Luo had already entered the world of immortals and heroes, and had not appeared here for more than 40,000 years. Chen Luo was stunned when he entered. The 9 provinces continent was shattered and the earth cracked. It wasn't an adjective, it was a true cataclysmic event. 7 enormous openings appeared in the sky, each tens of thousands of meters wide. Terrifying cosmic storms, lightning, and celestial fire surged in from these openings, destroying everything below. Meanwhile, the vital energy of the immortal world was rapidly dissipating. The ground was a scene of utter devastation, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring in the sky, and dark clouds obscuring the sun, leaving no light in sight. No part of the 9 provinces continent is intact. Some have been torn apart into isolated islands, others have been devastated and turned into wastelands, still others have been swallowed up by lightning and heavenly fire, and still others have simply sunk to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, the gap in the sky is still widening. At this rate, it won't be long before it connects into one, and then the entire Xiangxia world will be completely finished. Chen Luo was speechless. You guys really know how to play this game. Are you trying to blow this up? Chen Luo glanced at the trend. If he had arrived a few days later, the world of immortals and heroes would have truly exploded. What the hell happened? Chen Luo instantly reviewed the development process of the past 40,000 years. After Chen Luo left the world of immortals and heroes, the gods formed from the power of the 36 divine talismans began their self-destructive journey across the 9 provinces continent. For the first few hundred years, nothing major happened. These gods were just born, like newborn babies, and were still curious about everything. Besides being curious about the world, they were also very curious about who created them, so they kept exploring everywhere. They all knew that a creator god had created them, but then disappeared. Even after they explored the entire continent of Kyushu and went to the boundless sea, they still couldn't find any trace of the creator god. Over time, they naturally gave up and began to settle down on the continent of Kyushu, carving out their own territory. In the beginning, they didn't distinguish between good and evil. In any case, each of the 9 continents was larger than the total land area of Earth, so it wouldn't be a problem if 36 gods lived on one continent. But as these gods began to create their own races, problems gradually arose. With only 36 gods in the entire world, they naturally grew bored and lonely over time. So, one of the gods remembered the task given to them by the creator god and began to create their own race. The first person to create his own race was the wind god Fu Feng, who used his human form as a model to create the Fu Feng clan. Although the Fu Feng clan are in human form, they have the blood of gods flowing through their veins and are descendants of gods, making them fundamentally different from ordinary humans. From birth, they possess divine power that only gods possess, although that divine power was very weak and far less powerful than that of gods. However, Fu Feng passed down the wind god talisman to them, allowing them to continuously cultivate and increase their divine power. When they reach the highest level, they can even advance to become true gods and possess divine power. After Fu Feng was created, other gods followed suit and began to create their own races. The main problem is that it's too lonely and too boring. In such a big world, there are only 36 living people, and apart from animals, there are only Homo sapiens who haven't fully evolved yet. Even a god couldn't stand it for long. Most gods are modeled after their human counterparts, creating their own deities, but not all gods are like that. For example, some created the demon race based on animals from the Kyushu continent, some created plant-based demon races based on various plants, and some created sea creatures based on marine life. In less than 1,000 years, the 9 provinces continent has become a place where 100 flowers bloom and various intelligent creatures are frequently born. Some of them were created by gods, while others were born from the innate spiritual energy at the beginning of the creation of the world of immortals and heroes. 10,000 years later, powerful figures from various clans were promoted to true gods. At this time, the 36 gods that appeared at the beginning of the world were called innate gods or ancient gods and were revered as the emperors of their respective races. At this time, the world of immortals and heroes formed a three-tiered structure, with the 36 emperors as the leaders, the true gods of clans as the central force, and ordinary clan members as the foundation. After the structure stabilized, the 36 clans entered an era of rapid development, and they began to develop their own civilizations and languages. The 36 emperors began to rationally shape and plan the mountains and rivers, so as to better develop their clans and make them grow stronger. The world is gradually improving and becoming more orderly. At that time, Homo sapiens had not yet fully evolved into humans and were still living a primitive life in the mountains and forests. 10,000 years later, each clan had more than 100 true gods, and the clans grew larger and larger, with some having nearly 1 million members and others nearly 10 million, and gradually began to spread throughout the entire 9 provinces continent. As the various clans continued to multiply, the number of descendants of the gods increased, but the divine bloodline became increasingly diluted, making it more and more difficult to advance to the level of a true god. At this time, territory and cultivation resources became the things that the major clans fought over. With more resources, they can have more people advance to the rank of true god, and their clan will become even more powerful. At first, all the clans were very restrained and would reason with each other when disputes arose, since they didn't have any deep-seated hatred for each other. However, in such a conflict of interests, reasoning is rarely effective, and small clashes quickly arose. Small conflicts and contradictions accumulate and naturally turn into large conflicts, which eventually escalate into war. Once war breaks out, even the clan's true god's intervention is useless, because by then the hatred has already been sown and is simply impossible to resolve. This situation did not occur on one continent, but simultaneously on 9 continents. After all, there are only so many resources in the world. If you take them, I won't have any left. In fact, this situation could be easily resolved if the emperors of the various clans were to step in. However, after seeing their clans develop steadily, most of these emperors chose to go into seclusion to cultivate, because they knew very well that above the ancient gods, there was a supreme being. The ancient gods are not the end of cultivation. With most of the emperors absent, the situation gradually spiraled out of control, and the scale of the war grew larger and larger. Even if some emperors were present, they would still consider their reputation and would not bully the weak by targeting clans whose emperors were in seclusion. As long as things don't go too far, those emperors are very restrained and won't take the initiative to act. However, this situation did not last long. As the war escalated, some clans were defeated and forced to retreat. Naturally, the true gods could not stand idly by, since they were still receiving offerings from their own clans. The involvement of the true god escalated the war once again, not only in terms of scale but also in terms of power. When the gods directly intervened in the battle, it naturally led to a cataclysmic event. Ordinary clan members didn't even have the right to watch, and the war eventually turned into a battle between true gods. Moreover, these true gods began to divide themselves into factions according to their own interests, forming different alliances that swept up the entire Kyushu continent. The result of the war among the gods was naturally devastation in the world of immortals and heroes. Not only did ordinary clans suffer heavy losses, but even true gods began to fall, and hatred accumulated and deepened. These true gods fought so fiercely that the world was in complete chaos, without caring whether the world could withstand it. The power of the gods was terrifying, and they quickly ravaged the world of immortals and heroes, creating many infamous forbidden zones. In the end, even the emperors who were in seclusion were alarmed. Seeing the world being ravaged, these emperors knew that things couldn't continue like this, so they joined forces and used swift and decisive measures to stop the calamity. Threatened by the emperors, the 36 clans, however unwilling, had no choice but to redivide their respective spheres of influence and end the war. Moreover, they were both severely weakened at this point, and continuing the fight would not benefit anyone. The world of immortals and heroes entered a period of peaceful development again, and this war was later known as the War of the Fall of Gods. Because in this war, for the first time, true gods fell, and the number was as high as nearly 1,000. For the first time, people learned that the true god was not immortal and could be killed. Even after these true gods died, they did not find peace. True gods are those who have cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. Their bodies contain immense energy and are no longer ordinary mortals. Even their hair contains more power than rare and precious treasures. After their fall, their souls and bodies were collected by the enemy and refined into various magical artifacts and weapons, with not a single piece wasted. The feelings of the people from various clans when they saw the remains of their ancestors being used as weapons to attack them can be imagined. So although they maintained peace on the surface, they were actually secretly accumulating power and plotting revenge. However, with the emperor's warnings in place, they only dared to have some small-scale skirmishes and dared not openly launch a war. And so, another 10,000 years passed. The apes created by Chen Luo had evolved into Homo sapiens, and then from Homo sapiens into humans. However, at this time, what awaited them was the fate of being enslaved. All 36 clans were descendants of gods, and from the beginning they regarded these apes as beasts, killing them at will when they disliked them. Now these beasts have evolved into their likeness, which no clan can accept. Doesn't that mean they're no different from beasts? At the very beginning, the strategy of the 36 clans was to kill them all. Faced with their overwhelming military might, the newly born human race, who didn't even know what supernatural power was no match for these powerful clans. The 36 clans were as powerful as gods to the human race. Any child over 10 years old in one of these clans could easily defeat more than 100 humans. In less than a year, large numbers of humans were slaughtered like livestock. Their surrender was useless, and kneeling on the ground to show submission was also useless. They could only flee in fear, far from the rule of the 36 clans. Fortunately, there's always a way out, and the situation suddenly changed one day. Because the 36 clans discovered that these humans had an extremely strong reproductive capacity, even if they cleared out these human settlements, they could reproduce again within a few years. The people of the 36 clans, being descendants of gods, were born with divine power. This means that their babies require a huge amount of energy to develop while they are in their mother's womb. The longer a fetus is gestated in the mother's womb, the stronger it will be at birth. Although the bloodline has become very diluted after 30,000 years, it still takes at least 3 years to conceive a new member of the clan. Among the demon race, it can take as long as 6 or even 10 years. Humans can produce new members in just 10 months, making them, like domesticated spirit beasts and birds, the easiest targets for enslavement. From that time onward, the 36 clans changed their policy towards the human race from extermination to capture. Large numbers of humans were captured and enslaved by the 36 clans, who helped them build cities and palaces. Humans are responsible for everything that requires manpower. Although such a life is miserable, it's still better than being wiped out. Humans, lacking superhuman strength, are forced to endure enslavement. It's not that no humans have tried to escape, but the usual result is that they are caught, beheaded, and their families are not spared. As time went by, just like the goblins in a Western fantasy world being enslaved by trolls, they gradually got used to it. This situation lasted for 3,000 years until a monstrous genius named Duan Qianchen appeared among the human race. He single-handedly almost buried the entire 36 clans and was also the root cause of the cataclysmic upheaval. Duan Qianchen's mother was from the Hunyuan clan, one of the 36 clans, while his father was a human. This was an absolutely intolerable taboo in the world at that time, because in the eyes of the 36 clans, humans were beasts. Their union was like a human marrying a monkey in real society, and they even had a child. After the incident, Duan Qianchen's family was hunted down by the Hunyuan clan. 6-year-old Duan Qianchen fled with his parents. After a brief chase, he watched as his parents were brutally murdered. He then jumped into the Flame Prison, a forbidden zone formed during the War of the Fallen Gods. The people of the Thousand Flame clan naturally did not believe that a 6-year-old child could survive in the desolate region and return to the clan with the bodies of his parents. What they didn't expect was that Duan Qianchen had been cultivating the Fire God Talisman, one of the 36 divine talismans, since he was 3 years old. He actually used the power of the Fire God Talisman to survive in the high temperature that could melt metal. Having escaped death, Duan Qianchen embarked on his path of revenge. After witnessing the deaths of his parents, he resolved to overthrow not just the Hunyuan clan, but all 36 clans, and liberate the human race. Although Duan Qianchen is human, his mother's clan, the Hunyuan clan, is descended from gods. Whether it's due to skipped generations or mixed blood, Duan Qianchen's bloodline purity is extremely high, almost identical to the first generation of clansmen created by the fire god Hunyuan. Duan Qianchen not only survived in the fiery prison, but also used the fire elemental power there to cultivate and became a transcendent being of the first realm. The power levels in the Xiangxia world were not determined by Chen Luo, but were established by the 36 emperors based on the cultivation system of divine talismans. From the first realm to the 9th realm, the final one is the true god, and above that are the innate gods of the emperor realm, which is roughly equivalent to the Western fantasy world. The emperors organized the cultivation techniques of the divine talismans into 9 realms. After receiving the inheritance of the techniques, the next realm of techniques would be automatically unlocked as one's strength increased. For example, after Duan Qianchen advanced to the first realm, he automatically obtained the cultivation techniques for the second realm. These emperors were not afraid that the cultivation methods of the divine talismans would be leaked, because no one had ever been able to cultivate more than 2 kinds of divine talismans at the same time, not even true gods and emperors. When there is a divine power within the body, when cultivating the second type, the original divine power will strongly repel other divine powers. In particular, the emperors of the various clans created their races based on their own cultivation methods, so the races they created would be very compatible with the power of the divine talismans. For example, the Fufeng clan, which cultivates the Wind God Talisman, has the Wind Spirit body, while the Hunyuan clan has the Tyrant Flame body. This physique is 1 in a million. When cultivating the divine runes belonging to a clan, the speed will be extremely fast, but it will also be extremely resistant to other divine powers. If one were to cultivate the divine talismans of other clans, at best it would slow down their cultivation progress, and at worst it would cause them to explode and die. Therefore, none of the 36 clans had any interest in acquiring the divine talisman cultivation methods of other clans. Duan Qianchen cultivated in the fiery prison for a full 10 years, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At the age of 16, he became a transcendent being in the third realm. This is extremely rare even among the 36 clans. He is a genius among geniuses. Upon emerging from the fiery prison, Duan Qianchen began planning his first step toward revenge, setting his sights on the illusionary Moon Clan, the mortal enemy of the Thousand Flame Clan. The two clans had adjacent territories, and they were the first to fight each other, starting with the early battles for resources. For tens of thousands of years, true gods have died at the hands of each other, and the hatred accumulated between them has become extremely deep. Duan Qianchen first attacked some of the weaker members of the Huanyuan clan, while leaving traces of the use of the fire god talisman's power in inconspicuous places so that the Huanyuan clan would discover him. Duan Qianchen was extremely cautious, and immediately fled after landing a successful attack. When the Huanyuan clan angrily sent envoys to question the Qianyan clan, Duan Qianchen attacked the Huanyuan clan again, this time forcing them to reveal the Huanyuan clan's water god talisman. Duan Qianchen did not obtain the water god talisman for his own cultivation, but rather to teach it to the human slaves of the Huanyuan clan. For a year, he secretly observed those humans who were unwilling to be slaves. Although 3,000 years have passed and all humans have accepted their fate, there are still a few humans who hate the major clans to the bone. For example, someone like Duan Qianchen, whose relatives were killed by members of his clan. Such situations are not uncommon. After all, the 36 clans have always treated humans as livestock. The killing and disposal of livestock are entirely at one's own discretion. After observing for a period of time, Duan Qianchen found 10 such people. Some of them had deep-seated hatred for the Huanyuan clan, while others were unwilling to be enslaved. Duan Qianchen did not say that he was also a human, but instead claimed to be a member of the Hunyuan clan. Because the Thousand Flame clan wanted to deal with the Illusion Moon clan, they sent him to teach the human race the water god talisman, so that these slaves would rise up and rebel against the Illusion Moon clan. These humans had no doubts whatsoever, because the power of the divine runes was something only members of a clan could possess, and humans simply could not possibly master it. Although Duan Qianchen has never cultivated the water god talisman, he has experience in cultivating the fire god talisman, so teaching it to humans is no problem. However, humans do not have divine bloodlines, nor do they have the physique required for cultivating the water god talisman. Even getting started is extremely difficult, and half of them are unable to cultivate at all. Duan Qianchen immediately taught the fire god talisman to those who were unable to cultivate, so that everyone could now begin their cultivation. During this time, Duan Qianchen secretly taught the humans how to cultivate the water god talisman and the fire god talisman, and occasionally launched attacks on the Huanyuan clan. Enraged, the Huanyuan clan sent people to question the Qianyan clan once again. The Thousand Flame clan had never done such a thing, so they naturally denied it outright. Moreover, those who cultivate the fire god talisman are naturally very hot-tempered. They are not about to let things go so easily when their mortal enemies slander them for things they did not do. So they not only denied it, but also severely humiliated the envoy of the Illusion Moon clan. Upon learning this, the Huanyuan clan was naturally furious. The two clans were mortal enemies, and they immediately became enraged and decided to launch a war against the Qianyan clan. However, the true god of the Illusion Moon clan forcefully suppressed the calls to wage war, because the Illusion Moon Emperor had strictly ordered that no one should initiate a war. Although the people of the Huanyuan clan were unwilling, they had no choice but to swallow their anger due to the emperor's orders. At this point, Duan Qianchen carried out the third step, betraying those humans who had cultivated divine talismans. What he did was very simple. During one of his teachings on cultivating divine runes to humans, he deliberately attracted the attention of the Illusion Moon clan guards. The human cultivators were terrified and immediately told Duan Qianchen to run away while they covered for him. Duan Qianchen was somewhat taken aback, but he still hardened his heart and ran away. This step is crucial. These humans must die, otherwise all the previous efforts will be in vain. After Duan Qianchen escaped, the humans were captured as expected. The Huanyuan clan immediately detected the aura of the water god talisman and the fire god talisman on these human cultivators. In their shock and anger, they immediately began to interrogate them under torture. These 10 human cultivators were extremely principled. No matter how severe the punishment they suffered, they refused to reveal any information about Duan Qianchen. Instead, they cursed the Huanyuan clan. The fact that a group of animals had learned the clan's divine runes was, of course, a great disgrace to the Huanyuan clan. They were determined to find out whether it was a foolish act committed by members of their own tribe or a conspiracy by outsiders. The true god of the Illusion Moon clan personally took action, using the method of soul searching to examine the memories of 10 people. The answers were all the same. The Thousand Flame clan had extracted the cultivation method of the Water God talisman from the slain Illusion Moon clan members, and then passed on the power of the talisman to these human slaves, enabling them to cultivate the talisman to fight against the Illusion Moon clan. For this purpose, they even went so far as to pass on the Fire God talisman to these slaves. The memories obtained through soul searching cannot be faked, and since the memories of these 10 people are exactly the same, it is impossible for them to be faked. Although it was somewhat strange that the Thousand Flame clan would pass the Fire God talisman to slaves, most of them lost their reason in their anger. In this situation, the perspective from which the problem is viewed naturally becomes problematic. In their view, the Thousand Flame clan was willing to spread the divine talisman in order to destroy their Illusion Moon clan. The Phantom Moon clan had only 1 million people at that time, but there were tens of millions of human slaves. Once these slaves truly possess the power of the divine talisman, even if they have only just begun cultivating and their power is not yet very strong, everyone understands the principle that many ants can kill an elephant. If tens of millions of slaves rebel, it will cause devastating damage to the Hunyuan clan. The Illusion Moon clan erupted in chaos. Even the true gods within the clan were enraged, and almost unanimously passed a resolution to launch a war against the Thousand Flame clan. The Illusion Moon clan immediately executed the 10 human cultivators and quickly mobilized its army to launch a surprise attack on the Thousand Flame clan. The Thousand Flame clan never expected to be attacked so suddenly, and suffered heavy losses due to the lack of warning. The hot-tempered Thousand Flame clan didn't even ask why before launching an even more brutal retaliation. A major war was imminent and quickly escalated into a full-scale war. While the two clans were locked in a fierce battle, Duan Qianchen secretly slipped away to join 2 other clans on the southern continent. The 9 provinces are now roughly divided among the 36 clans, with each continent having anywhere from 3 to 5 clans. There are a total of 4 clans on the southern continent, the other 2 being the Rift Cloud clan and the Thunderclap clan. Duan Qianchen's goal was naturally to drag these 2 clans into the conflict, expand the battle, and thus profit from it. Duan Qianchen resorted to his old tricks, first attacking the Liuyun and Jinglei clans and obtaining their Golden God Talisman and Thunder God Talisman. He secretly infiltrated the human slaves of the Liuyun clan, claiming to be a member of the Jinglei clan, and taught them the Golden Divine Talisman. Then he went to the Thunderclap clan and taught the human slaves their the Thunder God Talisman. Like the Thousand Flames and Illusion Moon clans, these 2 clans were already at odds. After discovering that the human slaves were cultivating divine talismans, they didn't confront them but immediately started fighting. Duan Qianchen had calculated that these clans were arrogant and conceited. Even if they eventually understood, their hatred would have accumulated to a certain point, and it would be too late for them to stop. After seeing that the southern continent was completely engulfed in war, Duan Qianchen left the southern continent and went to the nearby eastern continent. This time, he chose the Jinyu clan and the Xianbing clan. However, when Duan Qianchen obtained the divine talismans of the 2 clans, he suddenly discovered an unexpected situation. Because the Jinyu clan possesses the Time God Talisman, while the Xianbing clan possesses the Ice God Talisman. At this moment, Duan Qianchen already possessed the cultivation methods for 6 divine talismans and had advanced to the 5th realm. While studying these 6 divine symbols by chance, he discovered that they had a strange connection and seemed to be able to merge together. Duan Qianchen possessed extraordinary courage and talent. After discovering the connection between them, he didn't even consider the risks and immediately tried to cultivate 6 divine talismans simultaneously. This was a situation that the people of the 36 clans would never even dare to imagine. The simplest example is that the divine runes of the Thousand Flame clan and the Illusion Moon clan are opposed, like fire and water. If someone cultivates one and then tries to cultivate the other, the result will inevitably be that they explode and die. In their view, if they couldn't even cultivate 2 divine talismans at the same time, how could they possibly cultivate more than 2 divine talismans at the same time? Even true gods and emperors had never thought of it. Duan Qianchen only sensed the connection, but he was incredibly audacious and actually did it, and he actually won the gamble. When Chen Luo retraced his steps back to this point, he couldn't help but marvel at this guy's incredible luck. These 6 divine talismans are one of the correct combinations. If even one is wrong, missing one, or adding one, Duan Qianchen will be finished. But he was so lucky that he guessed correctly. The combined power of the 36 paths allowed Duan Qianchen to not only master 6 divine talismans individually, but also to use the power of combined divine talismans. Duan Qianchen felt as if he had opened up a new world. He keenly sensed that this was probably a shocking secret that even the emperors had not noticed. What if one could fully master the power of the 36 divine talismans? Upon realizing this, Duan Qianchen immediately began his cultivation method of collecting divine talismans across the 9 provinces continent. The cultivation method of the divine talisman was not particularly valued by the people of the 36 clans, because everyone believed that other clans could not cultivate it, so basically every clan member knew how to do it. After mastering the power of the Six Paths Divine Talisman, Duan Qinkan's cultivation had reached the 6th realm, equivalent to the 6th rank in the Western fantasy world, and at that time he was only 20 years old. With his strength, dealing with ordinary clan members would be a piece of cake. In just 3 years, Duan Qianchen collected all 36 divine talismans. Just like collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, Duan Qianchen started to have a cheat code. Each of the 36 divine runes is not particularly powerful on its own, but when all 36 are combined, they can rival the divine power of a higher dimensional world. At this point, it's no longer just a change in quantity, but a fundamental change. Upon discovering this, Duan Qianchen was overjoyed and quickly began cultivating the combined power of the 36 divine talismans, no longer caring about causing trouble outside. Time flies, and 300 years later, Duan Qianchen has advanced from the 6th realm to the true god realm. This is simply unimaginable among these 36 clans. Even the first generation of clansmen created by the emperor took nearly 10,000 years to become true gods. After Duan Qianchen became a true god, he possessed the power of 36 divine talismans, making him the number 1 person below the emperor, enough to crush ordinary true gods. However, Duan Qianchen knew that his strength was still too weak. If he could not deal with those emperors, overthrowing the 36 clans would be nothing but a pipe dream. The war between the Thousand Flame clan and the Illusion Moon clan 300 years ago was ultimately stopped by the intervention of the emperor. This time, Duan Qianchen has set his sights on those high and mighty emperors. Only by eliminating them one by one can the 36 clans be completely destroyed. Duan Qianchen used the alias Duan Chen and claimed to be a member of the Hunyuan clan. He began to travel around the 9 provinces continent, observing the situation on the continent at that time while looking for opportunities. During his travels, Duan Qianchen inadvertently saved Xingxian, a woman from the Fufeng clan, who was being attacked by the ferocious beast Chaos. The two hit it off immediately, and coupled with the debt of gratitude for saving her life, Xingxian gradually developed feelings of love for Duan Qianchen. When Duan Qianchen learned that Xingxian was the youngest daughter of Emperor Fufeng and was already engaged to the son of another emperor from the Dian clan, a plan quickly formed in his mind. Duan Qianchen took advantage of Xingxian's feelings, pretending to fall in love with her as well, and eloped with her to avoid the arranged marriage. Like Duan Qinkan's parents, they were hunted down by both the Fufeng clan and the Dian clan. However, Duan Qianchen was no longer the weak child he once was. Through his actions, the story quickly turned into a melodramatic revenge drama. During the escape, Xingxian was seriously injured by the Dian clan. Duan Qianchen secretly used the Dian clan's destruction talisman to sever Xingxian's life. At the same time, he impersonated the true god of the Fufeng clan and used the power of the wind god talisman to kill the son of the Dian emperor. The divine power left behind by the two after their deaths was undeniable. Even if the emperor himself came to examine them, he couldn't detect anything unusual, because they simply couldn't imagine that an outsider could wield the power of the divine talisman. Emperor Dian originally intended to personally apologize to Emperor Fufeng for Xingxian's death, but before he could even set off, his own son died. Emperor Dian and his entire clan believed that Emperor Fufeng was retaliating. Enraged, Emperor Dian personally went to Emperor Fufeng's door to question him. Emperor Fufeng was still grieving over his daughter's death when Emperor Dian unexpectedly accused him of being the villain and came to settle scores with him. Enraged, Emperor Fufeng immediately turned hostile, and the two began to fight. As a result, the two were at the same level, neither able to gain the upper hand, but instead, a large number of innocent members of the Fufeng clan were affected. This instantly turned two clans that were originally allies into mortal enemies. With even the emperor himself involved, the war became completely unstoppable. While the Dian clan and the Fufeng clan were locked in a bloodbath, Duan Qianchen went out to cause trouble again. Using the power of the divine talisman, he impersonated the true gods of various clans, constantly stirring up trouble in secret and inciting hatred. Chen Luo was amazed. Duan Qianchen was so ruthless that he didn't hesitate to harm Xingxian, who was infatuated with him, in order to carry out his conspiracy. This was not just cruel, it was downright insane. After killing Xingxian, Duan Qianchen seemed to have completely let himself go, resorting to any means necessary. In just 20 years, he turned the 9 provinces upside down with his various schemes and powerful strength, and war broke out everywhere. Although Duan Qianchen was ruthless, he never forgot his original goal, to liberate the human race. While the 36 clans were fighting each other, Duan Qianchen secretly released the human slaves, organized them, and taught them cultivation methods. At this time, the human race in the world of immortals and heroes had been enslaved for thousands of years and had long since developed a servile mentality. Like the goblins in Western fantasy worlds, when faced with an opportunity to escape, they either don't want to run away or they dare not run away. Therefore, at the beginning, Duan Qianchen did not gather a large number of humans. However, as the wars between clans intensified, even clan members could not survive the world-destroying power of the true gods and emperors, let alone the human race, which lacked even extraordinary power. If they remained within the clan, even being struck by the aftershocks of the supernatural power would mean certain death. No one wants to die if they can live, so a large number of runaway slaves appeared in various clans. The number of humans gathered under Duan Qinkan's command quickly grew from tens of thousands to millions, and this was only for one continent. Duan Qianchen quickly promoted the cultivation method of the divine talisman. In the world of immortals and heroes, the divine talisman also selects its users, and not every human can cultivate it. However, the human race has a numerical advantage that clan members cannot match. Even when the divine talisman selects people, the probability of someone being able to cultivate the divine talisman is as high as 1 in 10. In other words, 1 in 10 people can cultivate the power of divine talismans, a ratio many times higher than that of humans on Earth. Chen Luo was well aware of the reason. The world of immortals and heroes had only been around for tens of thousands of years, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was worlds apart from that of Earth, which had entered the Dharma ending age. Nourished by such a massive amount of spiritual energy, the physique of humans in the Xiangxia world is naturally much stronger than that of humans on Earth, and their chances of being chosen by divine talismans are naturally much higher. Although Duan Qianchen taught the cultivation methods of divine talismans to different people, he did not reveal the method of combining divine talismans to anyone. On the contrary, he repeatedly warned that one should not cultivate more than 2 kinds of divine talismans at the same time. Even if Duan Qianchen didn't say it, these humans had heard about such things in their clans over the past few thousand years, so naturally they wouldn't doubt it. Next, Duan Qianchen began to gather the human race on one continent at a time, and taught them cultivation methods. The 36 clans were not unaware of these circumstances, but with the war raging fiercely, they were too preoccupied to care about their own situation and did not pay attention to the escaped slaves. Their hatred for each other far exceeded that for the escaped slaves. In the eyes of the clan members, humans were just a group of weak and powerless slaves, who could be captured and brought back as before once the war was over. Moreover, the escaped slaves only accounted for a small portion and were of little consequence. At this time, Duan Qianchen controlled more than 4 million humans on each continent, and nearly 40 million in total across the 9 provinces. Although this is nothing compared to the 36 clans, it is still much stronger than before when they were unable to resist. In order to buy time for the human race to develop, Duan Qianchen continued to stir up trouble in secret, causing the war to escalate and showing no signs of stopping. Moreover, the scale of this event is completely different from before, because the emperor himself has personally intervened. The clash of their techniques utilizes the power of laws, resulting in a truly world-destroying spectacle. Not only could ordinary clan members not get close, but even true gods had to keep their distance and dared not get too close. This situation persisted for hundreds of years before changing again. While Emperor Fufeng was fighting Emperor Dian in the void, he was ambushed by Emperor Jinyu, who was lying in ambush nearby, and Emperor Fufeng died on the spot. Emperor Fufeng was a primordial deity. Although he perished, his primordial power, the power of the wind spirit, did not perish. The power of origin is a great tonic for any deity. However, when Emperor Dian and Emperor Jinyu were vying for the power of the wind spirit, Duan Qianchen snatched it away from behind. Enraged, Emperor Dian and Emperor Jinyu naturally gave chase. However, they had already injured their essence when they killed Emperor Fufeng, and their internal fighting further aggravated their injuries, so they failed to catch up with Duan Qianchen. When Duan Qianchen was escaping, he swallowed the innate wind spirit power. If it were someone who didn't possess the wind god talisman, or someone with insufficient strength, they would have been instantly burst apart. However, Duan Qianchen not only mastered the wind god talisman, but his strength was also below that of the emperor. After absorbing the innate wind spirit power, he advanced to the level of emperor in less than a year. This also marked the eve of the destruction of the Xiangxia world. Although Duan Qianchen had just fused with the power of the innate wind spirit, with the addition of the power of the 36 divine talismans, he was capable of fighting even against the supreme emperor. But Duan Qianchen knew very well that he had just advanced in rank and his realm was not stable. If a real fight broke out, he would not be a match for any of the emperors. Moreover, those emperors are ancient monsters who have lived for tens of thousands of years. Perhaps they can discern the truth simply by taking action. Therefore, before possessing absolute power, Duan Qianchen did not intend to provoke those emperors again. If the secret of the 36 divine talismans were exposed, those emperors would probably be able to comprehend and master them in no time, and then he would be completely finished. After ascending to the rank of emperor, Duan Qianchen went to save the Fufeng clan, which was on the verge of extinction. After the fall of Emperor Fufeng, everyone in the Fufeng clan collapsed. They simply could not accept the fact that their clan's guardian deity and ancestor had perished. But faced with the undeniable facts, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Without an emperor-level powerhouse, the people of the Fufeng clan knew very well that their extermination was only a matter of time. In this situation, everyone started fighting desperately. Even if it meant dying, they would use suicidal moves to take the enemy down with them. Fortunately, Emperor Dian and Emperor Jinyu had injured their source and went to heal. With their reckless fighting style, they managed to hold out for a year. Just when the Fufeng clan's main camp was about to be breached, Duan Qianchen appeared again, disguised as a member of the Fufeng clan, and with swift and decisive action, instantly killed all the enemies of the invading Dian clan. The Fufeng clan originally thought they were doomed, but unexpectedly a clansman suddenly appeared with the strength of an emperor and saved them. Naturally, they immediately worshipped Duan Qianchen as a god. When he was with Xingxian, Duan Qianchen deliberately inquired about the affairs of the Fufeng clan, including many secrets that only true gods knew. Moreover, the true gods of the Fufeng clan also understood that without cultivating the wind god talisman to its ultimate level, it was impossible to fuse with the innate wind spirit power. This resulted in no one questioning Duan Qianchen's identity, and he thus became the new emperor of the Fufeng clan without any suspicion. The first thing Duan Qianchen did after taking office was to announce that he would avenge Emperor Fufeng and immediately launch a counterattack against the Dian clan. At the same time, he announced the liberation of all humans in the Fufeng clan and taught them the cultivation method of the Dian clan's destruction divine talisman. They had no objection to those seeking revenge against the Fufeng clan, but the liberation of all humans was unacceptable to them. Duan Qianchen, however, overruled the objections and forcefully suppressed them, declaring that extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Now that the Fufeng clan was in imminent danger, it was imperative to rapidly strengthen its power. Even if all the members of the Fufeng clan were combined, they wouldn't be a match for Duan Qianchen alone. No one could stop him from going his own way. Moreover, while the Fufeng clan held these slaves in contempt, they were utterly mortal enemies of the Dian and Jinyu clans. Furthermore, Duan Qianchen taught the slaves the divine talisman of the Dian clan, using the power of an enemy to fight against another enemy. What could be more exhilarating? Tens of millions of slaves of the Fufeng clan were liberated overnight, and millions more received the cultivation methods of the Dian clan. For them, it was like going from hell to heaven. They were all more motivated than before, and those human cultivators who received the cultivation methods even swore to die for the Fufeng clan. Although Duan Qianchen found this scene somewhat amusing, he quickly returned to his goal. The reason he came to become the emperor of the Fufeng clan was not to save them, but on the contrary, to destroy them. Duan Qianchen intends to sever the inheritance of the 36 divine talismans one by one before those emperors discover the secrets of the talismans. Even if they discover this secret, they won't be able to gather the power of the divine runes. With Duan Qianchen's current strength, he could completely wipe out the Fufeng clan by himself. However, the Fufeng clan still has hundreds of true gods. Wouldn't it be a waste not to make use of such power? He incited the Fufeng clan to seek revenge, watch them kill each other, and all he had to do was watch and clean up the mess. Duan Qianchen, under the pretext of consolidating his realm, ordered the Fufeng clan to attack the Dian clan. As the battle between the two races intensified, large numbers of casualties began to occur on both sides. In the final battle, both sides committed all their clan's strength to the fight, and at this moment, Emperor Dian finally couldn't sit still and made his move. Duan Qianchen remained hidden behind the scenes. When the Dian emperor made his move, he raided the Dian clan's stronghold, killed all the Dian clan members, and released all the human slaves. Emperor Dian was naturally adept at dealing with the Fufeng clan, and he annihilated the entire Fufeng clan. Now, the lineage of the wind god talisman has been completely severed. When Emperor Dian returned to his clan, he saw that all his clansmen had been killed. He was furious and began to hunt down Duan Qianchen. Then, although Duan Qianchen had just advanced, Emperor Dian's injuries had not fully recovered. The two fought to a standstill, but Duan Qianchen was cunning and scheming. He used the power of the wind god talisman from the beginning, and when the great Yan emperor was off guard, he used the power of 36 divine talismans to severely injure him. Emperor Dian didn't even have time to escape before he was killed by Duan Qianchen. After merging two primal powers, Duan Qianchen's strength has surpassed that of all emperors. His goal at this point was no longer to liberate the human race, but to kill all the emperors and gather the power of the 36 primordial forces. If the power of the 36 divine talismans is already so terrifying, what realm would he reach if he combined the primal power of the 36 immortal and martial arts worlds? Duan Qianchen's ambition had now swelled to the point of wanting to completely control the entire Xiangxia world. Next, Duan Qianchen returned to the Hunyuan clan and launched a surprise attack on Emperor Hunyuan, killing him and then merging with the power of the third world's origin. Duan Qianchen then used the power of the fire god talisman to wipe out all the members of the Hunyuan clan, thus severing the fire god talisman's lineage once again. Before the news could spread, Duan Qianchen swiftly attacked 3 other clans on the southern continent. After fusing the 3 primal powers, Duan Qianchen was already capable of crushing any emperor, but he still chose to shamelessly launch a sneak attack in the dark, to achieve the greatest results with the least cost. The emperors of the 3 clans were caught off guard and fell victim to the poisonous attack one after another, along with all their clansmen. The fall of 5 emperors and the annihilation of 6 major clans finally made the other emperors realize the truth and discover Duan Qianchen's conspiracy, and they began to unite to deal with him. But it was too late. With the fusion of the 6 primordial powers and the power of the 36 divine talismans, Duan Qianchen was not at a disadvantage even when facing 10 opponents. At first, only 10 emperors joined forces to deal with Duan Qianchen alone, and they originally thought that this would be enough to deal with anyone. The battle was fierce and lasted for a full month, shattering 3 continents and creating a gaping hole in the sky. But the result was that 7 of the 10 emperors died, and the remaining 3 fled. After Duan Qianchen merged with the power of the 7 origins, he became an invincible being in the world of immortals and heroes. He wiped out clan after clan, leaving the remaining 23 clans in a state of constant fear, never expecting such a monstrous talent to emerge. Judging from Duan Qianchen's current trend, he is clearly prepared to annihilate all 36 clans before he is satisfied. All the clans trembled under Duan Qianchen's immense power and were forced to unite to fight him. However, even if the remaining 23 emperors joined forces, they would still be no match for Duan Qianchen. Reaching the level of Duan Qianchen, he had become so powerful that it was unimaginable to ordinary people. With a flick of his finger, he could overturn the heavens and the earth, and with a wave of his hand, he could sever the sun, moon, and stars. Duan Qianchen single-handedly ended an era and was revered by the human race as the Emperor of Severing Heaven. The newly appeared gap in the sky was created by Duan Qianchen and those emperors. When gods fight, it's the mortals who suffer. Not only were the clans almost wiped out, but the human race also lost nearly 70% of its population in this catastrophe-level battle. At this time, 8 more emperors died, leaving the remaining 15 struggling to hold on. If they hadn't accidentally discovered during their collaboration that combining different divine runes would create something exceptionally powerful, they wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. These emperors finally understood why Duan Qianchen was able to fuse those primordial powers and use the power of the 36 divine talismans at the same time. But by then it was too late, because with the fall of those emperors, their respective divine talisman inheritances were also completely severed by Duan Qianchen. They could only barely hold on with the remaining 15 divine talismans, but the more they fought, the weaker they became, and soon it became a situation where Duan Qianchen was chasing and killing 15 people all by himself. At this time, the world of immortals and heroes had been shattered by war, and the remaining clans and humans all felt the approach of the end times. No one wanted the war to continue, because everyone knows that if the fighting continues, the world will be doomed. However, this war was no longer their concern. The initiative was now in Duan Qianchen's hands. Duan Qianchen didn't care about the lives or deaths of the clans and humans in this world. As he absorbed more and more primal power, he had an epiphany: if he could merge with all the primal power, he might be able to create the world. Even if the world is destroyed, he has the ability to rebuild it. All he needs now is for these emperors to die. This is what Chen Luo saw when he entered the world of immortals and heroes. Chen Luo frowned. This was the consequence of neglecting the world he had created for too long. One wrong move and he would be overwhelmed by the natives or players within it. If he hadn't gone into a deep sleep, he would have dealt with this guy when Duan Qianchen started collecting the divine talismans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let him cause trouble for so long. If this were a Western fantasy world, it would be 40,000 years from now, and it would probably have been completely destroyed long ago. This world was created by him over a decade of his lifespan, and repairing it would consume a significant amount of his lifespan. Since it was you who caused this, then you're the one who has to mend the sky. Chen Luo didn't care about Duan Qianchen's rights and wrongs, but he had to deal with him. Unlike the Western fantasy world, Chen Luo in the Xiangxia world is not only at the 5th level, but also possesses the power of a god. This is because when the Hunyuan Brush was damaged, it only affected the Western fantasy world and the Abyss, and did not affect the Xiangxia world. Duan Qianchen is currently chasing after 15 emperors all over the world, and this is the 3rd year he has been hunting them down. These emperors were well aware that they could not run away separately, otherwise they would be defeated one by one. Only by using the combined divine talisman together could they have a chance to survive. But Duan Qianchen didn't give them a chance to breathe, relentlessly pursuing them until they were completely exhausted. Why struggle so hard? The world is only so big, where can you escape to? You might as well just wait to die, and I will spare the lives of your people. Duan Qianchen looked indifferently at the 15 disheveled emperors, his eyes filled with a condescending air. Hee, we all know where you came from. You never intended for us and our people to live from the very beginning. Duan Qianchen said calmly, at this moment, I am single-mindedly pursuing the Dao, only to reach the heavenly Dao Saint realm that you all cannot attain. Those grudges and affections are nothing but fleeting clouds to me. All 15 emperors showed expressions of shock. They all knew that there was a realm above the emperor, but they could not attain it despite their efforts. Now, Duan Qianchen revealed the name of that realm, Heavenly Dao Saint. This means he has already touched the threshold of that realm. But the next moment, they both wore wry smiles. They all understood how Duan Qianchen had achieved this level of mastery at this moment. By fusing all the primal forces together, and adding the power of the 36 divine talismans, one can ascend to the heavens in one step. This scene inexplicably echoed the situation when they saw the creator creating them. Judging from your expressions, you're not willing to die, Duan Qianchen said with a faint smile. Then I'll take it myself. Just as Duan Qianchen was about to make a move, his expression suddenly froze, revealing an incredulous look, and he turned to look behind him. The emperor's expressions changed drastically. They felt a boom in their minds and stared wide-eyed at the towering figure in front of them. A colossal giant, stretching across the sky and connecting heaven and earth, appeared silently in this world. The storms, fires, and thunder in the sinkhole vanished instantly upon touching his imposing body. His face was plain and unremarkable, with black hair and black eyes. His eyes were like the sun, moon, and stars, but most of his face was shrouded in a faint light, making it impossible to see his features. Duan Qianchen was startled, feeling his scalp tighten. An uncontrollable thought popped into his mind, Heavenly Dao Saint. Yes, it is the creator. The emperors all wore expressions of shock and joy. They were created by Chen Luo and had sensed his presence from the very beginning of their existence. Although tens of thousands of years have passed, the creator's innate aura, radiating terrifying power, is something that no other person in the world can possess. Duan Qianchen naturally heard the emperor's gasps of surprise. Upon hearing this, his expression finally changed, and he focused his gaze on the towering giant. Duan Qianchen looked up at the towering giant in the sky and felt a strange dryness in his throat. A sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. After Duan Qianchen advanced to the emperor level, he never felt this powerless again. So this is the realm of a heavenly saint. It leaves one with no desire to resist. Duan Qianchen stared intently at Chen Luo's figure, muttering to himself. At this moment, not only were Duan Qianchen and the others stunned into immobility, but all living beings in the entire Xiangxia world, whether they were the remaining clan members, humans, or other creatures, couldn't help but look at this magnificent and vast giant. His body pierced through the clouds, as if supporting the entire world, with a faint, pure white light shining through the clouds, obscuring his face. They did not know who the giant was, but the majestic, solemn, and sacred aura emanating from him filled the world, exuding an indescribable and awe-inspiring beauty. Even a fool would know that this giant is probably even more powerful than the emperor. Billions of living beings were immersed in shock, their minds blank. Countless complex emotions, including horror and awe, intertwined and ultimately transformed into deep reverence. Some clan members and humans had already knelt on the ground, bowing down to the giant. Chen Luo waved his hand and grabbed at Duan Qianchen. I can't move my body at all. Am I going to die here? A thought flashed through Duan Qianchen's mind. I've spent my whole life scheming and trying to control this world. I was about to become a heavenly saint, and now I'm going to die here. In that instant, many memories flashed through Duan Qianchen's mind, the tragic deaths of his parents, the enemies on his path to enlightenment, and his long years of cultivation, all like phantoms that vanished before his eyes. No one can take my life, not even if you are a heavenly saint or the creator. Duan Qianchen glared at Chen Luo and let out an angry roar. A terrifying aura began to erupt from his body, and his momentum was rising steadily. Duan Qianchen had never truly used his full strength before. Every time he fought an enemy, he always kept a backup plan and would never make a move unless he was absolutely certain of victory. Even if you can't win, you must ensure your own safe retreat. The moment Chen Luo made his move, Duan Qianchen experienced the madness of being on the verge of death for the first time, and his resentment erupted intensely. This time, Duan Qianchen had no way out. Even if the enemy was a heavenly Dao saint, he would fight against him. Chen Luo looked at Duan Qianchen in surprise. This guy is really a monster, he actually shows signs of breaking through. What truly surprised Chen Luo was that Duan Qianchen didn't think about continuing to fuse with the power of origin to improve his strength, but instead used an almost insane will to survive to forcefully break through. Duan Qianchen's aura surged rapidly, and the surrounding, heaven and earth energy, poured into his body like a whale swallowing its prey, causing the heavens and earth to change color. Chen Luo suddenly withdrew his hand and couldn't help but laugh. Then I'll give you a chance to see how strong you can become. At this moment, Duan Qianchen's body also began to grow taller inch by inch, rapidly expanding and increasing in size hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, tens of thousands of meters. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant of similar size to Chen Luo, like the giant Pangu who held up the heavens and the earth, standing tall and upright. Is this the solution you came up with? Chen Luo was speechless. Did this guy think that just because he's gotten bigger, he can be his match? How could I be so foolish in front of a sage? Duan Qianchen's voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. My original body cannot withstand my power. I must enlarge my body in order to fight against the saint. Duan Qianchen raised his foot, took a step forward, and at the same time threw a punch at Chen Luo. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the void shattered. Although it was a simple punch, its power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Chen Luo remained calm and unhurried, reaching out to grab Duan Qianchen's fist. At the same time, the lightning disappeared, and the shattered space was instantly mended. Roar! Duan Qianchen roared and swiftly threw out his left fist. Chen Luo frowned and raised his hand to meet the punch. Boom! A sound that seemed to shatter the world rang out. The heavens and earth trembled simultaneously as two immense forces collided, distorting the surrounding scenery. The entire spatial barrier was cracking and creaking, and a large number of stars fell from the sky, crashing into the world of immortals and heroes. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the ground beneath the two giants' feet, which quickly spread like a spider web and began to collapse. In an instant, countless pieces of the earth crumbled. The emperors were all shocked by this terrifying power. Their faces turned pale, and they showed signs of tension. They hurriedly retreated a great distance. The creatures below trembled in fear. The battle between these two giants had surpassed all the limits of their imagination throughout history, resembling a mythical war that seemed to have created the world. Alright, game over. Chen Luo had only been testing how strong Duan Qianchen could become, but after 2 moves, he already knew that this giant was just all show and no substance. Just as Duan Qianchen said, it was only used to contain his power, and there was nothing extraordinary about it. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he gently waved his huge hand. Duan Qianchen then found his body uncontrollably levitating and flying towards the 7 gaps in the sky. Duan Qingquan's expression changed drastically as he tried to break free from this force, but he discovered that at this moment, neither using the power of laws nor divine power would have any effect. These forces seemed to be completely imprisoned, offering no response whatsoever. Chen Luo's gaze was cold. The calamity of this world was all caused by you alone, so you shall end it. Today, I will punish your body to mend the heavens. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, he saw one of the giant's legs, which was actually Duan Qianchen, suddenly detach from its body and fly towards one of the gaps in the sky. Almost instantly, the sinkhole was closed up, as if nothing had ever happened. Duan Qianchen let out a muffled groan as his thigh was forcibly severed. This kind of pain was unbearable for most people, but he didn't even utter a sound. Immediately afterwards, Duan Qingquan's remaining limbs, torso, and all his blood were used to repair the crater in the sky, leaving only his head. Even though Qianchen was in excruciating pain during this interruption, he did not utter a sound. Moreover, Duan Qianchen has never died. At his level, as long as his soul is not destroyed, he can live even without a body. Just a wave of the hand. I couldn't even withstand a single move from him? The heavenly Dao Saint is truly terrifying. Duan Qianchen gave a bitter laugh, looking up at Chen Luo, the giant surrounded by clouds and whose face radiated a faint white glow. Duan Qingquan's divine body far surpassed those of the emperors, and it was more than capable of mending the sky. In the blink of an eye, he repaired the 7 cracks in the sky. Looking at Duan Qianchen, who was now just ahead, Chen Luo said calmly, "Since you want to become a heavenly saint so badly, then I'll grant your wish." After Chen Luo finished speaking, he saw that Duan Qingquan's soul and the 21 original powers that had been fused with were completely stripped away. From this day forward, immortals and mortals are distinct. Gods have their own abode and are not to interfere in mortal affairs. Your head belongs to the immortal realm. Duan Qingquan's head suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a new subplane that attached itself to the world of immortals and heroes, becoming the immortal realm on the 9 provinces continent. Radiant light emanated from the celestial realm, and all the beings below trembled as they gazed upon the vast and boundless fairyland. They now understood that the giant radiating divine light was the heavenly saint, and his conversation with Duan Qianchen had been clearly transmitted throughout the world. Everyone understood what the heavenly saint was doing. Chen Luo intends to separate the world of gods from the world of mortals, completely isolating the 2 worlds. At the moment the immortal realm was established, the remaining 15 emperors and the true gods of the various clans felt a powerful attraction coming from the immortal realm. Heaven and earth are in order, this is the mortal realm, where gods cannot dwell for long. As soon as Chen Luo finished speaking, all beings at the true god level and above found themselves in the immortal realm. The heavenly Dao governs the laws, punishes the wicked, and oversees the celestial realm and the mortal world. Your divine soul is the heavenly Dao. After Duan Qianchen cultivated the soul talisman, his divine soul became extremely terrifying, almost capable of enveloping the entire world of immortals and heroes. At this moment, Duan Qingquan's enormous divine soul had its original consciousness erased by Chen Luo and merged into the world of immortals and heroes, becoming a part of the world's will. When Chen Luo is not around, his soul is actually the will of the world, monitoring the entire Xiangxia world. Mortals can cultivate, and when they reach the 9th realm, the heavenly Dao will send down a heavenly tribulation. Overcoming the heavenly tribulation can reshape the physical body, condense the divine body, and ascend to the immortal realm. After establishing the rules of cultivation, Chen Luo casually integrated 20 innate primordial forces into the heavenly Dao. After ascending to the immortal realm, one can continue to cultivate, comprehend the heavenly Dao, merge with the power of origin, and become an emperor. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then casually created a new plane within the immortal realm. The true gods reside in the 1st heaven, and the emperors reside in the 2nd heaven. Having established the order of heaven and earth, Chen Luo looked down at the shattered continent of Kyushu and immediately spoke again. After the calamity, there will be a golden age. The calamity you caused should be repaired by you. With a thought from Chen Luo, the physical bodies of the emperors killed by Duan Qianchen and the true gods who perished in this catastrophe began to disintegrate rapidly. Their flesh and blood began to repair the broken mountains and rivers, and their bones began to transform into solid jade treasures. Their skin is incredibly tough, and their hair is as strong as divine thread. Both can be considered treasures by all living things, especially those divine bodies at the emperor level, which were created at the very beginning of the world, can have their vital parts transformed into innate spiritual treasures. The fall of the emperor and tens of thousands of true gods ushered in a completely new era for the world of immortals and heroes. In the blink of an eye, the beings of the immortal world saw the apocalyptic scene around them rapidly restored. The cracked earth quickly began to heal, the magma covering the ground was buried deep underground again, and the continent that had sunk to the seabed resurfaced. The plants and animals that had been destroyed by the powerful force began to reappear, and the lifeless world was restored to life. However, the unique terrain formed during this catastrophe was not repaired. For example, some continents were cracked into islands of varying sizes, and these remained unchanged. This was intentional on Chen Luo's part. The 9 continents were originally divided into 9 equal parts, and the continents looked very similar, which made them somewhat boring. Now, the 9 continents have been basically shattered. After the life force on them was restored, the shapes of the continents have changed significantly from what they were before. The inheritance of the 36 divine talismans is also a problem. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then erased the most crucial soul rune. This erasure is not merely a physical removal of any trace of the soul talisman's existence, but rather the erasure of all memories related to the soul talisman from the memories of all living beings in the Xiangxia world. Whether they were emperors or mortals, they only remembered the 35 divine talismans and the emperor. Chen Luo was trying to prevent the emergence of another freak like Duan Qianchen, who, while practicing, discovered the secret of the 36 divine talismans, and then another one who collected the 7 Dragon Balls, would cause another major incident. This fundamentally eliminates the possibility of collecting all 36 divine talismans, thus allowing the world of immortals and heroes to develop in a stable manner for a period of time. As for the divine talisman inheritance that Duan Qianchen had severed, Chen Luo immediately hid them in various secret locations throughout the 9 provinces continent, waiting for someone with the right fortune to discover them. After checking and finding no major problems, Chen Luo disappeared from the world of immortals and heroes. He needed to start considering how to bring players into the world of immortals and heroes. As Chen Luo disappeared, the creatures of the Xiangxia world gradually recovered from their shock. Although most of the world has recovered, the wounds of the various clans and the human race are still hard to heal, with too many dead and injured. The remaining 15 clans were nearly wiped out. Their combined population was only about 20,000, with the largest number reduced to 3,000 and the smallest to just a few dozen. Although the human race was numerous, after 70% of the population was wiped out, there were less than 80 million people left on the continent of Kyushu. But at this point, the fate of humanity as enslaved was completely changed. Because no clan can possibly rule over a human race thousands or tens of thousands of times larger with just a few thousand people. Even if they all combined, they couldn't do it, because they don't have any beings at the level of true gods or above. In the past, the human race might have been okay without supernatural powers, but during this period, the human race's supernatural powers developed very rapidly, and they are no longer a weak race that can be slaughtered at will. Moreover, the human race has a large population base and has produced a number of exceptionally talented individuals. Some of them have received personal guidance from Duan Qianchen, and many high-level cultivators have emerged from among them. Moreover, after this catastrophe, all races, whether clansmen or humans, grew weary of war. Thus, the human race and the various clans reached a non-aggression pact, embarking on a path of peaceful development. Some clan leaders had already seen the threat posed by the human race at this time. Given their population base and reproductive capacity, it was only a matter of time before they rose to power after acquiring extraordinary strength. After realizing this threat, many clans began to devise ways to deal with it. After all, they had enslaved the human race for thousands of years, and their relationship was not pleasant. Moreover, this catastrophe was caused by Duan Qianchen, a human prodigy. Who knows if another war will break out because of this in the future? Although the high-end combat power of the clans far surpasses that of the human race at present, this situation will change sooner or later as time goes by. Currently, the true gods and emperors of all races are in the immortal realm, under the supervision of the heavenly Dao, and cannot descend to the mortal realm at will. They have to consider the long-term future. Many clans simply avoided the human race and moved their entire clans into the secret realm. In this war of the mythical era, in addition to creating many desolate regions, many hidden paradises were also formed during the process of the heavenly sage mending the heavens. These secret realms are located in remote areas, making them difficult for ordinary people to find. Even if they do find them, they may not be able to enter if they lack the necessary strength. Some clans simply ventured into the boundless ocean, such as the Shuya clan, whose founder, Emperor Shuyu, was originally created using marine life as a model. Besides being able to adapt to land, they were even more adept at navigating the sea, quickly rebuilding their homes on islands and in the ocean. Some clans, however, sought to fight against the human race. They secluded themselves in the mountains and rivers, teaching the intelligent beasts how to cultivate, and gradually gathered together to give birth to a new demon race, becoming a powerful force in their own right. Humanity was completely freed from its constraints and entered an era of rapid development. They gathered together and, like the 36 clans, began to form different tribes. In just 10 years, or one day in the real world, dozens of tribes of varying sizes have sprung up on every continent of the 9 provinces. At this time, the human race had just gained their freedom and began to build their own homes, and everyone was full of enthusiasm. They were not only incredibly powerful, but also incredibly energetic in building their respective tribes. Most of the cities were destroyed in the catastrophe. When Chen Luo was restoring them, he only restored the natural landscape and flora and fauna. The buildings were not included. However, humans were originally slaves in various clans, and the construction of houses and cities was done by them. Now it's simply a matter of rebuilding the city, and since it's being built for ourselves, the significance is entirely different. 10 years later, the human race in the world of immortals and heroes had formed their own towns and cities and tribes, and all of humanity showed a thriving development trend, with the population constantly increasing. Time is undoubtedly the best healer. Both humans and clan members began to forget the pain of that catastrophe, and it also washed away all the brilliant past. However, this period of history was recorded in the ancient history book written by later generations of humans. In the mythical era, the 36 clans were arrogant and tyrannical, using their immense power to act recklessly and enslave the human race. The human prodigy Duan Qianchen emerged out of nowhere, single-handedly annihilating 20 clans and ending an era, earning him the title of Emperor Duan Tian. However, the Heavenly Emperor, in his vain pursuit of the Heavenly Dao, recklessly used his power, leading to a cataclysmic event that shattered the heavens and earth, causing immense suffering to all living beings. The Heavenly Dao Sage, emerging from the primordial chaos, crossed over to mend the heavens, using the Heavenly Emperor's body to repair the sky and taking his head to create the immortal realm. From then on, the distinction between immortals and mortals was established, and the Heavenly Dao was formally established. Time passed little by little, and 200 years went by in the blink of an eye. That ancient mythological era in which humans and gods lived together has completely become an ancient legend, and the earth has begun to be devoid of the footprints of the gods. The aftereffects of the mythological era have also begun to emerge. After the sky cracked, a large amount of the primordial energy of the immortal world was lost and poured into the void, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to shrink rapidly. The most direct consequence of this was that the cultivation speed of various races in the mortal realm began to slow down drastically. Apart from those great cultivators who had already reached high levels of cultivation, all races, including demons, sea creatures, humans, and even beasts, were severely affected. In the past 200 years, the strongest human has only reached the 7th realm. Most of the cultivators and other clans who reached the 8th realm or above died in the calamity. The strongest among them is still at the 8th realm. Let alone transcending tribulations and ascending to the immortal realm, not a single one has even broken through from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. After 200 years of peace, memories of war gradually faded, and the powers on the Kyushu continent began a new round of reshuffling and annexation. In the beginning, the various human tribes were all developing peacefully together. However, as time went on, they ended up in the same situation as the 36 clans back then. This is unavoidable. The human race's reproductive capacity is far greater than that of clans. Over 200 years, coupled with the encouragement of childbirth by various clans to strengthen their tribes, the population of each tribe increased tenfold to dozens of times. At first, this wasn't a big deal. After all, the 9 provinces continent was so vast, with plenty of land and resources to develop. However, in 200 years, the population of each continent has exceeded 100 million. Not only are cultivation resources becoming increasingly scarce, but the competition for land has also become fierce. At this time, wars naturally broke out, and the annexation of tribes became frequent. After decades of wars of annexation, numerous powerful states rose up on each continent, giving rise to several strong dynasties. These great dynasties not only had strong armies and powerful cultivators, but also the weaker tribes either surrendered or were wiped out. Their rise quickly brought an end to the chaotic situation of warring tribes across the continent, and a tripartite balance of power was formed on each continent with 3 to 4 dynasties. After decades of war, the major dynasties could no longer withstand the pressure and began to recuperate. In war, practitioners naturally play a crucial role. Although cultivation in the mortal realm is still slow, everyone from emperors to commoners yearns to become cultivators. Because once you become a cultivator, you not only possess powerful superhuman strength, but also a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people, which is incredibly tempting for mortals. It was precisely because of this that numerous cultivation sects, large and small, sprang up throughout the major dynasties, and the practice of cultivating immortality became prevalent throughout the world. Over the course of hundreds of years, the methods of cultivating divine talismans gradually became closely guarded secrets, and the sects that possessed these methods had become the most powerful sects on the 9 provinces continent. Almost all the great cultivators come from these sects. Their strength is such that even the great dynasties can only look up to them and treat them with utmost respect, daring not to be negligent in the slightest. The position of imperial preceptor in the dynasty was also held by cultivators from these major sects. Besides the supreme cultivation method of divine talismans, countless human cultivators have created different cultivation methods over the past few hundred years, becoming grandmasters who founded their own sects, thus gradually enriching and perfecting the cultivation techniques in the world of immortals and heroes. Meanwhile, new forces are emerging. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been greatly depleted, it is still many times stronger than that of earth, which makes the physical fitness of the mortals here still stronger than that of earth. The qualifications for cultivating immortality are hard to come by. Not everyone has the opportunity to become a cultivator. Thus, some cultivators who could not cultivate immortality created the body cultivation lineage, tempering their physical bodies to become martial artists. They cultivate their danshan, using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the bloodline of demonic beasts to nourish themselves, replenish their energy, transform it into blood and chi meridians, integrate it into their danshan to expand their capacity, and at the same time strengthen their physical bodies. Since they could not cultivate immortality, they focused their efforts on the circulation of energy in the meridians and danshan, thus developing many internal cultivation methods. Martial artists refined their internal skills and techniques, which evolved into various martial arts styles. Martial arts masters established schools and sects, vaguely transforming into a golden age of martial arts, providing an opportunity for ordinary people who could not cultivate to become stronger. Chen Luo spent more than 20 days in the real world, mainly focusing on the development of the Xiangxia world. In the Western fantasy world, since the time flow was adjusted to a 1:1 ratio, nothing major happened in the 20 days or so. Before the Hunyuan Brush is restored, Chen Luo cannot do whatever he wants, so he does not plan to accelerate the time in the Western fantasy world. He was now hesitating about whether or not to create a new world. After dealing with Duan Qian Chen, Chen Luo did not waste his genes, but instead directly analyzed and fused them with his own. As a result, Duan Qincan's genes directly unlocked the 5th-tier divine descendant genes, granting him not only enhanced physical and mental abilities but also a new set of privileges. However, to Chen Luo's dismay, the 5th-tier authority was still the power of creation. In other words, he can now create a new world. Chen Luo is already struggling to manage both of them. If another one comes along, he'll really need to create a clone. However, the benefits of having an additional world are undeniable. For example, the extraction of Duan Qincan's genes has allowed him to leapfrog a major level and unlock the 5th-order gene lock. If he creates a new world, establishes the basic conditions for life, and accelerates time to allow it to develop naturally, that's not impossible. But what kind of world to create was another problem for Chen Luo. We can't just copy another Western fantasy or Xiangxia world. After pondering for many days, Chen Luo made a decision. He wanted to go to the universe of the Western fantasy world. Chen Luo decided to create a main world based on Earth, but set in the interstellar era, a large cosmic era similar to Star Wars, and let that world evolve on its own. Although Chen Luo decided on the background of the new world, he did not implement it immediately. The 13 main gods of the Western fantasy world have not yet ascended to the divine kingdom, and the Xiangxia world has only been born for a short time. He must ensure that these two worlds are completely stable before considering the third world. Chen Luo has been thinking about how to integrate players into the world of Xiangxia these days. After thinking for a long time, Chen Luo decided to use the reincarnation method. While it's simple for someone to fall from the sky, it slows down the time it takes for players to immerse themselves in the Xiangxia world. Just like in Western fantasy worlds, the issue of survival still exists. Let's put a few players in first and test it out. Chen Luo immediately posted on the forum using Wang Xiaoqi's account. A new world, the world of immortals and heroes, is now in closed beta. The post caused an instant sensation on the forum, partly because of the new world it introduced, and partly because the official forum had been inactive for 10 years. There has been no activity, not only in official posts but also in the Western fantasy world and the Abyss world. Especially after many people began to believe that the Western fantasy world was the real world, the game's official team became even more mysterious. During that period, people all over the world were speculating about the true identity of the game's official team. All sorts of strange and unusual theories emerged, but none of them seemed plausible. Now that Wang Xiaoqi has appeared, not only has the forum been in an uproar, but news media from almost all over the world have also been on the move. This represents the first official action from the game developers in 10 years. The post garnered hundreds of thousands of replies within a minute and quickly became headline news on major news platforms both domestically and internationally. Dear players, your customer service representative is back with some good news, as the title says. A new world has begun. Haha, aren't you all as excited as I am? I have another piece of good news for you. Becoming stronger in the world of fantasy can also make you stronger in the real world. Doesn't that make you even more excited? Okay, I won't waste any more time. Let's get straight to the point and start with how the beta test qualifications will be distributed. Since this is a closed beta test, there are only 10 slots available. You read that right, 10. After consulting with my most respected boss, I have decided to allocate these 10 slots and also decide how they will be distributed. Now, listen carefully. The distribution method is, please flatter this customer service representative directly in this post. The post must be at least 1,000 words long, and the more refined and elegant the flattery, the better. The 10 people whose flattery satisfies this customer service representative the most will receive beta test slots. The deadline is midnight tonight, so hurry. When the forum users first saw the title, they were indeed as excited as if they were on drugs. Because the Western fantasy world is too damn hard to enter, and although the Abyss world is playable, you can't get stronger. Since a new world has finally appeared, I naturally want to see what kind of world it is. The world of Xiangxia is easy to identify just from the name, but what players care about most is whether they can become stronger. Wang Xiaoqi seemed to have guessed their thoughts, and established from the beginning that it was possible to become stronger in the world of immortals and heroes. But what the hell is this method for obtaining beta testing access? To flatter Wang Xiaoqi, one must write at least 1,000 words. 1,000 words? This bastard is writing this as a college entrance exam essay. Upon seeing this, the players were truly outraged and immediately began criticizing the post. Damn, this customer service is so despicable, I just want to curse him out. 1,000 words? Do you even know 1,000 words, you dog customer service representative? I finally understand what it means to be utterly shameless and invincible. How about I curse you instead? I can write 10,000 words, let alone 1,000. However, as they continued their insults, many sycophantic replies quickly appeared, and soon the number multiplied to 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Those who were originally criticizing were stunned. How could these people have written a 1,000-word sycophantic article in such a short time? I have to rave about Wang Xiaoqi, the cutest and kindest customer service representative in history. I've never met anyone cuter than Wang Xiaoqi, and she's so friendly to us players. There are just too few beta test slots. Great customer service representative Wang Xiaoqi, please grant me a beta test slot. This game is so awesome, all I can do is watch live streams and browse forums to get a taste of it. I'm so itchy to play. Tears streaming down my face, please grant me a beta test slot. Omitted 1,000 words. After studying Master Wang Xiaoqi's classic quotes, I feel like I've been injected with adrenaline. I will definitely study hard and live up to Master Wang Xiaoqi's high expectations. I will strive to become a qualified successor in the game, developing morally, intellectually, physically, and aesthetically in an all-round way. Serving the people is a never-ending endeavor. To motivate myself, I kneel down before you. Kowtow.jpg. In the blink of an eye, all the replies in the post turned into groveling to Wang Xiaoqi, some even with pictures and text, and not a single word was repeated, leaving those on the forum who wanted to criticize Wang Xiaoqi dumbfounded. What puzzled them most was how these people managed to write the post, which had only been open for a few minutes. But soon someone in the post revealed the secret. You bunch of deadbeat sycophants, what kind of skill is it to generate something automatically with writing software? If you're so capable, come and actually lick my boots. In this era, with the further development of 6G and networks, artificial intelligence technology has also been greatly improved, and AI can do more and more things. This kind of AI writing software is just one of the simplest functions. Simply input a relevant topic, and an article can be generated in minutes. Let alone an article of 1,000 words, even 1,000,000 words would be written at the same speed. Chen Luo didn't care about this situation at all. It was just something he did casually anyway. He could just let the star spirits randomly select 10 people later. Ha, has it started? Chen Luo suddenly laughed and immersed his mind in the Western fantasy world. At this time, within the kingdom of Weimar, a large number of dark sorcerers and believers of the Dark Church gathered in the capital city of Latour. After Trund escaped from the city of Koro, he immediately summoned high-ranking transcendent beings from the continents of Yani and Alvin to Lada City, preparing to secretly summon the Dark Godhead. Unlike Gosen, Trundle did not make a big fuss about it, instead, he did it in secret. The tricks he secretly did in Coral City can still be found out if Gosen is willing to investigate. However, Gosen was busy consolidating his demigod status and didn't have time to deal with him yet. Trundle must also summon a godhood to advance before Gosen fully consolidates his demigod status. Suddenly, the entire Weimar kingdom became restless. Within 20 days, most of the high-ranking superhumans of the Dark Church had gathered in Lada City. When the time came to summon the divine, a large number of priests and believers of the Dark Church flooded the streets, proclaiming their faith in various squares and alleys. The entire city of Latour was teeming with believers, who began to witness their pope summoning the arrival of the Dark God. Dark Lord, you are the master of darkness, the supreme ruler who protects the night in dreams. We offer you our highest faith and pray that we may enter your kingdom. Those who believe in the Lord of darkness will be saved, they will receive divine protection and enter the kingdom of God after death. God, please save me from this endless suffering. One by one, priests dressed in black cloaks passionately proclaimed the doctrines of the so-called Dark Church. Originally, the Dark Church worshipped the goddess of darkness, but everyone knew that the goddess of darkness was a woman, and all the faith was concentrated on a fictitious deity, so naturally it had no effect. Trundle initially only intended to use the goddess of darkness as a gimmick to spread his religion, never imagining that it could actually lead to deification through faith. At this point, Lucius suggested to Trundle that the goddess of darkness be changed to the Lord of Darkness. The reason is easy to explain: the goddess of darkness belongs to the Dark Pantheon, while the Lord of Darkness is the highest deity of the Dark God cult, the controller of the night, the supreme ruler of the Star Kingdom, and the supreme ruler who protects the night in dreams. Large numbers of believers celebrated and roared in the center of Latour, and many were moved to tears by the preaching of the priest's doctrines. Surrounded by a large number of priests from the Dark Church, Trun stood before the towering Dark Temple, where layers upon layers of devout believers knelt in the square below. The Dark Church's ritual to summon divinity takes place at night. All believers carry palm-sized alchemical lamps and mingle in the streets and alleys, their lights converging like a galaxy, illuminating the entire city of Latour. The power of devout faith, like this flame, gradually gathers into a vast ocean, and the entire city is undergoing a prelude to dramatic change. Now, let us pay the highest tribute to the great Pope Leopold Nescio. At the priest's loud announcement, all the followers of the Dark Church in the city knelt down, their eyes burning with fervor as they chanted the name of the Trund elves. With excitement in his eyes, Trundle strode to the summoning platform that had been set up in front of the Dark Temple. After he stood still, he immediately spread out his arms and shouted to everyone, "Let us all call upon the holy name of our Lord, the controller of darkness, the supreme ruler of the kingdom of gods, your majesty the supreme sovereign who guards darkness. Leopold." In an instant, everyone on the ground roared and shouted, converging into a single voice that seemed to shake the entire city of Latu. Inside the Joseph Alchemy Academy in Lata City, Lu Suifeng stood calmly atop the highest tower of the academy, gazing in the direction of the Dark Temple. For decades, he had been imprisoned at the Joseph Alchemy Institute, under the close protection of priests of the Dark Church 24 hours a day. Lu Suifeng has refused to believe in the goddess of darkness all these years. If it were anyone else, Trundle would have killed them long ago. However, there was no way around it. Lu Suifeng's reputation was too high, and he wielded terrifying influence in the eastern countries. Although Trundle controlled the Weimar kingdom and dared not touch him, he also could not let him leave the Weimar kingdom even for a moment. "Lucius is already gone?" Lu Suifeng was asking the 4 6th-tier dark sorcerers behind him. Although these 4 men were ostensibly sent by Trundle to monitor him, they were actually Lucius's confidants, there specifically to protect him. These were Lucius's friends from the slums, childhood friends with whom he could entrust his life. "Yes, Dean." The dark sorcerer bowed and replied. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "You all go and prepare, and wait for my signal." "Yes." The 4 dark sorcerers vanished without a sound, leaving only Lu Suifeng behind. At this moment, in front of the Dark Temple Square, amidst the thunderous cheers of the believers present, streams of black divine power converged with the power of faith and leaped continuously. An immense power converged towards the center of the temple, and black light and shadow gradually spread out from the temple, covering the entire Dark Temple. Black ribbons of light and shadow swirled around the temple's lights, and the entire city of Latour was quickly ignited by fervent faith. "Your Majesty, Lord of Darkness, the sun will eventually set, only darkness is eternal. God, show me the way. Your Majesty, please allow your humble people to enter your kingdom and enjoy eternal life and pleasure." Everyone stared fervently at the sky, roaring hoarsely as they moved closer and closer to the Dark Temple, as if even getting just a little closer to the gods would bring them closer to the divine realm. A tremendous surge of faith power filled the entire city of Latu, instantly igniting the center. A colossal divine shadow, nurtured and shaped by the gathering faith power, twisted and rose from the ground. Everyone chanted Trundle's name wildly until the first light of dawn. As the power of faith converged, a colossal star kingdom slowly emerged in the sky. At that moment, Trundle stared intently at the divine realm that had formed, feeling a powerful call to him from there. The power of faith rapidly flowed into Trundle's body at that moment, then ignited the divine fire. The black and blazing divine fire burned and began to transform his body. "World Dominator, Dark Godhood, please accept our prayers and our call, and descend upon this world." All the priests and believers of the Dark Church, dressed in black robes, knelt down simultaneously, silently reciting prayers and calling for the descent of God. In that instant, a fierce black light shot out from the city of Latu, soaring into the sky and connecting with the Star Kingdom in the heavens. At that moment, a light shone brightly on the vast starry divine kingdom. The light was so dazzling and bright that it illuminated the dark world before dawn. It transformed into a radiant meteor, plummeting straight down from the starry kingdom, carrying intense light and turbulence, and descending upon the mortal realm at the moment dawn broke. Dark godhood. I will become a god. At this moment, Trundle could no longer hide his excitement. His eyes burned as he looked at the divine spark falling from the sky. Once he merged with the divine spark, he would become a living demigod. As everyone's attention was focused on the descent of the dark godhead, a beam of white, holy light shot out from the distant walls of Latour. This beam of holy light, imbued with an extremely strong divine aura, caused even the vampires and necromancers, who were not even the targets of its attack, to feel their souls being burned at that moment. Those who were weaker were even reduced to ashes while wailing in agony. The other powerful vampires and necromancers were startled and quickly scurried into the house. At this moment, the pillar of light formed by the holy radiance had already traversed a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, striking the dark temple behind Trundle. To be precise, the bombardment struck the dark priests who were praying inside the dark temple. However, this was not the end. 9 crimson alchemical cannons appeared on the 9 highest towers of Joseph's Alchemy Academy, their aim precisely at the dark temple. Lu Suifeng was on one of the towers at the moment. He gently stroked the alchemical cannon, which was as thick as several of him. What a pity, it only has the power for one shot. Just then, he saw that sacred white light. Ha, the Church of Light has joined in the fun too. Judging by their imposing presence, it must be Innocent the Fifth. Lu Suifeng laughed heartily. It seems that it's not just us who don't like you, many people don't want you to become a god. Lu Suifeng immediately waved his hand, sending a signal to the disciples on the other 8 towers and the dark sorcerers. Then, a light shone from his hand, and he squatted down, slamming his body onto the ground. A 6-pointed star array lit up instantly, and various magical elements surged in the air, quickly converging into the alchemical cannon in front of him. The next moment, all 9 towers lit up simultaneously, and the muzzles of the cannons also began to glow. The massive magical elements converged into magical energy, frantically gathering within the alchemical cannon. Before the cannon even fired, it had already ripped off the roof of the tower. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, these alchemical cannons seemed unable to withstand the terrifying energy inside, and simultaneously shot out red beams of light as thick as 3 meters from their muzzles. The dazzling light melted away the layers of houses, leaving a huge passage in its path, melting everything in its path. The 9 crimson beams flew faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, they still struck the dark temple in the center of the square. The violent explosion instantly overturned the entire dark temple, sending plumes of smoke and dust tens of meters high into the air. Innocent V's attack, combined with the combined fire of 9 new alchemical cannons, turned the entire dark temple into ruins, transforming it into a fiery red world. Not to mention the stones and gravel, even the statues and other iron-cast objects in the temple were melted into lava and flowed on the ground. Large numbers of dark sorcerers and dark priests perished in this terrifying attack, and the believers who had been praying around the dark temple were instantly thrown into chaos. Ordinary people screamed and ran away, while the surviving superhumans took to the air, trying to find the attackers. The once orderly ranks instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Faced with such a catastrophic disaster, apart from a few fanatical believers, ordinary people thought of saving their own lives first. Compared to the temple of the beast god, the Dark Church's lack of foundation is a serious problem. That's right. Back in Koro City, even when gods descended to cause trouble, the believers remained completely calm. Tisk tisk, besides the Church of Light, quite a few other people are eyeing this divine status. Innocent V couldn't resist making the first move, and the real show is about to begin. In the darkness, many people with ulterior motives lurk. Trundle was actually reaping what he sowed. He set a good example in Quarrel, letting everyone know that divinity could be forcibly taken. If he can steal Gosem's godhood, then others can steal his godhood. Besides Innocent V and Lucius, there were also many other extraordinary individuals from other factions hiding in the shadows this time. Their goal was the same, the dark godhood. But most people are waiting for the right moment, waiting for an opportunity to arise. With the arrival of his divine status, Innocent V took the initiative, immediately igniting the situation on the spot like lighting a fuse. The killing of numerous priests and dark sorcerers of the Dark Church, along with the scattered flight of believers, caused the power that had been drawing upon the Dark Godhead to dissipate in an instant. The divine figure in the sky suddenly stopped flying and, swaying unsteadily, began to fly backwards. Just then, a black light burst forth from the city of Latu, piercing through the Dark Godhead and halting its backward flight. A moment later, the Dark Godhead accelerated and continued its descent towards Lata City along the original route. In the ruins of the Dark Temple, a black figure smashed through all the rubble and leaped out from below. Trundle was covered in soot, and the divine fire all over his body dimmed instantly. He looked furiously at the white light that was flying rapidly in the sky and roared angrily, "Innocent the Fifth!" His voice was filled with surging murderous intent, and his anger could no longer be suppressed. At the most critical moment, this unexpected turn of events occurred. Although Trundle had long known that things wouldn't go so smoothly, that's why he secretly summoned the extraordinary power of the Dark Church. But even if he acted in secrecy, how could the unusual movements of so many superhumans be kept from everyone? Trun knew very well that there was probably more than one Innocent the Fifth in the shadows, and countless people were coveting the Dark Godhood. However, no one wanted to be the first to be targeted and bear the brunt of the Dark Church's firepower, so they were all waiting for the arrival of divinity. When that time comes, whether you like it or not, someone will step in. Trump had prepared countermeasures, but they proved completely ineffective at this point. Trundle knew very well that it wasn't that his prepared methods were ineffective, but rather that he had been betrayed. He gave the order to Vice Pope Lucius, who had clearly betrayed him and hadn't made any arrangements at all. Trund immediately sensed that the 9 crimson beams of light originated from the Joseph Alchemy Academy. Even a fool like Trundle could understand that those two bastards, Lu Swifeng and Lucius, had colluded and were also plotting to seize this dark godhood. But it doesn't matter, as long as the divine power descends, all the clowns will die. Rand was burning with rage and was about to fly up to meet the dark god when Innocent V's figure blocked his way. Trundle stepped into the air, laughing in fury, and a powerful wave of energy rippled outwards, as if it had created a strong gust of wind. His Holiness the Pope himself has come, he thinks so highly of me, very good. Very good. Ha 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 ha. Trund's cold gaze swept across the surroundings, his immense spiritual power enveloping every corner of the entire city of Latour. Come out, all of you. His Holiness the Pope has already taken action. If you wait any longer, your divine status will no longer be yours. But no one answered him or appeared, even after Trundle called for a long time. The atmosphere became awkward, and Trundle was furious. He roared with laughter, "Since none of you are coming out, then you may all die." With a flick of his wrists, Trundle unleashed a burst of black light, which began to attack any possible enemies within the city. Ah! Help! Priest, please save me. The power of an 8th order mythical being is extremely terrifying. It can not only easily envelop a city, but also sense the presence and movements of every person in the city. In his rage, Trundle was attacking based solely on instinct, without distinguishing between friend and foe. In an instant, screams echoed throughout the city, and everywhere there were people who had died as their bodies were pierced by the black light from the sky. Many of these people are malicious, but a large portion of them are actually followers of the Dark Church who were innocently implicated. Those who had been hiding in the shadows could no longer remain in the dark. They had originally planned to reap the benefits while waiting for Trent and Innocent V to fight to the death before making their move. But now that Trump is launching indiscriminate attacks, they can't hide anymore. One after another, figures appeared in the air, emanating intense energy fluctuations, all aimed at Trundle, seemingly determined to eliminate him first. Everyone knew that they couldn't let Trundle merge with the divine power, otherwise everyone present would have to run for their lives. As Trundle looked at the figures emerging, his face contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth as he uttered their names. Dalton, the Pope of the Cult of Destiny. Chris, the Magic Emperor. King Dewey Prul of the Holy Sword Dynasty. Pope Anmishu of the Church of the Underworld. Besides these well-known figures on the continent whom Trump knew, there were many others he did not recognize. However, the people who dare to appear here are all at least at the 7th rank. There is not a single weakling among them. At this moment, everyone formed a circle, surrounding Trundle as if afraid he would escape. Trundle laughed angrily, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The divine power has descended, and none of you can stop me. Death awaits you. The divine fire on Trundle's body blazed fiercely, quickly transforming into a huge divine figure, which then manifested 6 arms. Each of these arms held a sword or knife, and they slashed at the people surrounding him in the sky. Innocent V and the others were naturally not afraid of Trundle, and they each used their own power to attack him. Innocent V casually summoned a 6-winged angel of light, and a 6-winged angel, about the same size as the divine light and shadow of Trund, descended, wielding a radiant holy sword, and slashed at the black divine light and shadow. Boom! The shockwave from the collision rippled outwards, instantly shattering nearby buildings. Meanwhile, the others used various methods to attack Trundle simultaneously. The enormous collision of light and power, along with the continuous explosions, resounded across the sky. Multicolored brilliance shone in the sky, stretching for thousands of meters, like a dazzling firework exploding. The civilians below suffered the consequences. They had no ability to resist in a battle between superhumans of this level and wished they had more legs to run as far away as possible. Get out of my way, all of you. Trun let out a furious roar, and saw the enormous divine light and shadow sweep across the sky with all its weapons. Terrifying energy exploded from the divine light and shadow, forcing everyone to temporarily retreat. Everyone could see that Trundle had gone berserk and was just about to fight to the death. They knew perfectly well what was going on. With Trundle's strength, he could at most deal with Innocent V, and with Chris added to the mix, he had absolutely no chance of winning. The reason Trundle has been able to hold on until now is entirely due to the ignition of the divine fire, which has caused his power to surge. However, now that the believers have scattered and the power of faith is lacking, the divine fire cannot last long. By then, let alone fusing with a godhood, it will be questionable whether Trundle will even survive. Although the divine light and shadow were incredibly powerful, Trundle also knew that it was just a fleeting moment. He had to quickly guide the divine essence back to him, or the consequences would be dire. The clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed by Trundle's furious attack, revealing a clear sky. His face showed an extremely urgent expression, and he suddenly flew into the sky, wanting to welcome the descent of the god. Those who besieged Trundle would never let him succeed. Once he merged with the divine spark and obtained its immense power, probably no one in the world except Gosen could do anything to him. The divine light and shadow, which are formed by faith, will dissipate when there is no faith to replenish it. They were all preparing for the final blow, to completely eliminate Trundle. Now that Trundle is determined to merge with the divine power at all costs, they know they can't wait any longer. Are these the world's top experts? Damn, I need to take screenshots and record videos right away. Is this Dark Pope so unlucky that so many people want him dead? This is too strong. Among us players, only Boss Sheng can play with them. Their power is no different from that of gods, is it? Players were streaming this scene from various corners of the city. At this time, there were hundreds of thousands of players in the Western fantasy world. Although the number was large, it was nothing compared to the more than 3 billion people in the Western fantasy world. The battle for divinity in Latour City is also a very compelling attraction, drawing in many players. Some even risked their lives just to get closer to the battlefield so they could broadcast the live stream more clearly. The players saw the extraordinary power and light in the sky, which seemed to tear the entire sky apart, and their legs trembled. Those who reach the 7th rank or above can invoke the power of laws, and the power fluctuations in their battles are extremely terrifying, gradually clearing the area below the battlefield. At this moment, all the priests and believers of the Dark Church scattered like birds and beasts, with many fleeing directly out of the city, not even having the courage to see the outcome of the battle. They had no choice but to leave. In a fight of this level, even a fleeting glance from the corner of their eye was enough to kill them. However, after everyone else had fled, some players stubbornly refused to leave, carefully avoiding the combat zone while searching for better angles to stream their live stream. For ordinary players, they don't have the abilities of players like Shang Wengsuan. Unless they are born into a good family, most people don't have the ability to cause trouble, because compared to the natives of the Western fantasy world, they actually have no advantage whatsoever. After entering the Western fantasy world, one only gains the memories of a modern person. If one did not possess extraordinary talent before, even with the soul of a modern person, one would still not have it. This results in few players being able to stand out, so many people who do not possess extraordinary talent focus on gaining fame through live streaming. In the world of Western fantasy, being famous now means not only being famous in one's own country, but being famous all over the world. For example, Fang Xingchen has over 300 million fans worldwide, making her more famous than many international superstars. Even though Yin Zhaoqi is slightly less famous, her fame at home and abroad is comparable to that of top-tier celebrities. This has led to the Western fantasy world becoming a place for creating stars to some extent, with many people thinking that even if they can't gain extraordinary power, they still want to become famous. If it weren't for the fact that Western fantasy worlds are prohibited from involving pornography or engaging in borderline activities, those people would probably have already created a chaotic mess just to become famous. In the beginning, those players could attract a lot of viewers just by starting a live stream. However, as the number of players in the Western fantasy world has expanded to hundreds of thousands, the amount of traffic per person has decreased significantly, making it even more difficult for many ordinary players to stand out. Now, the only way to attract attention is to do bizarre things inside, like risking one's life to live stream. Dream. Stop him. Don't let him go up. Court death. As Shang Wengsuan swung his longsword, a sword light spanning 1,000 meters slashed at the divine light and shadow surrounding Trunda, constantly rubbing against and neutralizing the divine light and shadow. Innocent V used the divine spell Kingdom of Heaven directly, which had a completely different effect than when Elizabeth used it through Judgment. Now Innocent V possesses the strength of an 8th order being, enabling him to fully unleash the power of the Kingdom of Heaven's descent. Then they saw a huge heavenly kingdom appear in the sky, covering the horizon, its holy light illuminating the sky as if it were daytime. The next moment, holy light burst forth from the heavens, pressing down directly on Trundle from above. The black divine figure wielded its weapon, smashing the heavens to pieces, but the divine figure also dissipated considerably as a result. The attacks from the others came one after another, also striking the divine light and shadow. A series of explosions and flashes of light caused the divine figure to shrink rapidly, transforming from a tangible body into an illusory one. Several players who were reluctant to leave and were hiding below were instantly killed by the shockwave, but this did not scare away the other players. Instead, the live stream became even more lively. Pfft, those poor streamers. They're the ones who got caught in the crossfire. Haha, let's have a moment of silence for them. You bunch of gloating bastards, if it weren't for them, would we be able to see such a wonderful scene? Wahaha, no way, I need to laugh for 5 minutes first. Hey, that guy Susanoo is failing. While the players were gloating, everyone noticed that the divine light and shadow behind Trundle had become illusory, clearly indicating that it was nearing its end. Trund realized this too and rushed towards the sky without regard for anything else. At this moment, the godhood was already falling rapidly from the sky and was about to reach the top of Latour City. The others also realized that the final moment had arrived, and they absolutely could not allow Trundle to merge with the divine status of the night god, otherwise everyone present would be doomed. You damned reptiles, the divine title is mine. You all must die, all of you must die. Trundle's face was contorted with rage and filled with murderous intent, his eyes were fixed solely on the rapidly approaching dark godhead. He broke through all the forces that blocked his way, ignoring the attacks from everyone behind him. At this moment, the divine light and shadow were constantly dissipating due to the bombardment of extraordinary power, resulting in many large and small gaps and turning the area into a scene of devastation. But Trundle seemed determined, completely disregarding the divine light and shadow, and controlled it to extend its enormous hand and grab towards the sky. At that moment, a light appeared in the distance, growing brighter and brighter until it burst forth as an extremely dazzling beam of light. This radiant light that illuminated the world arrived first, enveloping the divine essence even before the divine light and shadow. The next moment, the divine spark that was about to be caught by the divine light and shadow streaked across the sky like a shooting star and flew away with the light. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. They stared wide-eyed, not understanding what was happening, their expressions as if they were hallucinating. The dark divine spark, trailing a beautiful tail, streaked across the sky and flew rapidly into the distance, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. However, this beautiful sight chilled Trundle's heart instantly, and his whole body trembled violently. He couldn't understand why the divine essence had suddenly flown away. As his body trembled violently, the enormous divine figure behind him also shook violently, as if it were a candle flame in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Chris and the others were also stunned. They had been fighting here for so long, only to have someone else steal their fruits. For a moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. None of the people present were simple, apart from Innocent V. Most of them had risen through the ranks from the bottom. They've always been the ones scheming against others, but they never expected to stumble here. The players' live streams exploded instantly, and the viewers were stunned. This works. Holy crap, what happened? How did the divine essence fly away? Ha ha ha, it's obvious someone stole it. Who did this? That's incredible. Ha ha ha, I know who did it. Speak. As people in the live stream were shouting and asking who did it, a furious roar was suddenly heard. No, that's impossible. Trund looked at the disappearing divine figure in the distance and immediately struggled to chase after it. At this moment, Shang Wengsuan and Chris had already abandoned Trundle and quickly chased after the divine spark in the sky. Only Innocent V, Amityville, and Dalton remained at the scene, but they did not move. Instead, they surrounded Trundle. Innocent V unleashed a powerful divine light once more, and the beams of light instantly transformed into pillars that imprisoned Trundle like a prison. At this moment, Trundle disregarded everything else, as if all he could see was the dark godhead that had transformed into a shooting star and fallen into the distance. Innocent V did not come here for divinity, but for Elizabeth's oracle, which instructed him to kill Trundle, who was completely opposed to the Church of Light. Faced with the oracle, Innocent V certainly dared not pursue the dark god. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine status, it would be useless, as it was something completely opposite to his faith and power, and he couldn't integrate it even if he obtained it. And Mixia wasn't after the divine title. Chen Luo had already clearly promised him the position of god of death, so he had no reason to seize the new divine title. He came here to eliminate Trund, who was blocking the Church of the Underworld's northward advance. Once Trundle is eliminated, the Church of the Underworld can move north and advance the faith in the god of death here. Dalton was even less concerned. He already possessed a divine core and knew very well that he could not fuse with a new one. His purpose in coming was the same as the previous two. The Dark Church is pressing forward relentlessly and has begun to gradually encroach on the areas where the Church of Destiny believes. Now is the best time to eliminate it. Dalton gave a meaningful smile and looked in the direction where the divine spark had disappeared. Leopold, do you know where that dark divine spark went? Trundle's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Dalton, and he shouted, "You did this." Dalton gave a sly smile. Haha, of course I know, but, Leopold, you should just go to the underworld and be a confused ghost. After Dalton finished speaking, he unleashed a divine spell that struck the divine light and shadow behind Trundle. Without uttering a single wasted word, and Mixiu also unleashed his divine magic, beginning to corrode the enormous divine light and shadow. The three of them were in perfect sync and, without any discussion, decided to join forces to eliminate Trundle. Trund tried desperately to break free, but was firmly suppressed by the 3 layers of power and was unable to move at all. I am your master. Come back here right now. Trun stared at the god that was gradually disappearing on the horizon, his cry like the shriek of an owl, extremely mournful. His eyes revealed a deep madness and disbelief, a desperate struggle. However, under the powerful attacks of the 3, Trun's divine light and shadow, which had already been largely depleted, finally gave way, revealing Trun's true form. Just then, a figure shot down from the sky, turning into a blur, and almost teleported to Trundle's front. Cross the demon. Shang Yu raised the massive rectangular sword, almost as big as her body, and swung it down at Trun's head. Conviction! Black flames erupted from the great sword, which then struck Trundle's body. The great cube sword was created by Chen Luo using the power of rules. It was imbued with the power of the earth, and combined with Shang Yu's own strength, it unleashed an extremely terrifying force. At this moment, Trundle's divine light and shadow dissipated, making him at his weakest. Shang Yu had been waiting for this opportunity, and he succeeded in one strike. The great sword pierced through all of Trundle's defenses almost instantly, tearing apart the last line of protection. At this moment, all the players' live streams combined, totaling over 500 million viewers, witnessed this crucial sword strike. The great sword finally delivered the fatal blow to Trundle. A blinding light pierced his skull, and a crack began to appear on his forehead, gradually widening. Trun felt his life rapidly slipping away. The black flames on the great sword were the very power that countered dark magic. No matter what magic he used, it was all burned away by these black flames. Moreover, these black flames had already spread into his body, tearing apart his internal organs, and countless black specks of light spilled out from his body. Ha ha, I am a god, how could I possibly die? Cough. Trun was already dead, but his powerful life force kept him going until the very last moment. He laughed maniacally, "You can't kill me." After Trundle finished laughing maniacally, his soul emerged from his body. Just as he was about to be sucked away by the underworld, Shang Yu swung his great sword again, striking his soul once more. The black flames surged again, burning his soul as well. No! The excruciating pain of his soul being burned caused Trundle to let out a panic scream. He tried to extinguish the black flames, but no matter how hard he tried, the black flames burned brighter and brighter, and in an instant they burned away his soul, erasing even the last trace of his existence. What? That's it. Completely destroyed, this is true annihilation of both body and soul. I just want to know who this elf lady is. Okay, fine, but will you still be able to get a soak? Wow, now I know where the divinity went. Where is it? Tell me now. Graigu was a border city of the Weimar Kingdom. It was situated in a strategic location, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and guarded the only passage to the Kingdom of Aden. 3 days ago, the Kingdom of Aden launched an attack on the city of Graigu with an army of 200,000. Trundle was busy summoning the divine and had no time to spare, while the Vice-Pope Lucius volunteered to lead a large army to resist the offensive of the Kingdom of Aden. Trundle, without suspicion, immediately appointed Lucius as the supreme commander of the Weimar army and ordered him to take command in Gracchus. Located on the border, the city of Graigu was situated in a strategically important location, and the constant warfare over the years led to a gradual decline in its population. After decades of war with the Kingdom of Aden, the permanent population of Graigu city has dwindled to less than 10,000, the vast majority of whom are soldiers. The present-day city of Gracchus was more of a military camp than a city. Even during festivals and celebrations, the streets of Gracchus were usually not crowded. However, 3 days ago, with the arrival of Lucius and his army of hundreds of thousands, a large number of dark sorcerers and priests came from various cities within the Weimar Kingdom. In just 3 days, more than 500,000 people appeared in the entire city of Gracchus. The 200,000-strong army of the Kingdom of Aden outside the city only besieged the city for 3 days before retreating like a tide when Lucius appeared with his troops, as if they were afraid of Lucius. As Trundle summoned, the divine, soldiers and civilians alike took to the streets throughout the city of Gracchus. Each of them held a candle high, and everyone was praying devoutly, while their eyes were fixed on Lucius, who stood alone on the city wall. These followers were all the core members Lucius had built up over the decades. Their loyalty was not to Trundle, but to him. After a brief pause as the dark godhead fell from the sky, Lucius immediately waved his hand and shouted, "Begin!" At that moment, the once deathly quiet city of Graigu was suddenly filled with a unified sound. "World Dominator, Dark Godhood, please accept our prayers and our call, and descend upon this world." Whether they were ordinary citizens or members of the Dark Church, everyone knelt down and shouted to the sky. At this moment, Lucius ordered his men to place a silver metal block that had been prepared beforehand on the wall, then squatted down and reached out to press his hand on the silver metal block. Then a 6-pointed star array shot out from the silver metal, quickly illuminating the entire city wall. As the power of faith converged, rings of light surged into the sky, and a powerful pillar of light shot into the heavens, heading towards the dark divine core in the sky. Meanwhile, the light emanating from the six-pointed star array beneath Lucius's feet grew brighter and brighter, almost matching the pillar of light in the sky. In an instant, the light formed from the power of faith stretched for hundreds of kilometers, piercing through from the border city all the way to Lada City, striking the dark godhead directly, and then pulling it toward Gragu City. The divine object flew at an extremely fast speed. Although it was hundreds of kilometers away, it only took a few breaths before all the believers stared wide-eyed at the sky. In the sky just before dawn, a meteor with a long, dazzling tail descended from the horizon, streaking across the sky and hurtling swiftly towards Lucius's location. They're here. It's really here. Lord Lucius has succeeded. At this moment, the entire city of Gragu cheered excitedly, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Lucius, however, was not so excited. Instead, his expression was quite solemn. He was not at the 8th rank, and even with the inheritance of dark divine arts and the power of faith, he dared not merge with this divine spark. There was a reason why Chen Luo defined the steps to becoming a god. Only with the power of faith can one ignite the divine fire, and bodies below the 8th rank simply cannot withstand the burning of the divine fire. Let alone transforming into a divine body, they might be burned to death on the spot. Without the divine fire to transform the divine body, the bodies of 6th and 7th rank individuals simply cannot withstand the powerful force within the divine spark and would be directly burst apart. Lucius is now having trouble even accepting the current godhood, let alone fusing with it. The dark godhead carries immense energy, and he's only at the 6th rank. He could easily be crushed to death if he's not careful. If he can't handle it, the god might just destroy the city of Latour. As Lucius watched the divine essence fall, a solemn look appeared in his eyes, and he slammed his hands onto the ground again. Hundreds of silver lights instantly lit up the city wall, all originating from the same silver metal as the ground beneath his feet. The silver light intertwined, transforming into a gigantic silver hand that reached out to grab the god. The next moment, everyone saw the divine spark, radiating brilliant 7-colored light, burst forth like fireworks, striking the silver palm directly. Boom! The sound of the impact of the energy clashing echoed throughout the entire city of Gragu. The ordinary people below were blown about and fell to the ground. The silver hand trembled continuously, beginning to dissolve the immense power attached to the divine essence. Some of the silver metal on the city wall began to break, while others blasted through the wall and entered its structure. As the silver metal continued to explode, the city wall was reduced to ruins, as if it had been bombed. At this moment, the silver hand finally stopped trembling and stabilized the dark godhead. Lucius moved swiftly, flying into the sky and embracing the basketball-sized dark godhead in his arms. Feeling the lingering warmth above, Lucius couldn't help but burst into laughter and lifted the dark godhead. Upon seeing this, the believers in Gracchus immediately became fanatical, knelt on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Lucius! Lucius!" Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Lucius had been scheming for this day for a long time. Don't even think about the relationship between Trundle and the Abyss, or the news about preparing to summon a god. It was he who spread it. Furthermore, judging from his conversation with Shangyu, Lucius probably planned to seize Trundle's godhood before even going to quarrel. Given Lucius's cunning, he might have even begun plotting before he knew how to become a god. He spread the news to Trundle's enemies, urging them to seize the divine title, while he himself used the power of faith to summon the dark divine title. The dark godhood is a dark divine office, only attracted by the power of dark faith. No one else can steal it. But how is this little guy going to fuse with the dark godhead? With his current strength, he's obtained the godhead, but he can't fuse with it. How is he going to keep it? Chen Luo's gaze suddenly fell on Dalton in Latour City, then he glanced at Lucius, and suddenly he understood something. He immediately reviewed Dalton's journey to the 7th rank and quickly found the reason. After Dalton obtained the Destiny Godhead and ran away, he tried every means to figure out what it was. When the steps to becoming a god on the floating temple spread throughout the entire Western fantasy world, he guessed that the white sphere must be a godhood. Even knowing that this was a divine spark, Dalton couldn't absorb it, because he wasn't even a first-tier transcendent, and could only stare helplessly. Fate is sometimes so mysterious. The Destiny Godhood itself contains a vast set of laws governing destiny, and as long as Dalton carries it, it will influence his destiny at all times. Dalton possesses the divine power of destiny, the most direct effect of which is to amplify his fate, whether it is good or bad luck. His luck was sometimes so good that he would win every bet, but when bad luck struck, even drinking cold water would cause him to have trouble, making Dalton feel like he was dying. Over time, Dalton discovered that the Destiny Godhead was gradually changing his physique, eventually granting him the ability to become a superhuman. Overjoyed, Dalton immediately tried every possible means and went through great hardships to become a first-tier warrior. At this moment, he discovered that he was able to gradually absorb the power within the Destiny Godhead. Dalton couldn't absorb all the power within the Destiny Godhead at once, and even if he could, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. However, he could absorb a little bit every day. As time went by and Dalton's strength gradually increased, he began to stir up trouble with the Cult of Destiny. because he knew very well that without the support of faith, even if he absorbed all the power of the divine, he would not become a god. With his magical ability to influence destiny through the laws of fate, Dalton quickly attracted a large number of followers. To his surprise, as the number of believers increased, the destiny godhead began to absorb the power of faith, and the power he absorbed also began to increase day by day, and his strength began to grow rapidly. The more believers there are, the stronger the power of faith becomes, and the greater the power that the destiny godhead feeds back to Dalton, gradually forming a virtuous cycle. Just as Dalton was expanding the influence of the Church of Destiny to the entire kingdom of Aden, Trundle's dark church rose to power. There is no way out in this battle of faith. Once the kingdom of Aden is destroyed by Trundle, it will take Dalton another 10 or 20 years to rebuild the Church of Destiny to its current scale elsewhere. So when Lucius approached him to ask for a collaboration to get rid of Trundle, Dalton agreed without a second thought. Lucius probably had some kind of deal with Dalton and learned how to absorb divine power, otherwise the two wouldn't have cooperated so well. After Chen Luo understood the reason, his expression suddenly changed. What audacity! Chen Luo snorted angrily and immediately used the world will to transform into a divine light and shadow, appearing in the divine kingdom. After taking the judgment divine sword, he disappeared from the spot. In the city of Gracchus, it was just before dawn, and the sky was beginning to lighten. The whole city was in a frenzy of excitement, chanting Lucius's name. Lucius waved his hand to stop the worshippers' shouts. He didn't want to attract too much attention at this moment. He released his spiritual power, gently pressed his hand on the divine core, and placed it into his storage ring. Just then, a violent tremor suddenly came from the ground, as if an earthquake had occurred. The entire city began to shake, and countless houses and buildings began to collapse. As they approached, they saw countless blood-red beams of light shooting out from the depths of the earth. The crimson pillars of light were positioned in all directions around the city of Gragu, as if they were enveloping the entire city. These crimson rays instantly intertwined, transforming into a layer of transparent crimson light that enveloped the entire city of Gragu. Beneath the city of Grag, a huge cave was excavated, its floor covered with a large amount of magical and alchemical materials. Countless corpses appeared underground, blood gushing from their necks and pooling in a blood pool in the center of the cave. The blood-red pillars of light in the sky originated from this place. There are as many as 50 such pillars of light in the city of Gragu. Zhao Yi and Lilith, along with other vampire princes, stood before the blood pool in the very center of the city, watching the blood-red transparent shield forming in the sky. He chuckled, "The formation is complete. Let's go meet that vice-pope of the Dark Church." Zhao Yi moved swiftly, transforming into a streak of blood-red light as he burst out of the underground cave and appeared in the center of the city. The next moment, Lilith and a large number of other vampires followed closely behind, flying to Zhao Yi's side. Although the sun was out in the sky, it was blocked by the transparent dome covering the city, so the vampires were not affected in any way when walking in the sunlight. In a short while, Zhao Yi flew to Lucius and stopped in front of him. Lucius's expression changed drastically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "Vampire." Zhao Yi laughed and pointed to the blood-red curtain that shrouded the city above. "Do you know what that is?" Lucius regained his composure. "If it's nothing but a threat to me, then show me what you've got." A strange smile appeared on Zhao Yi's lips. "As you wish." He waved his hand, and a beam of blood-red light shot into the blood-red curtain in the sky. The next moment, a powerful force rippled outwards, and the blood pools within the nodes of the entire Gragus city instantly burst forth with bloodlight once again. The crimson light instantly traveled along all the array nodes, connecting and spreading throughout the entire city. It spans layers upon layers of buildings, forming a beautiful geometric structure. The blood-red curtain in the sky grew even thicker, and a massive, terrifying aura suddenly descended. The believers and soldiers in the city of Grak felt as if their hearts were being squeezed tightly, a fear of impending death looming over them. "What happened? I suddenly have a bad feeling. What's going on? My legs are shaking uncontrollably." The believers panicked instantly. Although they didn't know what had happened, everyone felt breathless and their hearts were pounding as if they were about to burst out of their chests. "Ah!" Several screams rang out. Just then, screams erupted from the crowd as people suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which then rapidly drifted into the air and merged with the blood curtain in the sky. Such a horrifying scene caused everyone who saw it to turn pale. Even those who did not die tragically screamed in terror and scattered in all directions in fear and unease. The entire city of Gracchus was instantly thrown into chaos. However, this was just the beginning. The screams were not limited to this one place. In just a short while, screams echoed from every corner of the city of Gragu, and countless blood mists rose up and flew into the blood curtain in the sky once again. Everyone panicked and tried to escape, but the streets were filled with surging crowds, and the pushing and shoving quickly turned into a stampede. But no matter how they ran, they kept seeing people burst into blood mist. The streets were filled with screams, sounds of fear, and the stomping of feet. Wherever they went, it was like hell. Replenished by countless streams of blood energy, the blood curtain in the sky became as thick as ink, causing the sky to darken rapidly and everything in the city to be shrouded in an eerie blood color. "What did you do?" Lucius's expression changed drastically, and he shouted in a mixture of shock and anger. He initially thought Zhao Yi was there to deal with him, but seeing the believers dying one after another, he realized that this guy was using the believers to threaten him. This magic circle is called the blood refining array, or let's call it blood magic for now. Its general function is to refine any creature with blood and then sacrifice it to the blood river in exchange for more power and blessings. Zhao Yi chuckled and casually cast a spell at the blood-red curtain in the sky, causing the continuous explosions in the city to stop. "Come, choose. Do you want your followers, or your divinity?" Lucius's face turned ashen. Vampires are inherently bloodthirsty and crave blood. To them, these believers were nothing more than food. They were not considered human beings at all. If Lucius refuses to hand over his divine status, Zhao Yi could easily refine these hundreds of thousands of believers before him. Lucius was instantly caught in a dilemma. He certainly didn't want to give up the divine status, but he couldn't easily give up these believers in front of him. Without believers, there is no power of faith for the god to absorb. The speed at which he draws power from the god will be very slow. He cannot become stronger at the fastest speed, and he will not be able to preserve the god. Unlike Dalton, no one knew he had obtained the godhood of destiny at that time, so he could silently absorb the power within the godhood. But Lucius's situation was different. Everyone in Latour saw the god disappear, and with hundreds of thousands of believers present, it was impossible to keep the secret for long. "You only have 5 seconds to consider," Zhao Yi sneered. "Once I've refined your hundreds of thousands of followers, I can still annihilate you with the blood river projection." Lucius's ability to advance to the 6th Order Saint realm at such a young age is beyond doubt, and Zhao Yi doesn't want to waste too much time here. He knew very well that once those 7th and 8th Order extraordinary beings from Lattice City arrived, even with the projection of the blood river in the sky, he would not fare well. Lucius's expression changed several times before he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I can give you the thing, but you have to remove this layer in the sky first." Zhao Yi snorted coldly, not bothering to negotiate with Lucius at all, and casually cast another spell at the blood-red curtain in the sky. One by one, the believers in the city exploded into blood mist and were sacrificed to the projection of the blood river. Only the extraordinary could resist the power of the blood river. However, the vast majority of believers in the city were ordinary people who had no power to resist the blood river, a product of the power of law. "Stop!" Lucius roared, reached into his storage ring, and pulled out a black sphere. Zhao Yi's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he immediately stopped activating the blood refining array. "Throw it over here." Lucius suddenly smiled, grabbed the divine spark, and threw it into the distance. Zhao Yi's figure suddenly transformed into a streak of blood-red light and chased after the direction of the divine spark. At the same moment, Lucius also rushed to a blood pool. He first took out several silver orbs from his storage bag and threw them into the blood pool. Then, his figure moved like lightning as he rushed to the next blood pool. No sooner had he left than a deafening explosion erupted from the blood pool. A dazzling silver light emanated from the bottom of the blood pool, instantly evaporating the blood within. However, unexpectedly, the blood refining array was not destroyed as a result. Lilith and the other vampires didn't stop him at all. Instead, they stood there leisurely, watching Lucius destroy the blood pools. Before long, Lucius finally realized that something was wrong. It seems that once this blood refining array is activated, it will not be affected even if the base of the magic array is destroyed. Lucius's expression was extremely gloomy as he looked at the projection of the blood river in the sky, feeling a great headache. Zhao Yi caught up with the divine spark at this time, but as soon as he got his hands on it, he felt something was wrong, because there was no power fluctuation on the divine spark. Even though he had never been in contact with divinity before, he knew that divinity could not be so ordinary. Zhao Yi immediately exerted his strength, and the black sphere shattered into a pile of rubble. "You're asking for it." Zhao Yi was furious, realizing he had been tricked. Lucius probably prepared a lot of fake divine titles in his storage ring beforehand, to guard against anyone who wanted to steal them. Zhao Yiyang raised his hand and cast a spell towards the sky, preparing to continue activating the blood refining array. However, to his surprise, the spell did not produce any reaction after it entered the blood river projection. Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback, and even Lucius looked at the blood-red curtain in the sky with some surprise. The next moment, a golden light shone from outside the blood curtain. In the blink of an eye, it tore through the thick blood curtain and then exploded. The dazzling golden light spread rapidly, instantly erasing the blood river projection that had enveloped the entire city. The sunlight illuminated the entire city of Gragu. White smoke quickly rose from Zhao Yi's body. He screamed and immediately pulled up his black robe to shield himself from the scorching sun. Now that he has reached the 6th level of cultivation, he is no longer afraid of the sun as long as he blocks the direct sunlight with his body. Lilith and other vampire princes also had 6th level cultivation, but the other vampires who followed did not have this ability, and some were turned to ashes before they could even react. Zhao Yi's expression changed drastically, and he immediately plummeted from the sky, crashing through a roof to avoid direct sunlight. Meanwhile, Shang Wengsuan and Chris, who were flying rapidly from the horizon, also noticed the strange situation in Gragu City. Just as they were about to speed up and rush over, two golden sword lights pierced the sky and instantly appeared in front of the two men. Shang Wengsuan and Chris's expressions changed slightly. They both felt an immense and unparalleled power from the two sword lights and immediately stopped in their tracks, not daring to touch them. Retreat, or die. A magnificent yet icy voice rang out, as if the whole world was roaring. Chris and Shang Wengsuan dared not move. The power contained in the sword light was clearly beyond human capability, it was the power of a god. In just a moment, the two understood why the two sword lights were blocking them. The divine essence landed just ahead of them in the city of Gragu, and this unknown deity was clearly trying to prevent them from obtaining it. Then, recalling the time when Gosun's divine status was stolen, when both the goddess of light and the creator god intervened simultaneously, they immediately understood what this deity meant. What's yours is yours, and what's not yours, you can't take. Shang Wengsuan understood, and without any hesitation, he turned around and flew away. Chris hesitated only slightly before quickly turning and leaving. The presence of a divine platform behind the opponent undoubtedly indicates that the true master of the divine status is there. If he dares to go over now, those two sword lights will probably hit him immediately. After Chen Luo warned Shang Wengsuan and Chris, the divine figure had already appeared above the city of Gragu. With a swing of his sword of judgment, all the blood pools in the city vanished into thin air, sealing blood refining array. The divine figure raised the judgment sword and pointed it at the sky. A golden point of light shot out and soared into the sky. In an instant, it pierced through the dimensional barrier and entered the universe of the Western fantasy world, penetrating the ancient river of blood. The blood in the blood river surged and boiled, causing all the vampires to tremble violently and involuntarily shiver. The next moment, all the memories of the blood refining array in the minds of the vampires were erased. As a blood ancestor, Zhao Yi was stronger than ordinary blood clansmen, but he only held out for a short while before his memories were completely erased. In principle, Chen Luo did not want to interfere too much in everything in the Western fantasy world, but he had already chosen Lucius for the Dark Godhood, and if it was destroyed by these people, the Dark Godhood would be vacant for who knows how long. Therefore, Chen Luo directly stepped in to clear the obstacles for Lucius. With his talent, he should be able to ascend to the kingdom of gods within a few decades. As for the blood refining array, Chen Luo knew at a glance that it was a menace and absolutely could not be left to the blood clan. He hasn't paid attention to the eternal blood river in recent years, he guesses it's just been causing trouble for the vampires. This blood magic is like a nuclear weapon, it's extremely lethal to ordinary people. The more blood sacrificed, the stronger the eternal blood river will become, who knows what it will do then. After sealing the blood refining array, Chen Luo casually swung his sword again, slicing off the roof where Zhao Yi was hiding. Sunlight streamed in instantly, startling Zhao Yi so much that he scrambled through the wall and rushed into another building. Chen Luo snorted and swung his sword down again and again. Zhao Yi could naturally sense the terrifying destructive power emanating from the swordlight, and was so frightened that he hurriedly fled through the city. A moment later, Zhao Yi realized something was wrong. He could sense that the other's power was enough to destroy him, yet it always managed to glide past his buttocks. Soon, Zhao Yi's pants were cut off, exposing his buttocks, but he was not injured. But the swordlight didn't hurt him, instead, the sunlight shone on his buttocks. Then came an incredibly comical scene. Zhao Yi, his buttocks smoking, screamed and ran amok through the city. Finally, he had to tear off part of his black robe to cover his buttocks before he felt a little better. Lilith and the other vampire princes stared in disbelief, but dared not move, for they could feel the divine light and shadow in the sky locking onto them. If they dare to make a move, they will definitely be the next ones to suffer. That bastard is playing him. Zhao Yi stared at the divine figure in the sky with a look of grief and indignation. He covered his backside with one hand, raised the middle finger at the divine figure with the other, and then cursed, "You son of a bitch." Chen Luo chuckled, and light burst forth from the judgment divine sword. This time, instead of playing tricks on Zhao Yi, he struck him in the chest with a single sword strike. Boom! Zhao Yi's body was like a cannonball, crashing through countless walls until he rolled out of the city of Gragu before stopping. "Don't covet what isn't yours." Chen Luo's voice echoed in the sky like thunder, and then slowly disappeared. Zhao Yi scrambled to his feet, his chest riddled with a fist-sized hole. "Father!" As soon as the divine light disappeared, Lilith and the others disregarded any notions of divine status and rushed towards Zhao Yi. When they saw Zhao Yi's body smoking from the heat, they hurriedly surrounded him, pulling up their black robes to block the sunlight. The bloody hole in Zhao Yi's chest healed quickly, and the wound was no longer visible in an instant. However, he looked weak and was clearly seriously injured. "You damn official!" Zhao Yi angrily cursed at the spot where Chen Luo had disappeared. In this situation, anyone with a brain knows that it's the result of intervention by the game's official team. However, Zhao Yi dared not try to seize Lucius's godhood again. The other party's warning was already very clear. If he dares to enter Gragus City now, he might really be killed. Zhao Yi was very unwilling. He originally planned to sacrifice the Dark Godhead to the Eternal Blood River in exchange for more rewards. It's completely hopeless now. Let's go. Zhao Yi glanced unwillingly at Lucius on the city wall, used his black robe to shield himself from the sunlight, and quickly left with a group of vampires. Lucius, on the other hand, was completely bewildered and hadn't figured out what was going on. However, he could see clearly that the divine figure was there to help him. Take your divine status and take over the Dark Church, and no one will dare to touch you. A voice suddenly came from beside Lucius's ear, causing him to freeze instantly. The voice that had changed his destiny was so familiar to Lucius that even after decades, he could still recognize it instantly. Mr. Lo Fi. Lucius looked around in great surprise, but couldn't see a single person. Mr. Lo Fi, where are you? Lucius leaped into the air with a light touch of his foot, anxiously searching for Chen Luo's shadow. But no matter how he searched or called out, he received no response. Lucius quickly realized that the divine figure must be Chen Luo. So you really are a deity. Lucius was originally very intelligent, and over the years, he had long had various guesses about Chen Luo's identity. They had even thought of deities long ago, but they had never been sure they could confirm it. Now that he had received Chen Luo's telepathic message, Lucius had no more doubts. I just want to see you once. Lucius stared blankly at the spot in the sky where Chen Luo had disappeared. After Chen Luo finished dealing with matters in the Western fantasy world, Singling randomly selected 10 slots from the Xiangxia world. He didn't bother to look at it, so he immediately granted login access to the 10 people in the Xiangxia world and sent them a system notification. Congratulations on obtaining access to the closed beta test of the Xiangxia world. The Xiangxia world option will appear on the game login screen. Please note that once you select the Xiangxia world, you will no longer be able to log into the Western fantasy world or the Abyss world. Mo Yuxing sat in front of the computer and was stunned for a moment when she saw the system notification. He was just trying his luck, so he submitted an article using an automated writing software, and to his surprise, it was actually selected. Mo Yuxing wasn't particularly excited, because he already had an account in the Western fantasy world. The problem is that the Western fantasy world is not inhabited by superhumans, which is a major headache for him. He had initially considered suicide, hoping to be reincarnated in 7 days and perhaps gain extraordinary talent. However, after the game's official team had been silent for 10 years, a new rule suddenly appeared in the Western fantasy world. Suicide or intentional suicide will result in a 20-year account ban. Now, no one dares to play like that anymore. If it weren't for this rule, I'm afraid players in the Western fantasy world would be committing suicide every day. Since there's no pain anyway, he'll be a hero again in 7 days. If he can acquire extraordinary talent, this deal will be a sure win. Mo Yuxing thought for a moment and then logged into the game. Originally, everyone would directly enter the Western fantasy world, but now there is suddenly an additional option, the world of immortals and heroes. Mo Yuxing hesitated for a long time before finally choosing the world of immortals. His thinking was simple. Now the time-flow ratio between the Western fantasy world and reality has become 1:1. If he were to live normally, he didn't know how many years it would take to die, so he might as well go into the Xiangxia world and try his luck. The next second, Mo Yuxing appeared outside a giant tower. Mo Yuxing looked around and found that this place was very similar to the reincarnation pool in the Western fantasy world, but the architectural style was obviously different. The Samsara pool is a Western-style temple, while this is an ancient-style building resembling a pagoda. However, unlike ancient towers, this reincarnation tower has thousands of floors, and you can't see the end of it at a glance. Each floor is adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, exquisitely beautiful. While Mo Yuxing was still examining the reincarnation tower, several more beams of light shone in from around him, and 9 figures appeared before him. The 10 people looked each other over for a moment and quickly realized that those present were the selected beta testers. Mo Yuxing didn't bother to greet these people and walked straight into the Tower of Reincarnation. Anyway, once you enter the cycle of reincarnation, your identity and location are random. Even if you make friends here, you might not end up in the same place in the world of immortals and heroes. Like the reincarnation pool, there is also a huge pool inside the reincarnation tower. Without hesitation, Mo Yuxing jumped directly into the Samsara pool. The scene was exactly the same as in the Western fantasy world, and in an instant, countless memories flooded into my mind. These memories are from the pre-existing world of Xiangxia, fantasy martial arts. When all the memories were fully integrated with the consciousness of the original body and the predecessor, Mo Yuxing looked at himself in a mirror in the room, and then he couldn't help but be stunned. He was very handsome in his previous life, with striking eyebrows, a straight nose, and a very handsome face. The only problem was that his face was pale and his eyelids were swollen, making him look like he had kidney deficiency. What left Mo Yuxing speechless was that the predecessor's eyes were filled with an indescribable feeling. Mo Yuxing stared at herself in the mirror for a moment, then suddenly recognized the look in those eyes. It had an evil aura that made people instinctively uncomfortable. It didn't seem like a good person. Mo Yuxing frowned and began to recall her past life's memories. The world of immortals and heroes is divided into 9 continents, and he is currently in the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty in the northern continent. The so-called Immortal Dynasty is a society where almost everyone from the emperor down to the civil and military officials are cultivators, and the practice of cultivating immortality is prevalent, with numerous sects and countless powerful individuals. Even ordinary people who lack the aptitude for cultivation will learn martial arts to improve their health. There are 4 immortal dynasties in the northern continent, but no matter which immortal dynasty or continent, they all have in common that the immortal cultivation sects dominate the situation on the continent, and the major dynasties live by their noses. The body's predecessor was named Yufifan, the eldest son of the Yu family of the southern Dao of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty, and the 3rd son in the family. Mo Yuxing quickly found all of Yufifan's memories, and then he burst out laughing. This evil aura was not his imagination, because Yufifan really was a bad person. The Yu family is one of the most powerful cultivation families in Tianese Dao. The current family head, Yu Wuji, is a cultivator at the 5th realm and also serves as the highest administrative official of Tianese Dao, the Grand Shepherd. Yufifan's mother, Lan Yazi, also came from a powerful cultivation family in Tianese Dao, and her strength was not much different from that of the Yu family. The 2 families were united by marriage. With such a background, one could naturally act with impunity in Tianese Dao, fearing no one whatsoever. Therefore, Yufifan was unruly and domineering from a young age. He did nothing but do bad things in his life. Not only was he infamous in Tianese Dao, but he was also renowned in the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty. From high-ranking officials to commoners in Tianese Prefecture, everyone hated him so much that they gritted their teeth at the mention of his name. Moreover, this guy was also a womanizer, spending his days in brothels and red-light districts, and whenever he saw a pretty woman, he would try every means to get his hands on her. Mo Yuxing can now imagine all sorts of bizarre and wonderful positions with her eyes closed, positions that even those educational films from those island nations can't replicate, making her a true master. Mo Yuxing originally thought she was quite lucky. This kind of background was like being born into a royal or noble family in a Western fantasy world, which was like winning the lottery. But soon, he felt like he was about to burst into tears. Because of Yufifan's reckless behavior, he has caused countless troubles for the Yu family. Finally, one day, the trouble they caused became so great that even the Yu family couldn't handle it anymore. 3 months ago, Yufifan saw a beautiful maid on the street. He couldn't resist the urge and immediately ordered his henchmen to forcibly take her away, intending to have sex with her in the carriage. But before Yufifan could succeed, a swordlight slashed down, not only destroying the carriage, but also seriously injuring Yufifan on the spot, almost killing him. The Yu family was naturally unwilling to let the matter rest, especially Yufifan's mother, Lan Yazi, who was extremely protective of her own. As for her precious son Yufifan, Lan Yazi doted on him, treating him like a precious gem. From the day he was born, she devoted all her attention to him. Every time Yufifan caused trouble, Yu Wuji actually wanted to beat him to death, but Lan Yazi always stopped him, even going so far as to fight with Yu Wuji, and in the end, nothing ever came of it. But even Lan Yazi couldn't cover it up this time, because the other party's background was even more powerful than that of the Yu family. In the 9 provinces, the strong are respected. Among humans, apart from those clans born in the mythical era, the strongest all come from powerful cultivation sections. It is no exaggeration to say that these sects are the true controllers of the human race on the 9 provinces continent, and they are beings that transcend worldly power. The maid who was almost violated by Yufifan was not an ordinary family's maid, but the maid of Ding Linga, a true disciple of Chen Luo Palace. The Star Luo Palace possesses the Star God Talisman, one of the 36 divine talismans. It is the most powerful immortal cultivation sect in the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty. The Palace Master is a 7th realm immortal cultivator. Not to mention the Yu family, even the Great Yan royal family dares not offend it. Such sects are revered as immortal sects, and the difference between them and ordinary immortal cultivation sects is like heaven and earth. Ding Linga's sword strike was originally intended to kill Yufifan, but it was blocked by the people Lanya sent to protect him. When Ding Linga learned of Yufifan's identity, although she spared his life, she gave the Yu family an ultimatum, to castrate Yufifan. Just because he molested Ding Linga's maid, she wanted to castrate Yufifan directly and even had the Yu family do it. As one of the most talented disciples of the Star Luo Palace, Ding Linga has the confidence to back it up. When this news spread, it caused a sensation throughout Tianese Road. Although Ding Linga's actions were extremely domineering, she was not only beautiful but also a chosen one, and she was dealing with a notorious scumbag, so naturally everyone applauded her. Although Yu Wuji was angry at his lack of ambition, he could not actually castrate Yufifan. It's not that I can't bring myself to do it, it's that I can't. Sometimes, Yu Wuji even wished he could castrate this good-for-nothing bastard. If he became a eunuch, he would be free from any source of trouble, and Yu Fifan would have no choice but to behave himself. However, Yu Wuji could not do that. Firstly, if word got out, his Yu family would lose face, and how could they maintain their standing in Tianese in the future? Secondly, Lan Yazi would definitely fight him to the death. Although Yu Wuji was angry and helpless, he could not back down now that he had been forced into this situation. Although the Star Luo Palace is powerful, Yu Wuji is not without options. Because the northern continent is not only home to the Star Luo Palace, a powerful immortal sect, but also to the Lingxiao Palace, which is on par with it, and Yu Wuji comes from the Lingxiao Palace. In the 9 provinces continent, any secular power, whether royal or a family of cultivators, cannot advance further without the support of a powerful cultivation section. The most direct way to gain support, besides offering resources, is to have one's own disciples join these major sections. Ordinary sects may accept disciples every year, but immortal sects like Xingluo Palace and Lingxiao Palace only open their mountain gates once every 5 years, and the disciples they recruit are divided into outer sect, inner sect, and true disciples. Yu Wuji did not have Ding Linga's high talent. He was merely an inner disciple of Lingxiao Palace. Moreover, besides Yu Wuji, the Yu family has had many disciples in the Xingluo Palace and Lingxiao Palace for hundreds of years. This is closely related to the situation on the 9 provinces continent, because the more disciples a sect has, the stronger the family becomes. The higher a disciple climbs within a sect, the brighter the future of the family. In the end, when a member of the family is involved in multiple sects and becomes an elder or even the sect leader of those sects, they eventually achieve great success. When multiple cultivation families intermarry, forming a close-knit network, the power of these families transcends the mundane world, making them the most powerful beings in the world. The Yu family is a prime example of this, as are the Lan family behind Lanya and the Ding family behind Ding Linga. Yu Wuji is currently contacting his connections in the Star Luo Palace and Lingxiao Palace, and is negotiating with Ding Linga. The Yu family is willing to compensate the Ding family for their losses, punish Yu Fifan, and even allow him to formally marry that maid as his principal wife. This may sound absurd, but Yu Fifan is the legitimate son of the Yu family, and a maid is absolutely unworthy of his status. Ding Linga also faced pressure from within the sect. After all, Yu Fifan ultimately failed, and there would be no benefit in completely breaking ties with the Yu family over a maid. However, Ding Linga refused to budge and insisted on castrating Yu Fifan. The Yu family also rejected this condition, and the two sides reached a stalemate. When Mo Yuxing recalled this, she simply couldn't describe her feelings. I thought I had won the lottery jackpot, but I never expected the game to start with such hellish difficulty. If the negotiations don't go well, I'll have to become a eunuch. Mo Yuxing felt so tired. In reality, she was a self-made, domineering CEO who had never done anything bad in her life. But here, Yu Fifan had taken advantage of him completely, making him want to strangle the guy. What's worse is that Yu Fifan has done a lot of bad things and has enemies all over the world. Even without this incident, he would still be in a precarious situation. He was constantly targeted for assassination. If it weren't for the numerous guards sent by the Yu and Lan families, Yu Fifan would have died hundreds of times over. Compared to players from ordinary backgrounds, this is practically an SSSSS level of difficulty. This is outrageous. I didn't do anything wrong, yet I'm not only the one who got burned, but also the one who took the blame. Can I start over? Mo Yuxing was very frustrated. Suicide was out of the question, but she couldn't go out and offer herself up for death either. She couldn't afford to wait 20 years. He can already imagine how difficult his future will be. Mo Yuxing sighed deeply, forced to accept this reality. You were born into this world, so you have to live it to the end, even if it's with tears in your eyes. Mo Yuxing quickly composed himself, because he remembered what he cared about most, whether his predecessor had the talent to become a cultivator. Mo Yuxing quickly recalled the events and was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yu Fifan possessed the talent of a cultivator. However, Yu Fifan is a troublemaker who, apart from being interested in women, is indifferent to everything else. The reason is simple: the cultivation process is very difficult, tiring, and boring. However, cultivating immortality and practicing martial arts, pursuing the Dao of Heaven, and ascending to the immortal realm are the eternal themes of the 9 provinces continent. Especially for scions of noble families, if they cannot become cultivators, they are no different from trash. Only with strong power can a family prosper and maintain a stable position. Yu Wuji had 3 sons in total. Besides Yu Fifan, his other 2 sons were also very talented and were recruited into the Xingluo Palace and Lingxiao Palace respectively. If Yu Fifan only had one father, he would probably have been beaten to death long ago. Even if we don't kill him, we'll force him to cultivate. As a result, with his mother Lan Yazi always protecting Yu Fifan, this guy is already 20 years old and has never cultivated for a single day. His physical fitness is even worse than that of an average person. Calling him a good-for-nothing is not an exaggeration at all. Mo Yuxing couldn't help but be convinced. Yu Fifan's family background was something others could only dream of, yet this guy didn't seem to care at all. He was simply a weirdo. Third young master. While Mo Yuxing was lost in thought, she heard an old voice behind her. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s who said expressionlessly, "It's time to practice." Mo Yuxing already knew from the memories in his mind that this person was called Liang Sheng, and that Yu Wuji had found him to guide him in the initial stages of cultivation. Liang Sheng himself possesses the cultivation of the fourth realm, so instructing a beginner like Yu Fifan is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After recovering from his serious injury, Yu Wuji locked up Yu Fifan and made him practice martial arts every day. Under normal circumstances, as long as Yu Fifan resisted to the death and cried loudly for his parents, Lan Yazi would save him from danger immediately. However, after that, Lan Yazi actually joined forces with Yu Wuji to force Yu Fifan to practice martial arts. Before Mo Yuxing possessed his body, Yu Fifan made up all sorts of excuses to avoid it every day. He never attended a proper class, let alone worked hard to cultivate and transform himself. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuxing's eyes lit up immediately, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Uncle Liang, teach me quickly." In the Western fantasy world, it's not easy for ordinary players to acquire the talent of an extraordinary being. Even after becoming a superhuman, one still needs to find a master and requires a vast amount of cultivation resources. Most players have to work hard for several years to save money in the early stages before they can enter a magic academy or a warrior academy. Moreover, it takes a lot of effort to become a first-level superhuman. Yu Fifan considered these things, which were readily available, as a torment worse than death. But for Mo Yuxing, it was a stroke of good luck that fell from the sky. Mo Yuxing had the same awareness as a newbie in the game's starting village. He was born with a famous teacher to guide him and a wealth of cultivation resources. What could be more comfortable than that? Mo Yuxing's reaction left Liang Sheng dumbfounded. He was prepared to be turned away again when he arrived, and he was also prepared to teach Yu Fifan a lesson. Before coming, Yu Wuji had already given instructions that if Yu Fifan dared to cause trouble again, they should just beat him without any hesitation. Is this guy up to something? Liang Sheng felt a little strange, but kept a straight face and said, "Please come with me to the training ground, third young master." Well, Mo Yuxing excitedly followed Liang Sheng outside. Since Yu Fifan was seriously injured, Yu Wuji only saw him once before kicking this scoundrel's son out to a villa outside the city, so that he wouldn't have to see him or be bothered by him. There were many guards and servants coming and going in the villa. When the servants saw Mo Yuxing, this troublemaker, they were all very careful, bowing their heads and not daring to make any eye contact with him. Only after he left did they all show expressions of relief. Mo Yuxing also noticed the servants' reactions. He smiled bitterly to himself, knowing just by looking at their reactions how much Yu Fifan was usually hated. The training ground was located in the center of the courtyard. After Liang Sheng brought Mo Yuxing there, he found him looking at him expectantly, which made him feel even more strange. However, since Mo Yuxing didn't seem to be acting strangely, he had no choice but to say, whether it's martial arts or cultivation, the first step is to train the physical body. I'll now teach you the most basic body strengthening technique. Young master, please memorize the incantation I'm about to impart to you. As Liang Sheng spoke, he recited a few lines of cultivation mantra. Upon hearing this, Mo Yuxing immediately focused on memorizing it, much like the warriors in the Western fantasy world, so he wasn't too surprised. Body strengthening techniques are not some kind of divine skill or secret manual, nor do they have any offensive power, they are merely used to enhance the physical body. Unlike Western fantasy worlds, cultivators here have certain physical requirements. They must have a foundation before they can cultivate more advanced techniques. Setting unrealistic goals from the outset not only leads to less efficient results but also increases the risk of going astray. Did you remember? Mo Yuxing nodded quickly and said, "I'll remember." Liang Sheng frowned. "You really remembered it? Young master, recite it once so I can hear it." Mo Yuxing understood Liang Sheng's meaning. He probably never believed from the beginning that Liang Sheng would be willing to cultivate. Without hesitation, he immediately began to memorize the body tempering technique he had just heard. When they finished reciting, not only was Liang Sheng surprised, but even Mo Yuxing herself was somewhat astonished, because he memorized it so perfectly, without missing a single word. Did the third young master recite it before? Mo Yuxing shook her head with a strange expression. No, it seems like I really did remember it after hearing it just once. Although Liang Sheng was somewhat surprised, he didn't take it to heart, because these mnemonics weren't many, only about 100 words, and it wasn't impossible to remember them if he put his mind to it. What he couldn't figure out was what tricks Mo Yuxing was up to. He would never believe that this guy would actually want to cultivate. Liang Sheng thought this to himself, but his expression didn't show it. He simply said calmly, "There are 5 stages in body tempering: skin tempering, tendon tempering, organ tempering, bone tempering, and marrow tempering. Come with me." Liang Sheng led Mo Yuxing to a wooden stake in the training ground and said, "I'm going to teach you a method to refine your skin in conjunction with the body tempering technique. Watch carefully." As he spoke, Liang Sheng flashed forward and punched the wooden stake with his left fist. Then, he combined his right fist, both palms, arms, elbows, shoulders, back strikes, and knee strikes, rapidly striking the training wooden stake. Suddenly, a rhythmic series of thumping sounds rang out. Did you see it clearly? Mo Yuxing had been staring intently at Liang Sheng's movements, but strangely, he stopped after watching them again. I saw it clearly. Liang Sheng frowned and said expressionlessly, then let the third young master demonstrate once. Mo Yuxing nodded, closed her eyes to recall Liang Sheng's actions just now, and then threw a punch. As soon as she threw the punch, Mo Yuxing was jolted by the recoil from above and felt a sharp pain. She hurriedly shook her hand. Damn, what is this made of? It's so hard. These words came out in Mo Yuxing's mind. But when he saw Liang Sheng's mocking expression, a surge of anger rose within him, and he felt an urge to lash out. But the next moment, Mo Yuxing realized something was wrong, because the emotion wasn't hers. It seems that I haven't fully integrated yet. Yu Feifan's bastard personality is still influencing me. Mo Yuxing took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in her heart, and focused her attention on the wooden stake before throwing another punch. I don't know what material this wooden stake is made of, but it's many times harder than wood on earth, and it feels like it's made of metal. However, Mo Yuxing forced herself to endure this time and began to perform the movements she remembered from her memory. Elbow strike, shoulder strike, back strike, knee strike. Although the movements were not fast, they were eventually completed. The mockery in Liang Sheng's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise. He didn't expect that after only demonstrating it once, the kid would actually remember it and use it exactly as before. What surprised Liang Sheng even more was that after Mo Yuxing completed the last move of the routine, she started the second round without stopping. This time, Liang Sheng keenly noticed that Mo Yuxing's movements were slightly faster and stronger than before. More importantly, his movements are more precise, and the transitions between them are increasingly smooth. This kid. A sense of shock flashed through Liang Sheng's mind. Could it be that he could master it all just by hearing the incantation once and watching the demonstration once? Liang Sheng simply couldn't believe that he had reached the fourth realm of cultivation step by step through hard work. He had also practiced this body strengthening technique, so he knew better than anyone how difficult it was for an ordinary person to understand the incantation and skillfully coordinate the training movements. Impossible! Liang Sheng's eyes showed disbelief. He didn't ask Mo Yuxing any more questions, but instead told him to stop and said, "Third young master, I'll demonstrate the second move. Watch carefully." Mo Yuxing nodded and immediately began to watch Liang Sheng's movements. Unsurprisingly, he memorized it after just one reading. Liang Sheng's doubts began to waver, and he stubbornly taught him all the movements for training the internal organs, bones, and marrow. He was immediately shocked to discover that Mo Yuxing could learn each set of movements after watching it only once. Liang Sheng was stunned. This kid's comprehension is simply terrifying. Giving him such talent is a complete waste. Mo Yuxing was stunned at this moment, but he quickly realized that this was not due to his own extraordinary talent, but rather stemmed from Yu Feifan. Mo Yuxing finally understood a question that had been bothering her. Both Yu Wuji and his wife were cultivators at the 5th level, and their two older brothers had also entered immortal sects. Logically speaking, Yu Feifan couldn't be that bad. This scoundrel clearly had such high talent, but he didn't like cultivating and focused on doing bad things for more than 10 years. Such an oddball is probably one of a kind in the entire Kyushu continent. Luckily I possessed the body, otherwise it would have been a real waste to give it to him. Ahem, third young master, your talent is quite good. Practice the skin refining movements for a few days first. Liang Sheng coughed lightly, his expression quickly returning to calm. He pointed to the wooden stake and said, practice for an hour first. Mo Yuxing didn't want to waste a single moment. He was eager to become a cultivator in the first realm as quickly as possible, at least while the Yu family was still willing to waste cultivation resources on him. He wanted to seize this opportunity. Even if the Yu family really can't withstand it and actually has to castrate him, then I need to earn enough before becoming eunuch Mo. Anyway, Mo Yuxing only wanted to become an extraordinary being in the world of immortals and heroes, and had no intention of having children here. Mo Yuxing immediately walked to the wooden stake and began to practice. Liang Sheng didn't leave, but watched from the side. He originally thought that even if this guy had high comprehension, he would probably back down once he experienced hardship, and then he would have to take forceful action to make him practice. Unexpectedly, Mo Yuxing did not back down, which made Liang Sheng's eyes widen again. He knew very well how painful it would be to strike and impact the training stake with his bare body without any spiritual power or true chi to protect him. Because the training stakes in this training ground are made of copper-scaled wood, which is harder than gold and iron, hitting them is almost the same as hitting metal. But surprisingly, this young master, who used to scream at the slightest prick of a needle, persevered. Even though Mo Yuxing's fists were swollen and red from pounding them together, and his hands were covered in wounds, he didn't complain or stop, and persevered for a full hour. All right. Liang Sheng's gaze towards Mo Yuxing changed slightly. He slowly said, "Third young master, the training just now was about pushing your body beyond its limits through striking and impacting, gradually strengthening your body. Since this was your first time training, an hour was enough. Your body is quite badly injured now, so come with me to soak in the body-tempering medicinal liquid to recuperate." Liang Sheng prepared a medicinal bath for Mo Yuxing that could quickly heal her injuries and strengthen her body. In the world of immortals and heroes, after the spiritual energy in the heavens cracked, it entered a period of depletion, which led to elixirs becoming the main resource to aid in cultivation. Even the most talented cultivators will fall far short in terms of cultivation speed and effectiveness without the support of elixirs. Therefore, the importance of elixirs is second only to cultivation techniques. Although the body-tempering medicinal bath prepared by the Yu family wasn't the most top-tier, it was still something that only large cultivation families and sects on the 9 provinces continent could provide. However, the process of soaking in the medicinal bath was not as comfortable as Mo Yuxing had imagined. On the contrary, it was extremely painful. In a room somewhere in the villa, Liang Sheng had already instructed his servants to prepare a wooden tub for a medicinal bath. As Mo Yuxing entered, Liang Sheng stood in front of the wooden tub and placed his hand on Mo Yuxing's head. Mo Yuxing was confused at first, but once his body was fully inside the wooden tub, he understood why. The medicinal liquid in the wooden tub was like a sun, its fiery and fierce power surging into his body through his pores, impacting his muscles and causing him a tearing sensation, making him feel unbearably painful. Hiss! Mo Yuxing gasped and immediately wanted to jump out of the bucket. But as soon as he moved, he found that Liang Sheng pressed him back down firmly and said in a deep voice, "Activate the body tempering technique." Mo Yuxing smiled bitterly to himself. Liang Sheng clearly knew the pain of this medicinal bath, so he had already made preparations to force him into it. Knowing he couldn't get out, he immediately turned his pain receptors down to the lowest setting, which made him feel much better. Immediately afterwards, Mo Yuxing began to circulate the body tempering technique. As the cultivation technique circulated, Mo Yuxing felt a surge of power rising from her dantian and coursing along her meridians. At the same time, as if in response, wisps of white spiritual energy appeared in the air outside his body, entering his body and merging with the circulating spiritual power, becoming even stronger. The surprise in Liang Sheng's eyes grew more and more obvious. Of course he knew how painful it was to soak in a medicinal bath for the first time, but this kid actually endured it without changing his expression. Aside from initially appearing to be in great pain, his expression didn't change at all later on. Could the wrong medicine have been put in? Liang Sheng released his grip with a mixture of surprise and doubt, then scooped up a handful of water from the wooden bucket and smelled it. That's right. Liang Sheng looked at Mo Yuxing in the wooden tub as if he were seeing her for the first time. At the same time, Chen Luo also entered the world of immortals and heroes, and adjusted the time-flow ratio to 1 day to 1 year. 1 day is much longer than 10 years, but it doesn't matter to him. However, the mental strength of ordinary players is too weak. Such a large time-flow ratio can easily cause mental confusion. When you return to reality, it can be hard to tell which is reality and which is the fantasy world. If this goes on for too long, it could turn into a mental breakdown. A year is just the right amount of time. Chen Luo entered the world of immortals and heroes, disguised himself as an ordinary person, and appeared in Tianese Prefecture. The architectural style here is largely similar to that of ancient cities in reality, only much more magnificent. Its area alone is comparable to that of a first-tier city in reality, and its city walls are hundreds of meters high, with buildings also being common. As the capital of Chenan Province, the city has a population of several million and is quite prosperous. The city was bustling with people, and the streets were lined with shops and taverns. The sounds of vendors calling out their wares could be heard everywhere, creating a scene of peace and prosperity. With a sightseeing mindset, Chen Luo didn't use any special abilities and simply wandered around Tianese Prefecture at his own pace. 5 days later, Chen Luo had toured Tianese Prefecture. During this time, Chen Luo had no particular purpose and just went wherever he wanted, even visiting brothels. When we are young, we all dream of being knights errant, and Chen Luo is no exception. He once dreamed of having a beautiful woman by his side, upholding justice, and becoming a renowned hero. Now, most of Chen Luo's desires have faded, and he only watches for fun. Even in brothels, he merely passed through a sea of women, leaving without ever getting entangled in them. One of Chen Luo's main purposes in entering the world of immortals and heroes was to see the local customs and culture of the 9 provinces and fulfill his childhood fantasies. On the 6th day, Chen Luo strolled to one of the landmarks in Tianese Prefecture, the Secret UN Society. The Secret Origin Society is the largest merchant organization in the northern continent. It has been established for over 200 years, almost at the same time as the founding of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty. After more than 200 years of development, the Secret UN Society has spread to almost the entire northern continent. In any city of even moderate size, there is a branch of the Secret UN Society, making its presence even stronger than that of the major cultivation families. The Secret Essence Society is unaffected by any force and focuses on its own business. It will do any business that can make money, such as inns and restaurants, auctions and pawn shops, guarding and escorting, etc. Its most important feature is its intelligence capabilities. You can buy any information you want here, provided you can afford the price. The core principle of the Secret Essence Society is, everything is tradable, and everything has a price. And the Secret Essence Society truly lived up to this promise. Anything that could be traded could be sold here, including cultivation techniques, divine weapons, even one's life, or even a piece of important information. The Secret Essence Society places great importance on its reputation, ensuring fair and just transactions, and treating everyone, young and old, a principle that has been proven over 2 centuries. Chen Luo looked up at the huge plaque with the 3 large characters Hunyuan Society written in a flamboyant style, and immediately stepped inside. The building of the Secret UN Society is 18 stories high and about 60 or 70 meters tall. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with people and extremely noisy. Chen Luo glanced at it and found that the most frequently traded items were various cultivation resources, such as cultivation techniques, demon beast cores, and spiritual herbs. Trading in the Secret UN Society is also tiered. Depending on the floor, the items available for trading vary greatly, and having money doesn't guarantee you can buy what you need. As one status level in the Secret Essence Society increases, the services offered also change significantly, at least not as crowded as the main lobby. Once you move to the second floor, you'll have access to one-on-one service. Chen Luo had taken a quick look around and was about to leave when a fine iron carriage pulled by 4 tall demon blood horses stopped in front of him. Upon seeing the Yu family's insignia on the carriage, pedestrians and passers-by alike quickly made way for it. A short while later, a young man dressed in white entered with a group of guards. Immediately, a beautiful woman dressed in a blue robe came forward and smiled sweetly. "Third young master, Steward Yang has been waiting for you for a long time. Please follow me." The young man in white smiled and nodded, then followed the woman in green upstairs. People in the lobby on the first floor all looked at him with surprise, because they all recognized that this young man was none other than Yu Fifan, the troublemaker of Tianese prefecture. This guy actually dares to go out, he's really not afraid of death. SHH, keep your voice down, or you'll be in trouble if his guards hear you. Hee, you probably don't know, but the Ding family and the Yu family have already reached an agreement. Really? Tell me quickly, what happened? A life or death arena, a meat grinder. No way, what scoundrel would dare agree to a meat grinder battle? Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh, because the moment Mo Yuxing appeared, he already knew that this guy was a player, and that he looked somewhat familiar. The first time was in the Abyss world, when Chen Luo transformed into Wang Zhaoqi, and it was Wang Zhaoqi who commanded over 1 million players to attack him. The second time seemed to be during the Abyss Point settlement, and I think I was 4th on the leaderboard. Chen Luo took only a second to figure out Mo Yuxing's situation. Chen Luo watched for a moment, then lost interest and slowly left the Secret UN Society. As he strolled down the street, he spotted Mo Yuxing upstairs. At this moment, Mo Yuxing followed the green-clad maid upwards. The higher he went, the fewer people there were. By the time he reached the 6th floor, there was no one left to see. When they arrived on the 18th floor, a man dressed in a blue brocade robe immediately stood up to greet them with a big smile. "Third young master, you've finally arrived. Please take a seat." Mo Yuxing smiled and cupped her hands in greeting. "Judging from Deacon Yang's expression, it seems the credit I gave you has been useful. It looks like you'll be promoted soon." Deacon Yang could no longer hide his smile. After inviting Mo Yuxing to sit down, he said, "That's all thanks to the third young master. Have some tea first. This is a spiritual tea that I've treasured for many years. I usually can't bear to take it out to drink." Mo Yuxing didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the teacup and took a sniff. A refreshing fragrance wafted over, instantly invigorating him. He had drunk tea in real life, but this was the first time he had ever smelled such fragrant tea. He immediately knew that this was no ordinary product. Mo Yuxing couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the world of immortals and heroes was still full of treasures compared to the real world. He took a small sip. The cool, sweet taste was refreshing and thirst-quenching, leaving him with a lingering, delightful aftertaste. What surprised him even more was that this spiritual tea actually increased the little spiritual power he had left. "Excellent tea." Deacon Yang smiled without saying a word, but his gaze toward Mo Yuxing was extremely strange, filled with deep surprise. Mo Yuxing ignored Deacon Yang's gaze and calmly said, "Since the Secret Essence Society is satisfied with what I provided, can your society meet the conditions I set?" Steward Yang smiled and said, "The things that the third young master requested have already been prepared for you and are currently in the warehouse. You can take them with you at any time. As long as you explain the subsequent operation of the silver notes, your remaining 2 conditions can be fulfilled immediately. Then, I will now inform Deacon Yang how to prevent counterfeiting of the banknotes and how to increase your association's profits." Upon hearing this, Deacon Yang immediately stared intently at Mo Yuxing, as if afraid of missing a single word. The economic development level of the 9 provinces continent today is similar to that of ancient times. Whether they are commoners or nobles, they all carry large amounts of copper coins and gold and silver when they go out to buy things. Although there are magical artifacts like the mustard seed bag that can store items, only cultivators can possess and use them. Moreover, these items have just appeared and are extremely expensive, making them unaffordable for ordinary cultivators. Therefore, when large-scale goods transactions occurred, cartloads of gold and silver had to be transported, which not only wasted a lot of manpower and resources, but was also unsafe on the road, which was very detrimental to the development of commerce. Especially for a large organization like the Secret Essence Society, their own security forces were created to ensure the safety of long-distance transportation of valuables. So when Mo Yuxing approached them and offered to solve the problem that had plagued them for a century, the Secret Essence Society was initially highly skeptical. Because Yu Feifan's reputation is so bad, no one dares to believe what he says. However, when Mo Yuxing briefly explained the concept of silver notes to Deacon Yang, the latter immediately seemed to have been enlightened and jumped up from his chair with great joy. Historically, silver notes were an inevitable product of frequent commercial activities, and in this world, they were almost tailor-made for the secret UN Society. Because no other organization has so many branches across the continent, with just a few modifications, it is almost the prototype of a modern bank. Upon receiving this news, Deacon Yang dared not delay and immediately related to Yun Aogu, the leader of the Great Yan Immortal Dynasty's secret UN Society branch, as quickly as possible. Yun Aogu was immediately astonished and ordered Deacon Yang to grant Mo Yuxing any of his conditions within the authority of the branch leader. Thus, the meeting took place 3 days later. Mo Yuxing didn't keep him in suspense. Since the secret UN Society could recognize the value of silver notes and react so quickly, it proved that their decision-makers were not mediocre. The anti-counterfeiting measures for the silver notes are actually quite simple. The secret UN Society itself is in the intelligence business, so it must have its own password system. As long as this system is used on the silver notes, only your own people can recognize it. That's one point. Deacon Yang's eyes lit up. Of course, they knew the immense benefits that silver notes brought, but what they feared most was that others would counterfeit the silver notes and claim them fraudulently. This kind of risk-free and highly profitable business could never be eradicated. The Secret Essence Society naturally possesses the password system that Mo Yuxing mentioned, otherwise, leaks would inevitably occur during the transmission of their intelligence. If the third young master says there's one, then there must be a second? Mo Yuxing smiled and continued, secondly, the paper used to make the banknotes can be special paper that ordinary people can't buy. Patterns and text that only you can understand are printed on it. Thirdly, special markings are made on the banknotes, such as hidden perforations or ink dots. If these 3 points are achieved, even if counterfeits appear, your association will be able to detect them. Historically, for hundreds of years since the emergence of banknotes, this anti-counterfeiting system has prevented a single case of fraudulently obtaining banknotes, demonstrating the robustness of this system. Mo Yuxing didn't know much about silver notes before. After learning about the existence of the secret UN Society, she went to the real world to collect information about silver notes. Deacon Yang's eyes shone brighter as he listened, and at the end he couldn't help but clap his hands in admiration. Young master is truly talented. I am deeply impressed, and on behalf of the association's leader, I humbly thank young master for this great gift. After speaking, Deacon Yang stood up and bowed to Mo Yuxing. Mo Yuxing smiled and waved her hand. Deacon Yang, you're too kind. We're just getting what we need. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Mo Yuxing really knew how to get things done. He had only been here for less than a week and had already used the silver notes as a financial tool to get in touch with the secret UN Society. However, after a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo decided to ban this method that was almost cheating. Modern knowledge has had a significant impact on the world of Xiangxia, fantasy martial arts, just like in Western fantasy worlds, where all sorts of modern weapons and cannons have appeared. Chen Luo didn't want the world of immortals and heroes to eventually become like the Western fantasy world, where weapons combining alchemy and magic reign supreme. In such a world, one Western fantasy world is enough. The Xiangxia world should retain its original worldview. The next moment, Chen Luo added new settings to the Tower of Reincarnation. When players enter the world of immortals and heroes, they must not only conceal the fact that they have possessed another body, but also recall any knowledge that could affect the world's structure. For example, chemical knowledge such as gunpowder, steam engines, trains, airplanes, and related financial instruments such as banknotes. Now that Mo Yuxing has already profited from it, Chen Luo has no intention of getting it back. So how do you profit from banknotes? Deacon Ding stared intently at Mo Yuxing, then asked anxiously. With the silver note as a tool, your association can carry out deposit and exchange business, such as attracting wealth from princes, nobles, and even ordinary people. Your association has an excellent reputation, and the treasures stored here have never had any problems. If you could exchange gold and silver for silver notes, making it convenient for them to withdraw from any branch of the secret UN society across the entire continent, they would flock to you. Your association would only need to collect a certain amount of interest each month. When those powerful families were depositing money in the secret UN society, wealthy households with surplus funds who were worried about the safety of their assets would naturally follow suit. Once your association's gold and silver reserves reach a certain level, you can begin lending business. Of course, this won't be the kind of usurious loans offered by thugs and ruffians. Your association can provide not only gold and silver to aristocratic families, but also spirit stones and treasures. Of course, the most important point is that the silver notes must be redeemed unconditionally, no matter when or where. This is a guarantee of the Secret Essence Society's credibility. It can be considered a paper-based form of credibility. After hearing this, Deacon Yang was stunned and remained silent for a long time. The room was eerily quiet for a moment, with only the sound of Deacon Yang swallowing hard. He now admires Yang Mu to the point of worship. Using other people's money to make money from other people's money is simply unbelievable, but Deacon Ding finds it perfectly reasonable. Hearing your words is worth more than reading books for 10 years. Young master's talent is truly extraordinary. Mo Yuxing coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed by the praise. This was just basic banking business, something everyone in modern times knows. However, in the world of Xiangxia where he had never been exposed to financial business, it was like a bombshell, completely stunning Deacon Yang, who took a long time to come to his senses. So, Deacon Yang, do you think what I've said is enough to exchange for the remaining 2 conditions? Of course, please speak, third young master. Mo Yuxing smiled slightly and immediately said, then the second condition is that the secret UN society should lend a helping hand when our Yu family is in danger. Deacon Yang's eyes flashed, then he said nonchalantly, young master is joking. The Yu family is at its zenith, and there are many talented people in the family. How can there be any crisis? Mo Yuxing laughed loudly. I wasn't quite sure before, but after hearing what Deacon Yang said, I'm certain now. The Ding family wants to deal with our Yu family, not me, Yu Fifan. Deacon Yang's expression changed slightly. Seeing Mo Yuxing's confident look, he knew he had been exposed. With his shrewdness and composure, Deacon Yang would not normally be able to easily reveal his emotions. However, he was shocked by the matter of the silver notes and then had a secret revealed by Mo Yuxing. Under these consecutive shocks, he couldn't control his expression. Third young master, the condition you mentioned is of great importance, and I need to consult with you. Deacon Yang, what you just said was to be fulfilled immediately. Deacon Yang remained calm and showed no embarrassment, smiling as he said, Third young master, I did add a condition, it must be within the authority of our Master Yun. The Ding family is a superior family, and even our Master Yun cannot make decisions on his own, he must consult the Grand Master. Mo Yuxing laughed and said, Deacon Yang, don't try to fool me. With the strength of the secret UN society, it's not impossible for them to deal with the Ding family, let alone the Star Luo Palace. Deacon Yang's expression changed again. He gave Mo Yuxing a deep look and said with a dry laugh, young master is joking. Our association is just a merchant organization. How can it be compared with the immortal sect? Deacon Yang must be joking. If the secret UN society were just a merchant organization, it would have been wiped out countless times by now, Mo Yuxing said with absolute confidence. The secret UN society has stood for more than 200 years and has only grown stronger. If it didn't have amazing strength behind it, no one would believe it. Just as Steward Yang was about to offer another explanation, his expression suddenly changed, and he smiled and said, how did third young master know that the Ding family wanted to deal with the Yu family? Mo Yuxing glanced at Deacon Yang with interest. He had already noticed the strangeness in Deacon Yang's expression, and there must be someone behind him who made him ask that question. In the world of fantasy and martial arts, the ability to transmit sound secretly is very common. After my father used his connections to put pressure on the Ding family, before that woman Ding Linga could even make a statement, the Ding family took the initiative to jump out and said they had to give them an explanation. The Ding family and the Yu family were not on good terms to begin with, so this was nothing, but later even the royal family of the great Yan got involved, saying that I had repeatedly violated the law and should be severely punished. Mo Yuxing paused, then continued, if it were just the royal family and the Ding family, that would be one thing, but the Xingluo Palace and Lingxiao Palace also suddenly announced that they would open their gates to accept disciples and send elders over. In the past few days, cultivators from the Great Zhou, Great Qian, and Great Yong immortal dynasties have even appeared in Tianese prefecture. These people must have sensed something, which is why they rushed over in a swarm. Given this situation, anyone with a brain knows something's about to happen, right, Master Yun? Mo Yuxing's last words were directed at a room behind Deacon Yang. Deacon Yang's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled dryly, third young master, Master Yun is in the capital, how could he be here? As soon as Deacon Yang finished speaking, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe slowly walked out. The third young master is not the same as what I had heard before. Yun Aogu smiled faintly. It seems that the rumors were ultimately wrong. Mo Yuxing stood up and bowed respectfully to Yun Aogu, saying, Junior Yufifan greets Master Yun. Yun Aogu possesses the cultivation of the sixth realm, which is even higher than Yu Wuji's. Within the great Yan immortal dynasty, even the emperor treats him with great respect. Mo Yuxing could treat Steward Yang, who had reached the fourth realm of cultivation, with ease, but he could only humbly acknowledge Yun Aogu as his junior. Since you've guessed that these people are after your family, my secret UN society has no reason to provoke them. Yun Aogu suddenly smiled and said, however, if the third young Master Yu is willing to join our association, I can promise you that no matter what happens to the Yu family, I can ensure your safety. Mo Yuxing was taken aback, not expecting Yun Aogu to suddenly make such a request. You mean, you're only protecting me? That's right, you're all alone. Mo Yuxing pondered for a moment. The situation in Tianese prefecture was turbulent, with various forces gathering, all targeting the Yu family. There are people from several major immortal sects in there, but Yun Aogu can be so confident that he can be guaranteed to be safe, which shows how deep the foundation of the secret UN society is. Mo Yuxing's best option now is to join the secret UN society and take the opportunity to escape this vortex. However, this is not the best option. If he joins an organization like the Secret Essence Society, how could he be left without any means of control? Once he joins the secret UN society, he may be subject to their control for the rest of his life. Mo Yuxing didn't want to take this step unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, Mo Yuxing cannot leave the Yu family now, because he learned from his mother, Lan Yazi, a few days ago why the Yu family had gotten into trouble. Yu Wuji recently obtained a spirit realm. The so-called realm spirits are spiritual entities born in the secret realms of heaven and earth. They were originally part of the secret realms. Because the secret realm had been closed for many years, it accumulated a large amount of spiritual energy. Over the years, the spiritual energy condensed into essence and gave birth to self-awareness. Because these spirits are spiritual beings, some of them cannot bear the loneliness of being confined in the secret realm for many years. They will naturally separate a wisp, leave the secret realm, and wander on the continent. If a cultivator captures a spirit within a realm, they can imprison it on the treasure hunting disc and sense the location of the realm by sensing the spirit's true form. Even the worst of the hidden realms discovered on the 9 provinces continent contain a wealth of rare and precious materials, and the spiritual energy there is several times greater than that of the outside world, making cultivation much faster inside. What's even more insane is that someone once discovered the highest divine talisman inheritance in the 9 provinces continent inside, instantly becoming a powerful figure in the world. In other words, discovering a secret realm is practically equivalent to becoming rich overnight, even without obtaining a divine talisman inheritance. And so, the spirit realm became a treasure that everyone was scrambling to acquire. After obtaining the spirit realm, Yu Wuji naturally kept quiet. He believed he had done it very discreetly, but somehow it was leaked. However, this news has not yet been confirmed. The people from various forces have only come to investigate first. Once the news is confirmed, the Yu family will be doomed. In that case, how about changing the second condition to protecting me? Would Master Yun agree to that? Yun Aogu glanced at Mo Yuxing meaningfully, then suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly, agreed. Mo Yuxing knew what Yun Aogu was laughing about, but at this moment he knew that the Yu family was already in the center of the vortex and could be wiped out at any time. He could only save his own life first. Ultimately, he was just a stranger and had no feelings for the Yu family at all. Mo Yuxing isn't leaving now simply because she wants to use the Yu family's resources to help her cultivate. Moreover, judging from his recent contact with Yu Wuji, this cheap father must have been prepared and thought of some way to avoid trouble. Then, the third condition. Mo Yuxing suddenly smiled and said, please ask Master Yun to help me capture that woman, Ding Linga. As soon as Mo Yuxing said this, the room fell into a deathly silence. Even Yun Aogu was somewhat taken aback, looking at Mo Yuxing with an expression as if he were looking at a dead person. What does the third young master want to do? Yun Aogu frowned and asked. Don't worry, Master Yun. I'm just buying myself some time. I won't do anything to her. Yun Aogu narrowed his eyes. What time are you trying to gain? Mo Yuxing smiled and said, I'm sure Master Yun has heard that although the Ding family changed the conditions, they still made me engage in a brutal battle in the life or death arena. If I can last until the 5th round, then this matter will be over. During this time, I need to try to break through to the first realm. So you want us to kidnap Dinglinga so that the Ding family can temporarily forget about the life or death arena? That's right. Compared to punishing me, the Ding family cares more about Dinglinga. Yun Aogu said calmly, young Master Yu is truly audacious. Have you considered that once this matter is exposed, the Ding family and the Yu family will truly become mortal enemies? Mo Yuxing laughed heartily. I've heard that the Secret Essence Society keeps its clients' requests strictly confidential. Sect leader Yun shouldn't reveal that I asked you to do this, right? Yun Aogu looked at Mo Yuxing, a smile suddenly appearing on his lips. The third Yun Master Yu is truly a remarkable person. Alright, I agree to your third condition, but I cannot give you Ding Linga. Mo Yuxing knew her reputation was too bad, and Yun Aogu was not comfortable entrusting Ding Linga to her. If something happened, the secret Yuan society would also be unable to extricate itself from the situation. The Ding family behind Ding Linga is nothing to the secret Yuan society, but she also has the Star Luo Palace behind her, which the secret Yuan society does not want to provoke unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, there is a Grand Master above Yun Aogu, which is already the limit of Yun Aogu's authority. No problem, then please have Master Yun imprison her for a month. Oh? The third Yun Master is confident that he can break through to the first realm within a month. I'd like to have more time, but I doubt Master Yun would agree. Yun Aogu finally couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh loudly. Not bad, not bad, the third Yun Master is very clever. Then, I will take my leave now and await your good news, senior. After Mo Yuxing left, Deacon Yang asked cautiously, Master, if we really capture Ding Linga, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time explaining it to the Star Luo Palace. Yun Aogu said calmly, if there's anything difficult to explain, just let Yun Kare handle it. He comes from Lingxiao Palace, so he can leave some traces and let Xingluo Palace and Lingxiao Palace fight like dogs. Deacon Yang's eyes lit up. You want to muddy the waters? These people have been watching from the shadows, someone has to make the first move. Yun Aogu's face revealed a meaningful smile. During this time, we've been keeping a close eye on the Yu family. This kid Yu Fifan isn't buying time for himself, but for the Yu family. If I'm not mistaken, the Yu family is either preparing to hand over the realm spirit or planning to search for the secret realm. Deacon Yang was slightly taken aback, then quickly bowed and accepted the order. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo lost interest. He found a small courtyard in a quiet part of the city, paid the money, and moved in. Chen Luo became quite interested in the secret Yuan society. It was able to develop throughout the entire northern continent in just a few hundred years and was still expanding to other continents. The head of the secret Yuan society must be no ordinary person. Chen Luo immediately traced back to the end of the secret Yuan society, and soon he chuckled, this is interesting. The Grand Master of the secret Yuan society is surnamed Duan and named Qian Ju. He is the son of Duan Qian Chen. More than 200 years ago, after dealing with Duan Qian Chen, Chen Luo had forgotten about this incident. However, Chen Luo just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Duan Qinkan's childhood experiences caused a drastic change in his personality. He became not only scheming but also exceptionally cold-blooded and ruthless. In fact, he didn't have much affection for his own son. Moreover, Duan Qianchen had a large number of sons and daughters back then. Even for his own children, Duan Qianchen only passed on one divine talisman and did not reveal the secret of combining divine talismans. Of these children, only Duan Qinju has achieved success, having already reached the 8th realm of cultivation. Chen Luo found it somewhat strange, as this was undoubtedly the number one existence among humans. However, Duan Qinju claimed to be only at the 7th level of the secret Yuan society, both to outsiders and within the society itself. Moreover, Duan Qinju has been downplaying his own existence and delegating the power of the secret Yuan society to the branch leaders. This has resulted in the secret Yuan society in each country being essentially an independent small kingdom. The branches are more like partners than the same organization. However, Duan Qian absolutely controls every branch, and no one in the secret Yuan society dares to disobey him once he gives the order. Although Chen Luo didn't know what Duan Qinju was planning, someone as patient as him couldn't possibly have small ambitions. Chen Luo didn't care about that at the moment. What he needed to do now was the second thing, reverse the 9-sword stance. As strength increases, the power of the 36 divine talismans, though formidable, is still far inferior to the destructive power of the annihilation divine power. The future self continuously digested the 9 heavens of annihilation, which evolved into the 9 swords formation. He could also reverse the process and create a move even more powerful than the 9 swords formation, without attracting the attention of the Haoshan royal family in the higher dimensional world. Chen Luo sat in the courtyard and casually drew a virtual image of a human body in the air. This image was like a spirit, radiating a white light. With a flick of his finger, Chen Luo turned the flow of the 9 heavens annihilation technique into gold, which then manifested on the human body. With the contrast of the 2 golden lights, the operational route of the 9 heavens of annihilation became extremely clear. Chen Luo glanced at it, then pointed again, creating another copy of a figure and displaying the movement path of the 9-sword stance on the image. Chen Luo stared at the diagrams of the 2 cultivation techniques and began to analyze them. Upon comparison, Chen Luo discovered that the 9 swords formation had been completely altered, with the 2 techniques operating on vastly different routes, showing no connection whatsoever. However, this did not stump Chen Luo. With the continuous improvement of his divine genes, in addition to his soaring mental strength, his brain development level was far beyond that of ordinary people. Its computing power surpasses that of even a computer. Chen Luo's gaze locked onto the spiritual diagram of the 9 heavens of annihilation, and his mind quickly deduced the weakened version of the cultivation technique. At the same time, he was also multitasking, staring at the spiritual diagram of the Nine Swords formation and beginning to deduce moves to enhance its power. Chen Luo slowly closed his eyes, while the golden lines on the two spirit diagrams continued to adjust and change until the lines of the two spirit diagrams eventually became exactly the same. Chen Luo suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. Just as I thought, let's call it the Sword of Annihilation. With a thought, Chen Luo activated the divine power of the combined talisman, operating according to the technique he had just deduced. He waved his hand, and a cyan sword light appeared in his hand, instantly transforming into a light sword. This lightsaber was several times more powerful than the Nine Swords formation, but because it wasn't activated by the power of annihilation, it lacked some of the aura of annihilation. First move, Annihilation Slash. Chen Luo casually dispersed the sword light, without any intention of testing it. Here, even that tiny ray of sword light he just released would be enough to destroy Tianese prefecture. Huh, what's that? Chen Luo was preparing to deduce the remaining moves when he suddenly felt something behind him. He turned around in surprise and saw a white, hazy thing gnawing on the two spirit diagrams he had created. This thing is about the size of a football, like a giant white droplet with a short tail. On its head are two round eyes, and the rest of its body, including ears, nose and mouth, is also present, but they are squeezed together with its snow-covered body. Chen Luo's first impression of it was that it resembled the ghost emoji in QQ emoticons. The spirit realm. Chen Luo immediately recognized what it was. Spirits are originally formed from spiritual bodies, and are naturally able to sense places with abundant spiritual energy. They also grow and survive by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spirit appeared out of nowhere. It clearly sensed the materialized spiritual energy within the spirit diagram and barged in to devour it. Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. In fact, the spirits were all very alert and clever, and had a strong intuition for danger. If it hadn't sensed no threat from Chen Luo, and if the spiritual power contained in the spirit diagram hadn't been so immense, it wouldn't have appeared so rashly. Chen Luo didn't disturb it, just watched the little thing eat the spirit map. The little creature's eyes darted around, while two tiny ears stood up on its head, as if it were cautiously watching its surroundings. When it noticed Chen Luo looking at it, it became dejected and its ears tucked back in. Chen Luo found it amusing, and after it finished eating, he reached out and grabbed it. Chirp! The little creature let out a sharp, melodious scream. At the same time, several white spiritual lights flowed across its body, and after flashing a few times, a strong beam of light shot towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo laughed, casually pinched the white light, and stuffed it back into the spirit's body. It would be a waste to spit it out since I just ate it. The little creature's eyes almost popped out. It was the first time it had ever seen something that could pick up its attack and then stuff it back into its own body. Chen Luo casually released a wisp of spiritual energy and injected it into the spirit's body. It immediately let out a series of comfortable chirp-chirp sounds, forgetting even to resist. This little thing is quite fun. Chen Luo couldn't resist reaching out and pinching it. Although it is a spirit, it feels like squeezing cotton when you hold it in your hand. It's soft and fluffy, yet incredibly elastic. The little creature's body was completely deformed, squeezing out from between Chen Luo's fingers. Its eyes suddenly bulged out, and its ears, nose, and mouth, which were originally blended into its white skin, stood up or opened wide. It feels good. Chen Luo laughed and couldn't resist pinching it again. The little creature was squeezed into various shapes, chirping incessantly, but the spiritual power in Chen Luo's hand made it unable to stop, and it enjoyed the pain and pleasure at the same time. Chen Luo played with it for a while, then tossed the little thing aside and said, "Go." Who knew that once the little thing was released, it wouldn't leave, chirping incessantly around Chen Luo, full of excitement. A greedy fellow. Chen Luo naturally knew what jingling meant. He smiled but ignored it and turned to go inside. It seemed that jingling had become attached to Chen Luo, and immediately flew over to follow behind him. It flew to Chen Luo's shoulder and perched down, tentatively chirping, chirp chirp. Seeing its adorable expression, full of ingratiation, Chen Luo couldn't help but laugh. "I'll be staying here for a while anyway, so I'll let you come along." The little creature clearly knew that following Chen Luo would be beneficial, and since it didn't sense any malice or threat from him, it immediately started jumping excitedly on Chen Luo's shoulder. It jumped around while chirping. "Okay, stop yelling." Jingling clearly understood what Chen Luo was saying, and immediately stopped barking, rubbing her face against Chen Luo's. Chen Luo shook his head and smiled. "You're lucky." Chen Luo grabbed the spirit and rubbed it with his hands, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "Wait, spirits should be rare, you wouldn't happen to be." Chen Luo immediately recalled the origins of this spirit and couldn't help but chuckle. It really did run away from the Yu family. Yu Wuji sealed the little guy inside a treasure hunting disc, originally intending to go out and search for the secret realm. However, at this time, Yu Wuji discovered the traitor within the family, who was the one who leaked the secret that the Yu family had obtained the spirit realm. Yu Wuji was in a hurry to deal with the traitor and didn't bring the treasure-hunting compass with him, so he left it in the secret room. But the secret chamber and treasure-hunting disc that he thought were foolproof were completely useless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the spirit broke the seal and slipped out. Chen Luo frowned as he figured out the little guy's origins. The current turmoil in Tianese prefecture was all because of this thing in his hand. Chen Luo was not worried about anything happening to him, he just hadn't expected the spirit to fall into the hands of someone who didn't need it at all. This little creature probably only clung to Chen Luo because it didn't sense the greed of the cultivators who were trying to capture it, and because the spiritual energy Chen Luo fed it was incredibly pure. This is getting interesting. Chen Luo suddenly burst into laughter, immediately placed the little thing on the bed as a pillow, and then rested his head on it. Chirp! Jingling let out a cry of dissatisfaction, seemingly protesting Chen Luo's brutality. Chirp! When Jingling saw that Chen Luo didn't react, she drew out her voice. Chirp! 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 Jingling's voice began to grow weak and eventually turned into despair, but Chen Luo still ignored it. Since you love chirping so much, you'll be called Chirp from now on. Chirp! Chirp! Chu Chiu's eyes, nose, and mouth were almost squeezed together as it struggled to get away from Chen Luo's head, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break free. While Kyokia was putting on a vigorous battle with Chen Luo, a man in a blue robe excitedly walked into the city gate of Tianese Prefecture. Tisk tisk, look at this, everyone. This is Tianese Prefecture, the capital of Tianese Circuit. How about that, isn't it magnificent? The number of people watching Sun Dashan's live stream simultaneously exceeded 30 million. The world of Immortals and Heroes was open for the first time without any information being leaked, and players from the outside world had long been very curious about it. Therefore, players who enter the world of Xiangxia, fantasy martial arts, and start live streaming will have their viewership exceeding 10 million in minutes. Is the streamer's name so flashy, like Sun Wukong? Wukong, hurry and go find your master. That's right. We've come to a world of Immortals and Heroes, it would be a complete waste not to learn how to fly on a sword. Haha, you guys just came in, right? Our Sun Wukong streamer is a scholar who can't even lift a chicken. He can't carry anything, he has no talent for cultivating immortality, and he doesn't have the money to practice martial arts. Not only was he broke, but his predecessor was also heavily in debt and was kicked out of the village. Put, is this a penniless start? How many days do you think Wukong can live? I bet 3 days. No, 2.5 days. You guys are really underestimating Wukong. I think it'll be a day. When Sun Dashan saw the comments in the live stream, he suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Why am I so unlucky? Unlike Mo Yuxing, Sun Dashan was born into an ordinary farming family. He had no talent for cultivating immortality, let alone martial arts. The saying "the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts" isn't without reason. They couldn't even afford the medicine for body tempering, let alone the money to become apprentices. In the world of fantasy and martial arts, scholars are generally considered to be doing odd jobs, handling administrative and clerical work, and are considered marginalized. The greatest wish of the original owner of this body was to become a clerk in the town government office. However, not only did he have such a background, but just before he possessed the body, his father fell seriously ill, and his mother borrowed money to try to save his father. As a result, not only did the father not survive, but the mother was also infected, leaving them both without parents and burdened with a mountain of debt. Having no other choice, Sun Dashan sold his house and a few acres of barren land and came to Tianese Prefecture to try his luck. Compared to Mo Yuxing's situation, Sun Dashan was in an even worse predicament, as he only had 5 taels of silver on him, and given the price level in Tianese Prefecture, he didn't know how many days he could last. However, Sun Dashan was full of confidence. With his modern wisdom and skills, how could he not survive in this ancient world? The so-called world of Immortals and Heroes was just an ancient world with a high martial arts background. So what if it's making money? You dare look down on me? Believe me, I can become a millionaire in no time. The live stream was immediately filled with unanimous mockery, with everyone agreeing that he was just bragging. Sun Dashan simply started paying attention to the players in the live stream. I'm a talent, I shine like gold and attract attention wherever I am. Sun Dashan looked at the bustling Tianese Prefecture and immediately became excited. This was a completely different feeling from watching those period dramas on TV. On the bustling street, Sun Dashan excitedly took his first step when he felt himself being bumped hard, causing the thin man to stagger a few steps. Thief! Sun Dashan was stunned. He saw a panicked figure running through the bustling crowd in front of him, pushing people aside as he ran. Behind him, a beautiful woman in a blue robe was chasing after him with a menacing look on her face. Wait, why does this scene look so familiar? Haha, isn't this just a common plot in period dramas? A female knight-errant catches a thief, then the protagonist stops the thief, and then a he romance begins. Wukong, what are you waiting for? Your chance has come. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. Wukong, hurry up and go. Sun Dashan chuckled and tactfully stepped aside to make way for the woman, allowing her to pursue him more freely. The woman chasing the thief also ran very fast. When she passed by Sun Dashan, she glared at him fiercely with her big almond-shaped eyes, clearly annoyed that he hadn't helped stop the thief. Sun Dashan wanted to make way, but his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction. His body moved aside, but his feet couldn't retract in time. The woman was running too fast. Although she noticed Sun Dashan's feet, she didn't have time to avoid them. The woman tripped and was thrown into the air, just like a hungry dog scrambling for food, crashing heavily to the ground, face down. A gasp rippled through the crowd, but the woman remained motionless on the ground, leaving Sun Dashan utterly embarrassed. Ha ha ha, what the hell is that? I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die laughing. Is this how you're supposed to do it? Wukong, you're not following the rules. Oh no, I feel so sorry for this young lady, she's probably going to be disfigured. Hey, are you alright? Sun Dashan squatted down, looking uneasy, and asked cautiously. The woman remained lying motionless on the ground, and Sun Dashan grew increasingly uneasy. Is she dead? With this thought in mind, Sun Dashan was already planning to slip away. The woman lying on the ground suddenly sighed softly, then slowly stood up and turned to face Sun Dashan. Only then did I get a clear look at the woman in front of me. Her oval face accentuated her pointed chin, making her look like a painting, pleasing to the eye. If we were to rate her out of 10, she would get at least an 8. Unfortunately, the beautiful woman looked rather disheveled. Her hair was messily draped over her forehead, her fair face was covered in 2 grime-like stains, and blood was even slowly trickling from her nostrils. Patting her clothes, the woman glared at Sun Dashan with an icy expression, her almond-shaped eyes seeming to spit fire. Can't you see I'm catching a thief? Not only do you not help me stop him, you're also tripping me up. Sun Dashan smiled bitterly and said helplessly, I'm new here and just don't want to cause trouble. The woman's angry expression suddenly turned strange. She stared at Sun Dashan for a long time, as if suppressing a laugh, and said with a forced smile, You still don't understand who I'm helping catch a thief, do you? A sense of foreboding suddenly flashed through Sun Dashan's mind. What do you mean by that, beautiful lady? Check for yourself whether your money is still there. Sun Dashan hurriedly reached into his pocket, and then, cold sweat poured down his face. He understood everything. The woman kept sneering at him, her smile revealing undisguised schadenfreude. Now you know what it means to harm others and ultimately harm yourself, right? Young master, tell me how you feel right now. Sun Dashan wiped away his cold sweat and said in a hoarse voice, Right now, I only have 2 words to say. Catch the thief. Judging from Wukong's expression after eating shit, he's definitely lost his last 5 taels of silver. 66,666. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Wukong, you're really awesome. A young lady helped him catch a thief, but not only did he let the thief go, he also tripped the lady. Amazing. Ha ha ha, Wukong is definitely going to starve to death. Sun Dashan was about to chase after the thief, but he was caught and brought back by the beautiful woman in ancient costume as soon as he took a step. Alright, that thief is a repeat offender, he's long gone. Now let's deal with our problem. Sun Dashan was stunned. What's wrong with us? The woman in ancient costume pointed to her face. Look at my face, what do you want to say? Well, your face is beautiful, there's nothing more to say. Sun Dashan looked at the blood on the face of the woman in ancient costume and couldn't help but cough. Stop playing dumb with me, pay up. Upon hearing this, Sun Dashan immediately looked indignant and said, Do you know how much silver I lost? 5 taels. That's my entire fortune. And you still want me to pay you back? Are you even human? Sun Dashan's heart was bleeding. Being born into such a family was already unlucky enough, but now even his last bit of money had been stolen. He truly felt like he had no will to live. The woman in ancient costume sneered, You knew I was chasing a thief, yet instead of stepping in to help me, you tripped me and injured me. Are you even human? Sun Dashan paused, unable to find the words to refute him for a moment. After a brief silence, he finally sighed, I am not human. Knowing you're not human, you still won't pay compensation. The woman in ancient costume coldly shouted, I have no money, but you can take my life. Sun Dashan tilted his head back, giving off a look that said, I'm tired of living. You little wench, it would be best if you killed me if we disagreed. That wouldn't be suicide, nor would it be considered voluntarily courting death. At most, it would just be considered a dispute. However, the woman in ancient costume did not grant Sun Dashan's wish. Instead, she decisively punched Sun Dashan in the face, causing him to bleed from the nose, before leaving. It's even. You. Sun Dashan screamed, clutching his bleeding nose, and pointed at the woman in ancient costume for a long time, unable to utter a word, until the woman in ancient costume disappeared. Sun Dashan managed to stop the bleeding, but soon he had to face a serious survival problem. Where will we stay today, and what will we eat? The live stream audience was already laughing hysterically at Sun Dashan, and then giving him bad advice on how to survive in the city. I'll use any trickery, deception, or bizarre ideas I can come up with to make him look foolish. Sun Dashan endured hunger and wandered around all day. When it got dark, he couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed 2 steamed buns from a stall in a bustling market and then ate them in a deserted corner of an old alley. It was very cold in the alley of Tiananfu at night. Sun Dashan was wearing thin clothes and shivered in the cold and damp alley. The most tragic streamer in history, starved to death at the start. Ha ha ha, why can't I help but laugh even though he's in such a miserable state? Wukong, listen to me, you might freeze to death in the alley. For some reason, I thought of the little match girl, no, the little girl. Just then, a delicate yet helpless sigh came from the alley entrance. You scholars have no skills whatsoever. If you don't have money, why don't you find a job? You won't starve to death on the streets. Just as Sun Dashan was considering whether or not to join the beggars sect, a pretty figure appeared at the alley entrance. It was the same ancient-style beauty he had met that morning. Hey, beautiful lady, how did you find me? Before Sun Dashan could speak, a flash of silver light appeared at the alley entrance and landed right in front of him. Sun Dashan took a closer look and found that it was actually a silver ingot. Take this to buy some food, find an inn to stay at for the night, and find a job tomorrow. Even if you can't find clerical work in Tianese prefecture, it's always easy to find a physically demanding job. The woman in ancient costume spoke in a cold tone, not even glancing at Sun Dashan. After finishing her sentence, the woman in ancient costume turned and left. Everything that had happened today was just a small episode in her life. She had only wanted to see what this strange scholar would do when he had no money. Unexpectedly, instead of doing anything, this guy turned into a thief and went to steal food. Just as she took a step towards the alley entrance, the woman in ancient costume heard Sun Dashan's voice behind her, "Please wait, young lady." As the woman in ancient costume turned around, she saw a silver light flying towards her from midair. She instinctively reached out to catch it, only to find that it was the silver she had just thrown over, which Sun Dashan had tossed back. The beautiful lady is mistaken. Scholars may not have other skills, but they will not accept charity. The ancient-style beauty's expression was quite interesting, gradually changing from astonishment to a mocking sneer, refusing to accept charity, yet turning to thievery and stealing steamed buns. Sun Dashan's expression froze instantly. This plot wasn't right. Could it be that this little vixen has been following him all along? How did she know he went and stole 2 steamed buns? Sun Dashan had already figured it out. This beautiful woman in ancient costume was dressed in gorgeous clothes and spent lavishly, so her family background must be extraordinary. He originally wanted to show off the integrity of a scholar so that the beautiful woman would see him in a new light and perhaps, if she appreciated him, give him a few more taels of silver. Why can't you speak? Hey, beautiful lady, you're wrong again. That's called taking, not stealing. How can you call something a scholar does stealing? The ancient-style beauty was clearly hearing such shameless words for the first time. She was so angry that she laughed and spat. Fine, then you can continue to maintain your scholarly integrity. You'll starve to death one day. The beautiful woman in ancient costume arrived full of enthusiasm, but left disappointed, leaving with a cold laugh. Sun Dashan huddled deep in the alley corner, watching her beautiful figure disappear. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of a slap echoed from the dark corner, accompanied by words of heart-wrenching regret, lingering in this secluded and deserted dark corner. Why? Why do you show off? The people in the live stream were laughing so hard they were practically dying, and a flood of comments appeared instantly. Ha ha ha, I've seen stupid streamers before, but I've never seen one this stupid. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice instead. Look what happened, the money that was almost in my hands has flown away. Wukong, are you still going to be naughty? You're a classic example of someone who tries to show off but ends up getting struck by lightning. I can't take it anymore, my stomach hurts. Who can be as skillful as Wukong? He literally showed off and died. Huddled in a cold, damp corner of an old alley, Sun Dashan spent the entire night sleepless. Whenever he thought about the silver that had just slipped through his fingers, he felt an urge to smash his head against the wall and die. After finally enduring until dawn, Sun Dashan was both cold and hungry. He walked out of the alley and planned to go to the market to get 2 hot steamed buns. I went there yesterday and got it easily. It shouldn't be too difficult to get it again, right? As soon as he stepped out of the alley, Sun Dashan's expression suddenly froze, because he saw a woman who had beaten him up, a woman whose spirit was haunting him. You didn't freeze to death? The first word spoken by the beautiful woman in ancient costume nearly made Sun Dashan vomit blood from frustration. So this little wench came to see if I was dead yet. What grudge do you hold against me? Is it really necessary? Sun Dashan chuckled. How could I possibly freeze to death? Last night, a young lady from a wealthy family passed by and, seeing how handsome I was, fell in love with me. She cried and begged me to come to her house, arranged for me to stay in her boudoir, and even earnestly invited me to take a nap. The woman in ancient costume was stunned for a moment, then said incredulously, "How is that possible?" Sun Dashan said with a half-smile, "Why not? Beautiful lady, aren't you also still hung up on me? We met yesterday, and you're here again today. Perhaps you're thinking of sleeping with me, just like that other lady. You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, the woman in ancient costume turned red with anger and threw a punch. Hey, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Sun Dashan was startled and quickly turned and ran away. But he had been freezing all night and hadn't eaten, so his body was not only stiff but he also had no strength, and he couldn't even hide. Moreover, this ancient-style beauty is clearly a trained fighter. Dealing with Sun Dashan, who was completely powerless, is incredibly easy for her. Ah! Sun Dashan screamed, covering his face and glaring at the ancient-style beauty with a look of grief and indignation. He said defiantly, hitting is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love, and you can talk about love through punches and kicks. The woman in period costume had never heard such words before, but they were not difficult to understand. She was stunned for a moment, but then she instantly understood what they meant. Enraged, she prepared to teach the guy another lesson, but Sun Dashan realized what was happening this time and immediately ran away. Hey beautiful lady, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I still need to make a living with my looks. Pay up, I'll pay up. TCH, you're penniless now, what are you going to use to compensate me? Pay with your body. Pa! The beautiful woman in ancient costume blushed even more, and reached out to draw a long sword from her waist. Fine, I'll chop you up and sell you for meat. When Sun Dashan saw that the woman had actually come up with a sword, he was overjoyed and immediately put his neck in hers, saying, come on, kill me if you dare. The woman in ancient costume looked on in astonishment as Sun Dashan's neck was almost touching the blade of the sword, about to slit his throat. She quickly pulled it back and said angrily, are you crazy? When Sun Dashan saw that his sword had been taken back, he immediately showed a deflated expression and walked out of the alley with a look of utter despair. The viewers in the live stream burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha, your attempt to court death failed. Wukong, your provocation won't work. This beautiful woman has no intention of killing you. Hey streamer, this girl's obviously got a crush on you, and she's a violent one at that. It's easy for you to die, hit on her, then dump her. That'll guarantee your utter demise. The idea upstairs is good, but how about you do something even more effective, grope her breasts? Funny.jpg. Sun Dashan also caught a glimpse of the indecent suggestion. He had just deliberately provoked this woman, wanting her to kill him. But this young woman seemed to be a good person. Even after he angered her, she didn't intend to kill him. Sun Dashan turned around and glanced at the beautiful woman in ancient costume, and he really wanted to give it a try. But soon he remembered that this little vixen had come all the way last night to deliver money, and he couldn't bring himself to do such a lewd thing. Damn it, I'd better go make some money, or I'll starve to death, and that would be incredibly embarrassing. Sun Dashan didn't sleep all night, not because he was freezing, but because he had actually come up with a solution. Sun Dashan walked towards the busiest market in Tianese prefecture, while the woman in ancient costume followed behind, seemingly curious about what he was up to. Miss, what's your name? Why are you asking this? The woman in ancient costume looked wary. We see each other so many times a day, which shows we're really meant to be. Let's get to know each other. Sun Dashan chuckled and said, let me introduce myself, my name is Sun Wukong. Sun Dashan's predecessor did not have this name, his surname was Qin and his given name was Xiao. When Sun Dashan first learned of this name, he had already made up his mind that he must never reveal his predecessor's name, otherwise he would be laughed at again. Fan Kinky. As the two chatted along the way, Sun Dashan learned about Fan Kinky's identity. As he had expected, Fan Kinky also came from a family of cultivators, but not as prestigious as the Yu family or other top-tier families. In Tianese Dao, she was barely considered a mid-tier family. However, Fan Kinky was not a direct descendant of the main lineage, nor did he have the talent for cultivating immortality. He had only learned a lot of martial arts skills and usually liked to do things that were chivalrous and righteous. Sun Dashan hadn't expected this woman to be so extraordinary. She seemed to be a valuable patron. How about I become a kept man? Before long, the two arrived at the market on West City Street. It was already noon, and the streets of the city were bustling with activity, with the market packed with people coming and going. What are you doing here? Sun Dashan didn't answer, but chuckled and said, lend me 1 tael of silver, and I'll pay you back 5 taels later, how about it? Tell me what you want to do first. Fan Kinky was not short of a tael of silver, but she was very curious about what this strange scholar wanted to do. Of course, it's about making money. Fan Kinky stared at him for a while, then casually took out a piece of silver from her pocket and handed it to him. Thank you. Sun Dashan immediately took the money and went to a bookstore to buy more than 10 sheets of white paper and writing materials. He tore the white paper evenly into hundreds of small balls, crumpled each ball into a ball and put it in the wooden box. He drew a cartoon pig's head on one of the balls with a brush, crumpled it into a ball and stuffed it into his sleeve. Fan Kinky stood silently to the side, not saying a word, but her curiosity was burning like wildfire, unstoppable. Finding a relatively open space in the market, Sun Dashan took a deep breath and then struck the gong in his hand with a deafening roar. Clang 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 clang. Don't miss out, folks. A windfall is coming your way. With just 2 coins, you have a chance to win a big prize. Everyone has an equal opportunity, and the prizes are fair and honest. Sun Dashan's scheme is just a common lottery trick in real life, charging a few yuan per draw, but the winning rate is actually very low. It's purely a scam to swindle money. The deafening gong sound quickly attracted passers-by, who stared at Sun Dashan, who was striking the gong. Whispers and discussions soon broke out among the crowd. This was the first time anyone in the Xiangxia world had encountered such a trick, so everyone was naturally very curious. In addition, Sun Dashan's prizes were extremely high, with the grand prize being a whopping 20 taels of silver, while each draw only cost 2 coins, which was equivalent to a 100-fold return. Outside the crowd, Kayukiu, perched on Chen Luo's shoulder, slowly walked over. At this moment, Chen Luo concealed the form of Chu Chu, so no one could see its shadow or hear its cries. Chen Luo only glanced at him before recognizing Sun Dashan as a player and figuring out what he was up to. A windfall from the sky? What could it be? They say it's called a lottery, and it costs 2 taels of silver to draw once. If you win, you get a prize. However, the idea of a lottery is quite novel. As Sun Dashan explained, more and more people gathered around, all showing great interest in this way of playing. 2 taels of silver in Tianese Prefecture is only enough for a mid-range meal at a restaurant, which is about half a day's expenses for an average family. After considering it all, the onlookers all felt that spending 2 coins was not a bad deal. After a brief silence, the crowd gradually erupted in excitement. Here's some silver, I'll draw one more time. Me too. I want to try it 10 times. Sun Dashan stood in front of the box, watching countless hands hand over the weighed 2 chien of silver. Countless hands reach into the box and pull out a crumpled piece of paper, and countless sighs and unwillingness for the renewal fee. Sun Dashan smiled, a bright and cheerful smile. Fan Kinky stared in disbelief, her rosy lips agape, unable to close for a long time. She saw the silver in Sun Dashan's pocket rapidly increasing, and for a moment she didn't realize that there was such a way to make money. Chen Luo also found it interesting. Sun Dashan's method could only make money temporarily, it was impossible to make money in the long run. Firstly, this method is too easy to learn, and others can easily imitate it. Secondly, Sun Dashan is ultimately just an ordinary person with no power or influence. If he wants to continue relying on this method, he could be easily ruined by the envious people in the city. Chen Luo glanced at it and then stopped paying attention to it, instead continuing to stroll leisurely through the city. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Sun Dashan took a moment to turn his head and grin at Fan Kinky. How about it? Aren't you completely impressed by this young master, wishing you could repay him with your body? Fan Kinky's mouth snapped shut, and she curled her lip in disdain, saying, Pa, you're just using a deceptive trick. How is that a lie? It's a willing buyer and a willing seller, and it's fair and honest. Whoever draws the pig's head will get 20 taels of silver. Fan Kinky was speechless. Sun Dashan's words were reasonable and well-founded, and for a moment she really didn't know how to refute him, but she always felt that something was wrong. As he watched countless people crowd around, handing over their silver coins and then going to draw lots, with some even shouting for 10 consecutive draws, Sun Dashan's pockets soon held at least 50 taels of silver. Fan Kinky glared at him and sneered, "Don't be too happy yet. There are still more than 200 paper balls left in the box. If someone draws the grand prize you mentioned first, you won't be able to sell the rest." Sun Dashan chuckled and, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention, quietly pulled up his long sleeve, revealing a small crumpled piece of paper inside. Fan Kinky was stunned for a moment. The crumpled paper was soaked with ink and was clearly the same crumpled paper with a pig's head drawn on it. She was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and gasped. You, give me that winning slip of paper." Fan Kinky was furious, her pretty face turning bright red. "Shh, keep your voice down. Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. You wouldn't be that wicked, would you?" Fan Kinky clenched her fists in anger. "How could you be so despicable? You're clearly lying. I'm going to expose you." Sun Dashan snorted, "If you dare to expose me, I'll say we're partners." "You." Fan Kinky felt a tightness in her chest and was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. She swore that this was the most shameless person she had ever met. Sun Dashan's actions were naturally seen by the people in the live stream, and they were all amazed by his shamelessness. At this time, the number of viewers in his live stream surged by another 10 million. "Wukong, you're getting more and more flamboyant. Haha, this is the most shameless streamer I've ever seen, just like I was back in the day. I have a strong feeling that Wukong must have been hit on the shamelessness point by a martial arts master. Now I know how to make money in the game." After a series of clever maneuvers, Sun Dashan quickly earned more than 80 silver coins. But at this point, some people realized something was wrong, because no one had won the grand prize. Fortunately, Sun Dashan was quick-witted. After seeing that the slips of paper in the box were almost all drawn, he threw the slip for the grand prize back. A moment later, a thin, middle-aged man suddenly jumped up, looked up at the sky, and laughed loudly. "I won! I won! I bet on the winning ticket." After confirming that it was the man who had drawn the pig's head, Sun Dashan immediately and without hesitation honored the prize, personally handing over 20 taels of silver to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing that the prize had been won, the crowd let out a long sigh of regret and then dispersed in twos and threes. In one fell swoop, he made a profit of 60 taels of silver without spending any money. Sun Dashan triumphantly tossed 5 taels of silver to Fan Kinky, already plotting his next money-making scheme. "Got it." Sun Dashan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran back to the bookstore where he used to be, bought another stack of paper and pens, and excitedly went to find a place to stay. As Sun Dashan thought about his newly conceived plan to make a fortune, he became more and more excited, and a smile couldn't be contained as it spread across his face. After secretly enjoying himself for a while, Sun Dashan suddenly turned his head and asked, "Hey, why are you still following me?" Fan Kinky snorted angrily, "Do you own the roads in the city? It's none of your business whether I walk on them or not." Sun Dashan sighed, "Miss Fan, although I am handsome and dashing, please don't have any improper thoughts about me." "Ah!" Before Sun Dashan could finish speaking, he was punched again by an enraged Fan Kinky. "You little vixen! I told you not to slap me in the face. I make a living with my looks." Sun Dashan covered his face in grief and indignation, and started cursing at Fan Kinky. Although Fan Kinky didn't know what little vixen meant, she could tell from Sun Dashan's expression and tone that it wasn't a nice thing. She sneered and was about to continue walking up. Sun Dashan felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were carrying a bone and being targeted by a dog, and hurriedly retreated. Sun Dashan took off running, his posture indescribably disheveled. Seeing Sun Dashan's panicked and reckless behavior, Fan Kinky finally couldn't help but chuckle, and then calmly continued to follow him. She couldn't explain why, but seeing this shameless guy made her want to punch him. "Finally, I've shaken off that little wench." Sun Dashan glanced back a few times and found that Fan Kinky hadn't followed. He felt a strange sense of loss. However, Sun Dashan quickly put aside these emotions and decided to find a place to stay first. Sun Dashan found a brokerage firm in the city and quickly rented a courtyard house. He bought all the basic necessities and moved in. Sun Dashan tidied up briefly, then took out paper and pen and began writing rapidly. Given the creation of the world by Pangu, the rule of the 3 sovereigns, and the establishment of order by the 5 emperors, the world was divided into 4 continents: the eastern continent of Victory, the western continent of Bulgods, and the southern continent of Jambudvipa. 7 days later, in the lobby of a tea house, an old man with a white beard was speaking eloquently, spitting as he spoke. Last time we talked about how Sun Wukong borrowed the Rui Jingabang, the magic staff, from the Dragon King of the East Sea and then forcibly erased his name from the Book of Life and Death in the Underworld. The Dragon King and Yama went to the Heavenly Court to complain, and with the recommendation of Venus, the Jade Emperor summoned Sun Wukong to the Heavenly Court to serve as the keeper of the heavenly horses. Upon learning that the position of Baima Wen was a lowly and insignificant official, Wukong angrily fled the heavenly palace, returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, and proclaimed himself the great sage equal to heaven. The tea house has 3 floors. The main hall was packed with people, and the railings on the 2nd and 3rd floors were also crowded with people. Outside the tea house, countless people stood on tiptoe and strained their ears, trying to hear what the storyteller was saying. At a glance, there were no fewer than several hundred people, crowding the entire tea house to the point of being impenetrable. Despite the large number of people, the tea house was extremely quiet. Everyone looked extremely tense, not daring to even breathe, and straining their ears for fear of missing a single word. Many people listened so intently that they lost track of time, their expressions so captivated. To find out what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. The storyteller picked up a gavel from the table and slammed it down, then greeted the crowd in the tea house with a broad smile and a fist and palm salute. However, the people in the tea house didn't buy it and immediately booed. "Stop keeping us in suspense every time. We'll cover the next round's expenses too, hurry up and tell us." "Old Xiao, that's not fair of you. Every time you get to the exciting part, you say next time." Ignoring the strong dissatisfaction of the crowd, the storyteller bowed with a smile and retreated to the backstage of the tea house. A man in a black robe with a goatee was already waiting there. He took out a money bag from his wide sleeves and tossed it toward the storyteller, saying, "Today's payment. Remember to be on time tomorrow." Although the world of immortals and demons has many stories, there is no mythological story like Journey to the West that is systematic and partially compatible with the world of immortals and demons. Sun Dashan copied Journey to the West and it naturally became a powerful weapon. If he couldn't remember something, Sun Dashan didn't need to log off. He could just have the people in the live stream copy and paste it into the chat channel, and then he could just copy it down. The viewers in the live stream were once again stunned by Sun Dashan's outrageous actions. This guy's game name is Sun Wukong, and he really did become a plagiarist, copying the timeless classic Journey to the West into the world of fantasy. Sun Dashan negotiated terms with the storytellers in the city that would split their earnings in half, and the storytellers could simply come to the courtyard each day to collect the next day's chapter. Of course, this alone wouldn't earn much money, so Sun Dashan took the second step. After being promoted by storytellers, Journey to the West became very famous. So Sun Dashan went to the bookstore again and published the content that had already been told by the storyteller as a serialized novel. It sold several thousand copies on the day of its release. The book has a novel subject matter and exquisite writing, and many of its poems and verses are easy to recite. Whether they were cultivators, ordinary scholars, or common people, they were deeply attracted after reading just a few chapters, becoming completely engrossed in the story. At the most exciting parts, such as the Havoc in Heaven segment, the storytellers were even blocked from leaving by many cultivators who insisted that they finish telling the story before letting them go. That spring, the entire Tianese prefecture, and even the Tianese circuit, were preoccupied with a monkey named Sun Wukong. The cultivators from other countries who originally came to Tianese prefecture for the spiritual realm all heard about Journey to the West and couldn't help but applaud the book. Sun Dashan was naturally all smiles. In less than a week, he made a fortune with Journey to the West. Why is it that every time I see you, you're counting money? Fan Kinky looked at Sun Dashan speechlessly. She really couldn't understand why this guy was so obsessed with money, as if he was completely obsessed with it. Young lady, you're like a well-fed person who doesn't know the hunger of a starving person. You've never been hungry in your life, have you? Sun Dashan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Since I have no hope of cultivating immortality, I naturally need to save some money to learn martial arts for self-defense. Otherwise, I'll lose face if I keep getting humiliated by that violent woman. What did you say? Sun Dashan quickly coughed and immediately admitted defeat. I didn't say anything. For the past 7 days, Fan Kinky has come to Sun Dashan's small courtyard every day, almost as punctually as if she were going to work. After reading the story of Journey to the West, she was amazed and would come every day to read the chapters updated by Sun Dashan in advance, always seeing the latest chapters before the storytellers. When she was really curious about the later chapters, Fan Kinky would use her fists to coerce Sun Dashan into telling her what happened next. However, Sun Dashan remained defiant and refused to tell Fan Kinky the contents of the document. Then the two of them started bickering and teasing each other, and their relationship quickly warmed up. However, their relationship was basically like this: Sun Dashan couldn't help but provoke Fan Kinky with his sharp tongue, which would then lead to Fan Kinky giving him a good beating, and he still enjoyed it. Meanwhile, Fan Kinky had also done a lot behind the scenes. Sun Dashan's book publishing business was booming, attracting the covetous eyes of many people, both openly and secretly. Those who cultivate immortality naturally wouldn't care about the wealth of mortals, but those from all walks of life and the underworld are an exception. Besides the gangsters who openly came to extort money from him, Fan Kinky secretly shielded Sun Dashan from several calamities. Sometimes, fearing for his safety, she would stay up all night guarding outside the courtyard. Sun Dashan suddenly sniffed. Can you smell blood? Fan Kinky was stunned for a moment, then looked shocked. You can smell that too. You, Fan Kinky's pretty face turned bright red in an instant, like a rag stained with blood. You bastard, do you have a dog's nose? I've only been here for 2 days, and you already. Before she could finish speaking, Fan Kinky covered her face in embarrassment and fled. Why is this little vixen acting so strangely today? Sun Dashan shook his head, moved a stool over, stood on it, and looked into the neighboring yard, because the bloody smell he had just caught was coming from his neighbor's yard. Sun Dashan had just stood on tiptoe to look at the opposite courtyard when his expression suddenly froze, because he already understood what Fan Kinky meant. I almost spat out my salt soda. It's hilarious. Puffed. What kind of move is that? What the hell? It's only the second day. Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. This cute little girl has provided me with a year's worth of laughs. Ha ha ha, Wukong, why aren't you going to stop the bleeding right away? Sun Dashan's face darkened when he saw what these idiots were saying in the live stream. Chirp chirp. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Sun Dashan's ears, and he saw a round, snow-white thing in front of him, like a cotton candy. Ah! Sun Dashan was startled and lost his balance, falling off the stool with a piercing scream. Fan Kinky, who had already run to the door, was startled when she heard Sun Dashan scream. Thinking that something had happened to him, she immediately ran back. When she saw Sun Dashan fall face-first into the mud, with something that looked like a cotton candy flying above the yard, her eyes widened immediately. Spirit realm! Fan Kinky gasped in surprise. Upon spotting Fan Kinky, Kayokyu immediately turned and ran away. Sun Dashan groaned as he got up from the ground, then tried to find out what the thing that had scared him was. Seeing that Sun Dashan was alright, Fan Kinky leaped up and landed on the wall to look over. Even mortals understand what a spiritual realm means, let alone Fan Kinky, who comes from a family of cultivators. When she saw the situation inside the courtyard, she couldn't help but look somewhat astonished. A boy who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old was holding a knife and slit open the throat of a chicken, and a pungent smell of blood wafted from it. After draining the chicken's blood, the boy put the chicken into a bucket of hot water next to him to soak it. Then he took out another chicken that had been soaking in the bucket for a long time and began to pluck its feathers. He was focused and serious, seemingly not even noticing Fan Kinky on the courtyard wall 3 meters away. Fan Kinky stood frozen on the wall, her heart trembling as she watched this scene, her body shaking slightly. The young man before her had an ordinary appearance. She couldn't sense any aura of a cultivator or martial artist. He looked like an ordinary person no matter how you looked at him. The only exception was his bright and piercing eyes, which gave him an elegant and profound air. But even though he was just plucking chicken feathers, his movements had a natural, smooth, and effortless charm. If someone had told Fan Kinky in the past that plucking chicken feathers could amaze her, she would have definitely scoffed. Fan Kinky was utterly shocked when she saw Jingling happily bouncing around on the boy's shoulders, making ingratiating chirping sounds. She had never heard of a spirit being friendly to a human, because whether it was a cultivator or a martial artist, the first reaction upon seeing a spirit was to grab it. "Hey little girl, what are you looking at?" While Fan Kinky stared blankly as Chen Luo plucked the chicken feathers, Sun Dashan picked up a stool, stood on it, and tiptoed to look into the yard. Sun Dashan saw Chen Luo and Jingling, but felt nothing at all. In his view, it was just an ordinary neighbor killing a chicken. The furry creature was quite cute, and it was the one that had scared him earlier. As for why there are such furry, flying pets, it's not surprising at all. This is a world of immortals and heroes, where there are plenty of people who raise spirit beasts. Perhaps that thing is a spirit beast. Judging from its appearance, it should be a weak and useless spirit beast. What's so interesting about plucking chicken feathers? Seeing Fan Kinky staring blankly, looking completely lost, Sun Dashan felt inexplicably uncomfortable and a little jealous. "Oh no, Buchan, your girl has taken a liking to someone else. Something's not right. This girl's eyes look like she's seen a ghost, not like she's looking at her sweetheart. But it's just plucking chicken feathers, not pulling out handfuls of feathers. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? Fan Xianyu is a martial arts expert after all. She might have seen through things that we can't. The boy who plucks chicken feathers might actually be a big shot." Chen Luo took out rice wine and salt, marinated the 2 chickens, stuffed them with prepared diced meat, mushrooms and various spices, wrapped them in lotus leaves, covered them with wet mud, and then started a fire to roast them. This is the beggar's chicken that Chen Luo learned a few days ago. It's the kind that's popular in martial arts novels. This kind of thing only feels right when it's done in a fantasy world. In the past few days, Chen Luo has explored almost all of Tianese prefecture and has also deduced the 9 forms of the Annihilation Divine Sword. Now that I have nothing to do, I do things myself, which is quite interesting. And the chicken tastes pretty good, so he gets 2 to try every day. Chen Luo had known for a long time that Sun Dashan had moved into the neighboring courtyard, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that this guy happened to live next door. Chen Luo didn't pay much attention, treating them just as unfamiliar neighbors, except for the occasional annoying noise from Sun Dashan and Fan Kinky's daily bickering. A moment later, the chicken was cooked, and Chen Luo took out a wooden stick to dig out the 2 charred black mounds of earth. He peeled away the outer layer of dried-out mud, revealing the chicken wrapped in lotus leaves. As soon as the soil was broken up, a rich aroma of chicken filled the air, making one's mouth water. Sun Dashan and Fan Kinky both swallowed hard, their throats bobbing simultaneously. There's no way around it, it just smells so good. Could this be the legendary beggar's chicken? Sun Dashan had seen many martial arts dramas in real life, and after just one glance, he vaguely guessed what it was. Chen Luo ignored the 2 onlookers on the wall, and slowly tore off a chicken leg and began to eat it without any haste. "Brother, are you selling that chicken?" Unable to resist the allure of the smell, Sun Dashan immediately stood on tiptoe and shouted at Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Fan Kinky's expression changed immediately. She turned around, jumped down from the courtyard, and pulled Sun Dashan off the stool. "Return!" Sun Dashan looked completely bewildered. "What are you doing?" Sun Dashan, still unwilling to give up, tried to jump onto the stool to go buy chickens from Chen Luo, but Fan Kinky forcibly dragged him into the house. Although Sun Dashan was a man, he had no ability to resist Fan Kinky, who had trained in martial arts since childhood. "That person is no ordinary person, don't go looking for death." Sun Dashan was stunned for a moment, then said with a defiant expression, "So what if he's not an ordinary person? I just asked him if he was selling the chicken. Is he going to kill me?" Fan Kinky said angrily, "Didn't you notice just now that he didn't even glance at us? That's how cultivators look at mortals. If you dare to provoke him, he really can kill you with a flick of his wrist." Sun Dashan immediately fell silent. As someone who had transmigrated from another world, his understanding of the world of cultivators was far less than that of Fan Kinky, who came from a family of cultivators. If she says that, then it means that cultivators mostly treat mortals this way. But that person doesn't seem like a bad person to me? Fan Kinky was furious. How can you judge a person's character just by their appearance? Yeah, you don't seem like a bad person to me. Sun Dashan suddenly laughed, took a step forward, and moved close to Fan Kinky. Fan Kinky's expression froze, her pretty face flushed slightly, and then she couldn't help but take a step back, stammering, why are you so close to me? Naturally, I'll do what I want to do. Sun Dashan put his arm around Fan Kinky's waist and then leaned in close. Ah! Sun Dashan screamed and covered his face, looking at Fan Kinky with grief and indignation. Although Sun Dashan wasn't exactly a master of romance, he still possessed basic emotional intelligence. After spending the past week together, he was quite clear that Fan Kinky was interested in him. Sun Dashan had just wanted to take the opportunity to corner Fan Kinky against the wall and clarify their relationship, but Fan Kinky punched him without any mercy. Pfft, I treat you as a friend, but you want me to be your sex partner. Haha, you silly monkey king, you even tried to molest Fan Xianyu, you deserve to get beaten up. You've only been here a week and you're already thinking about getting to first base? This is ancient times, you silly monkey king. If it weren't for Fan Xianyu's high fighting skills, this guy would have succeeded. Wukong, keep going. Fan Xianyu is just shy. If you go up again, you'll definitely succeed. Fan Kinky blushed slightly, looked at Sun Dashan, and said hesitantly, let's just be friends. Sun Dashan was incredibly thick-skinned, and he wasn't discouraged at all by the rejection. Most importantly, he could tell that Fan Kinky didn't dislike him, but rather seemed to have some kind of reservation. Have you got a meal yet? Sun Dashan's expression instantly returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. His change of expression was faster than turning the pages of a book. No, let's play PUBG then. Fan Kinky was taken aback. You're still thinking about going to hell with that chicken? Pa, so he thinks he can make beggar's chicken? Sun Dashan sneered. Today I'll show you what he can do. Don't even mention beggar's chicken, he can make cola chicken, braised chicken, and even the basic stuff from KFC. Fan Kinky was already used to the strange and unusual words that occasionally popped out of Sun Dashan's mouth. As soon as she heard that he wasn't going to go to Chen Luo to buy chickens, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then let's go buy chicken. Although Fan Kinky went to the market with Sun Dashan, she seemed distracted the whole time. The matter concerning jingling was too shocking, Fan Kinky simply couldn't ignore it. Obtaining a spirit beast would likely make the Fan family a top-tier cultivation family, and might even change her and Sun Dashan's fate. Fan Kinky glanced at Sun Dashan, who was enthusiastically haggling with the merchant. At this moment, she was already considering whether or not to tell her family about the discovery of the spirit realm. However, in an instant, Fan Kinky thought of the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Luo, and she couldn't help but shiver. Chen Luo must have known they had seen the spirit, but they didn't kill them, which shows that the other party was fearless and not afraid of them revealing this secret. Fan Kinky had a vague intuition that if she reported it, the one in trouble would most likely not be Chen Luo, but herself. Fan Kinky took a deep breath and suddenly pulled Sun Dashan, saying, "You should move." Sun Dashan, who had a chicken in each hand, asked Fan Kinky's question with a puzzled look, "Why are you moving?" "That person is dangerous, and I have a feeling that this place will soon become a hotbed of trouble. We'd better stay away from it." "Why didn't I feel any danger during the 7 days I stayed there? Are you moving in or not?" Upon seeing Sun Dashan's listless expression, Fan Kinky immediately widened her eyes and spoke with a threatening tone. After spending 7 days together, Fan Kinky had already figured out what kind of person Sun Dashan was, a typical person who would only respond to force. He won't listen to you if you talk to him nicely, but he'll submit immediately if you use force. Go back and eat some chicken, then move it right away. Sun Dashan almost immediately backed down and agreed without hesitation. "I have something to tell you." After finishing dinner at Sun Dashan's house, Fan Kinky suddenly said, "I'm getting married next month." Sun Dashan was struck dumb, staring at Fan Kinky in disbelief. What did you say?" "I'm getting married next month." Fan Kinky calmly repeated herself. Sun Dashan's heart skipped a beat, and a strong feeling of dizziness washed over him. It took him a long time to recover. At that moment, he finally understood what Fan Kinky was worried about. Fan Kinky was already 18 years old, but she was still unmarried. In this world of fantasy, where people generally get married and have children at the age of 14 or 15, she was already considered an older single woman. Sun Dashan had noticed this before, but he deliberately ignored it because he dared not think about it too deeply. Now that Fan Kinky had said it herself, Sun Dashan's face turned pale instantly, clearly unable to accept the news. Fan Kinky's eyes were red-rimmed, and she bit her lower lip tightly. Seeing Sun Dashan's pale face, she felt heartbroken, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Sun Dashan hung his head and remained silent, as if he had turned into a speechless sculpture. "You're about to get married, so why are you coming to find me?" Fan Kinky said in a hoarse voice, "I don't know why, but ever since I first saw you, I always want to see you. I know I shouldn't come, but every time I go out, I can't help but come here." Sun Dashan's body stiffened, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed Fan Kinki's hand. "Let's leave here." Fan Kinki paused for a moment, then shook her head resolutely and said sadly, "It's not that I don't want to go with you, but if I do, we will both die." Sun Dashan's expression changed slightly. He immediately understood that the person Fan Kinki was going to marry was probably no ordinary person. "That's right, brother Sun. If you dare to elope with her, you will both die." Before Sun Dashan could speak, a faint sound came from outside the courtyard. "Run!" Fan Kinki's expression changed drastically. She seemed to recognize the voice. Without thinking, she grabbed Sun Dashan's hand and rushed towards the back door. Although Sun Dashan didn't understand why, he still hurriedly followed. But as soon as they rushed out, a figure blocked their way. Fan Kinki slapped the man back, trying to repel him. To everyone's surprise, the figure simply waved his hand, and Fan Kinki was rendered completely immobile, as if she had been struck on an acupoint. Sun Dashan experienced the same thing. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and then his body became immobile. The next moment, Sun Dashan's vision blurred, and the figure had already grabbed him and Fan Kinki and leaped into the air, landing in the front yard. In the front yard, a young man dressed in a blue robe stood with his hands behind his back, looking over with a faint smile on his face. "Third young master, the person has been brought." The figure bowed and stepped back to stand behind the young man in blue. "You fiefin, what do you want to do?" Fan Kinki looked anxious and shouted loudly at the young man in the blue shirt. Yu Fiefan sighed, "If your fiancée is spending all her time with another man, and the rumors spread like wildfire, what do you think I should do?" Upon hearing their conversation, Sun Dashan's expression changed drastically, for in that instant, he understood what was going on. The man in front of her, named Yu Fiefan, was Fan Kinki's fiancé. Sun Dashan found the name Yu Fiefan strangely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. "We're just friends, nothing inappropriate has happened. Don't hurt him." A murderous intent suddenly rose in Mo Yuxing's heart, but he quickly realized what was happening and forcibly suppressed it. Mo Yuxing frowned, because the killing intent just now did not originate from him, but from Yu Fifan's original consciousness. Over the past 2 weeks, Yu Fifan's original personality and emotions have continued to affect him intermittently. For example, when you see a beautiful woman, you instinctively can't move away. For example, in the current situation, where his fiancée is having a secret rendezvous with a strange man every day, Yu Fifan's first reaction is to kill Sun Dashan. However, Mo Yuxing didn't feel much about it, because he didn't like Fan Kinki, and the marriage wasn't arranged by him. However, the Yu family needed a certain ability from the Fan family, which is why they arranged for him to get engaged to Fan Kinki. The Fan family dared not offend the Yu family. Although they agreed, they used the excuse that there were no eligible women in the main branch to push out Fan Kinki from the collateral branch. The Yu family knew that it wasn't that the Fan family didn't have a legitimate daughter, but rather that Yu Fifan's reputation was too bad, and since he was just a mortal, no one was willing to marry him. However, the Yu family needed the Fan family at this time, so they had no choice but to accept it reluctantly. Fan Kinki noticed the fleeting murderous intent in Mo Yuxing's eyes, and she was immediately alarmed, thinking that this troublemaker wanted to kill Sun Dashan. "Yu Fiefan, if you dare to touch him, I will kill you." Mo Yuxing chuckled, "Perhaps our son Wukong would be thrilled if I killed him." Fan Kinki was taken aback, but quickly assumed that Yu Fiefan, that scoundrel, was playing a trick on them. "You agree, brother Wukong, don't you?" Mo Yuxing suddenly looked at Sun Dashan and said a sentence in Mandarin. The language of the fantasy world is different from that of the real world, so when Mo Yuxing spoke Mandarin, the others didn't react much, but Sun Dashan was instantly stunned. "You're a player too." The guards behind Fan Kinki and Mo Yuxing all looked over with surprise. In the world of Xiangxia, there is not just one language. The original 35 clans each had their own language. In addition, since the human race is located on 9 different continents, the languages that have been born are also very different, just like the difference between Mandarin and dialects. Although they are the same language spoken by the same ethnic group, if you don't live there for a period of time, it's like listening to a foreign language, you won't understand it at all. Fan Kinki and the others clearly assumed that Sun Dashan and Mo Yuxing spoke the same dialect. "Wow, this flashy dressed guy is a player too. Wow, why isn't he streaming? You guys are really destined to meet. There are only 10 players in total, and you all managed to run into each other. The difference in your birth circumstances is just too great. Others are obviously born into wealthy families, but you were born into a comedian. Haha, this is getting interesting. The woman you like has become his fiancée. It feels so exciting. You two should make a deal, get him to give Fan Xianyu to you." No, you're all so stupid. Wouldn't it be better to let this Yu Fiefan kill you and be reincarnated? Mo Yuxing actually knew of Sun Dashan's existence when Journey to the West was all the rage in Tianese. He sent someone to inquire about it, but then he didn't pay much attention to it. If Sun Dashan had the aptitude of a cultivator, Mo Yuxing might have tried to win him over, but an ordinary person wouldn't bother with him at all. This is similar to the difference between paying players and regular players in a game. He wouldn't even bother to show off in front of Sun Dashan. Moreover, Mo Yuxing is currently pressed for time and has no energy to waste on Sun Dashan. Mo Yuxing's visit this time was not because of Sun Dashan, but because Fan Kinky had been coming here every day, and the news had already reached the Yu family. This wouldn't have mattered 3 days ago, when the two families weren't engaged yet. But now it's different. This concerns the reputation of both families. Even if Mo Yuxing doesn't come, the Fan family won't let Fan Kinky leave the house. We didn't know each other before. Mo Yuxing smiled slightly, pointed at Fan Kinky and continued, now we have a reason to fight. If we kill you, you can come back in 7 days. Maybe if you're lucky, you'll be reincarnated as a cultivator. No! Sun Dashan refused without even thinking. If you come in 7 days later, that will be 7 years. Putting aside whether she could be reborn into someone with the talent for cultivation, even if she were lucky, Fan Kinky's son would be old enough to run errands by then. So what if he became a cultivator? Mo Yuxing glanced at Sun Dashan with some surprise. When she noticed the way he looked at Fan Kinky, she couldn't help but chuckle and said, I understand now. You've really fallen for this woman. Can you call off the engagement? Sun Dashan asked with a hopeful expression. Mo Yuxing shrugged. No, I can make it up to you in real life. Mo Yuxing asked with interest, oh, for example? I have a total of 3 million in savings, and I can give it all to you. Sun Dashan immediately said. Mo Yuxing shook her head and sighed, what a pity, your entire net worth is only equivalent to my daily income. Sun Dashan gritted his teeth and said, I also have a house worth about 7 million, which I can transfer to you. Mo Yuxing was taken aback upon hearing this, and the live stream chat suddenly erupted in excitement. Holy crap, Gaku's for real. Wow, he's going to go bankrupt for Fan Xianyu. Who knew Ryukan was such a romantic? We've only known each other for a short time, Ryukan, don't get carried away, calm down. Mo Yuxing gave Sun Dashan a deep look. You're thinking too simply. The world of immortals and heroes is similar to our ancient times. Once an engagement is made, it can't be changed at will. Even if I agree and take the initiative to break off the engagement, the Yu family and the Fan family won't agree because they need each other. Sun Dashan's expression instantly turned ashen, and he clenched his fists tightly. No, there must be a way. Mo Yuxing said calmly, you can't do anything about it. To a family of cultivators, a mortal is no different from an ant. I advise you not to have any other thoughts. You are all alone, but the woman you like has your parents and your 7-year-old sister. If you ruin this marriage, they will all be buried with you. Besides, what can you do? Mo Yuxing left after saying her last words. After Mo Yuxing turned and left, 2 women walked in from outside the courtyard and took Fan Kinky away. Although Fan Kinky couldn't understand what Yu Fifan and Sun Dashan were saying, seeing that the troublemaker hadn't touched Sun Dashan, she felt a little relieved, but at the same time, she also felt a deep sense of powerlessness welling up inside her. Leave Tianese Road immediately and never come back. Fan Kinky turned and shouted loudly at Sun Dashan, her voice filled with a sense of desolation. Fan Kinky, remember this, you can only be my woman for the rest of your life. Sun Dashan's eyes were bloodshot as he watched helplessly as Fan Kinky was taken away. He desperately wanted to stop her, but his body was completely immobile. He knew very well that this was probably the last time he would see Fan Kinky. What can you possibly do? The thought of Mo Yuxing's parting words fueled Sun Dashan's burning sense of frustration and anger, almost driving him to madness. At this moment, Sun Dashan felt an intense hatred for this dog-eat-dog world. For the first time, he felt that the rules were so cruel that he had no power to resist. He bit his teeth until they bled, and blood trickled down his lip without him even noticing. He just stared at the last image of Fan Kinky disappearing, as if he wanted to remember her forever. When Sun Dashan let out his powerless roar, he did not notice that faint black spiritual light was emanating from his body. These thin wisps of black light began to solidify as Sun Dashan's emotions rose higher. That's interesting. He doesn't have the physique for cultivating immortality, yet he used extremely intense emotions to arouse spiritual power. Chen Luo had naturally noticed the commotion in the neighboring yard long ago, but it was none of his business and he didn't want to pay attention to it. However, when he saw Sun Dashan activate his spiritual power, he couldn't help but show a hint of interest. Chen Luo moved and disappeared from his original spot, appearing behind Sun Dashan. Chirp was jumping around on Chen Luo's head, but when Chen Luo disappeared, it was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Chirp widened its eyes and looked around. Soon it sensed Chen Luo's presence in the neighboring yard and immediately flew up from the ground toward Chen Luo's location. At this moment, Sun Dashan was still roaring helplessly. People in the live broadcast room could feel his anger and felt quite sympathetic for his plight, so they quieted down for a while. But when Chen Luo appeared, things immediately became lively again. Wow, the feather-plucking boy has appeared. The little boy with the feathers seemed to appear out of nowhere. Could he be a ghost? Although I don't know how the chicken feather boy came to be, he must be a big shot. Wukong, turn around quickly, look at the big boss. It's noisy. Chen Luo snapped his fingers, instantly silencing Sun Dashan's angry roar. Sun Dashan didn't even notice Chen Luo behind him. He was still staring intently at the outside of the courtyard, and even the corner of his eye began to bleed. He was obviously in extreme grief and pain. Chen Luo reached out and grasped the wisp of black spiritual energy in his palm. Pure emotional energy merges with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. The stronger the emotion, the stronger the spiritual power. Chen Luo figured out the black spiritual energy, and he suddenly laughed. There's still something missing. Chen Luo pondered for a moment, then waved his hand, and Sun Dashan's body suddenly spun 180 degrees, turning to face Chen Luo. Sun Dashan's angry expression suddenly froze. He looked at Chen Luo, not quite understanding what was going on. You! Interrupted by Chen Luo, Sun Dashan's pent-up emotions came to a halt, and the surrounding black spiritual energy flickered instantly, like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Just as I expected. Chen Luo looked at Sun Dashan, whose eyes were bloodshot, and smiled faintly. The anger of the weak is nothing more than a few complaints, which carries no weight. Provoked by Chen Luo's words, Sun Dashan felt not anger, but rage. His teeth were clenched so hard they were grinding together, clearly showing that he also hated Chen Luo. As Chen Luo watched the black spiritual energy solidify once more, a smile appeared on his lips. I can make you a powerful being, so you can reclaim what belongs to you. Sun Dashan's expression suddenly froze, and the black aura surrounding him also flickered again. Who exactly are you? I won't say it a second time, you just need to answer yes or no. Chen Luo had no interest in answering Sun Dashan's question, he simply repeated it again indifferently. Sun Dashan looked at Chen Luo. Although he didn't know who this person was or what his purpose was, he had no way to stop Fan Kinki from marrying Yu Fifan. Moreover, Fan Kinki said that this person is very dangerous, and if he is dangerous, it means that he is very strong. The mysterious person in front of him was now his only chance to seize. Anyway, all I have here is my worthless life, and I have nothing to lose. I want to become stronger than them all. Sun Dashan's eyes gradually hardened, and the black spiritual energy around him seemed to sense it and quickly rose up as well. Very good. Chen Luo reached out and gathered all the black spiritual energy in his palm, then placed his hand on Sun Dashan's danchan. Buzz! A deafening roar filled Sun Dashan's mind, and a strange chill surged from his abdomen to his head, making him shudder instantly. The whole world seemed to have changed. Countless wisps of spiritual energy swirled around his body, some of which, along with the circulation of the cold current, were gradually drawn into his body, strengthening the cold current. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness all have their own principles. Each time you sever an emotion, you break through another barrier. This method uses emotions to enter the demonic path, and from the demonic path, you enter the Dao. Let's call it the myriad worlds of mortals. The emotion Chen Luo spoke of was not romantic love, but rather the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, especially negative emotions. The stronger the negative emotions, the more powerful this cultivation technique becomes. The world of immortals and heroes now consists only of major immortal cultivation sects and aristocratic families, and most of the conflicts are about interests, with little distinction between good and evil. Chen Luo had always felt that something was missing, and then he happened to meet someone as talented as Sun Dashan. He just did it casually, and let's see if he has the ability to become the grandmaster of demonic cultivation. You have just drawn spiritual energy into your body. Let it take you to the secret realm. If you work hard enough, you may be able to gain the right to speak with them on an equal footing before they get married. Chen Luo beckoned the chirping bird that had just flown over, waved his hand at it to make it invisible again, and then reached out and touched Sun Dashan's forehead so that he could see the chirping bird. Chen Luo decided to go all the way and gave Kyokia to Sun Dashan as well. Take him to the secret realm. Chen Luo picked up Kyokia and squeezed it hard, making its nose and mouth all bunched up. Who knew that with a tug, it jumped back onto Chen Luo's shoulder and looked at him with a blank expression. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that this little thing had been nurtured by the spiritual energy he channeled into it every day and had no desire to follow Sun Dashan. Go and take him to the secret realm, and I'll bring you back then. Chu Chu kept rubbing her soft body against Chen Luo's face, staring at him blankly with her eyes becoming watery. Obedient. Chen Luo casually infused a stream of spiritual energy into Kyokia's body. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirped a series of long, comfortable chirps, then stared wide-eyed at Chen Luo. Go! Chen Luo placed the chick on Sun Dashan's head. This is a spirit of the realm, you should know what it means. Sun Dashan was in a state of extreme emotional turmoil. He was shocked by the red dust 10,000 feet technique he had just obtained, while still feeling angry and resentful about Fan Kinki being taken away. However, even if Sun Dashan was slow to react, he realized at this moment that the mysterious person in front of him was extremely powerful and was his only chance. As for the spirit realm, he certainly knew what it was. It existed in his predecessor's memories, but he had never seen it before, so he didn't recognize it the first time he saw it. Let me give you one last piece of advice. The Fan family has a secret method to track Kayakyu, which I previously blocked. Once you leave this place, they might come looking for you. I will block it for another 3 days. If you cannot reach the secret realm before then, you will only face death. After Chen Luo finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. At this moment, Sun Dashan suddenly regained his ability to move. Above his head, Kayakyu was still looking at the spot where Chen Luo had disappeared, with a reluctant and longing expression. Sun Dashan caught Kayakyu, only to see it roll its eyes in a rather human-like manner, looking utterly disdainful. Ah, I can't take it. This little thing is so cute. So what exactly is a spirit realm? Who knows? The world of immortals and heroes has just opened, and there's no information at all. Damn, that kid with the feathers is a real boss. Although Wukong lost his girlfriend, he gained a powerful figure, so it can be considered a blessing in disguise. However, judging from what that kid said, going into demonic possession doesn't seem like a good path. Sun Dashan didn't care about Kayakyu's attitude. He finally understood why the Yu family had arranged a marriage with the Fan family. The Fan family had a secret method to track Kayakyu. Chen Luo said he only had 3 days, so he only had 3 days left. Take me to the secret realm quickly. Chirp, chirped in dissatisfaction, glared impatiently at Sun Dashan, and finally flew away from the courtyard. Sun Dashan immediately understood that Kayakyu was going to lead the way. Sun Dashan paused for a moment, then rushed into the house, filled a bag with silver, and ran after Kayakyu. At the market, Sun Dashan bought a horse and a week's worth of food, and then followed closely behind Kayakyu. Chen Luo could have easily sent Sun Dashan directly into the secret realm without even needing to ask him to, and he could have prevented the Fan family from tracking him down forever. However, Chen Luo knew that doing so would not bring any benefits. Sun Dashan was still missing something, and Fan Kinky's engagement was just the trigger to activate this talent. We must put pressure on him to unleash his full potential. Once 3 days have passed, the Yu and Fan families will definitely catch up. At that time, with Sun Dashan's current strength as a beginner, he will surely be in dire straits. In such an environment, people's potential is most likely to be unleashed. Sun Dashan traveled non-stop for 3 days, following Kayakyu at breakneck speed. Apart from a few short hours of sleep, he was constantly on the move, not daring to waste a single moment. Sun Dashan knew perfectly well that with the strength of a cultivator, catching up with him would be very easy. He was now racing against time. People in the live stream couldn't help but admire Sun Dashan's perseverance. Several horses died from exhaustion in 3 days, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. At this time, Sun Dashan had arrived at Yueyang Gorge, south of Tianese Prefecture. This was a terrain created by the war between various tribes in the ancient mythological era, and it is said that a true god fell here. Chirp continued flying forward without stopping. Although Sun Dashan has persevered until now, he is not in good shape and is only holding on by sheer willpower. But the chirping continued, and Sun Dashan was unwilling to rest. He mustered his energy and spurred his horse to continue chasing after them. Inside a secret chamber of the Yu family mansion in Tianese Prefecture, a white-robed cultivator was resting his hand on a treasure-hunting tray the size of a wash basin, sensing something with his eyes closed. A moment later, a white light shone on the treasure-hunting disc and began to flash wildly. Such a commotion immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the secret chamber. They all stared wide-eyed, momentarily puzzled. The white-robed cultivator suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed to the guard standing behind him, "Quickly report to the Yu family head that we've found what he wants." The guard naturally had no idea what the master was looking for, but since the engagement with the Fan family 3 days ago, the Fan family had sent 3 cultivators who took turns casting spells on the treasure-hunting disc every 12 hours, seemingly searching for something. The head of the family also took it very seriously, coming to inquire every day about the results. Upon hearing from the Fan family cultivators that they had found it, the guard immediately turned and rushed out. A moment later, the door to the secret chamber was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man who was leading the way walked in first. He was tall and slender, about 35 years old, with a handsome appearance and an imposing aura. "Master Yu." When the man from the Fan family saw the middle-aged man, he immediately bowed and paid his respects. "You all get out." The guards inside the secret room dared not delay and hurriedly withdrew from the room. "Where?" Without uttering a single wasted word, Yu Wuji immediately asked the cultivator. "The location is to the south, and based on the distance, it should be in Yueyang Gorge." A glint flashed in Yu Wuji's eyes, and he grabbed the treasure-hunting disc with a wave of his hand. "I will send someone to inform Patriarch Fan. You come with me first." A hint of hesitation appeared on the face of the Fan family cultivator, but he did not dare to raise any objections and obediently followed behind. Yu Wuji gently pressed on the wall of the secret room, revealing a passage. "There are many spies outside the Yu family's residence. Let's leave here and head over there first. After Yuwuji led the cultivator from the Fan family through the secret passage to an ordinary house, he flicked his finger, and a sword engraved with ancient characters appeared out of thin air. Immediately, Yuwuji reached out and grabbed the cultivator. His sword, like a streak of light, carried the two of them away into the distance. Yuwuji thought he had done a very discreet job, but in fact, he was discovered not long after he left Tianese prefecture. Because the people monitoring them didn't just leave spies near the Yu family mansion, but also kept watch day and night at the 4 city gates of Tianese prefecture. In the world of immortals and heroes, only cultivators at the 5th realm can fly on swords, and there are fewer than 10 people in the entire Tianese prefecture who can do this, among whom is Yuwuji. Even though he didn't leave directly from the Yu family, his departure by flying on a sword still attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. For example, the intelligence system had already infiltrated the secret UN society in various countries of the northern continent. The moment Yuwuji left Tianese prefecture, he was followed by members of the secret UN society, who reported the news to them. Yun Aogu had been waiting for the Yu family's next move. When he learned that Yuwuji had left Tianese prefecture, he knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. Yun Aogu immediately led the cultivators of the 5th realm and above who had rushed from the capital to chase after Yuwuji. In Yuyan Gorge, Sun Dashan exhausted his last newly replaced horse and ran wildly on foot to follow behind Kayakyu. Sun Dashan felt like he only had one breath left. If he didn't rest soon, he was afraid he would really die. Fortunately, at this moment, Chuchu led him to a lake deep in the canyon, where they finally stopped. Looking at the crystal-clear lake, Sun Dashan didn't care about anything else and rushed to the riverbank to drink the lake water. After finally recovering, Sun Dashan watched as the chicks danced on the lake and made chirping sounds. Sun Dashan was only slightly taken aback before quickly realizing that the secret realm was most likely located in the lake. As the chirping grew more urgent, a beam of light shot out from its cotton-like body and entered the lake. The lake water, which rippled like fish scales in the breeze, suddenly began to churn violently as if boiling water, and automatically parted to the sides. A passage, 2 meters wide and several hundred meters long, stretched all the way to Sun Dashan's feet. The separated water ripples formed 2 crystal-clear water walls on both sides of the channel, preventing the lake water from flowing back. Chirp! Chuchu turned its head in midair and stared wide-eyed at Sun Dashan, as if to say, "What are you waiting for, you bastard?" Sun Dashan suddenly realized what was happening and immediately walked along the newly opened path toward the center of the lake. As he approached the center of the lake, a streak of light appeared in the sky. Sun Dashan was startled and looked up. He saw someone flying on a sword in the distance, heading straight in his direction. Without a second thought, Sun Dashan immediately took off and rushed towards the center of the lake. Court death! An angry roar came from the sky, and a sword light shot out with lightning speed, its target being Sun Dashan's head. At this moment, Sun Dashan had already run to the center of the lake. A ball of light rose from the ground, then transformed into countless streaks of light like colorful shooting stars, spinning and shooting into the sky. At that moment, the earth shook and mountains trembled. The lake water shot into the sky with the colorful light, and the entire lake was empty in the blink of an eye. A moment later, the spinning 7-colored light suddenly exploded, drawing arcs in the air before falling in all directions. The light was so dazzling that it attracted the attention of all cultivators within a radius of hundreds of kilometers as it shone outwards. The next moment, all the cultivators who noticed the unusual commotion rushed towards the location of Yuyan Gorge. Such a disturbance that triggers extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth can only be caused by the appearance of some peerless treasure or by something unique to a secret realm. But whatever it is, if you arrive late, you definitely won't even get a sip of soup. As all the cultivators frantically rushed towards this direction, the cyan sword light collided with the 7-colored stream of light and then vanished without a trace. At the same time, a gap formed by a light curtain appeared where the previous stream of light had risen. Entrance to the secret realm. Yuwuji was filled with shock and anger. He desperately urged his flying sword to rush forward and launched several sword lights in succession, trying to kill Sun Dashan. But it was too late. By the time the sword light bypassed the light barriers, Sun Dashan had already crashed into the entrance to the secret realm. As Sun Dashan entered the secret realm, all the colorful streams of light in the sky instantly converged and disappeared without a trace. The lake water receded back into the lake, restoring it to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Yuwuji landed on the shore, letting out an angry and unwilling roar, "I'm so angry." His energy surged forth, sending the Fan family cultivator beside him flying, coughing up blood. Only the spirit of the realm can open the entrance to the secret realm. Although it is possible to forcibly blast open the secret realm, this is not something that ordinary cultivators can do. Just now, Yuwuji tested the area and found that even with his 5th realm strength, he couldn't shake the secret realm in the slightest. This indicates that the level of this secret realm is extremely high, and the treasures inside must be extraordinary. Yuwuji immediately began searching for the spirit of the realm, but as the secret realm opened, the spirit of the realm also disappeared. He moved swiftly, reaching the Fan family cultivator's side and grabbing him to his feet, coldly demanding the location of the sensing realm spirit. The cultivator from the Fan family was seriously injured. He originally wanted to take some pills to heal his wounds, but when he saw Yu Wuji's ferocious face, he didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately took the treasure hunting disc from Yu Wuji and began to search for the aura of the chirping chirp. The Fan family's secret method is not to directly search for the spirit of the realm, but to sense the spirit's location through the residual aura of the spirit. Yu Wuji's treasure hunting disc was sealed with a chirp, which is why it can be used to sense things. But only a moment later, the cultivator from the Fan family turned pale and stammered, "Patriarch Yu, I can't sense it anymore." "What did you say?" Coco, may have entered the secret realm together, or like last time, its aura may have been concealed by some special method. Yu Wuji was trembling with anger. He slapped the Fan family cultivator on the forehead with his palm. "Useless thing." The man didn't even have time to react before he collapsed and died. After killing the cultivators from the Fan family, Yu Wuji took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He stared at the lake for a moment with an uncertain expression, then turned and flew into the sky, leaving the place. After Sun Dashin crashed into the secret realm, he staggered and fell to the ground, and then, very decisively passed out. Holy crap, Wukong finally made it into the secret realm, and now he's dead? Could I really be that unlucky? A bunch of idiots. If he dies, will you still be able to watch the live stream? He must be exhausted. Traveling for 3 days and 3 nights straight would be unbearable for anyone. Wow, this place is so beautiful. A majestic mountain appeared in the secret realm. This mountain was steep, with sheer cliffs and its peak hidden in the clouds. Lush vegetation, birdsong, and fragrant flowers, a straight white jade staircase stretches along the mountain range, disappearing into the depths of the white clouds. A gentle breeze swept by, and the clouds drifted by, accompanied by the sound of the forest rustling in the wind. It was like a fairyland on earth. The people in the live stream waited for a day, then 2, wondering if Sun Dashin had died, when he finally struggled to open his eyes and wake up. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible, and it seemed as if one could inhale it with every breath. Sun Dashin was in a daze for a long time before he finally remembered where he was. Is this the secret realm? Sun Dashin stood up and looked around for a moment. When he saw several fruit trees at the foot of the mountain with juicy green fruit on them, he immediately went over, picked some, and ate them. They didn't care whether the fruit was edible or poisonous. After being in a coma for several days and being constantly exhausted, his body could no longer hold on. As soon as the fruit entered his stomach, Sun Dashin felt as if he had drunk a precious elixir. A surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed directly into his meridians and acupoints, not only sweeping away all the fatigue, soreness, and hunger in his body, but also instantly strengthening the extremely cold spiritual energy within him. Sun Dashin was stunned. He had only taken 1 bite. Sun Dashin immediately understood that this fruit was a good thing. He immediately began to circulate the 10,000 steps of mortal world technique to refine this huge spiritual power, while eating the unknown fruit. When he finished eating all the fruit, his spiritual power had more than doubled. Sun Dashin looked at the fruit trees. Each tree had at least 100 green spiritual fruits, and his eyes immediately lit up. However, Sun Dashin knew very well that this fruit was not the most precious thing in the secret realm. The spiritual energy within the secret realm is at least 5 times greater than outside, so it's not surprising that such spiritual fruits can be produced there. He could sense that the most precious thing should be at the end of this mountain path, deep within the vast clouds. Sun Dashin picked 3 more fruits and walked to the white jade steps. He took a deep breath and stepped up the steps. As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, Sun Dashin felt his body sink slightly, and as he stepped onto the next stairs, his body sank again. It was as if something was invisibly adding weight to him, and with each step he took, that weight increased. After walking less than 20 steps, Sun Dashin could no longer move, because he felt as if he were carrying the weight of 5 or 6 people, and even lifting his feet became extremely difficult. He looked up and saw that the mountain path wound its way into the clouds, with probably tens of thousands of steps, which inevitably made him feel a sense of despair. I can't stop here, that girl is waiting for me. An intense sense of resentment surged up, and Sun Dashin suddenly felt the cold current within his body flow rapidly, which greatly reduced the pressure on his body. Sun Dashin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood that this mountain path was not originally intended for ordinary people to climb. He immediately circulated the spiritual energy within his body to resist the immense pressure on his body. After climbing more than 30 steps, Sun Dashin was exhausted and covered in sweat, his clothes were soaked through, and his body's cold energy was completely depleted. Panting heavily, Sun Dashin plopped down on the white jade steps, then with trembling hands, he took out a spirit fruit from his pocket, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a big bite. He immediately began to circulate his cultivation technique to restore the spiritual energy within his body. With the abundant spiritual energy replenished in the secret realm, coupled with the immense spiritual energy contained in the spiritual fruit, his spiritual energy was restored in just a short time. After resting, Sun Dashan climbed up again. As he continued walking and stopping, Sun Dashan climbed step by step to the 100th step. After eating all the spiritual fruits, the spiritual power in his body doubled again. At this moment, Sun Dashan felt as if he were carrying a mountain on his back, and he had reached the limit of his ability to bear the weight. Even if you added one more straw, he would be crushed. Sun Dashan tried to lift his foot to step onto a new step, but found that he had difficulty even lifting his head, let alone lifting his foot. Is this all the way I can go? Sun Dashan stared blankly at the steep steps, somewhat bewildered. He knew that obtaining the treasures in the secret realm would be extremely difficult, but he never expected that he would be pushed to his limit after only going less than 1%. Impossible! Sun Dashan roared and desperately tried to lift his foot. Sun Dashan lifted his foot, but blood spilled from his mouth and nose. His body could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure and reacted. At that moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his internal organs being shattered. Go ahead and crush me if you dare. Sun Dashan roared angrily at the clouds, and strands of black spiritual energy suddenly appeared around his body, instantly neutralizing the pressure from the outside. As Sun Dashan stepped onto the 101st step, spiritual energy spontaneously arose within his body. At that moment, he discovered that not only did he not feel an increase in burden, but it seemed to have lessened somewhat. Sun Dashan was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately understood. He had broken through and reached the first realm. A realization dawned on Sun Dashan: if he wanted to continue climbing, he had to constantly improve his strength. The next moment, Sun Dashan turned around and ran down the mountain. There's something strange about this mountain. What is Wukong doing? Why did he run down there? You've climbed all this way, are you just going to give up? No way. Judging from his appearance just now, he was clearly fighting desperately. How could he give up so quickly? Could it be that they have thought of other ways to climb the mountain? Going down the mountain was much easier than going up. It was just like going down a regular staircase, and I quickly reached the foot of the mountain. He took off his outer clothes, walked to the fruit trees, and began to pick the spiritual fruits from them. Soon, he had stuffed about a dozen fruits into his clothes and ran back towards the steps. This time, when he climbed up again, Sun Dashan did not feel any pressure. Just like a normal mountain climb, he quickly reached the 101st step. He dumped all the spiritual fruits onto the steps, then went back down and picked dozens more. Feeling that he was ready, Sun Dashan began climbing the mountain again. Starting from the 101st step, Sun Dashan once again felt immense pressure, and as before, the higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. However, this time Sun Dashan was prepared. After consuming his spiritual energy every few steps, he began to eat spiritual fruits to cultivate, thus restoring his physical strength and spiritual energy at the same time, without wasting a moment. After repeating this cycle for a day, Sun Dashan struggled to climb the 300th step, once again feeling his limit and breaking through to the second realm. Sun Dashan finally understood that this mountain path was a form of cultivation. This pressure is a test of the physical body, and the spiritual fruit and the abundant spiritual energy at this moment are used to cultivate spiritual power. As Sun Dashan continued to climb the secret realm, groups of cultivators appeared outside, searching Hunyuan Gorge extensively. Although celestial phenomena appear only briefly, their approximate extent can still be determined. If you search every inch of the area, you'll eventually find the secret realm. As more and more cultivators poured in, news of the appearance of rare treasures and even secret realms in Hunyuan Gorge spread rapidly. In Tianese Prefecture, after returning to the Yu family, Yu Wuji immediately found a brush and ink and quickly drew a portrait of Sun Dashan. Upon reaching the fifth realm, both one's five senses and mental strength far surpassed those of ordinary people by countless times. Although Yu Wuji only glanced at Sun Dashan from afar, he had already memorized his appearance completely. Moreover, his painting skills were extremely good. The portrait of Sun Dashan he painted was almost indistinguishable from the real person. Riding the wind. Your subordinate is here. Yu Wuji casually tossed the portrait behind him, and the paper shot out like an arrow. A figure suddenly appeared there and reached out to catch the portrait. Check this person's identity. I need the results by today. Yes, master. Yu Feng's figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. As darkness fell, Yu Feng presented Sun Dashan's ancestors for 18 generations with detailed information. Qin Xiao, whose ancestral home is Liang Town, has been a farmer for generations. Yu Wuji frowned more and more as he looked at it. He couldn't understand how a mortal could block the Fan family's perception of the spirit and still gain the spirit's approval. To enter the secret realm, it's not enough to simply capture the realm spirit, you also need to tame it and gain its approval before you can open the secret realm. However, very few cultivators can do this, which is why they need to rely on the power of the treasure hunting disc. Otherwise, Yu Wuji would have opened the secret realm long ago, and wouldn't have let Kaiokyu escape. What troubled Yu Wuji even more was that this guy named Qin Xiao was an orphan with no relatives or friends, and there was nothing or no one who could threaten him. Master, the third Yin master is outside requesting an audience. Yu Wuji was extremely irritated and had no desire to see his good-for-nothing son. He immediately said impatiently, I won't see him. Tell him to get lost. The third Yin master said he has news about Qin Shao. Yu Wuji's expression changed slightly, and he stood up abruptly. Let him in. A moment later, the door opened, and Mo Yuxing calmly walked into the room, bowing to Yu Wuji and saying, Greetings, father. How did you know I was looking for Qin Shao? Without wasting any words, Yu Wuji stared directly at Mo Yuxing and asked. Yu Feng went to investigate information about Qin Shao, but he could not reveal this information to the outside world without Qin Shao's permission. Mo Yuxing asked with a surprised look, Father, are you looking for Qin Shao? I saw him 3 days ago. I saw a spirit beast that looked a lot like a spirit beast next to him, but I didn't think it was a spirit beast at the time. After I came back, I looked up images of spirit beasts and found that the thing should be a spirit beast, so I came to report to you, Father. Mo Yuxing was obviously talking nonsense, because he couldn't tell the truth. He actually learned about Sun Dashan's entry into the secret realm from the live stream. Mo Yuxing also kept the live stream running, but like Zhang Shengan, he set a password for the channel to prevent himself from missing important things in real life, allowing only his 3 assistants to access it. What they did was take turns on 24-hour shifts to tell him some noteworthy information. Sun Dashan's assistant also told him how to enter the secret realm. Mo Yuxing was completely stunned. He never expected that by sparing Sun Dashan's life, this guy would actually encounter such a strange encounter. A powerful figure lives next door who not only gave me the inheritance but also a spirit beast, which seems to be the one that the Yu family lost. Who the hell can I complain to? Mo Yuxing felt like crying but had no tears. When he ran back to Chen Luo's yard on a whim, there was no one there. Mo Yuxing was filled with regret. If she had just killed Sun Dashan back then, none of this mess would have happened. But of course, this couldn't be told to Yu Wuji, so Mo Yuxing came up with a barely plausible reason. Yu Wuji's eyes flashed. Why would you meet this person? Mo Yuxing respectfully replied, the fan family girl I'm engaged to has been associating with this man too closely, and it's already become widely known. To avoid damaging the Yu family's reputation, I went to warn them both. That person was actually Qin Shao. Yu Wuji was slightly taken aback. Although he knew about this matter, he didn't take it to heart when he learned that the other party was an ordinary person. Firstly, he was extremely anxious about losing Kaiokyu at the time, so he wouldn't care about these other things. Secondly, the other party was just an ordinary person, not worth mentioning to the Yu family. Even if he didn't say anything, someone would take care of him. How is their relationship? Yu Wuji's eyes flashed, and he keenly grasped the key point. Mo Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief. This was his purpose in coming here, and thankfully, his father realized it immediately. Although the two had only known each other for 10 days, it seemed like they fell in love at first sight. When I went to take Miss Fan away that day, they seemed very reluctant to part with her. Yu Wuji glanced at Mo Yuxing, then suddenly ordered the people outside, go and invite the head of the Fan family over for a chat. Tell him I have something important to discuss. Yes, master. A respectful reply came from outside, and then footsteps were heard quickly leaving. Give the order to prepare a wedding banquet at the manor. You will marry Miss Fan tomorrow. Without any further words, Mo Yuxing immediately bowed and said, yes, father. Etc. Seeing that Mo Yuxing was about to leave, Yu Wuji suddenly called out to him, looking him up and down with a puzzled expression, you've broken through to the first realm? Mo Yuxing turned around and said respectfully, yes, I just broke through today. Yu Wuji looked at Mo Yuxing in astonishment. He never expected that his good-for-nothing son would become a cultivator. Moreover, he remembered very clearly that Liang Sheng had only been teaching Mo Yuxing for half a month. In just half a month, he went from a novice to a cultivator in the first realm? How could that be? Yu Wuji walked up to Mo Yuxing in a few steps, startled, and placed his hand on Mo Yuxing's head to examine his condition. The next moment, Yu Wuji was certain that Mo Yuxing had indeed broken through to the first realm, and there were no signs of an unstable foundation. You took a magic potion? Mo Yuxing nodded and said, a 7-aperture lotus. Yu Wuji felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, consuming a large amount of spiritual medicine could indeed accumulate. Yu Wuji already believed that Lan Yazi had given him a bunch of spiritual herbs to protect Yu Fifan and help him survive the life or death arena. Although you have broken through the first realm, you should not rely too much on spiritual medicine in the future, as it will not benefit your future cultivation. Thank you for your teachings, father. Yu Wuji glanced at Mo Yuxing and saw that he was calm and no longer looked as fearful and apprehensive as he used to be when he saw him. He was increasingly surprised, but waved his hand and said, go ahead and prepare for tomorrow's wedding. Yes, father. After seeing Mo Yuxing leave, Yu Wuji immediately spoke to the heir, go and call Liang Sheng here, and find out where the third brother has been during this period. Yes. The sound of wind drifted in, and the room quickly fell silent. At the same time, Mo Yuxing left Yu Wuji's room and immediately began speaking Mandarin into the air. Go to Sun Dashan's live stream and tell him that I'm getting married to Fan Kinky tomorrow. If he still wants to see this woman, he should open the secret realm, and I will take Fan Kinky with me. Mo Yuxing didn't know if Sun Dashan could open the secret realm, but with a secret realm right in front of him, he would never give up. Even if Sun Dashan had no solution, he was forced to come up with one. That's why Mo Yuxing came to find Yu Wuji. Yes, Mr. Mo. A reply quickly appeared in the chat channel of the live stream. At this moment, in the secret realm, Sun Dashan had climbed to the 400th step and once again felt the approach of his limit. However, this time it didn't feel as natural as the previous 2 times. Even after consuming 5 spiritual fruits in succession, no matter how he circulated his cultivation technique, he could not step onto the 401st step. It was as if an invisible barrier had been erected in front of the steps, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not get past it. Sun Dashan knew that he couldn't rely on brute force to get through here, otherwise the journey would be too easy. Just as he was trying to figure out what to do, he suddenly saw the live stream chat flooded with messages. Wukong, your woman is getting married tomorrow, and that Yu Fifan wants to negotiate with you. When Sun Dashan saw tens of millions of people simultaneously posting the same comment in the live stream, he knew it couldn't be fake. That guy started streaming? Sun Dashan's heart tightened, and he immediately muted everyone. Then he said to the air, I will open the chat channel in a moment. Please speak only if you know the details. Other friends, please do not spam. After Sun Dashan finished speaking, he immediately lifted the censorship. Sure enough, no one spoke at that moment, but soon someone started talking in the chat channel. I am here on behalf of Yu Fifan to negotiate with you. The person who spoke was called Assistant Number 3. After typing that sentence, he immediately sent more than a dozen screenshots in the chat channel. The photos are quite simple. They show the 2 mansions of the Fan and Yu families decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with double happiness characters pasted everywhere, as well as a close-up of Fan Kinky wearing a phoenix coronet and embroidered robe. When Sun Dashan saw this, his eyes almost blazed with fire, and his teeth were grinding together. Sun Dashan wasn't stupid. In just a moment, he realized that the Yu family must know he had entered the secret realm, which was why they were using this method to force him. Their purpose was obvious. What does he want? Suppressing his anger, Sun Dashan asked, word by word. The 3rd young master has only one condition: allow him to enter the secret realm, and he will bring Fan Kinky with him. Sun Dashan took a deep breath. I don't know how to open the secret realm. The spirit of the realm has disappeared. Then that's your problem. Assistant Number 3 quickly added, you have limited time to consider. The wedding is set for tomorrow, so you have about 10 hours. After Assistant Number 3 finished speaking, he left the live stream without giving Sun Dashan any chance to speak. Sun Dashan felt a nameless rage rising within him, wishing he could chop this despicable fellow into countless pieces. Damn, who is this Yu Fifan? How can he be so disgusting? If they're going to resort to such underhanded tactics, they're definitely not a good person. I disliked that guy from the first time I saw him. What's the use of saying all this now? We need to help Wukong get Fan Xianyu back. The viewers in the live stream initially remained silent for fear of interfering with the two's negotiation. When they saw the conditions proposed by Assistant Number 3 and his arrogant attitude, it immediately aroused public outrage, and everyone started criticizing Mo Yuxing. Sun Dashan had lost all interest in climbing any further. Compared to the treasures of this secret realm, he was more concerned about Fan Kinky. Sun Dashan knew very well that a secret realm was enough to trigger a war that would destroy a nation, and Fan Kinky's life was nothing to those cultivators. If he doesn't agree to let Yu Fifan in, those people will probably try every means to torture Fan Kinky and force him to submit. Sun Dashan gradually calmed down and began to examine the secret realm. According to the legend, the spirits outside are merely wisps of the true spirits within the secret realm, so the true spirits must still be here. If we find it, we might find a way to open the secret realm. Sun Dashan glanced at it and saw that there was only one mountain path, with a cliff on the right and a mountain wall on the left, and no other branches. The only places where spirits might exist are above the clouds and at the foot of the mountains. Don't expect to reach the top of the mountain anytime soon, you can only look down at the foot of the mountain first. Upon realizing this, Sun Dashan turned and ran down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain is a plain, with a few fruit trees, lush grassland, and some tall trees. A little further on is a huge lake. Sun Dashan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran towards the lake. This is a crystal clear lake where you can clearly see the pebbles and aquatic plants at the bottom, as well as unidentified fish swimming around. The fish weren't afraid of Sun Dashan. Instead, they floated to the surface and swam towards him. Suddenly, the water in the lake began to swirl, and a round body floated out from the center of the whirlpool. It looks similar to Chirp, but its body is more than 10 times larger, about the same height as a person, and its body is round like a ball. Chirp! The spirit let out a cry, then its body slowly began to rotate, adjusting its direction to find the source of the commotion. However, because its body is so round, it is very difficult to turn around, just like a giant balloon. It finally managed to turn around and face Sun Dashan, but then its body uncontrollably turned back around, turning its rear end towards him again, looking extremely comical. Even though Sun Dashan was in a great hurry, he was speechless at the sight. He even had the urge to straighten the guy up. But since the spirit was on the water, Sun Dashan could only stare helplessly as it circled around and around. Even after more than 10 laps, it still showed no sign of stopping. Yukon, it's obviously just teasing you. Go and beat it up. Exactly, if you look at it like that, it can keep spinning for another 100 years. Yes, whip it. I bet the more you smoke it, the more fun it has. Sun Dashan also realized that this spirit was no ordinary troublemaker. Can you understand what I'm saying? The spirit's rotation slowed down, and its bright eyes swept over him. Its gaze was clear and calm, like a still well, and then it seemed as if it hadn't seen anything at all, and continued to spin. Sun Dashan was speechless again. He didn't know whether the spirit understood or not. But at this moment, Sun Dashan couldn't care less about anything else and went straight into the water to catch the spirit. When the spirit saw it coming, its eyes were full of curiosity, but it was not afraid of it at all. When it saw Sun Dashan reach out to grab it, its previously expressionless eyes suddenly lit up, and it flew up a little, causing Sun Dashan to miss. When Sun Dashan jumped up again to grab it, it flew up a little more, just to prevent Sun Dashan from touching it. Sun Dashan jumped several times, then suddenly channeled his spiritual energy into his feet, and with a burst of strength, he leaped out of the water, directly above the spirit, and pounced on it. Chirp, chirp. Jingling let out a joyful cry, and with an extremely agile turn, its fat body shook off Sun Dashan. Upon seeing him fall into the water, it immediately began to excitedly circle around Sun Dashan, chirping occasionally, as if inviting Sun Dashan to continue catching it. Sun Dashan immediately understood that this guy was addicted to the game. But he had no choice, he had to capture the spirit in the shortest possible time, no matter what. Sun Dashan jumped out of the water and continued to catch Jingling. At this moment, the plump and round body of the spirit appeared extremely agile. It flew out of the lake in a flash, then turned around on the shore to look at Sun Dashan, waiting for him to climb out of the water. Chirp! When Jingling saw Sun Dashan catching up, she immediately ran excitedly, urging him to chase after her. The two of them chased each other and played around inside. What was a game for Jingling was an ordeal for Sun Dashan. This spirit beast is really tough. Every time Sun Dashan is about to catch it, it suddenly accelerates and shakes him off. This lasted for a full 3 hours, and even though Sun Dashan had already reached the second realm of cultivation, he was exhausted. After another 2 hours, Sun Dashan could no longer hold on and had to stop to rest. But when he wanted to rest, the spirit wouldn't allow it. After waiting for a long time without Sun Dashan coming to chase after them, a fist-sized bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from its round body and hit him squarely in the stomach. Sun Dashan was caught off guard and his whole body convulsed violently as if he had been electrocuted. Sun Dashan hurriedly shut down his pain system, but the body's reaction to the electric shock persisted. He just watched his body convulse, and then a burning smell began to emanate from it. Sun Dashan was both angry and anxious, so he simply lay down on the ground and pretended to be dead. Seeing Sun Dashan motionless in the air, Jingling was a little puzzled and slowly flew over. As it approached, Sun Dashan suddenly sprang up and grabbed at the spirit. Chirp! The spirit let out an extremely joyful sound and darted out like lightning, causing him to miss again. Holy crap, this thing is way too damn cheeky. Wukong, it might just kill us. Electroconvulsive therapy. Wukong, the more you play with it, the happier it becomes. Try ignoring it. Sun Dashan was really at his wit's end. He was exhausted. He couldn't catch up with them, he couldn't beat them in a fight, and if he didn't play, he would get electrocuted. He simply turned and walked away, heading towards the mountain steps. When the spirit saw Sun Dashan leave, it immediately flew after him. It flew around Sun Dashan happily, deliberately getting very close to give him a chance to catch it. However, Sun Dashan remained unmoved, as if he hadn't seen anything, and continued towards the mountain trail. When the spirit saw that Sun Dashan really wasn't going to play anymore, it got angry and fired another bolt of lightning from its body, striking Sun Dashan. Seeing his body trembling violently again, Sun Dashan realized that he had been electrocuted by that spirit again. But this time he seemed to have made up his mind, ignoring Jingling no matter what his body's reaction was. One after another, bolts of lightning focused on Sun Dashan, and the intensity increased. Although Sun Dashan could not feel the pain, his body could not hold on any longer. Before he even reached the mountain trail, his body collapsed. Without warning, he fell to the ground, still conscious but unable to move. Seeing that Sun Dashan was not moving again, Jingling thought he was playing the trick of pretending to be dead again, and immediately flew over excitedly to seduce Sun Dashan. But no matter how much it waved in front of Sun Dashan, the other party remained motionless. Even when the spirit landed on Sun Dashan, he didn't make any move. Jingling looked at Sun Dashan with curiosity, seemingly wondering why he had stopped moving. After a moment, when it saw Sun Dashan's charred skin, it seemed to understand something and opened its mouth to spray a beam of spiritual light at him again. Damn it, here we go again. The spiritual light shot into Sun Dashan's body, and the next moment he felt an immense surge of spiritual power rush in, rapidly repairing all the injuries inside his body, even restoring his charred skin. Not only that, but it also allowed him to break through from the second realm of strength to the third realm. Sun Dashan was stunned. He never expected that being healed by the spirit would directly advance him to the next level. However, Sun Dashan showed no gratitude towards this guy. He had tormented him for 6 or 7 hours, so the small reward was only fair. Chirp. Jingling glanced at Sun Dashan, calling out to him while gesturing with her eyes, clearly indicating that she wanted him to get up and continue playing. What a load of crap. Sun Dashan thought to himself, but said aloud, if you can open the secret realm and let 2 people in, I'll play with you. Jingling didn't know whether she understood or not, she just looked at him with a cute expression. Sun Dashan was getting a little frustrated. How was he supposed to communicate with this thing? After thinking it over and over, when his eyes fell on the lake, he suddenly took off and ran towards it. Jingling thought Sun Dashan was going to start playing from there, so she immediately chirped excitedly and followed behind him. Sun Dashan ran to the lake and saw Jingling chasing after him. He pointed at the lake and then channeled all his spiritual power into the surface of the lake. He had now reached the third realm of cultivation, which was similar to a third-tier transcendent being in a Western fantasy world. The power he could unleash was considerable, even with just the spiritual energy within his body. Sun Dashan used all his strength in this punch, instantly splitting the lake in front of him into 2 walls of water that surged to either side. Sun Dashan quickly stood up and pointed to the passage, open the outside passage like this and let people in. The spirit glanced at it and seemed to understand. It suddenly turned its head to look at the foot of the mountain and then shot a white beam of spiritual light into the lake. Then the lake began to rotate, and a light screen reappeared at the spot where Sun Dashan had entered the secret realm, which was the entrance to the secret realm. Sun Dashan was both surprised and delighted, but he quickly realized what was happening and immediately shouted, "Turn it off." Jingling glanced at Sun Dashan with a puzzled look, but seeing his anxious expression, she seemed to understand. It emitted another beam of light into the lake, and the entrance to the secret realm quickly disappeared again. Sun Dashan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and immediately said to the air, "Could you please send a message to that person, saying that I have found a way to open the secret realm?" The viewers in the live stream were initially having a great time, but when they heard what Sun Dashan said, they knew it was serious business and immediately started sending private messages to assistant number 3. The live stream room's name is the same as the forum's name, and you can directly contact them via private message on the forum. The forum message called Assistant Number 3 was quickly flooded with messages from nearly 10 million players until no more messages were received. Pfft, I get it now. Wukong was taming this spirit just now? So this spirit's loyalty is maxed out, that's why it's so obedient. I think it's the spirit of the realm that's taming Wukong. You'll see if you don't believe me. After the spirit opened the secret realm, it immediately flew around Sun Dashan again. His expression and eyes clearly conveyed, "I've opened the secret realm, come and play." Screw you. Sun Dashan was truly terrified of being played with. This spirit was like a child, always wanting to play tag, and it had endless energy, never getting tired of it. Who could stand that? However, Sun Dashan dared not refuse to play, and he even begged the spirit to open the secret realm. Fortunately, Sun Dashan had recovered by this time, so he had no choice but to start chasing after Jingling again. Assistant number 3's forum messages were flooded, so he immediately knew that Sun Dashan had found a way to open the secret realm, and he immediately told Mo Yuxing. Meanwhile, Mo Yuxing was already on her way to Yuyang Gorge, but unlike Sun Dashan, he could only travel on horseback, while Mo Yuxing directly rented a flying spirit beast from the secret UN society and flew over with Fan Kinky. Where exactly is Qin Shao? Fan Kinky looked coldly at Mo Yuxing from the spirit beast and asked. While the Fan family was still preparing for the wedding, Mo Yuxing came to their door and took Fan Kinky away alone. The two were about to get married, and the Fan family didn't know that Fan Kinky was involved in opening the secret realm, so they didn't pay any attention to it. Mo Yuxing's first words to Fan Kinky were that he had captured Sun Dashan and wanted her to come with him. Yu Fifan was infamous, so when Fan Kinky heard him say that, she didn't doubt it at all and immediately followed Mo Yuxing in fright. "We'll arrive in a few hours," Mo Yuxing said casually. "What exactly are you planning?" Fan Kinky began to worry about Sun Dashan's safety. Now that they had flown out of the city, she also had a vague feeling that something was wrong. "If I said I would let you two be together, would you believe me?" "Pa! The words of a despicable person like you can only fool children." Mo Yuxing didn't take it seriously at all, and instead laughed and said, "See, that's the problem. I tell you the truth, but you don't believe me. Do I have to tell you that I'm going to kill you all before you'll believe me?" Fan Kinky's expression changed drastically. Mo Yuxing sighed, knowing that this woman had taken her joke seriously again. However, he was too lazy to explain. Since you don't believe anything I say, then you should just shut up and stop asking unnecessary questions. Meanwhile, in Tianese Prefecture, Yu Wuji was in the council hall, summoning cultivators of the Yu family above the 4th realm to discuss whether to awaken the supreme elder of the 6th realm who was in seclusion. The reason Yu Wuji left without looking back that day was because he knew he couldn't open the secret realm alone, and staying there would only expose its location. Once those people can't find the secret realm and disperse, the Yu family will then lead their people to forcibly break into the secret realm. Just then, Yu Feng burst into Yu Wuji's room without warning. Master, the 3rd young master has taken Fan Kinki out of the city. Judging from the direction, they should be heading towards Yuyang Gorge. Yu Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly stood up. What does this rebellious son want to do? In an instant, Yu Wuji realized that Mo Yuxing probably wanted to monopolize the secret realm and didn't even trust the Yu family. Yu Wuji's face was ashen, but there was one thing he couldn't understand. Since Mo Yuxing had long intended to take Fan Kinki away, why did she go to the trouble of telling him about the relationship between Qin Xiao and Fan Kinki? Furthermore, it's unlikely that Mo Yuxing would know the location of the secret realm, and even if he did find it, how could he contact Qin Xiao inside? Yu Wuji became more and more puzzled, but he also knew that he could not delay any longer. 4th brother, go awaken our great uncle and inform him of the secret realm. The rest of you, follow me immediately. After Yu Wuji finished speaking, he rushed out of the council hall and flew alone on his sword towards the location of Yuyang Gorge. In a courtyard in the north of Tianese Prefecture, Chen Luo lay on an armchair, while Chu Chu stretched out her 2 little arms and rocked the chair to make it sway. The stage is ready, now it's up to you all to show your skills. Chen Luo watched the streaks of light flying across the sky, and a smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. Chirp looked at Chen Luo with a wronged expression and made a tentative sound. Chirp? Keep shaking. Chirp. Chirp made a weak sound and continued to shake. After a while, seeing Chen Luo slowly close his eyes as if he had fallen asleep, it immediately stopped rocking the chair and flew outside to play. Chirp flew a distance, then suddenly, seemingly noticing something, silently passed through a rooftop and fell down. Inside the room, a stunningly beautiful woman had her eyes closed as wisps of invisible starlight drifted down from the sky and entered her body. Chirp chirped excitedly and opened its mouth to swallow all the star power. Ding Linga opened her eyes in astonishment. The star power she had painstakingly gathered using the star god talisman had vanished into thin air, and it's flowing away at a very fast speed, as if it's being intercepted by something. The enemy's methods? Ding Linga quickly abandoned the idea as soon as it came to mind. Since being captured and imprisoned here 7 days ago, she has been trying to gather the power of the stars to break the confinement within her body. If the other party could do this, they wouldn't have waited until today to do it. Ding Linga looked around and then searched the area with her divine sense, but still found nothing unusual. At this moment, Kayukia was made invisible by Chen Luo's magic, and no one could see her except him. It would be a miracle if Ding Linga could find her. She frowned and immediately stopped activating the star god talisman. The power of the stars also vanished at that moment. Chirp! A strange sound suddenly rang in Ding Linga's ears. Who? Ding Linga's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise, but she didn't make a sound. Instead, she searched the room again. Although it was night, with her current cultivation level of the 4th realm, seeing in the dark was not a problem. But just like before, neither my eyes nor my senses detected anything. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirped again in dissatisfaction. It had been enjoying its meal, and the sudden loss naturally made it very unhappy. It guessed that the source of the star power was this human in front of it, but this foolish human couldn't see it at all and didn't seem like the guy who had bullied it. Ding Linga had a strange look on her face. She was now certain that there was an invisible entity in front of her, but she didn't know what it was. A spirit beast, or a spirit body? Several thoughts flashed through Ding Linga's mind, but she couldn't guess what kind of spirit beast or spirit could possess the ability to become invisible. Ding Linga's heart skipped a beat. Whatever it was, perhaps she could use it to escape. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and 2 people wearing ghost masks walked in carrying candles. The 2 men first glanced at Ding Linga and saw that her hands and feet were bound and she couldn't move. They then began searching the room. Strange, I clearly heard the sound. Maybe it's a mouse. The 2 quickly searched the room and, finding nothing amiss, left Ding Linga behind and exited the room again. Ding Linga watched expressionlessly until they left, then suddenly reached out and grabbed forward. With a nimble dodge, Chu Chu dodged away. After maintaining a distance, it looked at Ding Linga with a puzzled expression, seemingly wondering why she was now preparing to grab it when she clearly couldn't see it earlier. Ding Linga suddenly smiled, closed her eyes, and began to activate the star god talisman, drawing out the power of the stars. Chirp sensed the appearance of wisps of starlight and immediately ran over to them like a fool. Just as Chirp was about to devour the spiritual energy, a hand reached out accurately and firmly grasped it in its palm. Chirp! Ding Linga suddenly opened her eyes, still unable to see anything, but her hand was vaguely grasping something. It was soft and fluffy, with an exceptionally pleasant feel. Ding Linga was stunned for a moment, and she couldn't help but squeeze it hard. Immediately, she heard Chu Chu let out a dissatisfied cry. "Shh, don't shout." Chirp seemed to understand and quickly shut her mouth. Ding Linga couldn't help but chuckle softly, reaching out to touch Kyakia's body and roughly figuring out its shape. It really is a spirit, but why can it be invisible? Ding Linga was puzzled. Sensing that Kyakia was trying to break free, she immediately continued to activate the Star God Talisman. As she expected, Chu Chu immediately stopped struggling and began to greedily devour the newly generated star power. "Little one, you have quite the eye for quality." Ding Linga muttered something under her breath. The power of stars is a purer power than spiritual power, and it is even more advanced than the power that Chen Luo injected into Chu Chu, so naturally it couldn't resist it. After a while, the chirping chirped happily, letting Ding Linga knead it. Ding Linga smiled and said, "Those who take advantage of me will have to pay a price." Ding Linga suddenly stood up, squatted down, held Kyakia in one hand, and began to draw on the ground with the little bit of star power she had stored up over the past few days. Her fingers, like knives, dug deep into the floor and slowly began to slash. In order not to attract the attention of the guards outside, Ding Linga moved with extreme care, each stroke of her pen very light. In less than a quarter of an hour, a mysterious array pattern appeared on the ground. The moment the formation appeared, Ding Linga suddenly grabbed Kyakia with both hands, placed it in the very center of the formation, and then made a hand seal with one hand, pressing it down hard on the ground. A myriad of stars and phenomena. The array on the ground suddenly lit up from the edge, and then began to rush rapidly towards the center of the array, quickly spreading into the body of the chick and rapidly drawing spiritual energy from it. Chirp, chirp chirped in alarm. Just now, it felt a terrifying suction force coming from the ground, beginning to draw spiritual energy from its body. Chu Chu tried to break free, but the light from the array firmly bound it to the spot. As the chirping spiritual power surged in, the starry sky array unleashed a dreamlike green beam of light that pierced through the roof, its terrifying power sweeping out rapidly. Before the two guards outside could react, they were struck by the beam of light and sent flying backward in a disheveled state, falling to the ground and unable to get up for a long time. When they saw the entire courtyard razed to the ground and green beams of light illuminating half the city, the two men exchanged a glance, and without a second thought, got up and fled. Those who were chosen by the Yun Ao ancient sect to guard Ding Linga were naturally not ordinary people. At this moment, the people of Xingluo Palace and the Ding family are searching everywhere for Ding Linga. Once the Starry Sky Array is unleashed, the people of the Starry Sky Palace will likely pursue us immediately, and any delay will mean certain death. When Ding Linga saw the two guards slip away, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and then immediately deactivated the Starry Sky Array. Although the Starry Sky Array can be set up by hand, it requires strong spiritual power. Ding Linga's spiritual power was currently imprisoned, and the little bit of star power she had accumulated over the past few days could not sustain her for long. So when they discovered that Chu Chu was a spirit, they immediately thought of using its spiritual power to activate the formation. "Little one, I'm sorry, I was just trying to protect myself. I'll make it up to you." Ding Linga's voice was full of apology as she reached out to comfort Kyakia, but she only felt a gust of wind pass by and then there was no more movement. After being tricked by Ding Linga, Kyakia immediately slipped back to Chen Luo's courtyard and threw herself into his arms, crying pitifully. Although Chen Luo had long since realized Ding Linga's intentions, he did not pay any attention to them. This little creature is indeed clever, but it has become accustomed to being fed and is less wary of humans. In addition, it did not sense any malice from Ding Linga, so it let its guard down. If we don't teach it a lesson now, it won't learn its lesson. It chirped around Chen Luo, then pointed in Ding Linga's direction and chirped angrily, as if cursing that shameless woman. Chen Luo looked at Chu Chu, who was listless and dispirited. It was clear that not only had she not gained any spiritual power, but she had also suffered a huge loss. He chuckled, reached out and gently touched it, replenishing its lost spiritual energy. "Will you still dare to trust people blindly in the future?" After feeling its spiritual energy recover, Chu Chu immediately became excited again and rubbed against Chen Luo's face repeatedly. A moment later, it seemed to remember something and started barking in Ding Linga's direction again, as if asking Chen Luo to avenge it. Chen Luo rubbed it and lazily tossed it behind his head. "Keep rocking the chair." Chirp looked defiant, but seeing Chen Luo's expression, it knew that revenge was hopeless, so it could only hang its head dejectedly and resignedly rock its armchair. Time flew by, and soon it was dawn the next day when Ding Linga appeared outside Chen Luo's courtyard. Last night's events unfolded exactly as she had predicted. When the Starry Sky manifestation was activated, the elders of the Starry Sky Palace in the city and the Ding family rushed over immediately, and she was completely out of danger. That night, besides removing the restraints from her body to restore her strength, Ding Linga spent her time with her elders trying to figure out who had kidnapped her. Although the person who made the move used the Ling Xiao Palace's techniques, they did not use the core moon god talisman, so it cannot be confirmed with absolute certainty that it was someone from the Ling Xiao Palace. What's even stranger is that the people who kidnapped her didn't harm her at all, they simply imprisoned her here. They had also suspected the Yu family, but quickly gave up, because the person who kidnapped Ding Linga had the cultivation of the fifth realm, and the Yu family only had 2 people in total, and those 2 people had no chance of obtaining the Ling Xiao Palace's cultivation techniques. The most important reason is that Chen Luo Palace believes the Yu family doesn't have the guts. The fact that the mastermind has not yet been caught does not mean that the Star Luo Palace will give up. If the mastermind behind the abduction of the Star Luo Palace's true disciples is not found and made to pay the price, what face will the immortal sect have left? After resting for a night, Ding Linga found her way into Chen Luo's courtyard. She came here, naturally, to find Kayakyu. Last night, what Kayakyu was absorbing was the star power she had cultivated. However, in just one night, that star power had not been completely absorbed by Kayakyu. Ding Linga's idea about the spirit that saved her was simple: to take it in as a spirit beast. She didn't even pay attention to the secret realm that appeared in Yuyang Gorge, but immediately came to find Chu Chu. But when she arrived at Chen Luo's courtyard, she knocked on the door and, finding no one to answer, immediately tried to break it down. To Ding Linga's surprise, when she used 1/10 of her strength to strike the courtyard gate, it was like throwing a mudox into the sea. There was no reaction whatsoever. Ding Linga was stunned. She reached out and touched the door again. Yes, it's a wooden door. Unconvinced, Ding Linga increased the force to 30% and struck it again with her palm. The gate remained completely still, just as it had reacted moments before. Such a strange situation occurring twice in a row is clearly not normal. A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She took a few steps back, then leaped up, trying to climb over the yard. But before Ding Linga could even get there, she was bounced back as if she had hit an invisible wall. Ding Linga hurriedly adjusted her posture in mid-air before stabilizing herself and landing on the ground. A formation? Ding Linga paused for a moment, then frowned. Judging from the force of the rebound, she wasn't injured, so it shouldn't be a very strong formation. This, in turn, stirred up her competitive spirit. Ding Linga channeled her spiritual power into her hands again, increasing it to 70%. The courtyard gate remained motionless, without even making a sound, as if silently mocking her. Ding Linga frowned slightly and quickly increased her power to its maximum, even using the power of stars. When she slapped it, nothing changed. Ding Linga's expression finally changed. With her cultivation at the 4th realm and the power of the stars, she was confident that she could shake even a 5th realm array master. But from beginning to end, the courtyard gate remained completely still, as if it could absorb all the power. Ding Linga was filled with astonishment, but she did not try anywhere else. Because she knew very well that with such strength, the opponent could even protect the air with an array, so a wall would be a piece of cake. Ding Linga took a few steps back, turned around and jumped onto the roof of a neighboring building, looking inside. Upon seeing this, Ding Linga was startled again, because there was another person in the courtyard at some point, or more precisely, a boy of 18 or 19 years old. The boy looked ordinary and didn't exude any special aura, he was just like any other person. With a nonchalant expression, he slowly lay down in the armchair and began to rock back and forth. He is clearly a teenager, but he acts like an old man who has entered his twilight years. Strangely, Ding Linga felt a strange harmony, as if the boy was meant to be that way. Moreover, she clearly sensed Kayukiya's presence behind the boy, and also felt a powerful resentment emanating from there. That spirit beast is his. Ding Linga was increasingly astonished, and she stared at the boy from afar, scrutinizing him. Chen Luo naturally noticed Ding Linga, but he simply couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention. He sighed softly, how boring. After Trundle was killed, the tentacles of the Abyss world reaching into the Western fantasy world were almost severed, the biggest crisis in that world was resolved, and for the time being, no one has stirred up trouble. As the social hierarchy in the Xiangxia world gradually stabilizes, the world begins to take shape, with power and resources converging towards the top-tier immortal sects. This is not a good thing in the long run. Chen Luo created the demonic path precisely to break this gradually stagnant situation and intensify competition. Chirp chirp. Chirp chirped and jumped on Chen Luo's head, pointing in Ding Linga's direction and chirping loudly, wanting him to take revenge. Chen Luo couldn't help but chuckle, grabbed Kayakyu, and gave her a few good squeezes. Alright, I'm bored anyway, let's tease her a bit.